pop right there. Here he comes. This is a proud moment. Take it all in, kid. Yeah, he's got to learn to tip his cap. But what a night for Kyle Harrison. He was spectacular. And there's no sugarcoating it. He was spectacular.
Oh, baby! Bonte's coming in. Trust me, he'll be here any second. That was different. That was different last night. Kyle Harrison. He grew up about 30 minutes away in Concord, California, the Yay area, the 925, the De La Salle product. There's only one Tim Lincecum. Like, we all remember. There's only one Tim Lincecum. Timmy Day was a thing. There's something electric about a young phenom starter. Now, I don't know where his career ends up, but that was the moment for me, and I want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. Was that the best moment since Game 5, 2021, NLDS? Like, honestly, Giants fans, I could feel it. I could feel it in our souls yesterday. Everyone was texting each other. You're flipping on the television. You're like, that's right, Harrison's pitching tonight. If you did what I did. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 5 strikeouts right off the rip. 6 of his first 7. You look up, he's in the 5th inning. Oh, my God, a Giants pitcher's in the 5th inning? Are you kidding me? The kid couldn't even get out of 3 innings in the minors? And then you look up, and it's the 6th inning, and he's completing it, and he's fist pumping as he's walking off the mound. And you're saying, oh, my God, this is something special. There's something about sports when you see someone arrive, just show up on the scene the first time. It's just special. And I know he had his performance on the road against Philadelphia. That was his major league debut. But last night, in front of the home crowd, in front of his family, in front of the Giants fans, which he grew up a Giants fan. I mean, come on, man, that was fun. That was different. Isn't that why we love sports? The kid's electric. I mean, he's going fastball, first time through the lineup. And then he goes, changeup, slider, slurve. Are you kidding me? Oh, well, he's had command issues with the slider. Yeah, he's 22. Yeah, newsflash, America. Pitching's difficult. Couple of things. The Barry Bonds era was amazing. Every single at-bat for Barry was must-watch. No one would deny that is one of the most incredible viewing experiences, both in the stadium and on your couch, that you've ever seen in sports. Every Barry Bonds bat. I can't go to the bathroom now. Barry Bonds is going to come up. Can't go get popcorn now. Barry Bonds is going to come up. No, hon. We can't have dinner right now. Just 2 more minutes. Bonds is on deck. There's something about an everyday superstar hitter that gravitates you to the television. Makes you lean forward in your seat. Now, we just had Buster Posey, and I love Buster is an all-time player. Whether you think he's a Hall of Famer or not, we all can admit he's a Giants legend. And there were times where, a Buster Posey at bat, you might have walked through it a little, It wasn't on the same level as Barry Bonds, right? So there's levels to this. But Timmy days were different. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, Timmy's playing Tuesday against the Reds. Timmy Day. I got a couple tickets. Let's go sit down in the bleachers. Lincecum might be pitching. He's scheduled to face the Nats on Sunday. Timmy Day. Oh, are we watching the very beginning of Kyle Day? Harrison Day? Like, seriously, I have been waiting for something this electric with the Giants for so long. Now, I understand. Look, Lincecum, again, is a comet. He's a unicorn. To compare anyone to that kid is crazy. Because young Timmy, we might not ever see anything like that ever again. I would contend, as great as Juan Marichal is, 245 wins, one of the greatest right-handed pitchers of the 60s, more wins than anyone in the 60s. I would contend Tim Lincecum in his prime is the greatest Giants pitcher ever. And yes, I'm talking to you, Christy Mathewson, who we never saw pitch. So I don't want to compare the kid to him. And I don't want to do that. Well, he's a big, strong lefty who throws a 3-quarter pitch, and he looks just like Bumgarner. He's got more oomph than Bumgarner. There's more pizzazz, charisma, more excitement. I mean, the dude's fist pumping, screaming, coming off the mound as he's yelling to Giants fans, get up. It's unbelievable. So he's got more energy than Bumgarner. Not to diminish Bumgarner anyway, just different personality types. The kid's got the 2 chains, not 1 chain, 2 chains popping off the jersey. 2 chains. And he takes the ball into the 7th inning. Goes 6 1/3, strikes out 11. Look, Logan Webb's had some great starts this year. Alex Cobb's had some great starts. That was the best start of the year. Because it wasn't just about the game against the Reds as you're trying to fight to get back into the wild card race. It's about the optimism of the future of the franchise. We just wanted to see a glimmer of hope. And yes, him and Patrick Bailey, you want to talk about a battery? Has anybody caught more innings in the minors with the kid Kyle Harrison than Patrick Bailey? Those two were in lockstep. Lockstep. So I know I sound like I'm getting way ahead of myself, but come on. We've been so miserable with the Giants. We finally got a little bit of hope. I am going to cling to that, and I'm going to ride that surfboard as far as it'll take me. Farhan should have an ear-to-ear grin because he actually earned something. He found what I believe to be a future top-of-the-rotation guy. I don't want to say ace. There's only a handful of them in the game. It takes a long time. You got to do it for a year. Then you got to do it again. Then you become an ace. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but you can project where this is going. And I thought last night, that was the moment. That was the moment Giants fans looked up off their couch after being, what? Asleep for the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And they said, oh, this is must watch. I can't miss something. And you were texting your friends and you were telling your kid to come into the living room. No. We'll go to bed in a little bit. Let's watch this kid finish this outing out. Last night was the beginning of something special. We're going to see this kid for the next decade, and I think this kid is going to be special. He's got the big, broad shoulders, which clearly he needs to work on hitting the weights, and he will, but he's thick already. Got the big lower legs. He's stout. He pitches effortlessly. Great thrust off the mound. He's got that slingy, multiple arm angle delivery. He's already got the breaking ball. Now, I know young pitchers and the breaking ball, the off-speed stuff, it's going to be hit and miss depending on the grip, how they're feeling. Obviously the league's going to adjust to him as time goes on. But this ain't just a thrower. This kid's a pitcher. This kid is a stud. And I've been hearing about him for how many years? How many years have we been hearing about this guy?
3 years, probably.
Sam, it was worth the wait. That was fun.
He was so fun to watch last night. That fastball, watching that thing sling in there, it was a thing of beauty. It's like you said, Shasky, this was probably one of the most exciting pitching performances we've had since, probably Logan Webb in Game 5. That's how exciting it was.
I'm telling you right now, I know, Joe, you're getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, there's a reason this guy was the number 1 left-handed prospect in all of baseball. That doesn't mean that he's going to have a Hall of Fame career, all right? That's not what we're going at here. But, we watched what really, truly changed the Giants organization. And it was having aces in that staff. And, yes, obviously you got to have Buster Posey, a Hall of Fame mind, a Hall of Fame, manager in the dugout. You had to have great players all around the infield, the greatest shortstop you've ever had. Of course. You could find those players. Finding aces, you know how difficult that is in baseball? Every team in baseball is trying to find a left-handed front of the rotation guy. And here's my comp for him. Here is my comp. You're going to say Madison Bumgarner, and I don't think people are wrong because the mechanics, the delivery, you could see the comps. This guy, who I'm going to compare him to, he's a hybrid. He throws more over the top than what you see from Harrison because he's more of an over-the-top, over-the-ear guy. I see a lot of Blake Snell. I see a lot of Blake Snell in the kid. The big, high left leg kick. Obviously, Andy Pettit, whenever you think of a lefty with the big left-handed, thighs and the thrust and the big, high leg kick, you hide the ball. And then when you're slinging it, you're hiding it even more. So even if you're only throwing 94, 95 from the left-hand side, it feels like 98, 99. I'm telling you, this kid's stud. Cole Hamels is a great one that I'm seeing on the 925. And 415, I said I will take Prime Lincecum over Marichal. No one is saying that the kid is Juan Marichal. Juan Marichal won 245 games. You got to listen better, 415. Don't be triggered. But last night felt like that moment for me. And it felt like that moment for a lot of Giants fans. Oh, this is the beginning of something special. I can't miss the next Harris start. When's his next start? Sammy, when's his next start? What does it say? When's his next start?
Well, I think the Giants still might be doing that whole we're going to let you know the day before when they're starting. But my guess is if we're taking a look at the schedule based off last night, his next start would probably be this Saturday night against the Padres in San Diego.
Wow.
Assuming the schedule progresses as expected for the Giants, which you never know if that's going to happen.
I mean, some people are saying Tom Glavine, Chris Hill. We're talking about pitching mechanics. We're not comparing the body of work of these other players to this guy. I'm just talking about mannerisms and what a guy looks like on the mound. And seeing, he's got charisma. The guy's got personality. I listened to some of the post-game stuff. The kid's got it. He's got something behind it. Like, that's, I think, one of the negatives on Bumgarner. If you were to say anything, like, the personality. He's a red ass. I mean, like, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I apologize if I'm swearing for kids in the morning. But that was so much fun. Isn't that why we watch sports? Don't we watch sports to have fun? I felt like for the first time in a long time, I'm watching my Giants, and I was proud to be a Giants fan. I was optimistic about the future. And then he comes out of the game, and in comes Ryan Walker, and everybody's thinking the same thing. Oh, my God. Ryan Walker's going to blow it, right? I mean, let's just think about it, be honest.
No, that definitely did not cross my mind.
Yeah, you're I call cap. All right, so.
I've been a big believer in Ryan Walker all year long. No, I'll fight back against that. I trusted my guy coming in and shutting the door on that inning.
So, runner on second base, ball gets smoked into right field. And here comes Luis Matos coming up gunning. And I don't know what happened. The guy froze at second base. I don't know what he was doing base running wise. He got thrown out by Luis Matos by a good 5 feet. And I said to myself, stop playing Slater. Stop playing Conforto. Stop playing Haniger. I don't want to see Yaz come off the DL. Play the youngsters. I watched Wade Meckler come up and the inning prior to that and rip a ball down the line and drive in a run. I want to see the youngsters. I want to see Harrison the rest of the way. Finish this season out on a strong note. I want them to taste September baseball. I want them to feel that. I want Luis Matos in that lineup every day. He's one of your best defensive players. I want to see what Wade Meckler has. I don't want to see Slater get in there, and I don't want to see Conforto and Haniger and then his eventual return. I want to see if Elliot Ramos is that guy. He's 23 years old. We've been yo-yoing him the last couple of years. I want to see him. Let's make these definitive. Let's see where we're at. Because if Ramos isn't the guy, well, then you trade him in the offseason. Pete Alonso might be available, right? Like, come on, I need to know who's a keeper and who's not. And here, dare I take it a step further? And shout out my boy Della, because I'm in lockstep with him, and I was thinking this before he even texted it to me this morning. Bring up Wisenhunt. Let's see them both. Let's see Harrison. Let's see Wisenhunt. Mix them in there with the two righties. You got Cobb and Logan Webb. Now we've got a rotation. Yes, boys, 4-man. Now we've got 4. You want to go opener that 5th day? I'll accept it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, the kid, Kyle Harrison, is a stud. He feels like a game changer. Now, you need to do a lot around him. You got to figure it out with up the middle. What are you going to do at shortstop long term? Is Luciano that guy? Casey Schmidt I feel like he's having better at-bats since getting called back up. There's a lot to like about the Giants right now, and it starts with Kyle Harrison. All right, if you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. Morning roast. We got Baldy at 7:30, Dave Fleming at 8, and your calls between now and then. Giants fans, how fun was that? On the other side, it's 95-7 The Game.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time...
You'll get width on both sides of the plate.
Swing! And a miss, and that's how this game gets started.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I've got to say, I've been checked out on the Giants. I go with the Friday night's game. It lasted 2 hours. They got rolled by the Braves. They lost another series, 8 straight. But last night, Monday night, no Monday Night Football. Last couple Mondays before we had Monday Night Football. Nothing really on, right? Caught up all waiting time. So I said, you know what? Kyle Harrison, home debut. Wasn't happy with the first start. 3 innings. That's all you're going to give me for a high-priced prospect in Philadelphia. So I watched yesterday. Wow, first inning, striking out the side. Whoa, second inning. Wow, you got 5 strikeouts through 2 innings. Whoa, what do we have here? We got 9. And last night was cool. Last night was cool. It was cool for Kyle Harrison and the Leverage K's, doing it with his family in his suite, his parents sitting there behind the plate. That was so cool. I got chills with that. Matos throwing out somebody at home, throwing out a Encarnacion at home, seeing Meckler have a big hit. You know, you see Casey Schmidt tried to figure out. Now, he, goes 0 for 2 yesterday. He's still batting $197, but there's a little more confidence. All I want to see, and I know they're in a playoff race, Shasky, as I say, good morning to everybody out there. Get off their graveyard shift. All I want to see is the young dudes play. That's it. Just let them play. Matos should be in right field or center every single day.
Thank you.
With that arm, that's a plus arm.
Don't you want to make a determination on Ramos?
Yes. I'm tired. Like, look, I'm not impressed with Ramos.
I'm not
let
either.
Him play. Let me see him play for 6 weeks.
I'm not either. You know what I mean? But like, I think we both acknowledge, like, you play at the highest level to win championships, right?
Yep.
Like, this isn't the participation trophy era, or that's not what they do at the bigs. But like, do you really need to see Yastrzemski and his 206 batting average?
Right.
Because like, I'm listening, and I look, she does a great job covering the team, but I'm listening to Susan Slessor. She's like, they really could use Yas to do what?
No, yeah.
What's Yas going to do? Yas is 33 years old, going to turn 34. Give me the 23-year-old in Ramos. Give me the 21-year-old in Meckler. Give me the 21-year-old in Matos. Like, what are we doing?
But you know what you're going to see. You know what you're going to see, and we know what to expect. I'm going to see the Yazes. We're going to see the Hanegers. And Harrison, we may not see him get stretched out like that. Seeing him go 6 1/3, 3 hits, 11 Ks.
Were you shocked?
Yeah, because all they've been giving us is 4 innings. He's not stretched out. That's all you hear. He's not stretched out. He's not stretched out. He's not stretched out. Well, stretch him out. Let's go. Let's go. I need to see if I got another starter here.
Pilates.
So now, I mean, for a night, at least for a night.
It was so much fun.
I'm thinking to myself, okay, Webb, Harrison in the rotation.
Right?
That's a start.
Yes.
Now, love to try to text me or say Tristan Beck, and I'm just like, pump the brakes a little bit.
Well, yeah,
let's figure out his role.
Yeah.
Harrison, Webb. Okay, that's a start, Shasky.
I love it.
That's a start.
I love it. And like, I don't want to pretend like this is like the start of something special, but for one night, it sure as hell felt like 15 years ago Giants magic, didn't it?
No, it did. It did. Well,
like, in terms of, like, you're watching something and you feel like
there was electricity at the yard. There was some electricity.
There was some
an
juice
extra buzz
behind it.
There's an extra buzz. And I know you were talking about it, and everybody's talking about it on Twitter and with their friends about Lincecum and the electricity he produced. Nothing will match that. Bumgarner, when he really started rolling, nothing will match that. Not right away, but let the kid be the kid. Like, I don't know who I'm going to compare him to. I'm not going to do that right now. Kyle Harrison, just be you.
Yeah.
Be the kid from De La Salle. Be the Bay Area kid. And give us some energy. Give us a jolt here. The lefty electricity, the way he winds up, the way he lets it go. Like De La Cruz. Look, nobody's talking about him now that he's batting 245. He is slumping hard.
Yeah.
He made him look silly a couple times.
Yeah, especially that slider out in front of the plate. I mean,
he's swinging
it bounced
at shoes.
like 2 feet in front of the plate, and he's way out in front.
He's swinging at his shoes.
Yeah.
So the young man may need a couple days off, but he's kind of tapered down here after his electric start. But look, Cincinnati's sticking with him. They're still playing him. Giants can take notes here. Play Matos. I know he went 0 for 4 yesterday with 3 strikeouts, but he's batting 9th. Let me see Matos in the top 3 of the order. Just let me see it.
Yes.
Let me see it. Let me see him run the bases. Let me see him throw guys out. Before a night, what do you know? The Giants, who are yesterday's news, and we'll talk to Flip at 8 o'clock about Harrison and where this team is going from here, they've lost 8 straight series. They desperately need to win a series. Like, before we even talk playoffs or wild card, win a series. Win the series.
Bonte, they hadn't won consecutive games since the 2nd and 3rd of August.
Yeah, I know.
It's August 28th, 29th.
Yeah, it's been bad. It's been bad in the dog days of August.
And somehow you look up, and this I think this is more a byproduct of the watered-down playoff format that you have currently and the amount of games. There's just too many games. Bonte, they're still in it. They have no business being in it.
Right.
You lose 7 straight series, you should have no business being in a playoff.
Extra wild card spot.
Right?
Extra wild card spot. But
like you watch the Reds, and you're not blown away by the Reds.
No.
They have nice young talent, though.
No. And look, the Giants they're going to get a chance to play the Cubs. They're going to get a chance to play the Diamondbacks. You're going to get a chance to play the San Diego Padres, who will basically meld it in. You got Ford San Diego this weekend. You can put the death knell into them. You can put them to sleep for the rest of the season.
I fear they're going to play spoiler.
They're going to try to.
I know.
With the 7-game road trip, you got San Diego, you got Chicago, you got Colorado 7 of the next 10 after that. And Colorado's melded in. The Guardians, I have no idea what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
I have no
and
idea.
then you get to the last, 12 amount of games. You got the Diamondbacks, Dodgers, Padres, Dodgers. We'll see how that plays out. But you got a great shot to make the playoffs. And what that means for me is these youngsters are getting valuable experience being in a pennant race. For them, it means something.
I'm totally with you. And I want to see them make a declarative opinion on someone like Elliot Ramos is a great example. You and I both are like, I don't know. I don't think there's a player in there.
I don't know.
But don't you want to come out of this season, right? Don't you want to come out of this season and at least know he's a keeper or he's a mover?
Right.
Like as in we got to move him for something.
Where are we going?
Yeah,
here?
where are we going? That's kind of where I'm at here. And so you're looking at it, and they're going to have a log jam at some point in the outfield if some of these guys actually produce. Meckler, Matos, and then if you look below, there's like McCrary. There are other people in the outfield. You got to figure out if Ramos should stick around or not.
No
because
doubt.
there's valuable spots on this 40-man, and I'm looking like Haniger's going nowhere.
Right.
Haniger's at least here for one more year.
Yep.
You're kind of sitting there going, I need Conforto to opt out.
Wow. And that's probably not happening.
Is he even tradable at $20 million a year?
No, $18 million. He's got a player option. And that's a guy we went back and forth on about trading or not trading. And then at the deadline, I kind of was like, you know what? Maybe it's best to trade him.
Right.
Because he does have that $18 million player, and his body's breaking down. He's out with the hamstring injury.
Yes.
He's had lingering injuries, just feels like since the All-Star break. So Jock Peterson, he pitch hit, go 1 for 2. I'm over that. I mean, look, these are open tryouts for next season.
Yes.
Meckler,
Yes.
Ramos, Matos, whoever else, Haniger, because he's not going anywhere. These are open tryouts.
You know, it's funny. Like Timmy Day was a thing, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
There's nothing like it. I don't think that there's going to be, Kyle Day or Harrison Day. It's almost impossible to replicate what Tim Lincecum did in terms of like buzz for a person start. Right. But let me ask you. Obviously, we had Bonds, and that dilutes everything because every at bat was must watch. What was more fun for you, Posey at bats throughout the year, or those Lincecum starts? Because we talk so much about get a bat in free agency. If you have an electric arm, I'm just talking about from a fan, like, ooh, I have to watch this. The everyday grind, the everyday grind, maybe it dilutes, how much fun it is to watch someone bat. Is a one-time starter more appealing for you if you're a casual fan? I'm just curious, not you, but I'm saying
the annual Buster Posey hot streak in the midsummer, whether it's June, July, or August, where you knew for a 2-week stretch the guy was going to bat 500.
Yeah,
the guy was going to hit a couple home runs. The guy was going to drive in all these runs. The guy was going to be an automatic hit, whether it was a double, single. That was beautiful to watch. But every 5 days when Lincecum hit that mound, it just set a tone.
Yes.
It just set a tone, whether it was away, whether it was at Oracle Park. He was on that mound, and it was just nasty. I mean, the early days of Lincecum, remember they had a Mets series, and they had a doubleheader, and Lincecum was pitching in one of them, and the Giants were trash. They were just awful. But you stayed around because you're like, oh, Lincecum's pitching at Shea Stadium. Let's check this out. And you see little Timmy going up against the New York Amazons, the Mets, and you're like, oh, you may have something here.
Right.
This is much watch. Guy, splitters going into the dirt, curveball changeups. I mean, it's just nasty. You got the full repertoire. So hopefully that could be Kyle Harrison. Hopefully that could be something. Webb, Harrison, back to back. Now you got something there.
We both agree Bailey's good, but
Bailey's solid.
in terms of like electric, must see. I don't know if that like he's a really good baseball player, but I don't know if he's necessarily someone that like drives fans to lean forward or turn on their televisions or hey, don't go get garlic fries right now.
Yep.
I feel like Harrison already is like their most watchable player on the roster.
Yep, no doubt. Charles in South City, hang on tight. We'll get to you on the other side. I didn't expect to talk too much, Giants.
Yeah, I didn't know this was going to happen.
Maybe we'll talk Sam Darnold. I don't know. Is everybody relaxed from yesterday? Bosa's still not here. Purdy, how's he looking? Arm fatigue yesterday? Oh, boy. 49er football, baby. Cannot wait. By the way, Todd and Devin from Fremont Bank, they're going to be at the summit tonight. We're going to get to meet, finally, all the Fremont Bank reads we've been doing for like 7 years.
Hell yeah.
We get to meet these two guys from Fremont Bank tonight. Sergeant White from the Oakland PD, he's going to stop by there. Ryan Turner from the Hyatt, Fisherman's Wharf, he's going to stop by. You guys coming to the summit? I need your help, fans. I need your help. We need your help. We need you at the summit representing the roast.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing everybody. I can't wait to see the people. Not the people on the roster of 95.7 The Game. The fans that actually make us a station.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the fans.
I am
Not
too.
you, Mark Willard, the dead.
Wow.
Guru we see every day. We see Steiny every day.
Stay off of my timeline.
San Ramon going to be a hell of a drive.
I'm sure it's going to be roasting out there.
Oh, it's going to be hot. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All
Morning
right.
roasting.
I was going to say, did you turn into Willard for just oh, yeah.
Let me tell you something, brother.
What's coming up for the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Charles in South City. And we'll talk some more sports here on The Roast.
Fieldwork Brewing Company prides themselves on exceptional, honest beer making. Their local
Who needs coffee when we have you?
Woohoo! What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Chewy? What up, baby? Morning, everybody out there. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and, of course, the Xfinity Mobile Text Line. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Get to Charles in South City in a second here as we were talking about Kyle Harrison. Kyle Harrison, that was cool for a night. It was cool to see his starting pitcher go more than 5 innings. Hell yeah. It was cool to see Matos throw a runner out. It was cool to see the youngsters have an impact on an important baseball game against the Cincinnati Reds. Now, will we see Kyle Harrison probably down to San Diego, seeing his family in the suite, seeing his mom and dad right behind the plate, jacked up. Local kids who showing emotion off the mound, showing that you care. Give me more of that.
Did you see the chains?
I did see the chains. You need swag.
What did you think of that?
You know, Loveman was telling me yesterday about being in the Braves dugout. He went to Atlanta's dugout over the weekend, and you got Acuna with the fat change. You got Albies with the fat change. You got Harris with the change. You got Ozuna with the ice. You got all these dudes with chains and swag. And he was like, it's just a completely different vibe. Like, Loveman thought he was back at the U. He thought he was he thought he was a Hurricane again going into that Braves dugout.
Biscayne, was it Biscayne Drive? Biscayne Avenue?
Biscayne Drive? I don't know. What did he say? What is this, Loveman?
Biscayne Boulevard?
Biscayne Boulevard.
Biscayne Boulevard.
Okay.
So then.
I was close.
So then, you know, we see our Giants here. Got Jock with some ice. Jock's got some ice. What does Jock have? Van Cleef? Van Cliff? That's like the new thing with the women.
What's
it's
that?
Like some expensive $20,000 chain. It's ridiculous. Van Cliff. I think that's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, don't ever trust me.
Educate me.
Don't. No. I'm sure your lovely wife, Michelle, knows what Van Cleef is.
Maybe.
Whatever it
I
is.
don't know.
So
I spent all my money yesterday
choice?
dealing with a flood in my basement.
Oh.
Did I tell you about what happened?
I kind of figured something. Spinoni kind of let me know what was going on.
I woke up yesterday.
You were a
in the
little
morning.
spicy yesterday, and I was trying to figure out why. And now I know why.
Well, I was fatigued with the Trade Lance thing. It's just like, oh my god, like let's close.
Fatigued?
I mean, just
come on. You know what time it is? It's the topic du jour.
I know.
Undisputed's leading off with Trey. It's Trey Lance. What does it mean for Dak Prescott that Jerry Jones did not consult Dak and Mike McCarthy for Trey Lance?
There have been more segments on air at this station than there were snaps for Trey Lance in his career as a Niner. It sucks. You know what I mean?
Sad.
You know,
sad.
it feels like to me. I think
the hit pieces are starting to come out with Trey Lance.
Well, it just feels like everyone's opinions are solidified in carbonite, if you will, Star Wars, and no one's going to come off them. You think Trey stinks? Fine. You think he's, the greatest thing since sliced bread? Fine. We have no evidence other than to say, like, he's really inconsistent and really raw. Like, that's what he is. And so arguing about whether he should have played, what he could have done, I mean,
we had a more nuanced
not
conversation.
You and me. I'm just saying in general. The rhetoric around it, I find to be tired.
Well, it's starting to get nasty. You know the hit pieces for Trey's coming out. It's just what we do. We got to kick dirt out of when he leaves. I heard something about him throwing an interception in scout team practice every single day. It's like, wow. You named that guy to starter in 2022? I mean, come on, man. Let's Charles, South City, what's happening, buddy? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Charles?
Now, that Harrison start last night, I'm going to say right now, you would have told me that he was going to have a strong start, I would have believed you. But you would have told me he would have 11 Ks and 6 1/3 of an inning, I would have honestly I told you were a liar. I was at that game last night. Dude was absolutely painting those corners. He wasn't just painting, though. He was painting it black every single time he threw a pitch. He was striking somebody out. And when I looked up at the TV, it said 11 strikeouts. I was like, whoa. Like, this is the legitimate prospect in Kyle Harrison we've been waiting to see for a long time.
Yeah.
And we finally got to see him. And then alongside with that, in front of his friends and family, hometown fans, I mean, what did you guys think about that last night?
I thought it was incredible.
It was special, Shasky. It was special, Charles.
So I was in the 4-on-5 last night, obviously. Like I said, if I didn't say that already. I'm sitting next to DJ Omami.
Oh yeah.
And me and her just look at each other like, wow, like we're witnessing greatness last night. Like last night felt like a playoff game. Shasky, I'm as amped up as you. And I definitely want to see the young guys do good.
Exactly.
Good to see Matos in right field just unleash that cannon and just throw out Encarnacion Strand, who's also from the Bay Area. Look, all I gotta say is keep playing the young guys more. Keep playing Elliot Ramos and see what we got of them. Other than that, I love Kyle Harrison, and I can't wait to see more of them.
That's so cool.
You know, there was only 24,000 people at the game last night, just over 24,000. Got to figure that his next start's going to get over 30. That was the type of start that was last night. That was the type of start that says, you know what, you need to get your ass off the couch.
Yeah.
And you need to come down to Oracle Park and you see me live.
Well, especially when the games are going to end by 9:15.
Yeah, I love that.
Isn't it the
Love
best?
that. Oh, I love that.
I remember you and me arguing like 3 years ago. I was like, these games need to be 7 innings. Because I didn't foresee any other way for the game to speed up.
It was a morning show nightmare.
What?
It was a morning show nightmare.
But let's be honest, like the speed up rule changes have just changed the game.
Oh, it's been a home run.
For television, it's a grand slam.
Friday night, I went to the game with Bram for Warriors Huddle, him and Marcus. And we go to the game, and that baby was over by like 9:30.
It's perfect.
And it was a 7:15 start.
Yes.
I was like, damn, that's it? It's the 8th inning? 9th inning? Wow. And it was quick. Boom, boom, boom. So the rule changes and the shift change.
Yes,
I think baseball's had a really good season.
And it's the
really good season.
highest attendance in like 15 years. Like they're having a lot of good successes. I saw a lot of people opine, only 25,000 there at the school just started back, and we have one last big weekend of summer.
Mm-hmm.
People are gearing up, either gearing up to go away for one last weekend,
right?
Or they're gearing up for soccer and volleyball that started up for different kids around the schools. Like fall ball starting up. Like people have stuff going on. It's still August. It was a beautiful day.
It was a
right,
beautiful
and
day.
I know we want to why don't they have that many people? Like 25,000. You know how many teams in baseball would die for 25,000 on a Monday?
Not only that, it costs money, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Parking down there is not cheap.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like parking is expensive around Oracle Park, and then you go into the yard and you're spending $22 for a crab sandwich. What is that? You hear that? What is that?
Oh,
you heard that in my ear?
I hear it too.
Yeah. What is that?
I hear it as well. Sounds like someone talking quietly in our ear.
Oh, that's my ESPN on the laptop.
Oh,
that never plays sound. That has never had value. That was Julio Rodriguez talking after he hit another home run.
Oh, 44.
Yeah, talk about a guy.
Victus bats.
I traded him this year,
and then he went on fire because he's had like the greatest 3-week stretch.
He's batting like 220 when I traded him.
Of course.
Now he's batting 285.
That means he's been on like a 400 streak.
Yeah, no, he's been on fire.
So I bought his bat, these Victus wooden bats. And let me tell you, those Victus bats, they're expensive. They're very pricey. They're $200. They got pop.
Do they?
They got pop.
They got pop.
Pop.
That's a great race. AL West, Texas, Houston.
Well, you know what I'm waiting
Seattle.
for? I want to see Rangers Astros playoffs.
Oof.
I want 7 of those.
You don't want Mariners?
5 of those. I mean, Mariners are fine. I want to see Bochy versus Dusty.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah, I just think that'd be a lot of
be
fun.
sick.
It's old school baseball. That's the one thing, like, and I know the opener, and we lose our minds, and old school baseball has made a comeback. If you look at the Phillies, if you look at the Atlanta Braves, if you look at the Texas Rangers, the Houston Astros, the cream of the crop in baseball are conducting their lineups and their pitching staffs primarily through old school traditional baseball principles.
You know, and that's one thing that's disappointing about the Giants this year, and I don't want to rain on the parade. Harrison had a great day. Meckler coming off the bench, coming up with a big hit. Matos with the great throw, throwing out Encarnacion in the right field. That was awesome. Doval getting his 35th save. I mean, he's got a 2.898 ERA. Had a little bit of a slump, but hey, save number 35.
If he gets to 40, that'd be pretty incredible.
Incredible, right?
It'd be incredible.
But old school principles, the Giants told us they were going to run, right? They're going to be quick, speedy. When's the last time they had a stolen base?
That's a great question. Well, Estrada was on pace for stealing a lot of bases. Then he got hurt and he missed so much time. So
they have 47 stolen bases as a team this year.
What is Estrada? Got 23 of them?
Yeah. Estrada's got 19 of them. 19.
Okay, I thought he had 23.
The next closest is 4 with Michael Conforto.
Are you?
I'm not kidding. I'm not
I
kidding.
mean, Acuna by himself has like 65.
He has 60.
Yeah.
He has 60. By himself. He has more by himself than the Giants do as a team. Ruiz from the A's has over 40, I think.
Favante, look at their roster. Like, Crawford ain't stealing. You know, like that
52 for Ruiz.
Estuary Ruiz just hit that number, the other day.
So,
that's right.
so that's the next wave for the Giants for me. You have to get more athletic.
Well, that's why I want to see Matos play and Meckler play because Meckler has speed.
Right.
Like, that's the one attribute that I like. I think Matos has speed. It's like they're talking about, Yaz is coming back and Haniger's coming back. It's like, really? Mitch Haniger? I mean,
Mitch Haniger. Corbett Carroll has 40 steals. Bobby Witt Jr.'s got 38.
Hey, look! Hey, the Dodgers doing the Lord's work right now, trying to tamp down on the Diamondbacks. We need them.
We need the Dodgers.
I can't believe I'm saying that.
We need the Dodgers.
I know.
It's a disgusting feeling.
Dude, the Dodgers, what were they up on the Giants at the break? 2.5 games?
Yeah.
They're up 13.5 games on the Giants.
They're 18-3 in their last 21 games.
But according to Mark, they did not get better at the deadline.
Who said that?
They added less WAR at the deadline than the Giants. Obviously, they didn't get better.
Mark Willard didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He said they did not get better at the deadline.
No, he didn't.
The Dodgers.
Hey, I'm not mad at Mark Willard, man. Y'all talk about me cashing them Lakem checks. How you think Mark's supporting 4 kids? The
Dodgers.
The orange and black checks, they come in orange, and Eakin's black. It's got some numbers on it.
Dijon wearing number 18. What are we doing?
Who?
The guy that they acquired.
Oh, I don't.
Who has like one hit?
The home run. He's got the home run.
He's 1 for 1,000.
He's got the home run.
Like, why is he wearing
Paul
18?
DeYoung.
That's Matt Cain's number.
Yeah, I know. He should be wearing.
He's 1 for 20.
Yeah, come on.
What are we doing? Like, I'm a big number guy. Like, how can we have a little respect for Matt Cain's body of work?
Yeah, no, it's.
You know who
nasty.
wore 18 prior to Matt Cain?
Who's that?
Moises Alou.
Ooh. Well, he wasn't a great Giant.
He had a great year.
He wasn't a great
I think it was
Giant.
04 or 05.
He wasn't a great Giant, though.
No batting gloves. You know the story there, right?
Yeah.
Do you know the story there?
No. What was the story?
He used to urinate on his hands.
He used to urinate on his hands. And
to create callus.
Like Juan Manuel Marquez. He used to drink his piss. Remember the 24/7 with Floyd Mayweather? He used to drink his piss.
I'm good for that.
Yeah. I guess it has proteins.
Moises Alou dead to me since the Bartman doc. I'm out on that guy. What he did, not even owning up to that mistake. No, seriously. That was a really bad look for him. Catching hell 30 for 30 doc.
That was a punk move. That was. A lot of punks out there in Chicago with the Bartman stuff. A lot of punks. That was nasty work. Poor guy still living in Chicago. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And YouTube and Twitch, powered by great friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to you guys. I see you on the chat. I see all your messages. Trust me, I see all your messages. And you know what? I'll give a shout-out to Brian Wu, Alameda High School in Oakland, California born. Shout out to the A's last night. All right, Brian Wu. He went out there and dealt for the Mariners. Shout out.
Did you see the reports about the A's? They could possibly play home games at Oracle Park.
So it was Oracle Park, the Coliseum, and what else? It's another stadium.
Or I think the Aviators Stadium in Las Vegas was another option.
You want the A's playing at Oracle?
I'm indifferent. If it's financially good for the Giants in some way, then yeah, let's do it.
You see, Fisher finally spoke, right?
And then he didn't want it to be aired?
Yeah, they wanted to edit it with Raj Mathai. It was good stuff. I mean, you sounded like an idiot.
I know you love Raj, and I love Raj, and this is no disrespect to
Right.
Raj. But of all the people you choose Raj Mathai to do a sit-down with, it was just interesting.
Yeah, good for Raj. Good for Raj.
No, it's great for Raj. I'm just saying, of all the media landscape, he could have chosen anyone in any sports, or he could have gone, the Barbara Walters route, even though rest in peace. But you know what I mean? Like, he went Raj. That's a big deal.
He didn't go Kawakami.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, well,
you don't want the smoke.
What about 95.7? He didn't come for
Well, I love Kawakami, but I will tell this to him when I see him. I can't remember the last time he really went at somebody on these teams.
Well, be careful.
No, I'm just saying.
Raj Mathai, man, that was my guy. That's my guy. He is big time. He's
Raj
that dude.
is big time.
He is that dude. To get that interview, I shared it. I just didn't know Fisher was going to. The fact that he wanted to sit down with anybody was shocking.
He's trying to favor goodwill to
doubt.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ahead of time. Apparently, he wants to make himself a face in the community, and he will sell off a portion of the A's to someone locally in Vegas. There is a lot. He's full of just malarkey.
Hot garbage.
Yeah.
Hot garbage. 888-957-9570. Brian Baldinger will join us at 7:30. Baldy will have a breakdown of Purdy, this offense, Brandon Ayuk. What you think about this? I know we're moving off of Trey Lance, and Trey Lance is in Dallas now. We're all moving on, including Brandon Ayuk. And I thought this was pretty cool for Brandon Ayuk. Look, he understands how the NFL works. He told reporters Monday, not really surprised by the trade deal. I mean, it still surprises him because that's a close friend of mine. He came in here after me. I've been with him his whole entire time, and then to see him go in, 2 seasons? So I would say it's surprising in that standpoint, but just in terms of how stuff goes, I understand how it goes. I understand the competitor that he is, so he wants to compete and go out there and get a chance to show who he is to himself and to the world. So not surprising, that aspect. However, he said, I think some weight was lifted off of him. He looked like, to me, but I think he's in a good spot. And then Ayuk later on, I'm going down my own path. He's going down his path. It's time to move on. I thought that was perfect.
That's kind of the way I feel right now when it comes to the 49ers and Trey Lance. It's like he's going down, and I know, like I'll be honest with you, like I'm really excited for today in terms of going to the Fieldworks Brew House. Right. The one thing I don't want to do, and I know we have to, I get it, but like plow over the whole Trey Lance thing again and again and again and again. It's just like, dude, you're supposed to lay off the soil, to allow new vegetation to grow every couple of years. And I feel like at this point, haven't we plowed the Trey Lance topic till we're blue in the face?
Yep.
I'm hoping today that we could talk more about the Niners 2023.
Yeah, well, I've been trying to do that, and it seems like the mindset of 49er fans, I'm looking at this offense, and again, I may be the only one in the Bay who's been on this right now. I'm looking at this offense on paper, and I'm thinking, damn, I'm excited. They've got weapons. Again, I haven't been this excited about a 49ers offense in a very long time. I'm talking 20-plus years where I think, boy, they're going to be able to score on every possession. Now, it's not going to happen every possession, right? That doesn't happen in the world of sports. You're going to have to punt.
Rookie
mode. You're going to miss some field goals. You're going to throw some picks. You're going to have some fumbles. But in terms of just moving the ball up and down the field, they're going to be getting chunk plays, big plays. You got playmakers galore on this football team.
Let's talk about the wide receivers here for a split second. You brought up Brandon Ayuk, who we all agree, ascending player. Look, I know you're going to say keep them both, keep them both, keep them both. It does feel like they're going to have some financial decisions to make offensively.
In the future?
Yeah, and I don't want to plow that right now. Like Kittle and Debo and Ayuk all making big money. I don't know. Is Trent still here? Right, that's another question. Right. If Trent's gone, that's a lot of money that you can allocate to another position.
What happens with Armstead?
What happens with Christian McCaffrey and maybe a reworked deal or something like that. So I'm just looking at Debo and Ayuk. 2 studs. A lot of teams would die to have those guys.
It's the best duo to me since T.O. and Jerry.
Yes. Jawan Jennings, not a highlight type of a guy,
but he fits this
solid
offense.
Player.
Fits this offense.
Winning teams have guys who move the chains and make plays on third down and in the red zone like a Jawan Jennings.
And importantly, in the run game, he's a massive blocker. He's a nasty blocker on the edge there in the run game. So Jawan Jennings does fit this.
Yeah. So I'm looking now at who else should you keep? Would you want to keep? Ray's on the injured list right now. Right. He's going to return at some point because he's very valuable in the return game. But boy, I feel like Ronnie Bell can do a lot of the same things as Ray in the return game, and he can give you way more pop in the passing game, specifically to what this offense wants to do.
I do like Ronnie
in the short controlled game. Ronnie's got to make this team. I think it's obvious he will make this team. And then I get to Danny Gray. I think Danny Gray's a cut casualty.
Right. Yeah.
With Purdy, does Danny Gray fit Purdy?
I don't know if he fits Purdy. I don't know if he just fits his team. He got hit in the Denver game. He was wrestling for a ball, and the guy from Denver just punked him out of the football. And I was just like, you're not tough enough right now. For whatever he's probably a tough-minded individual, but in terms of just physicality, he doesn't seem to fit this team in terms of the physicality and the way they want to play physical and
what's he good at?
I don't know. But Ronnie Bell right now,
straight in shorts.
Ronnie Bell right now Ronnie Bell right now fits what I do more than Danny Gray. Ronnie Bell right now looks like a player, more so than Danny Gray, like an NFL player, a guy who could be tough, who has some wiggle. I don't know if Danny Gray has wiggle. I don't know if Danny Gray has any juice. Well, all I know is Danny Gray can run straight and run a go route. That's all I know about him.
I still have yet to see him make a contested catch.
Well, he tried to in that Denver game and he got punked.
Right? And like
Week
I think
preseason.
When I think of this offense, aren't almost all of the catches contested? Yeah. Like over the middle. Because that's where you're going to make a lot of your money on this offense is over the middle. Like I'm looking at Willie Snead and what Willie Snead's done, and I'm not some Willie Snead stan. Willie Snead brings more to the table than Danny Gray.
Yeah, no doubt. What is going on? Oh, that's Baldy. That's Baldy right there. There we go. There we go. You know what? Let's get to TC and Sack real quick before the break. TC, what's happening? TC.
Hey, Joe, what's up, bro?
What's up,
what
baby?
Up, Doc?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just chilling. Hey, look. So, as far as this Lance is going to be, I wish him the best, bro. You know what I'm saying? But about the situation is, what we have to understand is this isn't going to go away just a sweep under the rug. You get what I'm saying? Because it's sports, and then it's human, and then it's like human life, bro. You get what I'm saying? And I know it's about, hey, you got the money, you did this and that, but it's bigger than that. And a lot of this fan base realized that, bro, that like Kyle and John really screwed this up. This was a number 3 overall pick that you guys traded up to and told hey, this is what's going on. He's the guy. Then you brought him in and treated him like a stepchild. You never fully embraced him. You never did any of that, bro. As a head coach and as an organization supposed to do with a number 3 overall pick. This isn't Brock Purdy we're talking about that we picked up in the 7th round. And, oh, well, it didn't work out, so let's move on and everybody shut up and don't say nothing about it because we're fine. No, bro, you guys screwed up. You get what I'm saying? So that's not going to go away.
Can I ask you a question?
Period. And they listen, hold on, give me a minute. And they have to win this year. Period. Our heads is going to roll.
Yeah, well,
I believe.
I agree.
I believe that they have to win it all, bro. This was a screw up. This wasn't no 6th or 7th round, bro. This was a 3rd overall pick, a franchise quarterback that you guys said this was the guy.
Well, they screwed up. Like they screwed up on Buckner. Like we can all agree. Like they screwed up on the Buckner-Kinlaw trade. Even though it's more nuanced than that, you kept Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead. I think the majority of people think that they whiffed massively on that. And no one says a peep because they keep winning.
Yep. And that's all it's about.
And I hate to be so simplistic about it, but Trey Lance is irrelevant if Brock Purdy's really good, or even if Sam Darnold steps in and is really good. If they continue to win games, we won't talk about Trey Lance. They can overcome it.
No doubt.
If they start to lose games more than they win games, now it becomes a narrative.
Now it becomes a bigger topic. No doubt about it. Per Diana Rossini of The Athletic now, no longer ESPN. Teams currently making calls around the league looking for opportunities to trade for kickers. The Rams, the Lions, the Titans, the Broncos, and the 49ers. We'll talk about that coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Save on best of season produce at
extremities were compromised.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? See you soon, buddy. Basketball will be back soon. For some of you who are not eager to talk Niners or eager to talk about the quarterback situation, don't worry. Curry, Draymond, CP3, Clay, who's out there in China with Kevon Looney. As you saw somebody give Looney a Windex trophy.
No.
How about that?
No.
That's Slump Rock, man. That's all him.
Wow.
I gave him a bottle. Somebody tagged me on Instagram. He got a bottle of Windex, like a Windex trophy.
Oh, nice.
So all he does is clean up the glass.
Nice.
Unbelievable. By the way, the Purdy pitch count.
What do you mean?
Did that worry you yesterday before we get to Rocky and
I
Vallejo?
was busy dealing with a basement that was flooded.
Oh, that does
shout
not
out
sound
Uncle
fun.
Matt. And shout out Home Depot.
That does not sound fun. Does not sound fun at all. But Jin Lee Chan yesterday, NBC Sports Bay Area, had this little Dougie Doug. At Niners practice, Brock Purdy made a limited, less than usual amount of throws.
Oh, boy.
As far as we've heard, there's no medical issues to report. But it was a different warm-up than we've seen in the past. Oh, boy.
I heard that they're going to use the opener. You know, start with Darnold in Pittsburgh and work their way to Purdy so that he can get the bulk of the work between halfway through the first.
Feature. The term is feature now.
Feature? It's not opener?
Oh, no, you have your opener,
Sam.
and then the guy who comes in and does the bulk work is the feature quarterback.
Sam, it makes me want to slap the person who came up with that. And I'm not advocating violence, but that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I like the feature. I like the feature. Featuring
so
the
today,
opener.
Today
featuring
today
Alex
on this
Wood.
Show, I was the opener till Bonte featured.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you were the opener. Bonte was our feature. That's how we did the platoon system
How
here on
we
the
did
Morning Roast.
platoons. I knew you guys wanted to talk Giants heavy, so I had to sit that one out.
I really don't like that matchup when we go to Giants with Bonte. It just doesn't really work out.
It doesn't work out at
Well,
all.
sleep on the features. Nate Dogg made a career out of it, baby.
Did,
All timer.
Did.
Still love Nate Dogg. You know what's been hitting hard? It's Tupac. Tupac and the Outlaws, Still I Rise. Oh, my gosh.
Teardrops in closed caskets.
He used to start. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's
Baby,
happening?
don't cry.
What's up, Bonte and Chasky? Man, great show.
Thank you, Rocky.
Quick take, man. Trey Lance, I think a lot of fans, man, they're just these fans never did anything in their life, so they're complaining about taking a big swing. You know, these same fans always complain organizations don't take big swings, and when they miss, they rip on them. They want people fired and all that.
Right.
Hey, the Niners are winning. Would you guys remember Chip Kelly? Remember that era? You guys want to go back to that? No, Shanahan is winning. He messed up. He admitted it. Trey Lance also did not take the Bulls by the horn like Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy came in. He didn't care. I'm a rookie. I'm a 7th-round draft pick. He's like, I don't care. I'm trying to get this job. I'm trying to win this game against Miami, and he did that. Trey Lance came in. I'm a rookie. I got time. And that messed him up. And he hurt his finger, and the list goes on and on. Moving on. Trey Lance, it was a loss. Move on. Got to keep going forward with Brock Purdy. This is his team. Insurance policy is Sam Darnold. Better than Josh Johnson from Oakland. Local guy, but that guy couldn't play. We got Donald. You can play backup quarterback. The mistake I see is the kicker. We need a veteran kicker. If you have a Super Bowl team, you need a reliable kicker. We need to fix that ASAP.
There it is, Rocky. Rocky coming in with the heat. This is Brock Purdy's team. And it is Brock Purdy's team. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. He's the conductor, and he had that train moving Friday night against the Chargers. I mean, 2 drives. He should have had 2 touchdowns. Jordan Mason fumbles at the goal line, but everything was on time. I loved one thing we didn't get into a lot yesterday was the throw because we're talking so much about Trey Lance and where they go wrong and Shanahan's presser or whatnot and how people felt about that presser. But that throw to Brendan Ayuk on 3rd down, the timing of it, little quick stick, boom. Wow. That's chemistry. That looked like a rapport between these 2 guys, Brendan Ayuk and Brock Purdy. And I get why Brock Purdy's taking all the reps because that's what you want to see. 3rd preseason game, and you got timing like that, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was only 5 yards, but Ayuk able to make a man miss, make a move. Just the timing of it, the rhythm of it. I said, okay, Brock's ready to roll. And that ball looked like it had a lot of zip on it, too.
Yeah, I don't think arm talent is one of the things that we're going to look at for him. I think it's decision-making, right, and decisiveness. And there was a play where he actually threw the ball out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he threw another one like into the ground. Those are the little plays where I would get very frustrated with Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'd say to myself, dude, just eat the play. The play's done. Like
Right.
it's a net negative if you even try to complete this pass. Great point is in the NFC Championship game when he completed that pass to Jawan Jennings,
Right.
and the clock kept ticking when they had no timeouts late in the game. I believe there's a minute left in the game.
Right.
You got to throw that ball 5 feet over his head and out of bounds and stop the clock. Like seeing Brock just throw the ball away. I know that seems like a really stupid thing that you'd kind of overlook.
No, it's not. It's
Those
not anything.
are the kinds of things that to me that's brain quarterback play right there.
Well, that's good IQ, but
Yes.
also it keeps you on schedule,
Yes.
right? It keeps you on schedule. It keeps the chains moving. You get no negative plays. You're not going backwards. You're going forwards, or you're staying right there to live another down. And that's where Brock Purdy does. He doesn't throw an interceptable ball. Yeah, he was off target on a couple throws in that game last Friday against the Chargers, and one in Ayuk over the middle where Ayuk had to stretch a little bit. And, I know the announcers blame Ayuk for dropping it. I just thought it was an inaccurate throw. It was. But the timing of it, getting the ball out in rhythm, the run game's looking good. Purdy is the guy, which is why I'm looking at this offense, Shask, and I'm serious. I think it's the best offense the Niners have had since maybe 98. On paper. I mean, we're talking about Rice, T.O., J.J. Stokes, Garrison Hurst, Terry Kirby, Steve Young.
What is their best offense?
This offense
Forget
sits
this
dead.
one. No, forget this one. What is, if you're going to go since 98, then what would be the number 2? Because I have one in my head.
Number 2 would probably be Garcia, early OOs.
Those were fun.
Those
and
were
they had
fun.
to throw a lot because the D wasn't as good.
But that's it. I mean,
I'm going to go 2012 because you had Vernon Davis have a really nice year. Crabtree had 1,200 yards, which
did.
at the time was
He did.
unprecedented for wide receiver.
It was a good offense.
85 catches. I believe Randy Moss had 40 catches for like 500 yards.
It was a
Frank
good
Gore had a
offense.
monster year. Kaepernick and Alex Smith split time at quarterback. That was a very explosive team with really only one legit wide receiver.
Yeah, no, that was. On paper, though, it feels like you got more explosives on this team.
I would say
that offense
team
was really good.
Yeah,
that offense was really good.
It
no
went
doubt.
to another level.
With
it felt
Kaepernick.
like because of Kaepernick. Exactly.
This one felt like it went to another level with Brock Purdy.
I think this is better on paper.
On paper,
It's
though,
not
it looks
even close.
it looks unbelievable.
I'm taking Christian McCaffrey over Frank Gore, with no disrespect to Frank as one of my favorites. I'm taking Kittle over Vernon Davis, even though Vernon's numbers are incredible. I think we've kind of forgotten how good Vernon was. And who isn't taking Ayuk over Crabtree or Debo over Crabtree?
Yeah, everybody
Now,
is.
the only question is like the two quarterbacks, Alex and Kaepernick, and Purdy. Like, I think Purdy fits this offense,
right?
Perfectly fine. But you're probably in a vacuum taking one of those guys because 2012 was a good year for Alex and a great year for Cap.
But I'm taking Purdy over Alex.
Heading into the year,
I don't know if I'm taking Purdy over Cap. That's a close one.
It's an interesting conversation.
It's a close one.
Yeah.
It's close. Purdy's been real good so far. Yes, we'll see. That determination, we could settle that by the end of the year. But I'm definitely taking Purdy over Alex.
What about O-line? Because that O-line was really good.
Well, that O-line was a lot better than this one,
Goodwin.
I believe. Goodwin, Ayupati, Staley,
Anthony
Davis, and then Alex Boone.
Yeah.
That was an all-time offensive line in San Francisco history. We've had some really good offensive lines.
Really
that
good.
offensive line was very, very good.
I think I'm taking that O-line over this O-line.
No doubt. You're taking Ayupati over Banks.
I mean, he was an all-pro.
Now, you'll take Trent over Staley, but you're taking Ayupati over Banks. You're taking Goodwin over Brindle.
Absolutely. Goodwin was the loss that they never could recover from.
Yep.
When he stopped playing center for them.
And then probably taking Boone over Burford.
Taking Boone over Burford. Yeah, probably.
Heck, I'm taking Anthony Davis over McKivitz.
See, I think we've kind of forgotten Anthony Davis was good when he played.
He was really good.
He was good when he
When
played.
Harbaugh came, he got really good.
He was good.
They are really good. So, I mean, but this offense on paper, I'm excited about it, Shasky. We haven't talked much about it all offseason because the quarterback position, slot corner, the opposite edge of Nick Bosa himself coming into camp. When is he going to sign? We really have just overlooked how good this offense could be in 2023. And Shanahan may have his best offense at his disposal. And what does he have cooked up with the guy he wants? He fell in love with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
We never heard Shanahan talk like this about a quarterback in San Francisco.
Now I have to ask, who are you taking, Bruce Miller or Kyle Juszczyk?
Well, take it, Kyle Juszczyk. Bruce Miller was really good, though.
He was really good.
He was really good.
He was really good.
Didn't turn out to be a great person, and he still needs help, so hopefully he's getting the help he needs. Didn't end well for him.
Yes. I remember when they drafted him as a DN and they're going to convert him to fullback, and I thought they were wild. Like, what are you doing?
Remember he had the big catch and run against Washington out in D.C. Remember
a couple of big moments.
He ran up the seam, up the sideline.
Was that the game where Vernon hit his head on the wall?
No, I think that was Tampa Bay.
Oh,
when Kaepernick threw a bomb.
Yeah.
It was one of the prettiest
and he
bombs
went flying into the wall?
No, he counted it back in the end zone, flew into the wall.
That was incredible.
Because there's not a lot of room there from the end zone to the wall. Oh, that's Tampa Bay. It was Kaepernick. He let one fly.
He played RG3 on either a Thursday or Sunday night or Monday night. And at the time, RG3 was RG3. And Cap completely looked so much better than him, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, it was looking good. RG3. Cap was good, man. Cap was good. We got Baldy coming up in a minute as we talk some 49ers. Those Garcia-led offenses were really good. They were good. They were really good. 888-957-9570. What excites you about the 2023 season as we get to Baldy here? Let's go ahead and hit the intro. I see Baldy in the Zoom. He's waiting to go. He's raring to go. He's got the whiteboard in the back. He's ready to roll. Let's go ahead and hit the intro.
Yeah, I'm all good, Sam. Thanks, buddy.
The man, the myth, the legend. He's got the breakdowns at Baldy NFL, NFL Network, Westwood One Radio during the season. He'll be calling games, college, pro. He lives for this season. He's taking his vacation. He's done going to Costa Rica for now. He's done going to Colombia. He's done going deep sea fishing. He's done partying. He's done wearing the white jeans. He is breaking down tape. He's breaking down X's and O's, and he's breaking down 49er football. Baldy, good morning, my man.
Good morning, Bonte. Joe, good to be with you guys, man. We're getting a little bit closer here. So, anyways, it's always good to hear your guys' voices.
No doubt about it. It's good to hear your voice as well. And preseason's done, and we'll get into everything. The Trey Lance, we'll close the book on him. We'll close the book on some of the things that's happening in San Francisco. Talk about Bosa as well. But so far, so good for Brock Purdy. 2 drives, should have scored 2 touchdowns. The rhythm, the flow, the run game. On paper, Baldy, I haven't been this excited about a 49ers offense really since 1998 when they still had Jerry Rice, T.O., Steve Young, and Garrison Hurst, and Terry Kirby as a third down back. This offense on paper looks like it's going to be a major problem for opposing defenses in 2023.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, Bonte. And I don't, I mean, the historic perspective, you might be right about 1998. I mean, it's hard for me to remember that far back, but it doesn't matter. Like, the thing that should get every 49er fan excited and what is going to keep the Pittsburgh Steelers up late at night is that every one of these guys that's going to step on the field in Pittsburgh on September 10th, they've all done it. The quarterback has done it. The left tackle's done it. Every receiver that's going to touch the ball has done it. Every running back that is going to touch it has done it. And then you've got a proven play caller and somebody that, knows how to design offense with the best. I mean, there's no unknowns here. And so it's not like they're waiting on a rookie to come around or they're waiting on a free agent to step in. Like, every single guy has done it in this league at a high level. And now it's just a question of coordinating it with their quarterback. And I don't have any doubt that whether it happens on September 10th and they put up 30 on the Steelers, I don't think they will. But I think this is an offense that should get everybody excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it. And I saw that you put out a couple different 49er videos this week, and one of them was the Sam Darnold. Now, I sit in the end zone, that same end zone where he threw that touchdown to Willie Snead. I've probably seen Shanahan run that for Garoppolo a dozen times, and he never seems to be able to connect with that back guy trailing in the way that Sam Darnold did. Now, there's some things that I really like with Sam Darnold. There's some things that frustrate me, but on that particular play, it looked like multiple progressions, just my naked eye, and then being able to deliver that ball to Snead on that back line the way that he did, I said, oh, okay, well, that's something that this offense hasn't been able to see. What are you seeing from Sam Darnold in this offense?
Well, that was the best play I saw from Sam. I think he could have had a couple balls intercepted the other day. One was in the end zone where he's going to his left and he's trying to fit the ball in. I thought Henley could have easily picked that ball. But on that play, that's how you have to play. And it's with urgency. It's with high level of anticipation of where Willie's going to be, trusting that he's going to be there, and then the location of the ball. I mean, those are the type of plays that you got to make. And you got to make those plays and not make mistakes on those plays. Like he's going to get hit. It's not, you don't have time to go run, scramble, buy time. You got to stay in there and you got to make the throw. And that's what you're probably alluding to, Joe, is like not everybody is willing to stay in there and take the hit, knowing you're going to get hit, but not even paying attention to it. Just making sure you deliver the ball where it has to be thrown. And that's the difference between probably Sam and Trey at this point. One of the differences is one guy's going to stay in there and make that play. And the other guy's probably going to scramble and try and buy time and make a secondary type play.
Interesting. I want to ask you another follow-up here on Sam Darnold because I've watched a lot of I've watched every snap multiple times, and I'm looking like, what does he do well? What does he not? And then I listened to him at the podium, and he had said, hey, I was looking for structure. And when he said looking for structure, he meant like on the field and off the field. He's really good when he finds that first read. In a clearly, first read, this is where you got to go, boom. I do feel like when the pocket collapses, when he has to go second, third read, which he did on that play, he does struggle. It gets a little more skittish. What are the strengths? What are some of the weaknesses of Sam Darnold? I could see what Kyle sees in him, though.
Well, I think structure, he's talking about, okay, you look at Kyle with some of these quarterbacks. I mean, Matt Ryan has the best year he ever had in his life, with Kyle. And they battled. They battled early on. When he first got there, they battled. I mean, Matt Ryan wasn't shy about any of that. But he knows so structure is, okay, this is how we practice. This is what I need. This is who we're throwing to. This is the progression. This is the design of the play. This is, like, he's looking for that. He really hasn't had it. The Jets, Carolina, like he's just been in places where it's just been turnover and turnover and turnover. And now he gets to a place where, all right, it's on me. Like any mistake I make, it's on me. It's not on the guys that didn't run the wrong, they ran the wrong route, that weren't where they were supposed to be. They were asleep in a meeting. Like he doesn't have that anymore. He's got a team that is built for the postseason. He's never been in a place like this.
Right.
And so, and the guy that's in front of him right now has earned that spot until, something happens or things like all suddenly fall apart, which I don't think they will. And so he's got his role. He actually knows what his role is. So I think that's part of it. But what does he do well? I think Sam has always had good movement when he has to move. But like on that touchdown throw, there was no need to move. Like stay in there and make the play. He has been guilty, even going back to USC, of not having good ball security. Now, he's kind of addressed that in New York, where he doesn't turn the ball over in the pocket as much as he used to. Like a lot of those plays have gone away, but he had that issue early on. And he has had injuries of an assortment where he's missed time. And when you miss time, you miss practice time. And, that's hard to make up because practices are really important in San Francisco. And being on the field in practice is really important to really understanding what it is that you're trying to get done. And you can't do mental reps and you can't sit in a meeting and a walkthrough. Like you got to practice this stuff. Like I used to say to Jimmy all the time, boy, Jimmy, you look like you never have a bad day, right? Because he can have that look about him. Except he goes, come out to practice on Wednesday and tell me if I'm having a great day, boy. Because my coach ain't thinking I am. And so he's going to coach you hard during the week. And that's what you should. You should want to have that happen to you.
No doubt. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, spitting fire here about the 49ers and their quarterback situation. Well, obviously the quarterback room lost a guy Friday afternoon. Trey Lance moved to Dallas for a fourth-round pick, and we barely got to know Trey. 2 years, 4 starts, really did get to see him, and whether it's fair or not, got hurt when his opportunity came around. He got Wally put by Brock Purdy. It was the right decision to go to Brock Purdy. He's a leader of the clubhouse, and this offense went to another level. But your thoughts on Trey and everything that transpired here in his 2 years with the 49ers?
Well, I mean, look, everybody wants, a a finite answer here. Like, it's just an incomplete piece of work.
Right.
You know, I mean, because I just mentioned how important practice is. Not only was he injured, he missed practice and a lot of practice time. You know, broke it. Like, those things, you can't, it's hard to recover. Like, he needed to play and he needed to practice and he needed a lot of it. And he just never got it. You know, from the very beginning, he really didn't get it. And so we never got to see what it could look like.
Right.
You saw just only flashes. And a lot of it was in preseason, which doesn't count, obviously. Right. And so you at some point, you just can't wait anymore. You just, because you're not going to get better. Honestly, Trey's not going to improve as a third quarterback in San Francisco. He just isn't. He's not going to get any
What
reps.
about Dallas?
The reps have to go to Brock. And whatever there is left over, whether it's running the scout team, Sam gets that. There's really no time to develop a third quarterback. And that's what he needs. He needs development. Maybe, I don't think it's going to happen in Dallas either.
Right. I was going to ask you that,
The only way
Baldy.
that Trey can get better is by playing. It's just part of, like, look, Steph Curry can get better in the offseason, shooting free throws, working on, you know, half-court jump shots, whatever. Like, in the game of football, the only way to get better is to practice the skill. And unfortunately, the skill of quarterback can really only be developed by playing. And so that's why Brock Purdy playing 45 games or whatever it was at Iowa State is really important.
Yeah.
Like, he got a lot of seasoning. Well, it's Big 12 football. It's, you know, whatever it was, bowl games. Like, he got seasoning. And then he comes in and he hits the ground running. And you go, well, could Trey do that? Maybe, but he never did because he wasn't on the field. He missed too much time.
You know, hold on. Let me jump in real quick, Shasky, because I floated this out a couple weeks ago and people went crazy. But you mentioned how Trey needs to play. And the lack of college reps, I think, really comes into play here, Baldy. You mentioned Purdy played 4 years. Darnold, we know, got at least 2 full seasons at USC playing quarterback. Doesn't mean that you're going to be great, but you got to play at a high level and you got multiple reps. The Dallas thing seems like a dead end to me because Dak's still there and Cooper Rush is more than a capable backup. I floated something like, hey, maybe Trey just needs to play the CFL just to play. And everybody took it as a negative connotation. I'm just looking at the young man playing because it feels like he could be closer to being out of this league by not playing as opposed to playing in this league, Baldy. He doesn't have any reps.
Well, what I said was, look, a 4th-round pick, I'm not dismissing it. Freddie Warner was a 3rd-round pick. Ofongo was a 5th-round pick. Like, these picks can be valuable picks. But honestly, Trey Lance has more value to the 49ers than he does anywhere else. Like, you could say, okay, Kyle can say, well, give him a chance to be a backup. Okay, maybe he can beat out Cooper Rush, who's 5-1 as a starter in 2 years. But at the same time, if there's injuries in San Francisco this year, just the way there was last year and the year before that, like, why wouldn't you just keep him as an insurance policy this year?
Because of the
drum beat. He knows the system. He knows how to practice. He knows the demands. Yes, I think there's more value to the 49ers with him than anywhere else, even if he doesn't play this year. You could still get the same 4th-round pick for him, if there's an injury in December or next year. But to me, I don't feel like shipping him out was the right answer. But maybe Kyle truly does think he could get a better shot in Dallas and take the 4th-round pick and move on. But if there's some kind of injury to Brock or Sam Darnold, gets tripped up somewhere along the line, it sure would be nice to know and have a guy that you have put trust in and faith at some point and at least knows your system well enough. He's better than Brandon Allen. I know that. So, I don't know. I just felt like there was a rush to judgment on this whole thing that didn't need to be.
Well, okay, so two quick points on this because we're probably not going to talk Trey Lance anymore. Obviously this is a big moment for the organization. But when you're talking about getting rid of him, what about being on a team and you're just exhausted with the drumbeat from the media and the fans? Is there something when you're a part of a team? Is there something of just getting not a distraction because that means that Lance is a malcontent. I don't mean it like that. Just the chatter and the buzz and now there's a singularity of, hey, it's Brock. and we're just going to move on, and we don't have to hear about it if he struggles a little. Is there something being a part of a team where that matters?
Yes, there is that element, Joe, and I'm not going to dismiss that.
Okay.
But honestly, like from 4 o'clock on today, when final cuts or somewhere near the final cuts are being made, like he'd sit there as a third quarterback, and he'd know what his position is. And you go into Pittsburgh, and Brock Purdy plays great, and nobody pays one bit of attention to Trey from then on until there's a need to. If there is a need to, and nobody hopes that there's a need to ever pay any attention to him as a third quarterback, but if there is, it sure would be nice to have it. So, yes, there is value in that, but the chatter would go away.
Okay.
It's all about Pittsburgh right now, and getting ready for Pittsburgh. And really that conversation, whether he was traded to Dallas or not, would end today as they start preparing for their opener.
Knowing what we know now, which is easy to do, hindsight is 20/20, but what was the bigger miscalculation? The prospect, the player, Trey Lance, or thinking that a guy his raw skill set would work with their timeline as an organization? What was the bigger miscalculation on their behalf?
I just thought the lack of playing time was always going to be an issue. Remember, even in his final year, he played one game because of the pandemic, and he wasn't very good in the one game. To be honest with you,
15 to 30,
Montana State,
Arkansas
but the year
State.
before, all you're going off of is a year before that. That's it. And I just thought, you're not going to make that up. And when people said to me, well, factor in his running ability and a team that likes to run the ball with Kyle Shanahan, they can make this work. And maybe it still could have worked if he didn't miss so much time.
Mm-hmm.
They were ready to play him. They were ready to build with them and to suffer, the losses that come with trying to develop a rookie quarterback. They were willing to do that. And it all blew up, honestly, the day Brock Purdy stepped on the field. Because then they said, well, this is what we wanted all along.
Right.
A guy that could actually run the offense as fluent as he does and as fluid as he does. This is what we wanted all along. So it all blew up literally the moment he stepped on the field against the Miami Dolphins last year.
And what a story it is. Last pick of the draft, 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant. It's a hell of a story to see him even be ready for week 1 after tearing his UCL in the NFC Championship game. Really, we should be talking about that a lot more. But real quick, defensively,
well, actually, Bonte,
go ahead, Baldy.
Just to add to that, as big a miss as Trey Lance now is in the history of this organization, is as big, I think, a win as Brock Purdy might be. They might actually, I hear all the things, about how you can't screw this up any more than they did. Well, okay, go find me a 7th. Go find me Mr. Irrelevant that played at that guy's level and what he has shown so far in preseason and the trust that every single guy on that team has for that guy. That might be a bigger win than the loss of Trey.
No doubt. And they're still winning games. 3 NFC title games in the last 4 years, back-to-back title games, despite Trey not really contributing here. Real quickly, defensively, my biggest concern on the defensive side of the football, Baldy, right now is slot corner. K'Wan Williams, they lost before last season. He goes to Denver, and they lost Jimmy Ward last year, who played in a lot of good nickelback. We're going to see a lot of Sammy Welbeck III, Deommodore Lenoir, Charvarius Ward, maybe Ambry Thomas. When you look at this defense here, can they replicate what they did a season ago? And I'm assuming Bosa's going to be back by week 1. Or is that an area of concern there with the slot corner situation?
They've had, K'Wan was really, really good for a long time. You play these teams, play Seattle, if Jackson Smith-Njigba's on the field with what they have, you better have a really good player in there. I don't know if Charvarius can go in there. I've never seen him play inside before. But, sometimes, I remember Kansas City last year, they played McDuffie in the slot, even though he was their best outside corner. But Watson could play outside corner. They put McDuffie inside, and they won a Super Bowl with it. So you just have to find, it's like finding your best 5 offensive linemen. You got to find your best 3 corners. And some guys can't play inside because they're just not physical enough. But I believe that they're going to be able to find that player.
Baldy, we might not get opportunities to ask you about this guy when the season starts because the NFL is king. I got to ask you about USC's Caleb Williams. I mean, he's doing some things back there. Did you catch the game? I know it's San Jose State, Pac-12 Network. Everyone's going to look at the
We don't get Pac-12 Network. A lot of us here in the Bay Area, buddy. Can you go figure?
Well, I watched
what are conferences?
But like that throw was all over the internet, and I didn't even think that was the best play of the night. This kid, Zach Branch, looks unbelievable for USC. But like, he's special, but can he run around like that at the next level? Like, he's moving around behind that line of scrimmage, and I'm saying, gosh, he's tempting fate there.
I'll tell you this, Joe. So I work for a group that Kyle Shanahan's a part of and Sean McVay called Quarterback Collective.
Okay.
And Kyle's agent, Richmond Flowers, he runs it. So they brought me into Indianapolis to look at the top 20 quarterbacks about 4 years ago. Caleb was still in high school in Maryland.
Okay.
And all they wanted me to do was, Lake Baldy, put them in a film session. Let's see how they are. So Caleb comes in. First of all, he's as nice a kid as you can imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as you would want. I mean, he's 16, 17 years old, and he sits in the film room. I'm showing him some Mahomes. I'm showing the elite of the elite. And I'm just saying, what's the coverage? How do you attack this coverage? Some basic quarterback stuff. He's sharp as a tack. I mean, every single thing, like he sees it, he knows it, like this is what you do. So from that standpoint, it was fun. Then just talking football with him and fun. Then you watch him throw. And I thought he was bigger than Russell Wilson, but he was every bit as athletic as Russell. When we think of Russell, like in his heyday, he still might be, but whatever. Except that I said if he went to the combine as a 17-year-old kid, he'd throw the ball better than anybody at the combine.
Wow.
What?
Like his arm strength and his touch and accuracy just in drills was ridiculous. I mean, from the far hash across the field, put the ball in a postage stamp, like he was sticking it as a 17-year-old. Like you just saw what this thing was going to look like. And now we're seeing it in real time. I don't know if he can run around the way we've seen him do.
That's all.
Last year, the first game of the season. But he's got the escapability you're looking for.
No, he's legit, man. That scene of him playing at Oklahoma in that Red River shootout, I had no idea who he was. It was all about Spencer Rattler. And here comes Caleb Williams, and the rest is history. He's going to be the number one pick for sure in that draft. I'm looking at Arizona. They look like they're going to be terrible this year, Baldy. Anyway, we'll talk more football next week.
Rams, too.
Right. Yeah, well, we'll see about the Rams. We'll see what's up. But Seattle's going to be a player. Baldy, we're closer and closer. Cut down day, 1 o'clock West Coast time. Final 53-man rosters.
My first game is San Francisco-Pittsburgh.
No
I'm going to be right there
Are
in the
you
confluence.
serious?
Like, I'm not sleeping the night before that game. There's no way I'm sleeping.
Come on, Baldy.
Like, I'm going to be, it's just going to be an 8-year-old the night before Christmas. Like, I can't wait to get to the stadium that day.
You would understand this, Baldy. I was trying to explain this to Shasky and our boss, Matt Nahigan, a couple weeks ago. I've gotten to watch the Giants open up a Yankee Stadium against the Yankees this past season. The Niners last year, the way they opened up in Chicago at Soldier Field. The Warriors are opening up with the Lakers, and this year the Phoenix Suns. And we get Niners, Pittsburgh, 2 blue bloods, the terrible towels, the black and yellow. They're going to be fired up in Pittsburgh with Kenny Pickett and George Pickett and all these guys out there in Pittsburgh. It's a hell of a game right here, week 1. I don't think people understand the magnitude of this.
It's my favorite game of the week.
Wow.
My favorite game. I mean, they got Detroit and Kansas City and, the Giants and Dallas and Buffalo and the Jets. All that is great. There's no better game than San Francisco-Pittsburgh.
Come on, Bosa is not missing this game with TJ Watt on the other side, right? Come on.
I mean, you think Nick Bosa wants TJ to get a jump on him for the Defensive Player of the Year by playing one more game? There's no way. Like, I don't know how big the schism is between the 49ers and Nick Bosa, but I have a feeling that there's still plenty of time to get this done.
That's an underrated word, schism.
Thank
you for providing that vocabulary this morning.
Work that in, Joe.
I love you, bro.
Schism? I like that. Baldy, we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Have a
man.
happy Labor Day.
Look forward to it.
Absolutely.
You,
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. He'll be joining us every single Tuesday. You know the drill at 7:30. Schism. I like schism. Pittsburgh Niners, man. That's big. We got Pittsburgh and the Niners. Enough for the backup quarterback. Let's go. Terrible towels, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Wiz Khalifa's going to be out there smoking all the weed in the world.
Beef stroganoff?
Oh, man. They haven't won at that new stadium, the Niners. They haven't won at that new, whatever it's called now. Acupuncture or whatever. What is it called?
It's Accusure? Is that what it is?
Accusure, whatever it is. Heinz Field. So we know it. It's Heinz Field. Niners never won at Heinz Field. Never. We've gotten blown out there a couple times. It's the history. The Niners at Heinz Field. Shasky, what? You speechless?
No, I'm just sitting here thinking about the great schisms in world history.
Oh, well, give me another schism. I do miss the old Wiz, Drew. Down the old Wiz was fire.
What's wrong? Well,
what the hell is the stadium name out there?
What's wrong with New Wiz?
That old Wiz was like road trip music. It was, oh man,
yeah.
Oh, it was
on my
Acrisure, by the way, Acrisure.
Acrisure.
As I acquiesce to the segment,
Acrisure.
You tell me, because I don't think you answered this yesterday. What was the bigger miscalculation? The prospect of Trey Lance, or where the organization was at in terms of the runway for someone with the little amount of starts that he had?
I think it's the first, what you said there, the miscalculation of Trey Lance, the prospect. Because the process, they knew that they had a damn good team, and we could pick it up on the other side. Oh, we got Dave Flem coming up on the other side, but pick it up at 8:30. I think it's looking at Trey Lance and scouting him, and have that miscalculation to be like, whoa, wait a minute, we didn't really think he was this slow. Like that's bad business. It's bad business.
I mean, don't you test drive the car before you drive?
Exactly. I mean, it's bad business. To move up to that pick and not know who you're selecting, it's bad business. It is. Injury report time.
Ow! Ow!
You know, this makes me sad about the Giants. Gabe Kapler offered an update on a few injured outfielders.
Okay.
Mitch Haniger taking part in a rehab assignment this week. Mike Yastrzemski also working out in the outfield. Took live BP from John Brebbia. Mike Haniger, Yaz, is also under consideration to rejoin the club this week.
Ugh.
It's going to take away playing time from Meckler, Matos, Ramos. Why? Oh, and by the way, Michael Conforto's scheduled to begin hitting off a tee this week as he takes the next steps in his rehab assignment with a strained hamstring.
Conforto's been stuck on like 13, 14 home runs for it feels like forever.
Gosh, just play the youngsters. Youngsters! Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. We'll talk to Flem, Dave Fleming, about Kyle Harrison and the Giants, about where they're at, and the youngsters. Play the youngsters. Flem coming up next on the roast.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. It looks like it's going to be a nice warm summer, and that means time.
pop right there.
Here he comes. This is a proud moment. Take it all in, kid.
Yeah, he's got to learn to tip his cap. But what a night for Kyle Harrison. He was spectacular. And there's no sugarcoating it. He was spectacular.
Oh, baby, he was spectacular. Kyle Harrison, that is 6 1/3 of an inning, 11 strikeouts. It was electric. The Giants beat the Reds 4-1. First time, as Shasky said, they won back-to-back games since August 2nd and 3rd. It's been a rough stretch for the Giants. Still one game out of the wild card, but more importantly, the youngsters. You saw a glimpse of the future. This prospect everybody's been talking about. Kyle Harrison this, Kyle Harrison that. Can he throw 5? Can he throw 4? Will we see him in 2023? Well, we've seen him now twice, and he's as good as advertised so far. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line. It's a big day in 95.7 The Game. We got the Red and Gold Summit today. Red and Gold Summit out in San Ramon. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope to see everybody out there. Get out there to the East Bay Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. I mean, everybody's going to be there. Wheeler to Dibs, they kick it off at 2 p.m. We'll get there at 4 o'clock. Steiny and Guru will get there at 4 o'clock. We'll go from 4 to 6. And look, man, Todd and Devon from Fremont Bank, they're going to be there. The big dogs are coming out there. The big advertisers, right? Fremont Bank going to be in the house. Sergeant White from the Oakland PD, he's going to be in the house. Ryan Turner from the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf is going to stop by. And a bunch of who's who. It's going to be a great time there. We can't get Fleming out there because he's going to be calling a game between the Giants and Reds, and I don't know how he calls one after last night, man. That was a lot of fun watching Kyle Harrison deal the way he dealt, and you saw Ramos make a play. You saw Meckler make an impact here. The youngsters shining, and that's all we want to see, Flem. We want to see the youngsters play, and we got to see Kyle Harrison pitch a doozy last night against the Reds. Good morning, Flem.
Good morning. We've had for a season where we've had a lot of struggles. That was a really fun night at the yard, and maybe the most fun. Really, really fun.
What was so fun about it? Was it his family in the suite? Was it his mom and dad behind the plate? Was it Kyle Harrison showing emotion? Was it the strikeouts he was piling up in the first couple innings? What was the most fun part of that night last night at the yard, Flem?
Well, as much as I love, and I am a sucker for like the families and seeing their reactions and whatnot, I do love that about a big league player's debut or first home start or whatever. As much as I love that, to me, it was the strikeouts, especially to start the game, and then the way the crowd reacted. I mean, the fans were into it from the start, and it gave you an inkling of how much people have been paying attention to this kid as he climbed up through the minor leagues, and so I love that part of it.
You know, I'm going to sound insane here. It felt like a magical night from 15 years ago. Like, that's what it felt like when they really started to capture that magic. And Lincecum's a comet. Like, he's a unicorn, if you will. You're not going to see many of those. But seeing the way the crowd and he was reacting, and as the strikeouts were piling up, and then the synergy between him and Patrick Bailey, who clearly they've got chemistry from the minor leagues, and then seeing him with the chains and he's screaming and yelling as he's coming off the mound to end the 6th inning, like. It felt like the first time in a long time where it was like, oh my God, you could start to see the future. Like, and I know they've had some nice moments, Flem. I'm not here to dismiss it. But this felt different. Like, it really did. Because for this kid to live up to that promise, and it's one night, he's got a whole career ahead of him. I don't know, man. I feel like it breathed life into Giants fans for one night.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think part of it is just how spectacular the individual performance was yesterday. I mean, you get 11 strikeouts your first start at home, and you're just blowing people away, blowing fastballs by really good hitters. That's, it was just sort of spectacular to watch. But I also think it is a factor of a product of this guy is an elite talent. Like, and not to say that some of these other young Giants players can't get to that level, but this guy is a special talent. And so, you combine that with then the way he performed, and you dream big. Why not? You should. Like, we said it with Bailey. Posey's too high of a bar. I mean, Buster's going to the Hall of Fame, and the chances of another Hall of Fame catcher are very slim. And Tim Lincecum won 2 Cy Young awards. The chances of Kyle winning 2 Cy Young awards are not great. Like, they just aren't. Very, very few in the history of the game accomplish that. But this guy's got the talent to do something Lincecum-like with his career. He does. He's just a really special individual, and he should be a pillar for this franchise for a long time to come.
All right, so we've talked about the moxie and the presence and the electricity and the fiery competitor. Let's talk about like the prospect, like the player. I could see a little Blake Snell in him. Madison Bumgarner's an easier comparison because of the slingshot lefty throw, the slider, the big thick legs. Steve Avery, I've seen some people compare him to. He worked off the fastball the first time through the lineup and then mixed in the changeup, mixed in that slurve. I'm not even sure what that pitch is. I mean, he looks like a very advanced 22-year-old.
Yeah, he calls it a slider, so even though StatCast calls it a slurve just because of the way that it moves, for him, it's just a pure slider. I thought the slider was awesome last night. The changeup, I can't believe how good that changeup looks because we were told, it's kind of a work in progress and he hadn't thrown it much and it hasn't been real effective for him. And, man, it sure looked like that could be a great weapon for him. You mentioned the size. He's a big, strong kid. I think that's a factor. That gives you more Madison. He looks so different from Mad Bum and his personality. Mad Bum's from North Carolina. This kid's a Northern California kid, but he's got kind of that size to where you could sort of think, hey, this guy could be a physical presence for a long time to come. So it's probably a combo of a lot of that stuff, but the main thing for him, all the other stuff, and last night with the slider and the changeup were both good. The guy's got a chance. Maybe you could envision, close your eyes and say, these guys got the best fastball in the game at some point, and that's a special trait.
They made De La Cruz look silly a couple times, not only with the fastball, but with the split and the sweeper. I mean, he was on his game. Kyle Harrison, that is, getting his first career victory in the big leagues there. Duvall gets his 35th save, but one of the plays of the game was Luis Matos throwing out Encarnacion on a one hop from right field. I mean, the way he played that ball, the way he charged it, the way he threw it, it looked so effortless. Matos here, I'm loving seeing him play in this outfield. He could play all 3 spots. I know he got the 3 strikeouts at the plate, but it's one of those things, Flynn, where despite Haniger coming back and Yaz coming back and Conforto being a couple weeks away, they got to find a way to just keep Matos in the lineup and let this kid play, Flynn.
Yeah, I agree with you in the big picture. I think it's going to be hard to if both those guys are healthy, Yastrzemski and Haniger I'm talking about, then it's hard not to play them each probably 4 times a week at least. So that could leave some playing time still for Matos. I think Yastrzemski assuredly now will not be playing against lefties. And you had a situation where he was playing kind of every day. So there's some at-bats. They're seeing a lot of lefties here in the next week or so. So I think there's still some playing time left. It's probably not going to be what you're asking for, and I understand why you're asking for it every day playing time, because he has the ceiling of a really good everyday player. He can be a big part of the Giants' future, but you also, you see the spectacular last night, and then you see all the stuff that he still has to work on, and maybe that's also part of your point, is that he needs reps to get better, because there is still a lot of improving for him to do.
Well, I think where the tug and pull is like, we all see the merit of trying to qualify for the playoffs, right? There's merit in that, and you want to get into the wild card. Like, who doesn't want to win? Like, the object is to win the World Series. But I also feel like we owe it to ourselves to find out, like, is Elliot Ramos any good? I want to come out of this year knowing what to do with Elliot Ramos, because I'm looking at this outfield and all the different prospects, Meckler, Matos, who Bonte's referencing, McCrary's down in the farm, like, guys are going to be available in the offseason, like a Pete Alonso, and I'd like to have an idea or a feel for who's a keeper and who's not. And so I don't know how to balance it. Like, I want to see the young guys play. I understand the merit of going with someone who's more accomplished, like a Yastrzemski, and guy you signed like Haniger. But gosh, do you get where I'm conflicted here, Flem?
I do. I think both of you guys are making a similar point, and I think if you ask Farhan and some of the Giants front office, they feel the same way you do. Like they really want info on these guys for planning for next year, for the future. They do want as much data as they can possibly get on how good these guys can be. It is a conflict, and it's hard. It's why, it's like an old cliche, but it's hard to develop and win at the same time for exactly this reason. Like, do you let your guys play through mistakes so you can really see what you have, or do you say, we can't tolerate the mistakes? And I think the Giants, they're leaning towards letting the mistakes happen and trying to win even with that. It's hard. It's going to be hard for the final month. I think you're going to see chances for those young guys to play still. Maybe not as much as you're asking for, but I think it's still possible to do both. And look, just one final point about getting in the wild card. Like, does last night change your opinion about getting in the playoffs? Like,
that felt pretty special.
I think you can close your eyes and sort of think, man, Logan and that kid in a 3-game series, or Logan, Cobb, and Harrison in a best of 3. Maybe the chances of doing something once you get there get a little higher if you got that guy on your side.
I did envision a future rotation revolving around Webb and Harrison, and felt really good about the prospects of that one. But one guy we haven't talked about, and it's been a lot of doom and gloom. They haven't won back-to-back games since August 2nd and 3rd until last night when they beat the Reds. You beat the Reds, the Braves on the Sunday night to salvage a game in that series. You lose 8 straight series. But one guy who's been steady, and one guy who doesn't get a lot of love around here is Wilmer Flores. I mean, he batted .344 in June, batted .383 in July. He's had a great August at batting .290. He's hit for power. Wilmer Flores has had a very solid season, and quietly over the last 3 to 4 years, he's been a really good Giant, Flem.
A really good Giant. And the numbers speak for themselves this year. Like, you go hitters since June 1st, it's Ohtani, Mookie, Seager, and Wilmer.
That's crazy.
Wild.
Pretty good. That's a pretty great list. Just pure OPS. And that's June 1st. That's 3 months. He's been one of the best hitters in the game. So he's doing a great job. I will also say this. Behind the scenes, to me, there is nobody on that team, nobody who is more of an example of what you want in a Giants uniform than Wilmer. Professional, prepared every day, good teammate, but also really serious, willing to speak up if it needs it. I just think Wilmer is exactly what he's Buster Posey in terms of his personality in a lot of ways. Like, maybe not quite as Buster was quiet publicly, but behind the scenes was pretty forceful and outgoing. Wilmer's maybe a little less of that, but in terms of the preparation and how he gets ready and being a pro, that's Wilmer.
Every time we're at a game and the Friends music comes on, my wife goes, "Oh, my favorite player, Wilmer's coming up." She loves it. She loves it every time. She starts clapping. On the Ronald Acuna thing last night, did you catch the video of the fans running out? And I couldn't tell if Acuna just kind of embraced the moment and took photos with them. It was very difficult for me to understand what was going down there. Like, that's dangerous on a variety of levels. Baseball's got to do something about this.
I agree. I don't know what you do exactly. I mean, all sports, it's kind of like, it just makes you a little nervous. We let fans have access. You go to a Warriors game and there's Curry and LeBron on the court, and everybody's just sitting there courtside. It's a dilemma. Like, how do you stop that from happening? Because it is scary, but also you want the fans and the players to have a connection. That's the whole point of all this. So that was scary. I don't know if you just purely have to station some more security personnel around the ballpark, like just increase your numbers a little bit, just to make sure that if something like that happens, you can get to a person. Greater consequences. It seemed to me like the people last night are like a lot of the people in San Francisco. They're just idiots as opposed to malicious actors or something. And so, but you can't laugh it off. You got to be serious. There has to be real consequences so people know you just cannot do that. You're not going to get away with it.
Yeah, an ugly scene there with Acuna Jr., one of the game's best. He's got over 60 steals. Going to be 30-60 before it's all said and done this year. But the Giants, they get back-to-back wins. Let's see what they can do to follow it up against Cincinnati. Let's see if they can win a series. Win a series here, Giants. Let's go. Flem will be listening tonight. Have a good call, bud. Thanks for joining us as always.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, they got to, we keep saying it, but they got to get hot. So, okay, now you've got your 2 wins in a row. Let's get hot. Let's go. It's time to do it. And you got a great energy boost from the kid last night and see if that can roll over. They really need Alex Cobb to pitch better. He's going tonight, and he just hasn't pitched well since he made the All-Star team, pitched in the All-Star game, and hasn't been an all-star since then, so it's a big night for him.
No doubt, Flem. We'll talk to you next Tuesday, man. Thanks for the time, as always.
Soon. Okay, great.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I want to get to Richie in Queens in a second here. He's excited about Harrison. Then we got some sound here. This guy's never going to leave our world. He's never going to leave our lives.
Who is it?
Just get your thoughts.
Okay. No. What'd you make of the Acuna video where the fans
it was
ran
just,
out?
I mean, come on. What are we doing? I mean, what if they had a knife in their pocket or something? You know what I'm saying? Just, what? We got to be better. Just, what's the point? How old was these kids?
I don't know.
How old were they?
I don't know.
I mean, come on.
Look,
you got to get fined hard. That's got to be hard jail time. You just don't interject yourself into the game. Don't be trying to run up the dudes. That's a scary situation. Player's got his back turned. You don't know what's happening here. And he makes a point in basketball. Those fans, all it takes is one crazy fan to just run out to the court. And it feels like it's happening more and more. A lot of people got that liquid courage, and it's happening more and more in our sporting events. It's a problem.
Well, this is where the punishment needs to be over the top, right? You need to have the punishment be so bad that you won't think twice about ever doing it, even when you're, obliterated, which isn't an excuse. But you should not be if you fight in the stands, you're banned from all sports. Right? If you run out onto the field, you're banned from attending all sports. Now, I know it's difficult to actually be able to execute that particular punishment, but we have face recognition technology, which is available. Ask Mr. Dolan with the New York Knicks, who's been utilizing this technology for quite some time. They have cameras everywhere. We're in a very digital society at this point in time. Everybody's got the Nest or the Ring or whatever it is, and so or the equivalent of that at these stadiums. So that's what I think that the punishment should be. It needs to be so over the top that no one does that or even considers it.
Remember the Super Bowl? The guy bet on himself. He bet, and he ran out into the field so he could collect the money. Remember that? Remember that? He bet on it because it was like, will a fan run on the field? So they bet on it. The guy runs on the field, does his little jail time, pays his fine, and cashed out big.
We had a situation at the ACC, which is the Edgewood tournament for celebrities up in Tahoe. And Steph Curry and I believe Marty Fish were neck and neck toward the end of the round, and one of the guys had bet on Steph Curry.
Oh, yeah, and he yelled when Marty was about to drive. That was low. That cost him a tournament.
Exactly. And so, there are certain things that we've got to think these things out as you're running these leagues, and you got to make the punishment so over the top that people don't repeat it moving forward.
Well, the betting thing, you can't do anything. Guy's going to bet. I don't know how you stop that. Anyway, let's go to Richie in Queens. Richie, what's happening?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, you're talking about that Acuna thing. I go back. I remember Jimmy Pearsall. They came on the field back in the 50s. He chased him right into the stands.
Oh.
And I remember Rick Monday when they tried to burn the American flag.
Oh, yeah.
And he grabbed the flag from the individuals. And then I remember somebody running on a Patriot game, and one of the linebackers leveled them. And I agree that the crime. What's scary about that? It just took so long for security to get there.
100%.
The minute those guys hit the field, and that's a big field, obviously, out in Coors Field. They've got to be right behind them.
I totally agree.
I mean, that is scary. You don't know what's going to happen.
Richie. The problem is, Richie, is you're not paying some of these security guards enough money to where they don't want the job. And if they're getting paid $12, $13, $14, $15 an hour, they're not going to give you everything they have because they're probably asked to do a lot more. getting paid that low amount of money. You know what I'm saying? So these guys, I watch some of these security guards. They're not qualified to be working at these stadiums and stopping people running on the field.
But what I would say to you, and I'll let you finish here, is that like that's where, as a team, as an organization, you need to also work with the local authorities to have real police on hand. Like you saw this at the NBA.
That costs money.
No, I know it does.
And to do that 81 games, that costs a lot of money.
Bonte, that's part of the investment that you have to make.
But a lot of city officials don't have that money.
But you have.
We're in a tough economy. Let's let Richie
Bonte,
finish.
you have
We'll
to
pick this
provide
up.
safety for your players.
Yeah, but you got to pay big money, and people don't want to pay money. It costs. Richie, go ahead, finish.
It's what's happening in society right now, guys. What's happening with uplifting and everything else.
Right.
But anyway, big Giant fan. I figured you guys be talking about him. I called a couple of times in New York because I know that the Niners have been a topic and the Giants have not got a lot of. But I think this Harrison situation is going to really put them on top where people are going to say, whoa, we got another Bumgarner, a Lincecum. Dave was talking, and I loved that. I listened to Kruk and Kipe, and I watch every game till 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife said, "You coming to bed yet?" I said, "Not yet, babe. They're in the middle of the pennant race. I can't leave it yet." But the Wilmer Flores is an amazing story. He's been a good Giant.
Yep.
He has.
He's never ever been this good.
No.
He has never had this 3-month kind of deal where he's been their best. He's the kind of a guy that's been a 245 hitter. He has his spurts. For him, with his OPS and what he's doing is amazing. The scary part is you don't want him in the long term normally to be your best hitter.
Yep.
Guys have got to step. We're getting Hanniger back. We're going to be getting Yaz back. I think, when you've gone this far and there's 32 games to go, and even if you've been bad up until this point, anything can happen. And Dave mentioned Cobb. He's got to step it up. The bullpen's been great. Diamondbacks bullpen is horrendous. The Cincinnati starting pitching. I think the Giants could have the edge in the starting pitching. So if somebody other than Wilmer, because he's going to slow over, he's going to have his 1 for 20 streak, you could see it coming. But if somebody else can pick it up, it's going to be an interesting race.
I'm with you.
And, these 3 wild cards, it just keeps everybody in, except the New York teams.
I know.
Except for the New York teams
Good
out
call.
there, Richie. Tough baseball. That's an old school Giants fan.
I love the way that New Yorkers say horrendous.
That's an old school Giants fan right there. Old school. I like Richie. Call us back, Richie. On the other side, this one guy is not going to leave our life ever. And he's provided us with some more sound today that we'll get into. And I would love to get the roaster's thoughts on it. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Because I want you guys to listen to what we're going to play on the other side. I'm going to play it on the other side.
Kicker talk?
No, it's not kicker talk.
Wide receiver 4 talk?
No, it's not that.
Right tackle talk?
God knows we don't do that.
Slot corner?
No slot corner.
Who the opener should be for today?
Just wait and find out.
Warriors 9th man.
Wait and find out.
Bro, I'm a freak, though. Like, the world don't see.
D tackle 3.
It won't be Javon Kinlaw. It won't be that. We'll have it for you on the other side. Stick around.
I can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait. Wait till you hear this. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
See ya.
The Warriors are running.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning to Kerr. Good morning to Team USA. Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Hope to see you tonight at the Red and Gold Summit in San Ramon at the Fieldwork Brewing Company. Going to be a lot of fun. Don't forget YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Good morning to all you guys out there. Good morning to the strippers. Don't worry, man. Well, strippers still get love on the morning roast. It's just been a slow day. Les Harrison's family went out there to Broadway Street after that great start, but we'll talk, long summer nights, baby. Long summer nights. Slow period. Red and Gold Summit from 4 to 6. Willard and Dibs kicks it off at 2 p.m. And we're going to talk about Trey. We're going to talk about Purdy and Shanahan. And we're going to do it in front of our loyal listeners today. Again, San Ramon, Fieldwork Brewery Company. Be there, be square. And look, we got the heavy hitters coming out. Dibs is out there. Willard's out there. Steiny, Goo. Look. Matt Nahi going to be there. I'm not sure if Lutman, but I heard Ernie Chavez is going to be there. Rocky New Air is going to be there. Dante Wiley's trying to make it out there. Drew Down's going to be out there. And our friends from Fremont Bank will be there. Todd and Devin. Sergeant White from the Oakland PD. He's going to protect and serve. And hopefully he's a very good security guard for us at Fieldwork Brewing Company. We don't need any hagglers out there trying to, hell, Shasky, let me get a picture. Oh, my God. Mid-segment, because you know that will happen. And Ryan Turner from the Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf, he's going to stop by as well. It's a great place to stay here in the city. So the heavy hitters will be there in San Ramon. San Ramon, that'll be later today.
The Hyatt Fisherman's Wharf has a really cool outdoor area where they've got like fire pits.
Yeah.
And a great place to enjoy a nice cocktail if you're into those kinds of things.
Xavier's going to be there. Xavier W's going to be there. Nice. Let's go. We met Xavier at the Teamsters Union Party out there at the Coliseum with our friend Hillary from Boxer Gerson and Justin and all them. Let me see.
I don't know. Can you squeeze in more references?
That's what I do.
I know. You're on fire.
Let me see. Any strippers going to be there?
Start calling you NASCAR Bonte.
Any strippers? Hey, I learned from the best, Shasky. Let me see. Are the garbage truck drivers? Who's going to be out there? Fontena's going to be out there.
I thought you had some sound that you wanted to play me.
I am. I'm just looking at some of these comments here. They're all out of control.
Any stripper's going to be there?
Probably not. But one guy who won't be there is Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo was, speaking of strippers and porn stars, Jimmy Garoppolo.
What a segue. What a segue.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
This is why you're the king.
Jimmy Garoppolo was talking to Sports Illustrated. Now, I don't remember Jimmy doing all these interviews when he was a 49er. You couldn't get the guy out to give you a quote. Now he's giving everybody's quotes. Everybody.
I think he's going on a press tour right now with like USAA, so he's plugging that. He's doing some sort of partnership with them. So you'll see a couple of his interviews circling around.
Well, he was asked. He was asked about Trey Lance going to the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan, we know didn't have the best relationship. That's obvious. Very obvious. Well, here's Jimmy G today on Trey Lance going to Dallas.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
That's a nice way to put it.
Do we need to play that one more time for everybody to let that register?
I was tripping off the other guy's voice, but yeah, maybe you have to.
Right. Focus on Jimmy G.
No, I was focused on all of it. The music, everything. Yeah. I thought it was well, I'm not going to say it.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
My guy laughed like he was Clark Kent in Superman when Lois didn't remember who he was, and he had like the wry, little chuckle there. How do you think they handled it? I mean, clearly he feels a certain kind of way. Oh. I'm not mad at Jimmy though.
He was very disrespected here in San Francisco.
Yeah, but Bonte, he was classy the whole way through.
He was. I know. Trust me, I know. Jimmy is not holding back. Don Yee is like, Jimmy, go get him. Go get him.
You and Don Yee.
No, because people like you and everybody else drag Don Yee in the bud. I would love for Don Yee to be my agent. He looks out for his clients.
All three of them.
All three of them. He's got some heavy hitters. Sean Payton, Tom Brady, and Jimmy Garoppolo. Don Yee's doing pretty well for himself. And they drug him. You guys dragged him through the mud for looking out for his client because Jimmy was being disrespected. Jimmy helped make this franchise relevant again. And y'all want to say he stole money? No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Who's y'all that said he stole money?
Man, Jimmy was a class act.
Yeah.
And now he's not letting go. He said, boy, yeah. So
the argument was never, is Jimmy a classy guy? The argument was, is he good enough? Which the team told me he's not good enough to win a Super Bowl. You need to be special. And now they've almost like, I don't even, you play whatever sound you'd like. But
what did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
To say the least.
Messy. It has
to say the least.
We can acknowledge, even if you're the biggest Kyle Shanahan fan, it's been messy at quarterback. I don't think that's deniable. What?
No, it's not deniable.
Yeah, I don't think that's deniable. I mean,
Jimmy telling the truth, man. He's trying to expose Kyle Shanahan. Now, I'm convinced when he walked off that field against the Denver Broncos and we were trying to lip read, what did Jimmy really say? Those weak bleep plays. Maybe Jimmy did say that. Maybe he didn't feel the plays because he's talked about the playbook. He's talked about having more autonomy at the line of scrimmage, more control at the line of scrimmage. He's not holding back. And I'm here for this. Now, Jimmy's going to have to pump the brakes. He better play well with the Raiders because people do keep receipts. But Jimmy, who is such a nice guy, has no problem going into the microphone saying, yeah, do you think it was messy? Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Dang.
Let me ask you for Jimmy, just if he could have, do you think he would have left before last year?
Yes.
If he had more options and was healthier and whatnot?
Yep. I think he wanted to go so bad.
We've asked a lot about, like, when should they have played Trey Lance? Should they have even drafted him? If he had the opportunity to leave at the beginning of the 2021 season, do you think he would have for his professional career?
Yeah, I think he would have left. I think with the pandemic, when they moved out to Glendale, Arizona, and they had to play their last 5 games at State Farm Arena out there in Glendale, Arizona, about 30 minutes away from Phoenix, in case anybody's wondering. They're out there in the suburbs. Jimmy, with the rumors about his ankle and Shanahan not being happy that he couldn't return for that season, I think Jimmy had it. Jimmy had his toughness questioned over and over and over whether or not he could play. Now, I'm convinced in 2020, last year, the NFC Championship game, I'm convinced if Jimmy and Kyle had a better relationship, Jimmy would have suited up for that game. We walked out of that tunnel. What did I say to you right away? I was like, look at Jimmy Garoppolo and the Jays. The fresh Jays.
He was walking pretty, but that doesn't mean he could have played.
No doubt, but he had a smile and he had no worries in the world. And I just think about all the other quarterbacks. I could, the tough guys. Like, I watched Phillip Rivers play with a torn ACL, which is ironic because they were going to call Phillip Rivers had they advanced to the Super Bowl. There's a lot of guys who would have played in that game, who would have shot something up and said, you know what, I'm playing.
I don't think that's a fair.
It's not fair.
I don't think that's fair.
But you can't tell me that Jimmy didn't want to play for Kyle at that point.
No, but I mean, I'm not going to
question. And now
question.
the reports are that Kyle and John Lynch were frustrated with Jimmy. He wasn't going to quarterback meetings. All of a sudden, he started blowing off the Niners. And they thought maybe he could have ramped up his rehab and tried to make an effort to come back. And they were just done with him. They were done with him because they felt like he didn't put in that effort. I know it's unfair to question his toughness, but boy.
Well, not only are you questioning his toughness, you're questioning whether he was physically healthy and if he deliberately lied or stalled it out on purpose. Like that, to me, that's too many roads.
Well, they did it in 2020, and everybody ran all over it. Well, we ran with it, right?
Bonte, doctors have. That's why you get a second opinion on a lot of things. Like some person sees, your rehab going in this direction. Other people think it should go in another direction. Like, they're all educated guesses. So, no, I'm not surprised that they had a different of opinions on what should be. Like, you can't tell me about my body. Like, if I have a headache and you're like, you don't have a headache. It's like, no, I do have a headache. Like, my back hurts. Okay, well, we did an MRI and we can't really tell. Yeah, but it really, really hurts. And I don't know why. There's like a strain going on here. Like, there's a lot of, I don't know. I think
But this fan base,
I don't think it's fair.
Kyle.
I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, it's not fair now.
I don't think it was fair in real time.
But everybody ran with it. Everybody said Jimmy, he could have came back during the pandemic season, the ankle. Oh, there's rumors that he's not being tough enough. He's not coming back for his team. He's looking for a way out. We've done that with Jimmy's entire career. And so when you get to the playoffs, I watched the quarterback doc, and I'm looking at Mahomes, and even I'm looking at Kirk Cousins, and I'm looking at Mariota a certain way. There's certain guys that would have suited up for that game. You don't get many opportunities to advance to the Super Bowl.
So allow me to lay this out, and then you can disagree or agree or find differences wherever you want. We have praised Parag Marathe for being this salary cap guru, contract, extraordinaire for a long, long, long time. And he's done a good job. The one area that if you want to poke holes in it, and it's tough, it's really tough. The Jimmy contract had some limitations to move off it. When they originally signed it,
right,
we made it out like, Niners have options to leave any year they want. And then as we kind of got through it because of some of the injury stuff, they kind of were limited in when they could move off him, how much they could move off him for. And maybe every capologist would have had issues with it. But it's hard for me right now as they're going through this negotiation with Bosa, and who knows what ends up happening there. Like, I look at the Jimmy contract and some of the specific language that was in there, and then I think about, what could they be haggling with over Bosa? I do think there's a lot in the air, like on Parag and his ability to stay at the top of his craft as one of these contract guys, because we've given him a lot of praise and we haven't had any issues. I look at, like, what's going on with Bosa? If you can't get this done, I think there's a little criticism that should be coming down his road as well, because he's the king, the holder to all of their money and their finances. And then I look at the Jimmy G, and part of why they couldn't move off him was because of specific injury language in there. It's tough. It's really tough.
Well, they had the opt-outs in Jimmy's contract. Remember, they had the opt-outs on specific dates where they could have opted out.
But he had to pass physicals.
And he had to pass physicals, no doubt. And he's always hurt. But they also had the no-trade clause, right, where you couldn't trade him to certain teams.
Exactly.
So you did have that language in there. But they had the opt-outs in which would have gave them wiggle room to opt out on specific dates. I think the dates were April 1st. I could be wrong here.
It was before the draft. You're right.
Yep. So they had those opt-outs. The way they constructed it was basically a bunch of 1-year deals for Jimmy Garoppolo. The way it looked like. And within the 5-year deal, there was a bunch of 1-year deals where he had to be healthy,
But he had to be healthy and he had to pass the physical. Right. Otherwise, there were specific guarantees. I'm just saying, it was a complicated deal. Like we're talking about Bosa right now. Very complicated. And some of the language, I think looking back on it, not that it cornered the Niners in it, but it made it difficult to move off him.
But they could have moved off him. There was a will, there's a way. They had opportunities there. If you look at the language of the contract. The whole point of this is Jimmy, and we were talking about the industry chain, and I thought right away, I was like, boy, he couldn't suit up. And your boy Rocco's texting us. I forget about Martellus Bennett calling him out for something that happened with the Patriots. Also, Julian Edelman called him out for that same situation. Yeah. So Jimmy's toughness has not been questioned by media members. It's been questioned by former teammates. And so you're telling me that situation happens in New England. 2020 happens during the pandemic. Shanahan's frustrated because he's not coming back from the ankle injury. And then last year happens where, boy, you would have to watch a Mahomes on that ankle. Watch a certain Brady. You think Brady would not have suited up for that game? So it just... When it's questions, his toughness has been questioned before by players. So, am I wrong to question his toughness for last season?
You're not.
It felt like Jimmy had quit on Shanahan, basically saying, I don't like this head coach. And now we see Jimmy this offseason. That's the second time now he's spoken about Shanahan in this situation in San Francisco. I didn't see any photos in the joint practices of Shanahan and Garoppolo dapping each other up. I didn't see any hugs. I didn't see any love there.
That's because it might not exist.
Exactly.
But okay, like other players are, they're in the locker room. They can do whatever they want. You can have whatever opinions you want, B. And I'm not going to say they're invalid. Me personally, I'm not going to question who's healthy, who's not. How hurt are they? Can they suit up? They should have been ready to go. I find that to be a very difficult errand. That's just me. But I'm not mad at a fan. I'm not mad at anyone who's like, well, why can't you play?
Well, it's not the fans that are saying it. It's the players that are saying it.
Yeah.
Julian Edelman is a big boy in this league.
Oh, and he's an all-time playoff. He broke Jerry Rice's playoff records for catches.
And that guy played hurt
a stud.
Over and over. And he questioned Jimmy's toughness. Martellus Bennett. You think Martellus Bennett's sitting up there lying about things? Now, he may be a little crazy. He may be a little irrational, but boy, he questioned that tough. He called him the B word. Called him the B word, an NFL player. And other teammates are like, oh boy, yeah.
Well, but he's
kind of truthful there.
But Bonte, this is where I find it difficult because I'm
not trying to rip on Jimmy, but the players said that, not us. The players are saying that, and teammates agree with Martellus Bennett.
But would you it is hard to follow this logic. You tell me all the time, go get your money. The locker room understands it. You got to get your money. It's a business. And then on the same side, if it's a business and it's about getting your money, you're the quarterback who the last 2 off seasons has had multiple surgeries because your body's been super dinged up. The team was ready to move off you because it's a business. Right. And then I'm supposed to be outraged because you're not beating the schedule of your rehab. No. Those things, for me, they're incongruent.
But here's why it's not to me. It's because at a certain point, you got to play for your brothers, right?
Yeah.
Your brothers are out there giving everything they got. Everything. Leaving body parts on that field. Warner getting up in the NFC Championship game playing. Bosa being hurt playing. All these guys coming back playing, trying to play for their teammates, for their brothers. And that time, it just felt like Jimmy, when you hear these comments, it was more about Jimmy. I'm about myself now.
Well, is Bosa about himself right now?
Bosa's about his money.
Okay.
Bosa's about his money. Right. You know why? And I get why Bosa's holding out. And I don't care that he is.
Don't you get why Jimmy held out?
No. Jimmy, there was a riff with the coach.
Hypothetically, if he did.
Bosa, it's a different situation. Bosa's had 2 torn ACLs. He may not play. He's got to cash in now. He may get another torn ACL, and it's a wrap, right? And he may lose that explosion.
Odell Beckham just got $20 million. He misses 2 seasons.
$15 million. No doubt. No doubt. But think about those
Jimmy
injuries.
Jimmy has the same arguments as Bosa for injuries.
Don't you think Beckham would have loved to have a multi-year contract? He couldn't get paid. He couldn't get on teams because of those injuries. So Bosa's sitting back saying, I got to cash in now. There's no fault in that. And those players understand that with Bosa. You can call them greedy if you want to.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that I find that thought process to not line up. So on one end, Bosa, it's a business deal, all good, get your money. Even if it costs us a game or 2 during the season, you get your money. And then we're going to be outraged at Jimmy because Jimmy's body's failed him the last couple of off seasons to move away from this situation. I see both. To me, it's we're being contradictory.
No, but Jimmy had his money. Jimmy signed his 5-year deal.
Got a number 2 overall, $40 million guaranteed.
Yeah, but now it's time to get $100 million guaranteed. Okay. Just because you got one contract, you're trying to cash in on another contract, right? You're a defensive player of the year. It's time to cash in. If you were a radio host of the year and you were number 1 in the nation, you're not trying to get every damn dime. You think Colin Cowherd out there is not trying to get every dime from Fox? You think Skip Bayless is not trying to get every dime? You think Stephen A. Smith getting like $13 million a year?
See, I've learned in life, that you're not going to get everything you want. So there has to be certain compromises. Right. No, you're asking me directly.
You're going to compromise money?
No, what I'm saying is I don't want to move, right? I don't want to work for ESPN. I don't want to work for Fox Sports. I want to stay in the Bay Area and root for the San Francisco 49ers and the Giants and the Warriors. I don't want to talk about the Cowboys every day, right?
So you would take a lowball offer? Even if you're good and number 1 in the ratings, you're going to take a lowball offer?
There's a compromise. But what I'm saying is just because the money is greater elsewhere doesn't mean that it meets all of my QOL, quality of life, points of view. Everyone has their own prerequisites when they make decisions. I'm explaining to you what I do for me. So it's not about just get the bag and screw everybody. You've got leverage.
It's not about screwing everybody.
That's how my life is.
Bosa's screwing anybody? Bosa's not screwing nobody. Who's he screwing? He's not screwing nobody. He's going to play, and he's going to get his money, and he deserves every single cent for what he's produced on the football field. He's a generational talent. He's a reigning defensive player of the year. He's already got the rookie of the year stored, right? He's got playoff sacks galore. He's got dominant playoff performances. He has to cash in now. This is the NFL. These owners, these GMs, these fans, when you're gone, they don't give a damn about you like that. You got to cash in now. You have to. Think about Dennis Schroeder passing up money. He hasn't seen that money since. He made a bad decision. Every player told him, go sign that contract. Come on, man.
Just saying, I think that Nick Bosa is going to get a lot of money no matter where he goes, whether he plays this year or not. Jimmy Garoppolo would have less options if he was at another surgery for another year in an offseason. He'd have a limited amount of places to go. To me, to question whether he could have played, should have played, I think it's a little unfair. And I'm not saying you're being unfair.
It's unfair.
I just think it's a conversation that's difficult to have because I don't know his body.
Listen,
and
man.
I understand being a teammate looking over at somebody saying like, "Come on, man, can you go? Can you go?"
But when teammates in this league question you, you don't just hear players question players of that stature.
But George Kittle hasn't questioned him. Trent Williams hasn't questioned him.
We don't know that quietly. We don't know that.
Well, I'm just going off what I've heard, and it always feels like these guys really like Jimmy Garoppolo on this team, and I think that, to me, he's earned the benefit of the doubt. Every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
Yeah. Let's go to the lines. You're lying, man.
What?
You take every single penny, man. You be lying for no reason. Gene in Oakland. Right. Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas, a very interesting discussion about Jimmy. I tend to lean more towards Joe's side. I mean, he was out there playing hurt 2 years ago in the playoffs, but maybe he held back out of spite or out of trying to keep his value in the marketplace. I don't know, but anyway. Oh shit! Somebody just hit me sorry, somebody just hit my car.
Oh my God.
Gene, I hope you're okay.
Oh,
if you can hear my voice. Someone's got to clip that on the internet because that was hilarious. Oh my God.
We hit him with a two-piece back here, the two-piece dump button. We got Sam and me, so good know it works.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Jimmy, just go away. Justin Hayward, what's happening? Oh, we can't take him yet. All right, Justin. Well, we got the double dump, so it's gonna be a minute. It's gonna be a minute.
Uncle Gene.
It's gonna be a minute.
Uncle Gene just saving the show right there. Look, you could think I'm a liar. Honestly, you could think I'm a liar on these things. Everyone wants to make the most amount they possibly could. But like I learned when I was searching for homes, you're not going to get everything you want. Now, it's not a catch-all. It doesn't work in every solution. Well, there are times where I do splurge and I want the best of the best. Okay, I understand that. But there's also like
you're comparing yourself to Nick Bosa.
Well, no, you asked me a reference.
We're not in the same realm of life as Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is a different case study. This is pro sports. This ain't everyday living. No, okay. Pro sports.
But you asked me about my life, and so I was giving you a glimpse into how I make decisions.
So you're going to give up money? Like I'm not giving up, buddy. I'm sorry.
So you're going to take
our boss is telling us, get your money.
Yeah, okay.
Get your money. What are you talking about? Go ask Steiny. You think he's taking something? Hey man, you know what? Give a little back here. I don't want to be. Everybody's getting their money. It's about living in the Bay Area and being able to afford something. We live in the Bay, dog.
You sound like someone who's never been in a real life negotiation.
Okay, now you're going to play me about being in. I'm on my third contract.
In real life, there are negotiations.
Yes, I understand
go back and forth.
I understand
and there's times where you want X and you end up settling on Y.
Dude, don't say that. Like, come on, man. Really, I haven't been in negotiations.
No, I'm just saying, like in general.
I know how negotiations work, Joe Shasky. Okay. All right, I know how they work. All right. Like, come on, man. Don't play me like that. Don't contradict me like that about not being in a negotiation. You negotiate back and forth, but everybody tries to get everything that they want.
Yeah, but you also understand that money isn't all equal. Like Fresno money for me is not equivalent to San Francisco money, right? So like you want every dollar. Okay, they're gonna pay me an extra $100,000 a year to go live in, let's just say, Waco, Texas. I'm not taking that money. I don't want to live in Waco, Texas.
I'm telling you about living in Waco, Texas. I'm talking about living right here. And right here, if you get a contract from 95.7 a game, you're going to try to get what you need to get. You're not going to get lowballed. You're going to try to get every damn dime. You ain't giving up nothing off the top thinking about nobody else saying, you know what, I'm going to be greedy. Instead, I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to leave some money for this guy. I'm going to leave some money for that guy. Nobody thinks like that. Stop it.
No, but I also understand that if I want to have another negotiation 3, 4, 5 years from now, I want them to remember that, like, hey, we met in the middle a little, and I'm someone who's a team player who's going to be here for the long haul. When you squeeze everyone for every single drop, people do remember, and when you fall short of expectations, they're going to come back like, man, that guy stuck us. I remember every deal where someone stuck me for an extra dollar. I remember when they fall short on the back end.
Wow. Well,
that's just me.
That's you. All right. Justin Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Long-time listener of the show. Real quick before I ask this question, can we get a GoFundMe for Gene from Oakland?
Oh, the poor guy.
I feel bad for that dude. But, hey, two-part question. Number one, what time you guys get to Fieldwork today? Number two, are you on a strict no beer rule today, or can we kick a few back today? What's going on, boys?
I may try to get my mani and pedi out there in San Ramon, man. I'm going to New Orleans and need to get my fingernails and toenails done, so I may be out there early. May hit a salon by
I've never had a mani pedi.
It feels really good.
How long does that take?
About an hour. Go to sleep in a chair, get the massager in the back.
That sounds nice.
Mani pedi, next level. Next level stuff right there.
We can all agree, Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo's relationship, they are going to write a book about it. Clearly, they didn't get along.
Yeah.
Especially at the end. At one point, they probably did. But I don't think they got along at the end.
Real money talk. You're unbelievable. I can't believe it. Never been in negotiation. I can't. You say some things. You be capping so hard. Capping. Ryan and Irvine. Ryan, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on?
I wanted to talk specifically about Parag because I feel like he's the consistent issue every single year.
Why is Parag the issue? Why is Parag the issue when they spent over $355 million in guaranteed money on its top end talent? What has Parag done now? I think Parag's protected this organization.
What is Parag's title?
I'm not even sure what his title is.
We're gonna look at his exact title.
I think is Jed even? Is Jed president? What is? I don't even know what Jed's title is. That's a great question.
That's exactly my point. We know Parag's name. We know what he looks like. We talk about his involvement with these contracts.
Here you go, Ryan. Here you go, Ryan. President of 49ers Enterprises and Executive Vice President of Football Operations.
What does that even mean?
I just feel like every single year, and I know it's a good problem to have because we have so many talented players that require these big contracts, but it's like every year this guy just plays such hardball with these players, and I feel like, I mean, it was Debo last year, it's been Fred Warner, it's been George Kittle, it's like it always comes down.
Well, they always got paid though.
All these guys get played.
Here's the thing. I'm not the biggest Parag fan because whatever. Like it's been years and years. We're talking about 15 years ago. But in the last 10 years, outside of Buckner, who's a person they didn't keep that you wanted them to keep?
I mean, that's a good point. Buckner was definitely the one that was the worst one, but I don't know. I don't, and maybe I'm obviously I'm a Niners fan, so I don't keep up with some of these other teams, but I'm like, usually it's the GM, and I know every team has like a capologist now that works out these contracts, but I feel like Parag sometimes maybe it's I don't know if it's just the way he handles these contracts or old school nature, but sometimes I feel like he just pinches pennies.
Ryan,
That's not
listen,
fair.
that's not fair at
I
all.
could be worried about
Number
the Bosa
one.
contract, but they have spent money.
They've spent $355 million in guarantees on Drake Greenlaw, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel,
Trent Williams.
Yeah,
because they got a new
Fred
deal.
Warner. Who else did you spend money on? You spent money on a lot of guys.
Charvarius
Eric
Ward.
Armstead, Charvarius Ward.
Javon Hargrave.
Javon Hargrave.
Javon Hargrave.
I mean, come on. Let's. They're going to get the Bosa deal done. And when it gets done, he's going to get a special bag.
Well, it did sound like people were saying, I guess it was Rappaport yesterday?
Rappaport saying they're not close.
I don't know what to make of that. Rappaport seems to know somebody with the Niners because he's always got little dirt, little info here and there. He's clearly got some connection.
So maybe, you know what? Then we'll freak out next week when Bosa's not here.
Until they got 12 days?
13 days. You guys will freak out anyway.
I think if they can get him in by Monday or Tuesday, I think they're going to be fine.
They'll be fine. Been saying that all along. They'll be fine. They're getting deals done. So why the Parag hate? Why the Parag hate? We go from Jimmy Garoppolo and the contracts and literally protected themselves in the Jimmy Garoppolo contract. All I'm saying is, when it came back to the NFC Championship game, there's a lot of athletes cut from a different cloth. You would have had to done a lot to keep them from suiting up in that football game. Now, was Jimmy really hurt? We never know. Maybe he was. But when Martellus Bennett and Julian Edelman come out and question his toughness about selling out their teammates on a Thursday night football game and putting Jacoby Brissett in a bad situation, anything's on the table now. When two teammates come out and say that, and nobody goes out there to disagree with them. Did anybody go out there and say, "Oh, Martellus Bennett's putting too much on it"? Instead, the McCourtney twins were laughing about it. It's Edelman brought it up.
I know. And Edelman's a certified baller, right? Who played through crazy injuries, but they're also Patriots. Like if I heard one Niner guy talk like that, I might listen to it. They're loyal to Brady, dude. Of course. And I'm not saying that they're not loyal to Jimmy, but everyone's gonna fall short of Tom Brady's toughness when you're comparing any player to him. He's a legend. Has any Niner? I can't think of one Niner player who has spoken down on Jimmy G.
Well, the head coach has.
Yeah, that's true.
The head coach has. And when the head coach does it, I don't know. But Jimmy's taking the shots at Kyle Shanahan. And I'll say this to Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raider fans. You better hope Jimmy plays well this year. You better hope Jimmy plays well. Yeah, you throw your hands up all you want to. This dude's throwing shade when... I'm tired of Jimmy.
Really?
I'm tired of Jimmy. I am, man. We're never going to get away from him. We're never going to get away from Trey Lance. But Jimmy talking like he was an all-pro. Like Jimmy talking like he was just out here lighting it up, throwing for 4,500 yards, 30 touchdowns. His offense was the problem, not me.
Well, that's
not
true.
your oh-no throws, not your fumbling in the pocket, not you taking reckless sacks. It's Shanahan's fault. So now we got all these people talking. All these people talking out here who are mediocre as hell. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how things work out in life. People out here talking out the side of their necks, man. Unbelievable. 888-957-95. Including you. I'm disappointed in you.
What did I do?
Oh, my God. Capping.
What'd I do?
Capping. Talking about money. Oh, my Lord.
Well, now I know.
I don't think Jimmy said anything that egregious. I mean, I think he's stated he's been, I think, fine. I know he was talking about play calls and stuff, and you could read between the lines and see some Kyle shade, but it's not like he's come out and been like the way Sean Payton came at the ex-coach of the Denver Broncos, who's now the OC, Hackett. That was slanderous. Coming out saying it was the worst film I've ever seen in my life of coaching. I've never seen a poor job of a guy coaching, blah, blah. That's taking it too far. Jimmy just I feel a little more part of the offense, and it's been a little messy, or at least nodding his head to the guy saying it's been a little messy. I don't think that's that big of a slanderous thing toward Kyle.
Maybe we have a Shanahan problem. Clark the Shark, Myrtle Beach. What's happening, Clark the Shark?
Hey, Bonte, Belafonte, and Cup of Joe. How you guys, brothers? How you doing? God bless.
I'm not doing well, considering I've never been part of a real negotiation.
Uh-huh. Well, hey, listen. I think it's time that whatever splinter group that is a part of our fan base that are haters need to quit hating. First it was hating on Jimmy. Then it was hating on Brock. Now it's hating on Shanahan and Lynch. And I think it's a lot of them are trade truthers.
You know what it is, Clark?
You
know what it is, Clark? It's not enough Clark the Sharks. It's not enough Bonte Hills. There's too many haters out here. All we do is hate in today's society. And nobody wants to talk about the offense or Purdy or how D-ball looks. We want to just hate, and be negative. That's the way of the world these days.
Oh gosh, we got one of the best stories of all of football. Here's this Brock Purdy going from Mr. Relevant to a great quarterback. I mean, this is like Rudy. We should be happy and be celebrating this stuff,
Nobody's mad. Where are we going, man? We got 5 minutes till break. Red and Gold Summit coming up. San Ramon Fieldwork Brewing Company.
All I know is this: Brock better have a better season than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, now it's Brock.
No, honest, just like for my sanity. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna. But if I have to hear Spadoni come in every day and be like, Jimmy looks better than Brock right now. Jimmy's got more wins than Brock. Oh, look at the offense is just, leaving a lot to be desired. Like that is going to hurt my soul.
You do not have to worry about the winning part. I do not think the Raiders will be winning a lot of games this year. I think they're over under 6.5 right now. Maybe the over.
I do like the over
6.5.
I could see them winning 7 games.
Yeah, because it started out at 7.5, then it dropped to 6.5. Then I'm like, oh, that's a little interesting.
What division are they playing?
They're taking NFC, no, AFC East. NFC North.
So they're playing the Bears, Packers, Vikings, Detroit. There's 2 wins there. I think you get one against Denver. Maybe you still one against the Chargers. Oh, boy.
This is the best text of all time. B trying to negotiate his way off set right now.
I am. I wouldn't love to go home right now. I had never heard something more ignorant.
I apologize.
No. It's
Accept
okay.
my
It's
apology.
okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. I know what I'm doing in my next negotiation. I'm getting every freaking penny. That's what we all do. Every penny. Nobody's leaving money on the table. Why are you lying?
So then why are we mad at
you lying?
But then why are we mad at Jimmy Garoppolo then?
I'm not mad at Jimmy.
Well, you said that he
you were
played.
always mad at Jimmy.
I know. Well,
you've been on record saying Bosa's being greedy. He's already got $40 million. You've been in his pockets all season.
If they're $40 million off, yeah, he is being a little like, I'm not paying you.
They're not $40 million
I'm not paying
off.
you what Dak Prescott's making. You don't get quarterback money. I'm just being real. Like, that's my threshold. Like, he deserves to get paid. He deserves to be if not the highest paid defensive end. Okay, I will.
Hold on.
He should be the highest paid defensive player.
Let's have some fun. Is Bosa more impactful to Dak Prescott?
Say that again.
Is Nick Bosa more impactful than Dak Prescott?
Oh boy. In terms of winning?
Yeah.
For their respective teams or just in general?
For their respective teams.
I mean, they did go 5-1 with Cooper Rush, right? I don't know if that's fool's gold or.
So who are you to say Bosa doesn't deserve Dak Prescott money?
That's a great question. Well,
they take Dak off the Cowboys, they went 5-1. You take Bosa off the 49ers.
They went 6-10 that year.
Yeah.
They also didn't have their quarterback. That's a great question.
Maybe my next one should be, hey, I need once a month Manny and Petty's. Get that in the contract.
Oh, I like that. A little sponsorship action. Every
next negotiation.
Inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
No more than 15 minutes of talk about the San Francisco Giants until Farhan and Kapler figure out how to get a star. Would that work?
I'm just trying to think now. I actually think that Dak is probably the line of demarcation in terms of the quarter, like his ranking as a quarterback league wide is right about where I would start. Quite like so, like if you said Herbert for Bosa, yeah, I'm probably taking Herbert. I probably am, and I know a lot of people probably wouldn't. Lamar for Bosa. As much as I've got certain questions on Lamar, I'd probably do that. I probably would. I don't know. Some people would disagree. Everybody's doing Mahomes straight up for Bosa.
You watched The Last Winning Time?
No.
You haven't watched that show much.
I don't care about the Lakers.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I hear you.
I hear
you. You haven't watched it either, Spinoni?
I just don't. I mean, we know what happened.
Yeah, I know.
I've seen some of the first season. I haven't caught up yet.
It's like the Titanic. I know the ending.
Well, MF's kind of funny here because Magic Johnson basically got Paul Westhead up out of there. And the players are like, yeah, Westhead is in over his head. Let's get him out of here.
Okay.
He started feeling himself. People are saying my next contract negotiation, I'm going to negotiate you off the show. I'm negotiating myself to the afternoons.
You're going to be the only Bay Area show currently that goes solo?
No, I'm going to the weekends. I'm going to do like our boy in Philadelphia, the king of sports, Howard Eskin. He does a once-a-week show in Philadelphia on WIP every Saturday.
Really?
Because of the day. That'll be a good gig. Every Saturday.
I mean, man.
You know, you could take time off during the week, go to 49ers practice.
He goes to a lot of the games, yeah.
Yeah. Let's do a little TV, once-a-week show. It's not bad.
Once a week. That's not bad.
It's
I
not
used to
bad
do
at
weekends.
all.
Weekends are tough. Everybody's out enjoying life, and you're working.
Trust me. I know all about those.
I did it for so long. I
once ran a doubleheader for the Giants as a network coordinator, and it was a rain delay. So I thought I was getting to the station by the second game. Well, the rain delay wiped out the first game, and it pushed everything back. And I basically ran 2 games. I was there from like noon to 1 in the morning running 2 baseball games. Gosh, we've come a long way.
How is that OSHA approved?
By the way, in case you were wondering, you're listening to 95.7 The Game as we blew through the legal. More coming up. Contract negotiations. Bosa, I don't know where we're going. Just come on back for the train wreck. We're here until 10 o'clock. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank.
And then catch us at 4.
Baking. Oh, gosh. No compromises.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager.
Payton II, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Young Glove. Will it be at the Red and Gold Summit? Probably not. He's working on his game. Red and Gold Summit. Why would he want to be there with us? Because we're a cool kid. We're a cool group. We are. Come out to Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. That's today. Willard and Dibs kick it off at 2 p.m. Then we'll go from 4 to 6. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the Red and Gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. And I wonder if we're going to get questions from the audience. I would love to take questions from the audience.
I would prefer that. You know who's excited?
Who's that?
I just went in the green room. I went over and said, hey, Steiny, what's going on? Hey, what are you talking about? You know how Steiny is. I go, you ready for today? He goes, yeah. This sounds like we're going to have a great fan turnout. I said, I know. I'm looking forward to it. So Steiny's super excited.
That's a lie. That's a lie. See, you capping this morning. Why are you capping?
The both of us are excited.
You're capping.
I'm a man of nuance.
He is. San Ramon.
I don't think Steiny's excited.
Why not?
Nah, he's excited.
Last
He likes
time at the
being
Warrior
booed.
Summit, he loved dumping on everyone's optimism.
Steiny loves the attention. He loves it. He does it.
Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
He loves it.
He loves the
He loves the
attention.
booze, by the way.
Who will be in their bag tonight the most?
I don't know.
How many cliches is the Goo going to bust out?
Cliches or just funnies?
He does have, but like his line, he has like the one, like the bars.
He has bars. He has a lot of bars.
You know,
I'm chilling, man.
I call Purdy Snicker because you look at his lower extremities and they're thicker than most quarterbacks. Like he does lines like that.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
He's really good at that.
No, he would say, see, because that was too on the.
Okay.
That was too much of a rap. He'd be like, no, I count on Brock Purdy like I count on Snickers because they satisfy. That's what you have to.
Or he said, you know, or he dropped the one. He dropped the one. I don't mean to go Hawaiian here, but I got to bring it back to the punch. I mean, that was an all-timer. Hawaiian punch?
That was one of the greatest lines
It's one
of all
best,
time.
Best ever. So it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. By the way, some news and notes in the NFL.
Hawaiian.
News and notes in the NFL. Bradley Roby, corner. Slot corner for the Saints. Cut. Got cut.
I'd take him.
Here's what Baldy said about slot corner.
K1 was really, really good for a long time. You play these teams, play Seattle, if Jackson Smith and Jigba's on the field with what they have, you better have a really good player in there. I don't know if Travaris can go in there. I've never seen him play inside before. So you just have to find, it's like finding your best 5 offensive linemen. You got to find your best 3 corners. And like some guys can't play inside because they're just not physical enough. But I believe that they're going to be able to find that player.
I wouldn't want to see Charvarius Ward play inside. I like him on the outside.
He does play well inside, though. That game against Seattle up in Seattle following DK Metcalf all around, although he got roasted in the wild card game. He has the potential to do that. Deommodore Lenoir has the potential to do that. Ambry Thomas, I'm not too confident with him in the slot.
What did you make of the Brock Purdy news yesterday about the limited throwing?
Not too much of it.
I know. I freaked out about him being ready by August 1st, and I was way wrong on that. So I feel like if I freak out about this,
you didn't freak out? Did you freak out a little bit? Come on, you freaked out.
No, you know what I thought? I was like, is it arm fatigue? Did he bang? Because he fell when he fell with Jordan Mason. I don't know if he stepped on Mason's foot or if Mason stepped on his foot. He went to go hand the ball off in that first quarter, and my heart sank.
Of course it did.
I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. But he did bang knees.
Here's was an interesting cut. Here was an interesting cut from Baldy about Trey Lance. Trey Lance. Listen to this one.
I think there's more value to the 49ers with him than anywhere else, even if he doesn't play this year. You could still get the same 4th-round pick for him, if there's an injury in December or next year. But to me, I don't feel like shipping him out was the right answer. But maybe Kyle truly does think he could get a better shot in Dallas and take the 4th-round pick and move on. But if there's some kind of injury to Brock, or Sam Darnold, gets tripped up somewhere along the line, it sure would be nice to know and have a guy that you have put trust in and faith at some point and at least knows your system well enough. He's better than Brandon Allen. I know that. So, I don't know. I just felt like there was a rush to judgment on this whole thing that didn't need to be.
Can we stop on one part? when he said he's better than Brandon Allen, and I know that, that's Brian Baldinger saying it. Like, no, but
I
like,
think
honestly,
we all kind of know that.
I know we do, but like, I know there are things that are said, and you take it with a grain of salt by people that you know are covering the teams and whatnot, or are part of the teams. The one thing that's always irked me is when you sell me on someone who I know is not very good, and you sell it really hard. That bugs me. Like, that bugs me. And I think that the one thing that's frustrated me, like, if you don't like Trey, that's fine. Just say you don't like Trey. But don't prop up Brandon Allen like he's the next coming. And so to hear Brian Baldinger be like, just blatantly, and Brian Baldinger, I'll be real, like, I don't think he's high on Trey in general. I don't think he was high on the pick. I think he's seen some flashes here and there, but overall, wouldn't you agree he's been pretty unimpressed with Trey Lance?
He liked Trey at first. He liked the prospect of Trey, but he loves Purdy. He loves Purdy, so it makes it sound like he's not high on Trey, but he believes Trey has some talent. He also believes Trey is not getting playing time, and that's going to hurt him. Like, there's no avenue to playing on the field in Dallas. So maybe the best situation. But Trey wanted out. He asked, hey, if you can find a better situation for me. Now, I don't think, Dallas is the best situation for him, but we'll see.
It's an
but
odd
Brandon Allen,
acquisition.
the whole Brandon Allen thing, like, I hope it doesn't come down to Brandon Allen. I really don't. Because one thing that has driven me crazy this offseason, this is why I'm considering, like, next August, just get the hell out of town, Bonte. That's what I'm telling myself, honestly, because everybody's jumped the shark this preseason. But the fact was, and this, again, it's the first time I've ever heard somebody talk about play calls in a preseason game. They didn't run the ball enough for Trey Lance in the Raiders game. That's a first for me. And then here's another first. Well, Brandon Allen was Joe Burrow's backup.
Oh, my God.
What the hell does that even mean? Chad Henne was Patrick Mahomes' backup. Does that mean Chad Henne is going to lead a team to a Super Bowl? Does that mean he's any good? Like, Matt Castle was Tom Brady's backup. Brian Hoyer was Tom Brady's backup. Curtis Painter was Peyton Manning's backup.
Curtis Painter.
Like, what are we even saying? Brandon Allen was Joe Burrow's backup. It's just, so much so, people cared so much about Brandon Allen being Joe Burrow's backup that it took people 5 weeks to sign Brandon Allen. He stayed out there on the market for 5 weeks. 5 weeks. But yet, he was Joe Burrow's backup, so that means he's good. What does that even mean?
Well, like, this is the part where, like, when you're at a podium, I don't expect you to tell me the truth, but, like, a part of me does wish that the whole organization would just come out like, we didn't think he was any good. We were done with the player. We were removing the distraction. They'll never come out and say that like that clearly, but, like, we all can kind of acknowledge it. Right. But don't be like, oh, look over there, Brandon Allen. He was outplaying him. No. He's better than him.
No, he's
got more whatever. You can win a game with him. Like, that's how you can win games right now with Brandon Allen more. You can't win games with either guy. Like, who are we kidding?
You're not winning a football game with Brandon Allen. I'm sorry. He's not good.
What'd you think of Baldy talking about Sam Darnold? Because I've watched all the Sam Darnold passes in the preseason. I was actually charting, like, great throws. Like, what I call great throws. And I had 6 great throws. He had 2.
By who?
By Sam Darnold. He had 2 in each game. Now, it's preseason, okay? Again, I'm not losing my mind. But there were some great throws. I had at least 7, like, where are you going with these, right? And so I know we want to hype up Sam Darnold, and you've said you're open-minded on Sam Darnold.
I'm going to be open-minded. I'm not saying he's going to be an all-pro.
No, it's a fair point of view.
He's going to be open,
But I think, like, what I've noticed on Sam Darnold, like, I don't want to talk too much about the actual backup quarterbacks or any backup during the regular season, but what I've seen from him, when he has to just hit the guy on the first read, he's actually really good. He is. When Shanahan clearly diagnoses who the guy is that he needs to throw to, and it's executed up front, he can deliver the ball down the field. I see the quote-unquote arm talent. Where I question him is if it gets muddy, if he has to go second, third, fourth progression, really the only ball that he completed down the field was that touchdown to Willie Snead. And that was the third game, so maybe he's progressing and he's getting better. But I do worry about him surveying the field when that first read's not available. That's where Brock really separates himself from all of these guys. Second, third read, I want Brock out there scrambling and using his legs and using his mind and trying to make a play where there isn't, or just killing a play and not taking a big loss. I don't trust Darnold yet.
2 years ago, Jerry Jones said that they were looking at Philadelphia's quarterback, not going to call any names. Had he fallen to us there, we would have drafted him. So Jerry Jones just out of nowhere lying to everybody saying that he was ready to draft Jalen Hurts. Dave in Pleasanton just came through my timeline. It's kind of
What's
funny.
up, fellas?
What's up, Dave?
I just wanted to bring up, it might have been brought up already, but I'd rather have Colt McCoy than any of these backups. He's proven he can win when he needs to.
It's not bad. I'll be real with you. Colt McCoy has changed my impression of him. I know the Niners brought him in at one point with Harbaugh. He did win a couple big games for them. Against the Niners, one of them.
Exactly. So that was the only thing I got. That's it. You guys have a great day.
You wouldn't take, if you could, you wouldn't have Colt McCoy. Oh, if we're talking about quarterback room and having the best 1 through 3 and a guy going, I trust Colt McCoy a little more than Kyle Allen.
I want nothing to do with Colt McCoy. I'm sorry. The guy couldn't throw past 5. And I know we're going to joke about Purdy. We watched him on Monday Night Football. It's just the guy, horns down.
You've seen more from him than you've seen from Brandon Allen,
I guess. I guess. I can't believe we talk. Does New York talk about the third string quarterback?
No, because New York hasn't gone, again, like literally Baldy said it.
Like,
all your quarterbacks were hurt last year.
Colt McCoy.
Your quarterbacks were hurt the year before that. Your quarterbacks were hurt the year before that. Then they were healthy. Then they were hurt the year before that. Like, it's been a long, yeah, I know. It's annoying, but this is a different situation.
Shout out to David Tell on NBC. Next year's the Olympics in Paris. Next summer. Boys checked out of preseason. Man.
You're going to miss Kirk Cousins' first camp with the Niners?
I'm going to miss the whole entire month. I swear to God. I mean, we're Colt McCoy now. Now we're going from Brandon Allen to Colt McCoy. Can we talk about Christian McCaffrey? We haven't talked enough about Christian McCaffrey. Let's talk about some real players, some impact players. We're not talking about noodle-armed Brandon Allen because he was the backup to Joe Burrow, but he didn't sign until May 8th. All right? Everybody in the league could have had him over and over again. 5 weeks he sat out there, and we're talking about Brandon Allen. No, of course he's not better than Trey Lance. Of course he's not. But now Colt McCoy, no. Again, this is what I said a few weeks ago. We've been conditioned to like mediocre quarterbacks out here.
I don't even know if he's mediocre. I think he's bad, but I think he's slightly better than Brandon Allen.
Because we want to make our quarterback room stronger. Gosh, I've never heard the whole thing. All right, so we got play calls in the preseason. We have Brandon Allen was Joe Burrow's backup, so that means he's good.
Kickers getting hurt.
And then quarterback rooms. We're the only franchise that talk about, well, our quarterback room is so good. I don't care about the quarterback room. I care about the starter in the room, not the backups. Who's playing?
But the starter,
that's what I care about. Our quarterback room is so good. Well, guess what? Only one quarterback gets to play, not 3.
Yesterday, that quarterback took a lot of time off. So
are we worried about that now? What else should we freak out
I don't know.
about?
I'll probably be considered the worrier, and I'm trying not to, even though...
No, go ahead, worry. Go ahead. You might as well.
Well,
we got 28 minutes.
A little.
We got 18 minutes.
Just a little. It's not good.
What about Trey Lance liking tweets?
That's probably not good for him either.
Our boy Stats on Fire tweeted out yesterday. So we're saying that the 49ers are going to give the keys of the team in 2022 to a guy that threw interceptions every play on the scout team.
I mean, that's just so unfair.
And Trey Lance liked the tweet.
See, this is what I don't want to do, Niner fans, is like, hey, look, it didn't work out with Trey Lance. Just let it go.
Trey Lance is liking tweets.
Him too. Let it go. Move on. Not you. I'm saying like he should. That's what I would suggest him to do because he's doing himself no justice. He needs to worry about making the team for the Dallas Cowboys and figuring out how he can get onto the field. He doesn't need to worry about what's going on social media.
This is pretty funny. 925, extended new mobile text line.
What's that?
Bonte trying to negotiate those 28 minutes down to 18.
That's good.
That is good.
That's good.
I think that's just your fear talking. You could negotiate the real McCoy to the 49ers. They might need a talented and experienced co-negotiator. Close the deal.
That's funny.
Oh, man. 888-957-9570. I'm just trying to make it. I'm just trying to make it here. Because I'm telling you, this preseason, I'm trying to be fun and optimistic. And, people mocking, Bonte this and Bonte that. You got a great offense on paper. You got Brock Purdy back, who hustled his way back to the starting lineup. You got a defense. Now, I know it's missing Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa will be here. He will be here. I'm very, very confident in that. But everything's been about worrying the quarterback room, this guy, play call. I mean, when are we not going to be worried? When are we going to get excited about the season?
Well,
when are we going to get excited about Pittsburgh? Our next game on the schedule is September 10th.
I'll tell you when I'm going to come in fired up and ready to go. Tuesday the 5th, baby.
I don't believe you. Steve, Highway 80. I don't believe you anymore. I don't know what to believe out of your mouth anymore. You've been capping all morning.
What's up, fellas?
Capping.
All right.
Look,
I am wearing a hat.
Love listening to you guys every morning.
Thanks, Steve.
So, hey, here's what I want to say about the Trey Lance situation. What was Dallas's motivation? They have an established QB2 in Cooper Rush. I'm thinking, was it the Niners and Cowboys playing Week 5? Are they bringing Trey Lance in to get a heads up on the playbook and get an edge in that game?
I don't know, possibly. I don't know why you would pay whatever $4 or $5 million plus a 4th round pick for that. You could just swoop up one of their practice squad level guys.
Fair point. But the NFC is tight, and you want to get an edge. So I can figure what the motivation there is for Dallas to take him.
They see a prospect who, in 2 years, maybe they could develop. I don't know. I don't know what their motivation is.
I do think, you're asking me about why we're all up in arms. The quarterback thing has sucked the air out of the room. And now that they've moved off of Trey Lance, the only domino that is really up in the air for some fans, it's the Bosa thing. And then once that happens, the other shoe will drop and everybody will be ready to hit the ground running.
Got the Rappaport sound? Bosa? There we go.
How high does he get? Does he get Aaron Donald? Does he get highest paid non-QB? What does he get? And I think that's more of the question than, are the 49ers going to pay him? Their offer is substantial. And there's been, I know, kind of back and forth. It's going to make a lot of money. It's really just a question of how high and when, Nick Bosa and his agent go, all right, this is proper.
Seeing Rappaport on the Pat McAfee show. What's too high? What's too high for Bosa?
Well, okay, so Aaron Donald was older. He was 30, 31, and he got a 3 for 95.
Something like that.
Okay. So let's play this out. Whether you think Aaron Donald is the superior player or not, we can agree that they're very close. I think a lot of people are going to say, hey, Aaron Donald's had a more comprehensive career with less injuries.
Yep.
Right? At that point. But it is what at that time was his 3rd contract.
Yep.
So let's say that's the starting spot. 3 for 95. What do you this is all monopoly money to me anyway. What do you think he's asking for? 5, 140, 150, 160?
$100 million guaranteed.
Right? What if he goes, okay, which that to me seems in the ballpark, right? And I feel like the Niners aren't sitting here oh, Donald got 3 for 95 or whatever. We're giving you 5 for 100. They're not doing that. No. That's not what the Niners are doing. I don't think they're lowballing him by any means. I bet they're somewhere in the 5 for 150 range, which is about right. Now the question is, okay, are we guaranteed money off, $5 million, $10 million off? Are we $35 million off? I think that's a big difference.
I don't even know if it has anything to do with that. Well, I think, again, it's a complicated deal. And there's a lot of nuance to this deal. You get bonuses for OTAs. You get bonuses for mini camps. You get bonuses and incentives for all pro teams, for sacks per season, to Pro Bowls, to awards, Defensive Player of the Year, all that stuff. All that stuff's a bit complicated. So it's not just the guarantees. I think the harder part with this contract probably, if I had to guess, It's all the other little stipulations. Do you have to show up for OTAs? Do you get fined if you don't show up for OTAs? Do you still get those bonuses for not going? So I think it's a little more nuanced to the contract. And when it gets done, we'll find out. And I'll guarantee you with this deal, because with Niner deals, we don't find out all the details till a day or two later.
Yeah.
The flashy headline will be the guarantee.
For sure. But
everybody will see that.
Do you think he wants... Could he be trying to set up like a Kirk Cousins? Remember when Kirk Cousins got the full thing guaranteed?
Yep.
What was it, 3 for $75?
Yeah.
When he originally signed with the Vikings? And everyone was like, whoa! Do you think he's doing something like that where the whole contract is guaranteed?
Maybe. I don't know.
Would you be reluctant to sign that if you're the Niners?
No, you got to get Bosa here.
I know, but a defensive player, the whole thing guaranteed?
Well, you want to get rid of Nick Bosa?
No.
You know what I'm
just
saying? So what are you
going
to do? You're going to play hardball with this guy?
No, but I don't know. I just think that a fully guaranteed contract for anyone not who's a quarterback is tough. It's a tough sell. I think it's a tough sell to your organization and to everyone else on that roster.
I mean, listen, it's a negotiation, right?
Yes.
These things are hard.
I know.
I wouldn't know anything about it. These are big boy negotiations. My contracts didn't have all these stipulations.
Never going to live that down.
Does anyone really have a choice?
I don't know about it. I never, I don't know about this money. It's big boy money, so you're asking the wrong guy. Maybe we should ask the audience, 888-957-9570. I don't know about contracts, so help me make sense of this contract with Nick Bosa. You're asking the wrong guy. Philip Estrada, Vontae's contract has a no trade clause, maybe a no fire clause. Bonuses? I don't know. I don't know what Bosa's going to make. I don't know what he's looking for.
Are you comfortable giving any defensive player a fully guaranteed contract?
I'm not interested in giving anybody a guaranteed contract.
Even a quarterback would worry me. Like I'm looking at the Deshaun Watson deal for Cleveland.
Right.
That could anchor them.
Yeah, it could. $230 million guaranteed.
Anchor.
You got to pay Bosa for what he means to this defense.
But I feel like
you're
they're
going to. You're going to. Yeah, they will.
I mean, I feel
him.
like they've already offered him something that I believe to be a really fair, good deal. High, top of the market. The Niners aren't like, oh, you're only worth, 3/4 of whatever you think you're worth.
Yeah.
I really want to know what the stipulation, like what is the sticking point?
No trade clause?
How many times I guess Von Miller got traded. I'm just trying to think like Jalen Ramsey got traded before he signed the big deal. Yeah, I guess you're probably right on the no trade. If you're going to give one out, you're going to give it to a 25-year-old defensive end who just got player of the year.
Mark Grace. Fontaine, I pay full retail because I don't know how to negotiate.
I just
no, all wallet. I'm not even going to do that. I was going to say something. In case you missed it, Jimmy Garoppolo spoke to Sports Illustrated. And he spoke to Sports Illustrated, and he was asked about Trey Lance being traded to the Dallas Cowboys. And here's what Jimmy had to say.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Is anybody going to ask Kyle Shanahan about that? Does Shanahan owe us an explanation on what Jimmy just said?
I don't think he owes us anything. They've moved on the players with Cincinnati. Like, come on. Like, really? Like,
why is it so funny, though? The edit for that is so over the top. Can you play it again for me, Bonte?
Yeah, wait, are you talking about where he pauses?
Play one more time. Play it for me one more time.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
It's like every MTV or reality show has this like music and dramatic like sound effects to make things seem that they're way more dramatic than they really are. Because that's the only way you can make it dramatic is putting this stuff. Oh my god! And then they cut and splice things that make it sound like that's what it felt like.
And
to
it
me.
did the zoom in on Jimmy's face.
I know.
What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. Boy, what really happened in San Francisco between Jimmy and Kyle Shanahan?
Here's what happened. I think Kyle didn't have a lot of respect for Jimmy, and I think that really pissed Jimmy off.
Yeah. It would piss me
And
off
by
too.
respect, I mean like it's clearly something happened that Jimmy felt crossed the line in terms of their relationship. Whether that was bringing in Trey Lance, scrutinizing his level of play. I think one thing I really underestimated until the very end, which I started to acknowledge, and I think Mike Silver might have been the first to bring this up on the NFL Network years ago. Jimmy's temperament was almost perfect for Kyle Shanahan, considering how
is Purdy's temperament?
how he scrutinizes. I feel like Purdy just doesn't
Purdy's probably playing with house money. He's a 7th-round pick. He's like, I'm just out here playing.
It just feels like to me, I'm just gonna make the next play. I'm gonna make the next play. I'm gonna make the next play. Like he doesn't care about the play that just happened.
You know what photo really resonates with me is last year, there's a photo of Shanahan and Purdy after the game, the way they talked. It was very reminiscent of Joe Montana and Bill Walsh. It was very reminiscent of some of those classic photos we've seen. And I was like, boy, Shanahan's really feeling this guy. Remember that photo? It was like in black and white, and it was early on, and they were talking. It feels like they have a much better relationship because Shanahan has kind of insinuated that Jimmy wasn't the smartest guy on the block.
Well, didn't we have this conversation about when Trey Lance was going to take over? You and I were like, well, hopefully he's learned from some of his relationship mistakes with Jimmy, and he doesn't do those same things with Trey. And maybe Trey just wasn't good enough to even evaluate the relationship status, but I don't know. It didn't end obviously well.
But the IQ, the mind, and we've heard that over and over now, that Shanahan loves Purdy's mind, and you see the way his mind works on the football field. It does feel like he's got his guy now.
Yes.
Maybe whatever he was looking for.
Yeah, I agree with that.
With me yelling, go get your guy, go get your guy.
What is his guy? What do you think his guy is?
Maybe this.
No, I'm saying like skill set.
High IQ. The brain comes first, I believe.
Yeah.
Instead of the strong arm.
Decisive. Pre-snap acknowledgement of what the defense is going to do. Post-snap.
Knowing where to go, getting the ball out quick.
Understanding windows.
Yep, all that.
Being able to do all the short stuff with good accuracy. I think the number one thing for me on Brock Purdy that I've noticed when I'm just looking at it's just a couple of the drives in preseason, his feet and his legs are his best attribute outside of his brain.
Yep.
I don't like everyone can say arm, like he's accurate. I'm not denying that he's not accurate, but like to me, it's his footwork and his ability to do a lot of the stretch and boot stuff. I really underrated his athleticism.
510 is Tuesday, Bonte. Are you still confident Niners will sign Nick Bosa? Absolutely.
It feels like it's going to happen before Labor Day.
Yeah, it will.
If it sure does.
It will. And then how we feel. Is that it? Is that what?
Well,
is that what Niner fans are just waiting for? They're just waiting for Bosa to sign to start to rev up for the season?
Yes. We're a big-time pro market, you know? Wake us up week 1. That's how we roll.
Wow. Andrew Siciliano.
Uh-oh.
Talk with Jimmy Garoppolo. It airs tonight on NFL Total Access on NFL Network. So Jimmy's just running through the gamut.
Wow.
Jimmy has no problem
why do you have that
talking.
look?
Oh, it's the Jimmy Garoppolo hit tour going on right now, it seems like.
He's done
the Kyle
more
Shanahan
interviews.
hit tour.
I guess Jimmy Garoppolo's putting the hits on.
Yeah.
He's going to ask about the quarterback stuff in San Francisco, right? Like, you're obligated to ask that, right?
Yep. Wouldn't be doing your job. $10 from Michael. Can we follow the Patriots model? Bill doesn't really pay his star players. He trades them for a haul. I'd rather get 3 ones, a player for Nick. We lose Kittle, Ayuk, that's half our offense. Greenlaw.
I don't know if I agree with that. He traded Richard Seymour at the end, right? He let Jamie Collins go in free agency at the end. Like at the top of the market, he did pay for Stephon
Jamie
Gilmore.
Collins, I thought he traded midseason, right before the deadline to the Cleveland
Is that what it
Browns.
was? Yeah. But like he did sign Gilmore at the top of the market. He did sign Darrelle Revis
for a year
at the top of the market. Like I think he was more discerning in terms of payment. He kept Gronk.
How many people are on that trade, Bosa, for picks? Because you don't find it's no good. We just saw it with Trey Lance. No guarantee you get a top 3 pick, top 5 pick, top 10 pick that you make the right pick. We've seen that in San Francisco the last 7 years. There's no guarantee those ones turn into anything.
That's true.
So maybe we don't need the ones here in San Francisco. Maybe we just need nothing but 3rd and 4th and 5th round picks.
We will like 14 4th-round picks.
Right. Just give me that. Maybe first-round picks
honestly,
are a no-no here.
I think if they traded Bosa, I think a lot of fans would be very, very disappointed.
Could be in Shanahan and Lynch.
I know I would be disappointed.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean they can't still win, but Bosa's one of my favorite players.
Boy, trading Bosa would be silly. You just don't.
I know. I don't think they do that.
Rick in Redwood City, what's happening?
Hey, guys, I just want to give you my quick 2 cents worth here. I think maybe why it seems like already Shanahan's got maybe a better connection or a better communication with Purdy over Garoppolo is that, I think he already in the short sample size of like just 8 games last year, Purdy was making smart, good decisions and didn't put the ball into harm's way and stuff, so he knows that he's not going to make those bonehead decisions in the key games like, unfortunately, Jimmy G would do. Like throwing the ball straight up in the air and leaving it into the field of play. He would get rid of it, or stepping out of the back of the end zone in that Denver game and have no awareness of the pocket or where he's at. I mean, he knows already. Purdy's not going to make those kind of mistakes, so he's got more confidence. He's more at ease with him. And then just as far as with Bosa, I think, dude, you don't trade him for anything. I don't want 3 number ones for him because those 3 number ones may never do anything, and you know exactly what you've got in Bosa, and he's the best there is.
Well, even if
don't trade him under any circumstances.
It's a great point. Like when you draft a guy number 2 overall, he's delivered on every. Yeah, he had the 1 injured season. Outside of that, he's everything you would want and then some. If you took, let's just say hypothetically, you took 3 first-rounders, even if one of those guys was 3/4 of the player Nick Bosa was, you'd be like, that's a great pick.
Totally. And one last thing real quick about the whole Purdy and Lance thing. It hit me over the weekend. It's like we went through all of this craziness with Lance and the big deal and getting him now, for 3 number ones and then getting rid of him for a 4th. We went through all of that so we could get Purdy for next to nothing.
I know.
It's like our NFL karma, right?
No, I mean, it is wild. It is wild, Rick, that Purdy's only going to make $800,000 and $900,000 this year. Just over $1 million next year,
That's crazy.
and $1 million the next year, and he's the only quarterback under contract through next season. So, how this plays out, the Niners they hit the jackpot here with the quarterback room, man. They got cheaper. That quarterback room is cheaper, and if Darnold doesn't play, he's not going to see all those incentives.
Best draft pick in Niner history
might be Brock Purdy.
No, but what do you think it is? Because Montana was a 3rd rounder. Like, I would listen to that. Obviously, Lott and Rice drafted in the 1st round.
T.O. drafted in the 3rd round.
3rd round as well. But he only played 7 years for you, I think, 6 years.
That's a long time in today's NFL.
It is.
It's a long time. Roger Craig was a great draft pick.
Yes, absolutely.
Wright Clark was a great draft pick.
Charles Haley was a great draft
pick.
Haley
was a great draft pick. You know who was discovered by? Charles Haley? Apparently. Michael Lombardi. I swear to God.
Is he taking credit for that?
Well, you go to his Wikipedia page. He was a scout with the Niners, and he was deemed as the guy who discovered Charles Haley and James Madison.
Did he edit that Wikipedia page himself?
I'm telling you, man. It's right there in his book.
No, but I think most people would say that it's Joe Montana, third round pick because of the value, franchise quarterback over a decade, multiple MVPs.
Yeah, I don't know.
4-time Super Bowl champion.
That's an interesting conversation. I'll love to have that tomorrow. Who's the best Niners draft pick in the history of the Niners?
If Brock wins 1 Super Bowl, you can make an argument it might be because of where they got him.
Kittle, 5th round.
Kittle's a great
might
one.
be the best tight end in franchise history.
It's a great one.
Fred Warner,
3rd
round.
One of the best.
I mean, there's a lot. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll get off negotiations. Maybe we could negotiate who the best draft pick is in Niners history.
Okay.
Could it go? Seriously, that sounds like fun, right? Just trying to have fun around here. It's all doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. Football season's around the corner. Come on, Bonte Butcher. If they traded Bosa, you'd be spitting it as a positive. You know it.
No, I don't think that would be good. Like, if you trade Bosa for just real quick, if you trade, what, Fast 5 me and I'll give it on that. Are you a sausage guy? I'm definitely not a contract guy. All right, so you gotta look at see laughter. That's good. It brought it all the way back. If you trade Bosa right now, it does not get you closer to the Super Bowl this year. Those picks, even if you get them, would take a couple of years to materialize. It does not help you now. You are not a Super Bowl contender without Nick Bosa. Could you overcome an injury to Bosa? Yeah, possibly. But your team is not better equipped to win a Lombardi without Nick Bosa, obviously. Anyone who says otherwise is fooling themselves. This year is all about winning a Lombardi.
My final thought is, this Bosa contract, it's in over my head. The negotiations, the stipulations, the nuance of this contract, I don't know about it because I've never been part of it. It's a real negotiation, not the cookie cutter stuff I've had to deal with over my life. So that's where I'm at. That's my final thought.
God.
Spadoni. Love it.
My San Francisco Giants are still in it, by the way. I'm not, you know what? I believe in this team. A lot of people don't. They're only a game out of the wild card. What are we doing here? Acting like there's no shot. Come on, Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb, my guy, all-star Alex Cobb. They're making a run here, folks. Just get ready.
I need a final thought about my Oakland A's or something. I don't know. It's backwards back here. No, my final thought is it's a good day to tune into Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys. Pretty great episode this week. And I got a quick message to Mark Willard. You're kind of on your own with defending Farhan going forward here.
Bonte, he spent 18 minutes uninterrupted saying why he was out on Farhan Zaidi yesterday. That's
breaking news. We didn't lead with that?
I was negotiating my way off that show.
Negotiating with your dog, trying to keep it quiet.
That is 100. You got to understand. I was flooded in the basement. There was a lot going on. The dogs were losing their mind. Illy makes an appearance on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
Low-key star of the podcast, too.
Can't wait to tune in. Dallas Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity.
It's the best Giants podcast at this station.
Next Generation 10G Network.
It's the only one.
How did Xfinity negotiate to be the closer read for our show? What was that negotiation like?
It's because we're doing numbers on this show.
Oh, what did the numbers look like in the contract? Did Xfinity give all they could give?
No, we left a little.
Did 95, 70 games stretch them for every penny?
We need to hold out next time.
Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru. What are they negotiating today? What?
Now I gotta go. Elevate dinner time at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on animal welfare certified bone-in beef ribeye steaks with Prime through August 29th.
All right, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. And
you sound fresh.
Exciting night of sports last night. Kyle Harrison for the Giants, Goo.
Wow, that was, man.
Electric.
Lincecum light from the left side.
Yeah, exactly.
Strike three.
6 1/3. Giants win. Half game out of the wild card. They're sitting pretty.
Well,
they're sitting pretty.
Well, they got Webb, and Webb's been getting hit a little bit, but they're, like Spadoni said, they're not out of it, Steiny. I'm watching. We got excitement.
I'll use the old had you told Giants fans at the beginning of the year they'd be a half game out of the wild card in late August, you take it. Not only that, I'm looking at a lineup with Kyle Harrison, Mato, Schmidt, Ramos, Bailey.
Look at you.
We're going young.
I ain't mad.
And we're going hard. That's right. That's what we do.
Look at you. I ain't mad.
So there you go.
Yeah. Reds are, I don't want to call the Reds done, but tonight will be a big night.
What's with your guy, Jimmy Garoppolo?
Pillow talking. I don't like that, Jimmy. I
love it. But you like Curry doing it. Curry.
Well, no, Curry's
Curry.
That's totally that. The apples and watermelons.
Explain.
Because Curry hasn't went anywhere else. He's still a part of his team. He was asked about another player, but Jimmy Garoppolo. Honestly, the Niners put you on the map, gave you a shot. You never bucked up while you were here, and now you go to a new team in Las Vegas. And hey, speak your truth. But Stanley, I don't like when guys go to different teams and then want to start spilling the tea.
Is that what he did?
That to me.
I think he handled it as diplomatically.
As you smile as you say it.
Take a listen. This is and explain again. This Sports Illustrated. Sports Illustrated. Jimmy Garoppolo to Sports Illustrated. Let's talk a little bit about the 49ers.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just to leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Wow.
But let me ask 49er fans this. Is there anybody the 49er fans have acknowledged the 49ers quarterback position has been a little bit messy? So the guy smack dab in the middle of it saying it shouldn't be that big of a deal, especially when he's on another team, right? They did Jimmy wrong.
Oh, there's no doubt that. You know what, Stoney? And they said they would do right by him. And even him coming back last year pissed him off, the fact that he had a lot of success. So, man, now you got me on the fly. I'm not going to change my opinion, but he's got some ill will. I think it's toward strictly Kyle. And what about when I went Perry Mason on y'all, and I told you a while back last year when he goes, I just run the plays that are called, basically insinuating Jimmy was, I can let it fly. Let me cook. Even though you might burn some stuff, let me cook. And I think he has resentment toward Kyle and Stein. He is irritated that now that Lance has been traded, this is the dude y'all tried to tell me to kick rocks for, and I had to come back and save your ass because I had surgery. Jimmy.
My question is more about Kyle Shanahan and the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo obviously doesn't think that Kyle Shanahan did him right. And Kyle Shanahan went up and drafted Trey Lance and then ended up changing his mind on Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is to 49er fans, what do you think about Kyle Shanahan and the way he handles his personnel? Are there bound to be guys who aren't crazy about the way he does it? Or is there something more to this? Is it arrogance? Is it a smugness about Kyle Shanahan? Because clearly Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not saying Jimmy Garoppolo's right, Kyle Shanahan's wrong. I am just trying to analyze their relationship, Goo. And Jimmy Garoppolo is not a Tom Brady.
Okay.
But he's also not Trey Lance or Brock Purdy. He had a professional career before he got to San Francisco. I mean, Kyle's personality, could that be, we When we talk about his strengths, great play caller, great play designer, a couple playoff games where he questioned a couple of his play calls, but what about his relationship with his players? How's that, and does it matter?
I was just about to throw that back at you, partner. Does it matter? To me, nobody's come out and quote-unquote challenged him or stabbed him in the back or publicly disagreed. And here I go. I feel like I'm in a courtroom. I'm going to cite Exhibit A. Brandon Ayuk, who I felt like Kyle was picking on or trying to make a scapegoat out of him for whatever reason. All that did was help propel Brandon Ayuk to the heights that he's at now, about to get a payday. So outside of Jimmy Steiny, who has publicly come out and had a problem with the way that Kyle handles his business. So I'm a say to you, I feel like from my vantage point, it does matter to a degree. But when you look at his tenure, give me that one or two players that have been like, man, this dude it ain't been much of that. Now,
Deebo Samuel asked for a trade.
Well, that was more towards the finance, like pay me.
You sure it wasn't about the way he was being used?
You might, if that's how you feel. I don't have an answer to that. But the fact that I don't have the answer, I'm gonna not put that in the column of he had an issue. So I'm gonna say, outside of Jimmy, it's been quiet on the set.
49er fans, the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo obviously came out and said, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in San Francisco, and call it a messy situation would be one way to put it. Does it not change the way you think of Kyle Shanahan, but does it make you, is it another piece of pepperoni on the pie, if you will? We talk about Kyle seems arrogant. Kyle can seem like a know-it-all. Kyle maybe doesn't accept input like other coaches. Evan said something before the show to me that was very interesting, and I wouldn't mind getting into it. And he said, Kyle Shanahan operates, what was it exactly? Operates outside
one of the most unique spaces of any head coach.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's in one of the most unique spaces of any coach. He's probably got more power than 95% of the coaches in the league, outside of what, Belichick?
Yeah.
Probably. So we have a young coach who's been here who's been here now in his 7th year, and he's got complete control of the team. And I don't know, is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? I mean, that's one thing that we've never really gotten into.
Because nothing has happened.
Well, but Kyle Shanahan, the fact is that every coach who's ever had coach and GM responsibilities, eventually that comes to the fore. Don Nelson used to happen all the time because Don Nelson had control of the team. Does Kyle Shanahan have too much power? And if he does, what does that mean? What would he do differently? What would you do differently if you supervised Kyle Shanahan?
That's interesting. As far as the winning, Steiny, he's got the skins on the wall. As far as getting you to the NFC Championship game, turning around the program, which you pointed out Friday, I do understand that. Now, I believe in this offense and this team so much, I'm saying, okay, Kyle, show me your hardware, but I just can't go to the side of it may be an issue if nobody's done it yet, if no player outside of this Jimmy Garoppolo situation. And then let's be honest, Jimmy calling it weird. It was weird to have that last year, that going away off-season presser, thinking he was gone, and him to come back. So that's a great word, Jimmy. But I'll say this: the next time Kyle wants to draft a quarterback, if he's still here, Steiny, I would have somebody else in the room. Other than that, I know he's arrogant, but I feel like the players like him.
I don't know if they like him or not. I think they respect his football knowledge. I think that's the thing about Kyle. I think everybody respects his football knowledge, but I'm not sure that everybody respects the way he goes about utilizing his power. Fire him, Steiny. Okay.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
No, it's not happening. It's not happening. But my question is, where is your confidence level right now in Kyle Shanahan? Does it matter that over the last week he's changed his mind on Trey Lance, of course traded Trey Lance, Now Garoppolo takes a shot at him from Vegas saying, the quarterback situation's been a mess.
And he said it ain't all glitz and glamour.
Exactly. So
what does that mean?
I mean, what I'll say is this. my feeling is that Kyle Shanahan is entrenched here as the coach of the Niners. But there is, to me, absolutely no doubt that what happened last week is what they call a data point. Trading Trey Lance means something. And if things begin to change from this point on for the worse, then yes, I do think that we're going to start to look at Kyle Shanahan a different way. The San Francisco 49ers go out this year, go 13-4, win a couple playoff games. Then all this talk is obviously for naught. But you can't get past this trade of Trey Lance unless you continue to have success. The minute this thing doesn't look like a championship football team, then I think we start looking at things differently. And as of right now, though, I think we can all agree they look like one of the best teams in the NFL.
Yeah. And outside of Brandon Ayuk, I don't know if you saw his soundbite, Steiny. He did the whole what the Warriors did when Poole was traded. That was my guy. I'm going to miss him. But I'm with you. Again, I'm coming from a fan perspective, and I'm not ashamed of it, Steiny. I feel like, to me, it's my privilege as a fan to judge and feel a certain way, like I'm in a relationship about the coaches, the owner, and it just boils down to the Rodney Dangerfield. Just respect the fans, and I know you can't give us all of the intel, but respect us. And I felt like what they did Friday after the game could have been done 48 hours sooner. But when it all went down, it's over, they did it. But there is a lot of, he plays with the media. He did, there is a lot of, not I'm better than you, but it's almost like I don't got to conform to what you guys do for a living. I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. But on the flip side, all we've heard this offseason was Trent Williams and that walk to the locker room with Fred Warner about them seeing something in Brock Purdy. I don't think there's a unrest with the players like we see in, a prison where people are mad, somebody's got done wrong, the inmates trying to take over. So I got to give Kyle his credit for, Steiny, the data point that goes in the file, but what else is in there? And you got me thinking about Debo, but that was financial.
What else is in there are the things that yesterday you were ready to put in there. Play calling in crucial situations.
No, that's technical aspect. High leverage.
Then there's a lot of then
that's real, Steiny.
No, listen, I need to make this clear because Kyle Shanahan, I'm not saying he's in danger or anything. What I'm saying is I do believe, and 49 fans, you tell me if you disagree with this at 888-957-9570, that this week does mark a point in which the San Francisco 49ers, as of right now, are a Super Bowl contender. There's no doubt about it. And if for whatever reason they begin to trend toward not being a Super Bowl contender, and it starts this year, then I do think Kyle Shanahan is going to start to be more and more questioned by the fan base. Yeah. And I think there's a segment of the fan base I think that's already questioning him. But in fairness, they don't really mean a lot right now because the team's had success. But they got to keep they have to keep having success. I mean, if they struggle this year for whatever reason, I do think we'll start to look at Kyle Shanahan a little differently. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in Pacifico, wants to jump in. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. And I'm coming from a perspective of a non-fan.
Okay.
But I think that allows me to be objective, right?
You and me, buddy.
Yeah. So, Guru, you're talking about he came in, he turned this organization around, he turned this team around. And I would counter that, no, he didn't. He came in and was a good coach after some terrible coaches. So the team was hungry for someone just to come in and do the job adequately. A couple of things I hear all the time. What's good about Shanahan play calling? Oh, he's a great play caller. He's a great play caller. Well, I've seen examples of that backfiring, that he wasn't a good player. That just seems to be something people rattle off frequently. And then the miss on Trey Lance is just as big as the miss on James Wiseman in my mind.
Yeah.
You gave away a lot of capital for an unproven quarterback that doesn't even fit your system. The 49ers have always been primarily a pocket, short, dink and dunk, go long when you can, but not scramble, improvise offense. I just don't see him doing fabulous things here.
Okay, real quick, Eric. Let me ask you this though, because it sounds like you and me. I mean, so what do you do? How do you obviously aren't saying he should be fired, but you do feel like let's take another look at him. Let's take a fresh look at him starting this year.
Yeah, I think we just need to kind of make sure that we're evaluating on merit and what he's actually accomplished and the things that he's gotten wrong.
Fair.
Right. That's right. You guys are talking about, look, does he owe the fans anything? Explaining about the Trey Lance? No, he doesn't owe the fans anything. But he owes the organization he works for an explanation because that was a big mistake.
Well, before you go, who do you give credit for the Niners going to the Super Bowl and these multiple NFC championship games? And again, you're talking to a guy that's not a big Kyle Shanahan fan, but you got to give him that. It sounds like you're not giving him that credit.
Oh, definitely giving him that credit, but I'm not putting him on a Belichick pedestal.
I'm not either. Yeah. I hope I'm not sounding like that, Steiny.
No, you know what I will say though is, and certain coaches have a way of doing this. And I bring up this guy's name a lot, and it's Don Nelson, because I do think they have similarities. Man. Nelson does with Kyle Shanahan. But you know what I was thinking? And I know I'm boiling it down. This season's about Kyle Shanahan. It's about Kyle Shanahan more than about Brock Purdy.
And it's because of this failure.
Well, what kind of coach wants to put himself like Kyle Shanahan's kind of like the face of this franchise right now.
And you think he likes that?
I don't know if he likes it. But he's put himself in positions over the course of his 49er tenure where he makes you keep your eyes on him because of some of the decisions that he's made. Whether they are personnel decisions, whether they're decisions at the quarterback position, whether they're play calls during a game. There's something about Kyle Shanahan where he demands more attention to my way of thinking than other coaches.
And I think that's a character flaw for a head coach. And we got into it a little bit yesterday on why, Steiny, he wouldn't want an Aaron Rodgers or take a flyer on a Tom Brady. There should never be no because fans or guys in the media think that you wouldn't get the Denzel, you wouldn't get the glory. Like you would have to share it. And I don't like that. And maybe that's why when you bring up Nelly, he wanted to implement it his way to where when it did work, if it worked, that would have been worth everything. Now he would have got more credit than the players almost.
Yeah.
It's like a drug.
And again, as it relates to Shanahan, I mean, I think he's a really good coach. But if we're going to dissect coaches, we talked about Mark Jackson. It's like Steve Kerr.
And we're talking personalities, too.
Yeah, when we talk about Steve Kerr, what do we say?
He's authentic.
Well, we also say sometimes he doesn't like young players. Steve Kerr doesn't like young players. He's still a championship coach, but he is indebted to his veterans. He's made that clear. Some people like it, some people don't. Some people thought Kuminga should have played more and Wiseman should play more. So you can be a great coach and you can still be, criticized a little. So I kind of want to know where 49er fans are with Kyle Shanahan right now, knowing that they've made the NFC Championship game 3 out of the last 4 years, and this is supposed to be their year. Lori's in Phoenix. Hey, Lori, girl. How you doing?
Hey, guys. So, Kyle wasn't just been a good coach. Kyle has taken this team from a handful of guys and built an entire roster. I don't know where all this stuff with Shanahan's coming that his players don't like him. Yeah, okay, so Jimmy was unhappy. Well, the same people who are saying that Jimmy was unhappy didn't want Jimmy on the team anyway. People were crying for Jimmy to be off this team for years, and now that he is, now they want to say, oh, well, see, he didn't like Shanahan. Well, you didn't like Jimmy. So it's performance-based. Kyle has to be held to a certain standard. He has to get results. And when he has a player who he thinks is not getting those results, I like Jimmy. I thought Jimmy was good quarterback, but he couldn't stay healthy. So I didn't have a problem when they moved on to Trey. And I don't have a problem with this whole thing with Purdy. Purdy earned that spot. You have to have players that can win for you now. Every player on that team that he has, Kyle has made sure, or the organization, Kittle, Warner, Trent Williams, those guys, Debo, they've all gotten their contracts and they've all gotten paid because they've earned their spots on their team and they make this team better. So the Trey situation was the one thing that was, it didn't work out, but they said they were going to do right by Trey. If Trey wanted to stay, they were going to let Trey stay. If Trey didn't want to stay, they were going to try to find a trade partner. Trey wanted that. So the Niners probably would have been better off keeping Trey as far as I was concerned, but they wanted to do right by what Trey wanted. I respect that. So to me, I don't see anything here. I mean, there's always going to be bumps in the road. There's always going to be things that are going to happen. But I think in this right now, this organization and this team is still in the best spot they can be to win the Super Bowl.
Thanks, Lori. Well, I don't doubt that. And you know what? I'm going to have to say this about 17 times during the show.
Because you got me. You helped me out already with the play calling. Well, that's real.
Nobody's saying to fire Kyle Shanahan. Nobody's saying
crazy.
That. But
you have some serious deficiencies.
But in light of the Trey Lance trade, okay, in light of the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo kind of took a little shot at him, not saying anything we didn't know already, though. We knew Shanahan and Garoppolo were kind of at odds, particularly at the end. I kind of want to talk about this the way we talk about Steve Kerr, and should he play Kuminga more, and did he do wrong by Wiseman? Where are you at right now with Kyle Shanahan? And again, nobody's saying fire him, but where are you at with Kyle Shanahan? You like the way he's handled this quarterback situation this year. Has he done the best he could with it after making the Trey Lance pick? 888-957-9570. How confident are you moving forward that this team can win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan as its coach? All right, football season is here, and what better way to kick it off than with a 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts today. That's today at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year. Willard and Dibbs, they started off at 2 p.m. Then the summit goes from 4 to 6. All the hosts are going to debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. Bill Keller and the team from Atco Pest Control are coming out. Mark Heller from Heller Jewelers is going to stop by. So again, we'd love to see you. That's today from 4 to 6 at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. Don't miss it.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure?
was on Drew's team, and then I was on Steiny's team, and now I don't know which way I'm going.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in an hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more. Coming to the SAP Center November 3rd, 2023, all courtesy of Pacific Concert Group. That's in 1 hour. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
You're one of the smartest dudes I know, one of the smartest friends I have. You lack in other areas, but I'm giving you that, so I'll tell you smart.
All right.
All right. But I went to a couple funerals. I come in here, Steiny, life is short. Enjoy it, blah, blah, blah. I had a bad morning, and the bad morning was around traffic. I was late. Can you just give me the antidote of, do you know how many people in these local hospitals that are 6 feet under would love to switch places with me? Did I really have a bad day? I made it to work. I love my job. I'm talking to you, but I need some of that right now.
Well, I've always felt that if you are 6 feet under, it's over for you. So
Shout out HBO.
Like
It's a
that
great
person
show.
doesn't exist. Now, the family members of the people close
In the
to
afterlife,
the people,
though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to go here.
We'll
but
see
yeah.
about that.
Okay.
But now, would you...
Like
there
the
are a
bad
lot of
morning, shake
people-
it off, Goo. You with Steiny and Evan and Spadoni. Headed to the summit.
Well, sure. We all try to pick out things in life we enjoy and we look forward to.
All right, there we go. I needed that.
So I don't think I did as good a job as you wanted me to.
Well,
So I'm sorry
Cam
about that, buddy.
did, yeah.
Sorry about that. So here's what I was thinking about with the Niners, and I kind of was on the YouTube chat throwing it out there, and it's something about Kyle that we know is a fact, but we don't talk about it a whole lot, and that is he's the head coach of the Niners, and he's also got all the say in personnel. And
the man,
there's a what's the word? There's a when you say, oh, the guy's the coach and the GM, I feel like there's a negative perception about that. That's a really hard thing to do. And now, after years of certain people doing it, there's always that question about, well, who's making the move? Kyle the coach or Kyle the GM? So I was just thinking about in the Bay Area for a second. So we had Don Nelson once. Don Nelson was the coach and GM of the Golden State Warriors. He was the coach and he had all the power. What did he do? He ended up trading Chris Webber. Why? Because the coach, Don Nelson, had a problem with Chris Webber.
I'll never forgive him. Yep.
There was also a situation back with the Warriors where they hired P.J. Carlissimo as the head coach. They hired the head coach before they hired the general manager. So the owner hired the head coach, P.J. Carlissimo. Then they hired Gary St. Jean as the general manager. Only thing was, P.J. Carlissimo had all the power as the coach. He drafted Donald Foyle over Tracy McGrady.
Oh, my goodness.
Here's another one. Remember when the Warriors fired Mark Jackson? Remember who was going to take the job? Remember who was a sliver away from taking the job? Stan Van Gundy. But Stan Van Gundy wanted personnel power. And Joe Lacob said, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea. Van Gundy then turned it down, went to Detroit, where he had all the say-so over personnel. But I remember talking to Joe Lacob, and he just didn't like the idea of one guy having that much power. Well, you know what?
It wasn't anything against Stan. It was just one guy having...
Exactly. He didn't get...
So some people say, okay, it's not real quick. John Lynch is the general manager.
No, he's not.
See, that's
he's the GM, but let's
by
not...
title owner, you're saying.
Let's not insult 49er fans by actually making it seem like John Lynch is making the decisions. Kyle makes the decisions.
So I'm curious on that. Not
John
curious.
Lynch is a figurehead who's very good talking to the public and representing the 49ers
So
organization.
Friday when Kyle spoke, I was all ears. I'm wondering, once John spoke, were you like, all right, I can go get a soda?
No, because I like to hear John Lynch talk.
Because he's
and
good
John
at
Lynch is going to try to be on the same page as Kyle Shanahan. But make no mistake, this is Kyle's show.
Wow, man.
Evan,
yeah,
you
is
jump
John
in?
Lynch
Go ahead,
the
Evan,
general manager or generally a manager?
I'm going to come back from Rome with a 4. What was that, 3?
What's a low...
3.5.
Listen, John Lynch is a class act.
But the way we just said that, you said that about him, some could be like, oh, that was a shot.
Well, I
Scotty,
didn't
but
say
it's
he's
reality.
generally a manager.
No, that was
Evan.
No, yours was worse than Evan's.
What?
He just
He's a figurehead.
Right.
That's not a bad term. So's Nahigian. What's the difference?
No, he's the boss, though.
He's not the boss of Kyle. Kyle Shanahan has one boss. Jay York.
No doubt.
Well, all
right, I
think John Lynch is a big boy. He's in the Hall of Fame. I don't think he's going to get offended by me saying he works for Kyle Shanahan. The point is general perception is that's a negative. We've never really gotten into it with Kyle, though, and that aspect of it.
I'll say this about your Nelly comp, and you can say, well, Goo, we're not talking about it. Tell me. The one thing that, some days I have my pitchforks for Kyle, and it's situational play calling, not throwing that flag. Okay, all that's data points is in my file. But, Steiny, unlike Nelson, this dude's getting to the Western Conference Finals. This dude's getting to the finals. So I guess it's working right now. The wins and losses are working for him. And I'm still my fat pie hole, like I told you in Vegas. He's so good, Steiny, that I don't think it's shade when I say, okay, Kyle, I know you're brass. I know you're cocky. You got the power. Bring me that ring back. That's what perspective, like it ain't that way for everybody. You know what I mean? He's got everything.
Who?
Kyle Shanahan.
I know. Does he have too much?
We're going to find out.
Well, he was given, and here's the other thing. How old is he now? 42? 43?
He got a little gray.
So he was given everything at 35 or 36.
I wish I was.
That's when he was given everything. It's a pretty good first gig. Let's go to Mike in Berkeley. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
First gig. Wow.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Mike.
Doing well.
Doing well. Hey, I kind of compare the 49ers to a ship that's taken on some water, and they're able to bail it out and survive it. But I think Kyle's ego is going to sink it.
Do you really?
And here's why. If you remember the timeline, the 49ers, when they traded up to get the number 3 pick, that trade did not happen the day before or even the week before. It was like 5 or 6 weeks before.
Right.
So they didn't initially trade for Trey Lance. They traded for the number 3
Correct.
pick, which Kyle had the media attention from all over the country. Everybody wanted to know. You guys are the same way. Every sports talk show in the Bay Area, and like I said, all over the country were wanting to know, Kyle, what are you going to do with a pick? Kyle, what are you going to do with a pick? And he ate that up with a blender. So that tells you how big his ego is.
Oh, yeah.
And his knowledge of personnel, maybe for 1 or 2 positions, I would give him that. But for the rest of the team, that's what's going to sink him. His ego is going to. If he made this bad of a move, and this is colossal, if he made this bad of a move, what's to stop him from Plan B?
Yeah. Hey, let me lay this on you. His ego. I look at the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. This is just me. I look at the Tampa Bay Super Bowl a couple years ago, the win over Kansas City, as the Niners Super Bowl. And I believe, and I told Stoney this, you tell me what you think, his ego is why they didn't go all in on Brady, because his ego didn't want to share the credit. Do you buy that?
100%.
Yeah.
And if you look at him as an OC with Atlanta, that's ego right there. They should. That was a Super Bowl win. They were engraving the trophy. And he chose not to do the common sense thing. He chose to do what would make him look good.
Appreciate it.
I just have a feeling that his whole life and career, he's been, being the son of Mike Shanahan has gotten him farther than maybe his talents, except for an offensive coordinator. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater.
Right.
He's an outstanding play caller.
No doubt.
But that's where you draw the line. You're a Dallas fan, right?
Yeah.
North Turner comes to mind, and
great OC, can't be a head coach. Yeah, North Turner.
It's the same thing. Outstanding play caller, excellent evaluator of offensive talent, but couldn't manage a game to save his life.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Well, making noises into the mic is not the job description. Willer sent me a text. Being alive is a good day, so thank you, Willer. But I'll tell you what, Steiny, Norv Turner never was able to take his Chargers team to a Super Bowl or win a division or NFC championship. So even with this ego thing that we think might be a problem for Kyle, he's still getting the wins. What worries me if I were a Niner fan, this is real. Unless he's about to go on a Bill Belichick run, he's already been to 3 NFC championship games. He's already been had a Super Bowl lead. And Steiny, he may run 5 more. Just be careful of, they'll just pencil the Niners in for this or that. It's hard, and we know it just as much as we follow sports. So that's the funny thing about this. Has his best opportunity come and gone? We'll find out, because this year, if you told me, hey, I didn't tell you this real quick, Norm, while I was in Vegas, sent me $200, told me to put it on the Niner. He ain't even a Niner fan to win the NFC East. That returns $445 and $100 to win the Super Bowl. That brings back $975. So Norm is all in on the Niners. But at some point, Steiny, if Brock ain't Brock, oh my! You talk about
you could make the case, couldn't you, that had the 49ers, had Kyle Shanahan, the coach, not made the Trey Lance move, that
oh my goodness,
Kyle Shanahan, the general manager, had not made the Trey Lance move, Kyle Shanahan, the coach, might have had an extra player or two to utilize.
No doubt about it.
I
can read this list.
I know it's a stretch.
Micah Parsons, whoever you want. It's a list.
And listen, I don't like to do that because, it's kind of easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe you can make a case that Kyle having too much power with the Lance trade has already hurt him. It's already hurt him as a coach. My question is, is it nitpicking right now, considering that, like, everybody acknowledges this mistake was pretty big. Okay, well, if it's a pretty big mistake, why not take a look at whether Kyle Shanahan has too much on his plate? We did it with Don Nelson.
Yeah.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan has too much power? There is something to, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is something to the son of a coach aspect with Kyle Shanahan that I'm not sure works for him.
That's
because he gets lumped in with his father, which is both good and bad.
But wouldn't we know right now? Wouldn't a player be like, "You're a phony"?
It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Will you agree with me on this? Right now, nobody's questioned the player's ego. Right now, we got to give him that.
I mean, Garoppolo just did.
Well, he's trying to. There's a reason.
But it's true.
Well, that's like asking a spouse during a breakup about, you know what I mean? Hey, I got to move on. I think they're going to be mad. That's bitterness. But it's still Jimmy's truth.
It is truth. Don't you think it's you acknowledged without any of them that they did Jimmy wrong. He did Jimmy wrong.
No doubt.
Okay, well, then he did Jimmy wrong.
I guess my point, Steiny, is outside of Jimmy, right? Even in the bad times, no players question Kyle. And I think because of his background and his daddy,
maybe because he has all the power in the
game.
World. Maybe because he'll just move him in that case.
But, him never playing the game, if he were a phony or, abusing power, we would hear somebody kind of say something, even a subliminal message. And I don't think we have. Like Lori pointed out.
I do. I think Jimmy Garoppolo, in a way, looked at Kyle Shanahan and says, so wait a minute, I've been playing quarterback my whole life, and I played quarterback behind Tom Brady and I played for Bill Belichick. But here you are, by the way, you were a wide receiver, and you have these ideas of the quarterback position that are unbelievably rigid and demanding, and if they don't go your way, you start getting disappointed. You know what I mean? I could easily see Jimmy Garoppolo thinking that. Now, you know who's not going to think that? Brock Purdy, because he was drafted last in the NFL draft. You know who else isn't going to think that? Trey Lance, who was a project. I do think and listen, I'm not saying he'll never win a Super. I'm just saying there's absolutely something to Kyle Shanahan wants the kind of quarterback in here that he feels comfortable coaching, and one with an ego, I don't think he wants any part of, or somebody who's already got some habits developed. I just don't. I don't think he wants a strong leader of a quarterback.
That's shocking. And his dad had Elway.
Joe's in Seattle. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I'll give you an even better example than Don Nelson and all that drama. In 1988, after a stunning loss to the Minnesota Vikings, the game where Steve Young bumbled and stumbled and rumbled for that touchdown, the Niners lost, and Eddie D., the original Joe Lacob, Eddie D., stripped the great Bill Walsh's general managership because he thought as a punishment for not winning championships. Don't think that Jed doesn't remember that or has been told about that. If he has entrusted Kyle with everything, if Brock does not turn out, he's going to say, I gave you all this money, all this power, you've built up the team, but you haven't been able to solve the most important part, quarterback, and don't be expected if Kyle gets something stripped from him. Because his uncle did the same thing to the legend, Bill Walsh.
That's what I call history. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I just can't say I can't see Kyle living with getting his power stripped at this point.
I love where you're going. I'm Steiny. I believe you're right, but I just hate that's too strong. I radio hate that you're using Jimmy and what Jimmy had a message and it's his truth, but I'm on the other side of, you know what, you're so right, but we have no examples of, guys questioning Kyle. And that's why I want to give Kyle credit for, even though his head's big as Jack in the Box, he keeps it in check when it comes to dealing with the players.
Certain players, not big boys. He didn't take on big boys. He doesn't take on big boys.
I don't like those type of bosses.
Who does he take on? He took on Ayuk as a rookie. He took on he took on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh. Interesting.
Listen, he's a good coach, but does he have too much power is the question.
I'll tell you what, if Brock Purdy doesn't work out, that's the title of the jam, I believe. Because right now, Steiny, Niner fan, like you say, Goo, it ain't all about winning Super Bowls, but they've been doing a whole hell of a lot of winning here lately.
Derek's in Arizona. What's up, Derek?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
So,
thank you.
Hey, so I go back to I crossed paths out here in Arizona with a professional quarterback retired now who played under Shanahan, and it comes to mind when you guys are talking about Kyle and his ego and all that. Is I asked this individual, hey, why can't Kyle Shanahan get over the hump with the 49ers? And his exact response is, Kyle's an offensive genius. He's a smart individual, but he's also the smartest guy he knows. So he's very black and white. There's a gray area in football with players and plays, and you just go back to that 28-3 loss to the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Yes, there are rules to football and defense and all that, but sometimes it's okay to run the ball.
You're right,
wind down that clock, and he just overthinks it too much, and I think that's where he struggles. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Thank you. Interesting, Steiny. And just about that, some people wanted to throw stuff at me while I watched that game. You can still pass. You don't run every time. But if you're the Jedi that I think Kyle is, Steiny, what could possibly happen if you drop back to pass? And I didn't, maybe Matt Ryan could get the ball stripped. Oh no, what happened? The ball got stripped. So it was about just run. The clock is who you're playing. So, and that 19 Super Bowl, I'll never forget it, man. I can do a case study on how the Niners let that one just go. They just tricked that off.
Bob's in San Mateo. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How's it hanging? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So a couple things real quick. First, just real quick, a little point of historical reference. The two callers back that called about Bill Walsh losing the GM title after a loss back in the day, he was mostly right, but just, me being a season ticket holder back then, I know all of those details are burned in my brain. So actually it was not the 88 season when when Steve Young had that rumbling, bumbling, stumbling 49-yard run, because that was my very first Niner game that I ever
Lon
went to.
Simmons call, yeah.
Right. It was actually the end of the previous season. After 87, they were the strike-shortened season. They were 15-2, best team in the league, and then they lost to the Minnesota Vikings first round, and then that's when Eddie G lost it and took away the title. But Bill Walsh, actually, he was head coach and offensive coordinator. He was head of personnel, and he was the president of the organization. Eddie had given him literally the keys to the entire kingdom, and then took everything away except head coach and offensive coordinator. Anyway, the point I wanted to make is a couple things about Shanahan and what's going on now. So I think the whole thing with Trey and how that shook out, it's some funny, crazy, like football karma, that we went through all of that histrionics of trading the 3 picks and everything, and then giving them up for a fourth rounder so that we could get Brock Purdy for next to nothing, for beyond a bargain, right? I mean, that's our karma. As long as they keep winning, and if they can get back to the Super Bowl with Brock, nobody's going to remember anything about Trey Lance except what a huge gamble it was, right?
No doubt.
I think my last little thing I wanted to say is, as far as Shanahan's ego, I mean, I think he does have an ego, but it's a funny thing. When he passed on Tom Brady, the thing that came to me first off was that, number one, bonehead mistake, right? You never pass on the GOAT when he wants to come to you and only to you with a bow on. But I think it was because he lost to him in the Super Bowl when he was offensive coordinator with Atlanta. It's like, you know what? No, I want to show I can win it without him. This is my show. I don't want him. It's sour grapes is what I think it was from the Super Bowl.
Interesting.
Thanks for the call.
I hadn't had that one.
Appreciate it.
The guy that beat me twice, kept me from winning the Super Bowl twice, is I don't want him to come rescue me.
Yeah. My question is to 49. Okay, so, and here's the other thing. We have a tendency to do we really look at the draft and say Kyle? We say Solomon Thomas. Does that really equate to Kyle?
I've been saying John.
Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? And he's hit on a bunch.
Yeah,
we know that.
Yeah,
but
Banks looking the part.
It's a young guy with a lot of power. He's given a lot of power.
But this is not a complete miss in regard to they're
Trey
going
Lance
7
was.
and 10.
Trey Lance was.
That was a failure, and you do wonder if it will set this organization back.
Correct.
But right now, that don't look like it. They're being set back, and that's why everybody watching the Brock Purdy thing is incredible. The story, can he continue to be? He set the bar so high. Brock did. Can he continue to live up to it? We'll see.
Coming up at noon today, we've got Eric Crocker. He's the host of the Locked On 49ers podcast.
Eric.
Former cornerback. He spent some time in the Jets camp. He's got a really good podcast. We've had him on before. He's great. The number, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan and how much you trust him right now. And I guess the question has to become, do you trust him as a coach? And/or do you trust him as a talent evaluator? You know why? Because he's both. He's both. He does it all for the San Francisco 49ers. How you feeling about that? Yeah.
Before we go, you got to tell me the rapper's coming to the base, Donnie.
Will do. On the other side. On 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
I'm sugar, salt, and sodium.
Potato chips. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you something that's a big, fat nothing burger. Why the hell?
I love this already.
What does Jerry Jones have to tell Dak Prescott anything about acquiring Trey Lance?
You are preaching.
Get the pike. He's a third-string quarterback. You brought in a third-string quarterback. You don't own anything.
And the coach, for that matter.
Hey, Steph,
Now.
we're thinking about bringing Chris Chioza in. Get out of here. You don't know anything. Dak Prescott. Play the game. You don't know him anything.
Are you eating a Smucker's right now?
The man.
No. What? No. I'm putting
PBJ.
I just got double teamed in here while you were gone.
Why?
I got a bag, my travel bag.
Okay.
And Spadoni goes, did you...
Please show the YouTube audience.
Evan goes, did you put
Powered
it
by
in the
First
dryer?
Pre-Workout
Because it
Credit
got a
Union.
little fuzz, Steiny, and there's bag shaming me, but come on, guys. I was a little embarrassed. But anyway, you're right. Curry would get called because he's the Don and he's done it. He's Al Pacino in Scarface.
No.
He's Tony Soprano. Dak is
tell you
Bookman
something.
from Good Times.
Let me tell
the
you something.
janitor. He ain't done a damn thing. So you're right, but how
if
is the
Bob Myers called Steph Curry in the summer and said, "Hey, Steph, I just want to let you know we're going to sign Chris Chioza." Steph Curry says, if you ever interrupt me in a golf game again, I'm going to ask to be traded.
But see, you're not looking at it from why it's a story. Dak's psyche, he's insecure, and he should be. He's due for an extension. The deal, the guaranteed money's running out, and he's on notice. He threw the game away against the Niners. So, Steiny, you're right. Steph would never get called or bothered because he's a made man. Dak is not. So the people are going crazy because, Jerry, you didn't play the game of putting a pacifier in Dak's mouth. So, hey, Dak, this move doesn't. It's a message, Steiny. See, your boy's made. Curry's made. He ain't got to worry about nothing.
Well,
Dak's having nightmares, and I love it.
Dak Prescott, nothing. Zero. Crazy.
The world.
Hey, I'm trying to think of my. I'm a sophomore in college.
Yeah.
My college guy. Hey, Matt, I'm thinking of recruiting this guy out of Harrisburg. He's a pretty good player. He's 6'2". I'm just letting you know.
Dude, wow.
But
it's because Dak is.
Here's the other thing.
The era's coming to an end, Steiny. I'm telling you. That's all.
We're talking about Kyle Shanahan, and what all the power he has, and you brought up the fact that. Well, we haven't heard players complain about Kyle Shanahan, and so there's not. But it's not about the season blowing up. It's not about 15 guys saying, you know what, we hate Kyle Shanahan. You look at a guy like Mark Jackson. All right, Mark Jackson, did we hear a lot of complaining about Mark Jackson from players?
Until it was over, huh?
No, we didn't. But we know now that Mark Jackson alienated a bunch of the players. And I think we can clearly say it cost the Warriors from reaching their potential. Steve Kerr. I'll just use Steve Kerr. We know last year that Kuminga was not happy. That Kuminga probably in his own way felt a little disrespected. We heard from, I forget who it was, Jason Dumas said, actually, Poole had more of a problem with Kerr than with Draymond Green. All I'm getting at is it doesn't have to implode, but if I'll tell you right now, if you're not going to win a Super Bowl if those are the kind of things going on. So I'm not saying they are going on. But what I'm saying is
they could be.
The fact that no 49er has spoken out, that doesn't prove to me that everybody likes Kyle and everything's kumbaya. We don't know that.
Because that Ayuk, and I know you're going to say, well, Ayuk had no leverage or he was a nobody. He was unproven. And you are right. But that had all the ingredients to go left. It didn't. And now look at Brandon Ayuk. And I just say that for anybody driving around or listening, Steiny on the Odyssey app saying, Exhibit B right there where Kyle was able to, get his message across to a youngster and it benefit both and the team.
For all we know, Bosa's pissed that Shanahan for
what is going
not
on,
giving him,
man?
not dealing
quarterback
with
money,
whatever. I mean, I'm not. Who was the guy who? Who was playing out of position? Who was playing out of position last year?
Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward.
Oh yeah, remember he said it.
Was he happy playing under Kyle Shanahan?
No, and it cost him bread.
Oh, that's one guy. Jesse and Vallejo. What's up, Jesse? How you doing, man?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well.
You guys are the best show on the network. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I was calling. I'm a Denver Bronco fan.
All right.
Oh God.
And you think I wouldn't trade my left non-throwing arm for Kyle Shanahan?
Even over Sean Payton?
Absolutely.
I believe that.
Sean Payton he's had very little success other than one Super Bowl with Drew Brees. They weren't going to NFC championships every year. They went and they won it. Good for them. Drew Brees was an elite talent his entire career. So without that, he's done absolutely nothing. And we've been through all these other guys, and we get nowhere. So I don't know exactly how good the talent evaluations and quarterback picking and all that stuff, but the Niners are in the mix every year. And I'm with you, Steiny, on that's all I want. I want to be in the mix every year because you know what? As a Denver Bronco fan, we're not in the mix. We haven't been in the mix for quite some time. So I'm on that.
Yeah, and go ahead, Jess.
Go ahead. So furthermore, the other side of that, what I was going to say is the Trey Lance pick with, Trey Lance versus Wiseman, the disastrous part for the Niners is the trading up portion of it. That's where you kind of miss out on what could have those other picks turned into. But it's they would have ended up, if they didn't get Trey Lance, they would have kept Garoppolo. If they keep Garoppolo, maybe or maybe not, they would have gotten Purdy.
Right.
But it's the ripple effect of you don't know what's going to happen with what position, whatever. And they only got Trey Lance because Garoppolo was getting injured at the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can't judge. There's no scenario. There's the ripple effect where no scenario is ever going to be the same.
That's fair.
After you make trades, you stick with a guy, you do this thing. And at the end of the day, you end up with Brock Purdy. You're in the NFC Championship.
That's why
explosive offense.
And you know what, Jess? Thanks for the call. That's why to me, this is the big data point. This is kind of a fork in the road. They have been in the mix 3 out of 4 years. The goal is to be in the mix all the time, to give yourself a chance to get to the playoffs and win the Super Bowl. You got to get to the playoffs before you win a Super Bowl, and you got to do it as frequently as possible, as far as I'm concerned. So if right now that them being in the mix year in and year out begins to stop, then yes.
Oh my gosh.
Then that trade is going to be the pivot point that's going to obviously impact Kyle Shanahan's future. That's all we're saying. He's got to keep this thing going.
Oh, but stop.
Plain and simple.
Yeah. And if we were in the kitchen and we were at a stove, it's the pilot is all the way on high because of this. What you got to pay, you ain't got to pay for it now. It's in the file. But if Brock Purdy, hey, real quick, I'm reading Jennifer Lee Chan yesterday, and I know I'm the worrier of the show. She reports that Purdy did a different type of arm throwing at practice. And I'm like, is that arm fatigue? What are we doing here? But I just say that it's nothing till it's something. But Steiny, could you imagine?
Yes, I can.
Oh my God. I read that tweet
it's sports. I can imagine everything. You know, Evan came in here and this is where I'm kind of with you.
With his warrior hoodie.
Everybody just thinks, I don't know, it's sports. Brock Purdy could twist an ankle tomorrow and the Niners could go 7-10.
I tell you that. I'm that guy. Tomorrow's not promised in sports.
If that happens, are you going to blame Kyle for not winning the Super Bowl?
Turn the page. Ooh. Well,
by the way, I got to do something.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, listen, coming up in 20 minutes, your chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, 2023, all courtesy of Pacific Concert Group. 11:30, we're going to be giving away 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay.
Yay.
So, no, what I'm saying is, as it relates to the 49ers,
it could pop off.
Absolutely.
And if you get to your third string quarterback, Ball, did you hear him with the morning guys, Donnie? There's no world that exists that 7 years in, Brandon Allen is a better quarterback than Trey Lance. And if you get to your third string quarterback, and I know Niner fans are like covering their ears, but it happened last year. If it were to happen this year and Brandon Allen is your QB, I mean, right then and there, the day after, people will be saying, did you have to send him to Dallas?
And Kyle Shanahan will probably say
what?
Brandon Allen was better than Trey Lance. And even if he wasn't, Trey asked to be traded. So we as a player-friendly organization.
Oh, well, there you go.
We accommodated a guy who wanted to get out of here, which is what great organizations do. That's what they tell you. Whoa. Maestro. Maestro's in Santa Rosa. What's up, Maestro?
Hey, top of the morning, Steiny and Guru.
Hey,
man.
Get my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I'm a Raider fan, right?
Yep.
But I definitely look at Kyle Shanahan and see a coach that I would like to have over McDermott, right?
Okay.
That's a 4.
Healthy culture in San Francisco, and they continue to win regardless if they're getting all the way to the end or not. Year after year, they're competing at a high level and giving their fans something to cheer about and be excited about. So is Kyle Shanahan perfect? No. Did he play this Trey Lance thing wrong? Absolutely. But I'd take him any day over, once again, McDummy. So
I got to stop laughing.
Well, there aren't and I'm kind of with you, Maestro.
That's pretty good.
There aren't a lot of coaches I'm going to take over Kyle
and
Shanahan.
There you go, Stein.
The question is,
there you go.
Is he doing too much? Is he trying to do too much? Not trying to do. Has he been hired to do too much?
Yeah. McDummy a 5, Donnie.
Yeah.
Lori and Harris Phoenix loves it. Spadoni. Yeah.
Who?
That's pretty good.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Don't forget, today at 4 o'clock out in Livermore, the Red and Gold Summit, and that will be at Fieldwork Brewing Company. Dibbs and Willard are going to start off the show at 2 o'clock. Then all of us are going to get there at 4. So from 4 to 6 in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
Feel free to pop into Fieldwork Brewing in Livermore. It's got a tap room, a beer garden, San Ramon. Did I say Livermore? San Ramon.
Yeah.
San Ramon.
Yep.
Aren't you guys looking forward to chopping it up with the rest of your coworkers? I mean, you don't
I'm
get a
looking
chance
at chopping it up with the fans.
Yeah, there you go. No,
With
what does that mean?
fans.
Hey, and 6-hour days. I'm in. What? No, I'm in.
It's actually more than that because if you consider the drive
Dude,
time.
Yeah. I heard we're
consider,
outside, though, Stoney.
I'm not sure where
I got
we're
my
at.
shade ready.
Hopefully we'll have a big crowd out there.
Oh, boy. No
tonight.
drinks for me.
That's
You're supposed to say why, Goo.
because you're on soda.
No, I fell off soda when I was at the crap table. I even had a heat or cancer stick. I was hot, though. You would have been proud. Well, you were there with me.
Yeah. You
Little roll.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
You still hot, Goo?
No, I'm just the alcohol is not doing good for my tummy, man. It's
No, I meant the gambling, you know.
Oh.
Like, for example, Niners Super Bowl odds this year. Looking pretty good.
Yeah,
You
Norm
feeling like
did
rolling?
it. I placed it for Norm.
It's a bad bet, Norm.
You want to explain why if he's listening? Go ahead.
It's a bad bet.
Who would you?
too much-
Is Philly, Dallas, or the Niners?
You said to win the Super Bowl, I thought.
NFC and win the Super Bowl.
So 200 to win the NFC, 200 to win the Super
No,
Bowl.
100 to win the NFC, you get 445 back. 100 to win the Super Bowl, you get 945 back. Plus, dude, you really believe in Jalen? Like, we're talking about Brock Purdy. Jalen Hurts is great.
Here we go.
He has to follow up what he did last year. Last year was his breakout year. And the year before, he was okay.
Hurts was okay, and then he had a full year of being really good.
No doubt.
Purdy's okay, so now he's got to have a full year of being good.
No, I'm just Are you sold on
Hurts? He's done
Jalen
more.
Hurts?
He's done
there's
more,
no doubt
I'm more sold
about
on
that.
Hurts than Purdy.
Okay, yeah. No, come on now. I'll give you that.
That's the reason. That's the reason to me the Eagles are better than the Niners right now.
That's interesting.
Because of the quarterback position.
I just hate he got hurt, man.
Who's taking Purdy over Jalen Hurts right now?
Not a soul.
Well,
and I hope I don't sound like I am. No, they got something to prove to follow up their stellar year last year. Stellar years.
Boy, the Eagles love this Jalen Carter. Woo!
From Georgia, man. He's a
veggie delight. Steiny wants Eagles to win.
Is it Bama or Georgia?
I couldn't care less. At this point, particularly about that game. Steiny can't imagine anything in sports except the Warriors. Not anything. No.
Except the what, Steiny?
Except the Warriors winning another title. Yeah, they're done. We know that. Come on. They know that. The Warriors know
Steph
they're
is
done.
in Tupac mode.
Oh,
Man.
okay.
If we ever talk to him or see him, I'm going to use that line, and my man will show us the pearly whites because he'll know what it means. He's in that Machiavelli zone. You know what? I'm tired of being Mr. Nice Guy and Obama. I'm calling cats out, and
So
I'm about to get mine.
After 35 years
he did it
of living the same way and it bearing nothing but success, Steph Curry's demeanor, his talent, his work ethic has led him to the heights of his profession. Among the greatest players of all time, 15 years into his career, according to Guru, everything's going to change.
No,
he's going Tupac.
Evan, can you help me have
he
some
knows
perspective?
He has to evolve, Steiny.
That's
all the greats do, right?
Yeah, his personality is changing. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's already happening.
Oh, you know that. Steph Curry's personality is changing.
He told Gilbert Arenas, I'm better than Magic.
Okay.
I love that.
Steph
knows everything.
Steph Curry's personality is changing.
Oh, I see it. It's happening. Okay, real quick. The Game 7 speech. Let me put last year on that, too. That's when it started. Well, I feel like the chef feels like he didn't do enough to fix all the stuff that was going on.
Couple things.
Okay.
One, Steph Curry's talked to the team before like that. It just never got out.
Okay, if you're
Secondly, he did that out of self-preservation because he knew damn well that had Draymond Green touched that microphone, they get eliminated in 7 games by the Sacramento Kings. So if you want me to troll, I'll troll this way. That was a selfish act by Steph Curry.
It was and then he goes and just incredible Game 7 clinch and win. Dude, what are we going to do with ourselves? We got football, and then the Warriors are right on their bumper every day. Wake us up. I'm dreaming.
Oh, don't break it.
Dude, we need Willard's AC unit. That's just my takes. Maybe they're a little hot.
I guess so.
The chef, you just mark what I said. There's been a seismic shift, and he ain't playing.
But he was playing before.
No, he might let things go. I'll let a brother work it out. I think now he's got a quick hook. He's like Kapler coming to the mound.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And you, because of one.
I feel like I know him. Okay.
You don't. Diego in Marin.
Nice job, Gil.
Hey, Diego, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great, thanks. I just wanted to contribute my thought on Curry versus Magic comparison.
Yeah, there really is none. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If you gave Magic 2 points per assist and added that to his personal points average, which is like 18, I think, and if you gave Curry 3 points per assist, which he averages like 6.5, so you could give him like 20 points to his 24.5 average, that would only amount to like a third of the team's points when Magic's total would add up to about half of the team's total. So Magic is way more important.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. I was just hoping you were going to get. I was just hoping you were going to get there. Yeah. I mean, this is.
Dude, he went Michael Lombardi on us to tell us Magic. Wow. He did some math.
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, this is funny because one of the things that got me in trouble early in Curry's career was when he came out of Davidson. I said, he's not a true point guard.
And you never lied.
He still isn't.
A tweener.
But it doesn't matter. Back then, listen, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
No, you're right. He's a point god.
Okay.
GAWD.
I'm not here to troll. I'm here to educate. The more, the better. And
that's pretty good.
So when he came out in 2009, it's like, yeah, there were positions. You were a point guard, you were a shooting guard. And he was really not a true point, and he was a little he was a little undersized to be a 2, and he wasn't a true point.
But where's the shade in that?
There is no shade in that other than if you're going to classify players as point guards, well, then you limit the discussion, and that particular discussion doesn't favor Steph Curry. Hell, he doesn't even lead the Warriors in assists. Yeah. It's not a slap at Curry. It's don't define it so rigidly as point guard, because then everybody's going to say Magic because he's the.
But the compliment, the win for the
first.
chef, Steiny, is, and I'm not playing favoritism because I love Magic, and I just winning time this season's in their bag. But Steph could go flourish at both spots. Magic couldn't. You know, you ain't your prototypical 2 guard.
Magic thrived at center.
Well, I watched that game with Pops, but you know what I mean, Steiny. The tweener thing is almost a compliment to Curry that he could do both.
I mean, he changed the game in that way.
That's so heavy, man. He changed the game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's a little worried that Brock Purdy didn't throw as much as usual yesterday.
And Bosa ain't back.
Bosa's not back. Trey Lance is gone. Kicker issues. Let me ask you this, 49er fans, 888-957-9570. Are you feeling optimistic about? I keep hearing this. Trey Lance just got traded, and people are saying, "Why did everybody sit down? We're still the favorites in the NFC East." But
that's real.
Are you concerned about Trey Lance? Is there going to be fallout? Are you concerned about Brock Purdy and whether he can get it done and what's going on with his arm? Does Bosa factor into the equation at all? And the fact that he's not here. The kicker, Moody situation. They drafted a kicker. He's not healthy. I want to know how 49ers are feeling right now, 2 weeks before week 1, whether or not they're very optimistic or whether, you know what, it feels like things aren't quite lining up like we hoped, though it's early in the season.
Okay. I love how you threw that out, but I heard something this morning from Joe and Bonte, and I want to throw it at you, Steiny, because I know how both of us feel about Bosa the Barbarian, but if reports are true or the streets are talking, if he wants quarterback money, what would you say to Bosa? Like, dude, you're tripping? Or would you be like, hey, Niners, what makes him more better? So you're telling me
he's more important than.
Well, Aaron Donald is a badass, Steiny. He didn't get quarterback money. So what makes Bosa, if this is the issue, then I can see the Niners saying, dude, we're about to make you the highest paid defensive player in the league.
What quarterback are we talking about in terms of quarterback money? Like, how much what was Garoppolo's contract?
Well, more than that.
Well, with the Raiders or the Niners?
Raiders.
3 for 72.5, I think.
Okay, so that's about 25. So Aaron Donald makes 30, 31. So what, Bosa wants 35?
I would imagine that'd be my starting point. But if he wanted 40.
Well, 35 is quarterback money.
3 for 120.
$40 million a year?
Yeah.
I'd probably tell him to pound sand. You're going to pay him 33% more because Donald's making 30.
Yeah, right.
Bosa wants 40. That's 10. He's going to ask for 33% more money than Donald.
He's young.
Yeah, no chance.
DPOY, Steiny. Well, something's up.
And you know what? Here's where negotiations and John Lynch. I don't know. Maybe Kyle sits in on this one. Who knows? But Kyle says, yeah, but don't forget, Nick, you stunk in the offseason. Oh, 888-957-9570 is the number. And next segment, we're going to be giving away 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay. That's on the other side in 5 minutes. Also, the question as it relates to the 49ers. Has this training camp taken away any of your enthusiasm for this upcoming season? Are you still as optimistic as ever? Doesn't matter about Bosa, doesn't matter about Trey Lance, doesn't matter about the kicker. Where are you right now with the 49ers season less than 2 weeks away? 2 tickets coming up to Hip Hop Made the Bay on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Please.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time,
F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Let's give away 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more. They're coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, all courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, presented by 102 Jams. Here's how we're going to do it. Call the contest line now, 415-951-2386. The contest line, 415-951-2386. Give me caller number 5 and you win 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay.
Woo, you good?
Presented by 102 Jams.
Let's go.
Pacific Concert Group, presented by 102
There
Jams.
you go.
November 3rd,
You never seen Cube in person, or have you?
No, I haven't seen any of those guys in
Jaylen
person.
Brown played in the Big 3. He's down to earth, man.
playing with fire, too. We're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. By the way, we have Eric Crocker coming up at noon, Locked On 49ers podcast. Great stuff, and there's a lot to get over with him on the San Francisco 49ers. But my question to 49er fans is, since training camp has begun, and we've had some things happen, obviously. Trey Lance traded. Nick Bosa's still not in camp. We got an issue with the kicking game. Sam Darnold's been named the backup. Are you more confident, less confident, or as confident with the Niners heading into the regular season as you were at the start of training camp? Or has anything happened during training camp that's kind of dampened your enthusiasm? Goo?
No, and I think I've been consistent. I told you Friday, I expect this team at minimum to be in the NFC Championship game. And I will tell you a stat that's starting to bother me. I talked about how imperative it is, Evan, when you were gone, that the Niners, if they do get to the NFC Championship game, that game's at home. Okay, duh. But the last 2 football seasons for the Niners, they were 2 games under 500, and they were 1 game under 500, and they fixed it so spectacularly that they got to the NFC Championship game. But, Steiny, if this year is going to be different and every week matters because you want that game at home, they can't ill afford to not have Bosa and a kicking situation. And I know you can't control injury, but I am eager to see if they're going to get out the gate slow, because I told you I wouldn't be on earth right now because I said I would bet my life that the Bears were not going to beat the Niners. And guess what happened? They beat the Niners. So Steelers, not a walk in the park, but the Niners got to start fast this year. How do you do that if you don't have 97?
We'll find out. Pittsburgh Steelers opener, September 10th, Heinz Field.
You know where you're watching?
I'm watching at 5 p.m. on TiVo.
I don't think you can. Well, then you're going to know who won.
Okay. And why do you care how I watch
I'm looking at
football?
you like, who is this guy?
Why do?
I don't
I'll
care.
Still see every play.
Yeah, we're going to chop it up. But
yeah. What's the problem?
Do you understand? I just ordered
I'm sorry,
YouTube.
what's the problem?
The NFL Sunday ticket is on YouTube. I just ordered it. You can get 4 installments.
How much?
I want to say $5.79.
I'm out on that.
4 installments of $79, which would be $4.70. Anyway, It's like Christmas to me, waking up. I can't do anything to trick myself to not, it takes precedent. It's I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'll wake up September 10th, and I'll probably go head out and play golf.
Oh my God!
I'll double check that the Niners game is absolutely taped. But I believe you can have everything in this world. And
Okay,
I'm gonna golf and I'm gonna watch the Niners. The day's long enough to do both.
Evan, this guy is special. Before we get back to business, we're going to the summit. I gotta share this, and I'm snitching and telling on myself. At the dice table, I had my first Bloody Mary.
All right.
My God, it is the drink of champions, Donnie. Why didn't you tell me about a spicy Bloody Mary?
I've never had one.
Oh.
Yeah, I've never
I
had
thought I was rare.
I don't like tomato juice. So I'm
Dude,
certainly
it's
not going to like it. Yes, Evan?
No, I was going to say, yeah. Have you ever had a V2 before?
No.
Okay, well, that is tomato juice.
I should have
disgusting.
a Bloody Mary every day coming into work. Dude. Anyway, do with that with what you will.
All right. Dennis Dennis is in Oakland. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, Steiny? How's it going, Guru?
Hey.
Hey, look, so I want to preface this by saying I do feel like from an offensive standpoint, the Niners are more stacked than they've been in a long time. So I'm very optimistic. But I'm also starting to see some things that kind of bother me. I remember the days of, I think, leading up to the 2014 season with Harbaugh, when, there were a lot of leaks and someone from 95.7 The Game, I can't remember who it was, said that, where there's smoke, there's fire. And I'm starting to wonder if there's some caustic things or a caustic environment brewing in the front office or in the locker room. Because, the players are always on social media. They're reading things. They understand. Shanahan is not an easy person to get along with and probably play for. He's very intense.
Right.
But I do worry, and I do feel like there might be some similarities because after the fact, after everything went down in 2014, Alex Boone called Harbaugh clinically insane and said that he wore out his welcome. So
right.
I do wonder, and I hope this is not happening, but I could see a world where, the players might be getting tired of, getting close, getting almost there, not making it, and then they read what everybody's saying about Shanahan, and I wonder how much of that lands and resonates with the team. So, I hope that's not the
Wow.
Case. No, I think that's fair.
How many calls have we taken like that? Not a lot.
Well, to me, that's fair for every team, every single team. Do the 49ers mind, or how did the players feel about the way it came down with Trey Lance? I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if the players don't think Trey Lance was done right, then maybe that does have an effect on the team. I have no doubt about that. Now, maybe the players are like, look, it's a business. We didn't bat an eye.
He had his chance. He got hurt.
How do the players feel about Bosa's holdout? Who knows?
Well, you don't talk about other players' money.
No, but that does not. You don't in the press. You do to your friends. You do to your friends. How do we know? Maybe the players feel like Bosa's asking for too much. Maybe the players feel like the organization isn't giving him what he deserves. Those are the things. Those are the only things that, to me, are relevant in terms of affecting the team.
Yeah. It's interesting we take that call, and I got to read this to you because there's not many of these. To me, this, a lot of people with this sentiment about the Niners season. From the 925, Stoney. The Niners missed their window. Going to be the most disappointing team in the league. D-line and O-line is thin. Quarterback is questionable. Kicking problem. This has disaster written all over it. Well, that would be a nightmare for Kyle.
Be a nightmare for 49er fans.
Oh, my gosh.
But, look, injuries have derailed a lot of seasons, especially in the NFL.
But they have lost some depth on the D-line, so that's not due to injuries, Donnie. That's due to now you got to start paying people. And the little cloud over our Brandon Ayuk, and what's he going to get paid? I know it's next season, but if he has a breakout year like I expect him or another good year, I told Evan during the breaks, Donnie, I was waiting for you to react. I believe Ayuk could go somewhere and be a number one. That's how much I think of him and his route running and his catch radius.
People on the text line are saying they added Hargrave on that defensive line.
Okay, but you're top heavy. So it's just Bosa, Hargrave. Guys tire. Hargrave doesn't play every down like Bosa. Bosa plays more downs, I believe, than Hargrave. But Hargrave, had a more talented D-line, other guys that could go get it. So we'll see how it plays out, man.
Question is, are you more, as what happened so far in training camp impacted the way you're looking at this year? You might be like, what are you talking about, Steiny? Well, the Trey Lance trade, Bosa holding out, the kicker issue.
How would you answer that? Because I'm going to say
I'm
no.
a little less optimistic. If I were a 49er fan,
wow,
I'm just a hair less optimistic. And it doesn't matter that I still think, if I'm a 49er fan, I'm thinking we're going to be good this year. But I am also saying training camp could have gone a little better.
But Brock Purdy just coming into camp is a part of that too, right?
The negative.
No, the pressure of him living up to what he has been. So if you put that in the pot of all the stuff that you itemize about what's happening in training camp, and then you said just a hair, but the Brock Purdy thing supersedes everything to me, his health in camp, and can he be effective as he was? That mixture can be combustible.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I'm assuming Purdy's healthy. So
now is he good, healthy?
Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming Purdy. I'm just saying what happened. Like Purdy looks like he's Purdy. So I'm just talking about all the stuff that's happened in camp this year. Like unless you're telling me Purdy hasn't looked good, well then that is something I put in the equation. But
great.
Let's go to Bay Rob. What's up, Bay Rob? How you doing, man?
What's up, Stoney and Goo?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
Out here on the grind, getting ready. My suitcase by the door, Stoney and Goo, ready to go to this Pittsburgh and Niner game. I'm counting down, baby. But far as Shanahan, you know what I'm saying? Shanahan doing good, even though I criticize him heavy because we spoil 49er fans, man. We used to win in championships. Hardball kind of like let us down. But he did get us there. Every year we've been in the playoffs damn near with Harbaugh and Shanahan. So we got to look at that. We could be in worse situations than what we are as far as with coaching and all that. You know, it get kind of shaky here and there, but he normally works it out. But as far as draft picking and all that and quarterbacks, he needs to let that one go, bro. Because, you know, I feel bad for Trey, but Trey was already behind the ball as it was. You know what I'm saying? Playing a year and a half in college. You know what I'm saying? Shanahan should have known better than that. We could have took a Justin Fields. We could have went another route of a player that went 4 years. Lucky he had in his mind to even draft Purdy at the end, which was a good thing. So we got something good out of it. But overall, he needs to stay away from that draft pick and stuff. But as a coach, he also got to learn some more, too. You know what I'm saying? As far as his coaching situation, his play calling is phenomenal. Sometimes it get kind of crazy. We wonder what he's doing. But, you know what I'm saying? Overall coaching, he needs to work on that, man. Like game situational stuff, knowing what to do and where to go with it. But other than that, you know, I ain't got too many complaints about him. I just get frustrated with him sometimes, and I'm quite sure we all do because we spoil, you know what, 49er fans. So that's all that boils down to. But he do needs to win a championship, guys.
Enjoy your trip.
Yeah, thanks, Bay Rob. Appreciate it.
You know what I just thought about, Stoney? I'm sitting here looking at Kyle Shanahan through the prism of it ain't been like this in a long time, and I'm about to bring up a guy you're not too fond of, but Jim Harbaugh, on the field, took this team to 3 NFC championship games and almost won a Super Bowl. It's almost identical to Kyle. 3 NFC championships and a Super Bowl that they should have won. And I forget that the Niners fans have tasted that air. Like, we forget about Harbaugh, but Steiny, he had this place, the Bay Area, 49er football in a good situation, and we saw how it ended. But you would have thought, oh, boy, they're destined. They're going to get through. And then stuff went on behind the scenes, and he's out of here. So that just speaks to, you know, again, it looks good now for Kyle, but the stuff you hit me with, Goo, you said, Goo, we didn't know stuff was going on with the Warriors until afterwards. And I go, you are right. So I'm just, that's a trip. Harbaugh went to a Super Bowl, 3 NFC championships, and Kyle's done that. And I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt in regard to the guys respect him, but we won't really know until that day does come.
I mean, I think the Shanahan, look, Harbaugh's last year, they were 7-4. They lost 4 out of their last 5 games.
Bad. Yeah.
And I get it. Everybody took Jim Harbaugh's side against Jed York. But that's on Jim Harbaugh. That team fell apart under Jim Harbaugh. Man. Jim Harbaugh lost that team. Or they lost him. Could it happen to the 49ers? No, not this year. It's not going to happen because it doesn't seem to me like Kyle and Jed York are nearly as shaky as Harbaugh and Jed York. You know, Kyle Shanahan may not have the greatest people skills, but they're 52 times better than Jim Harbaugh's. And that's probably one of the reasons Jed York is way more comfortable with him. Drop of the hat, Matt. What's up, Drop of the hat?
Hey, Sonny Goo, how y'all doing, man?
Hey. Doing well.
It's been a minute since I called, but you know, it's getting, the heat is getting hot. You know what I mean, with the season coming up. But yeah, Shanahan is a real good coach, and he has a system, and he do need to win a good one. I kind of agree with Bay Rob for the most part. You know, he still got a lot to learn situations. You know, calling players and this and that. You know what I mean, and challenging certain flags. But anyway, with the Lance thing, I still believe Shanahan guy was more somebody that was a point guard that can, you know, get the ball where he needs to go to certain his playmakers. Right? I think Mac Jones was the player he wanted, but unfortunately, they traded up with the 3 picks. So they was kind of like, nah, we can't get Mac Jones with the 3 picks. So they did a really bad job evaluating. I kind of believe that Trey Lance bet on himself, and he put himself out there in a way where there wasn't a lot of tape on him because with the COVID. You know, you didn't know too much about Trey, and the pro day didn't look good. I remember watching the pro day, and he had his slow motion wasn't good. I don't know why I picked Trey, but it was a bad pick. Trey was never, and I don't feel bad. I don't see a lot of people feel bad for Trey. Trey got his money.
Right.
Trey just wasn't prepared like he should have, because it was not Shanahan's fault that you didn't pick up the offense. You didn't study. You was the first one in the building and the last one out the building. You know what I mean? So, and then we kind of like threw Jimmy Garoppolo under the bus, and Jimmy was a winner. You know what I mean? Jimmy got treated like a real bad person. A lot of people don't realize I think Jimmy saved Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan's job for at least, because they won because of him. No matter you have a roster as good as they had, you still need a quarterback to win. And every time Jimmy got hurt, they lost. They got hurt one time, they ended up getting both. So a lot of people forget that Jimmy has a lot of tie in with the organization with the Kyle and Shanahan. You got the John Lynch dynasty, or at least their regime. You know what I mean? So a lot of people forgot how good Jimmy was. You know what I mean?
Well, and the other thing Jimmy had the respect of his teammates. There's no doubt. And again, does it matter? I don't know. It could matter. But if the 49er players think that, you know what, Kyle didn't do Garoppolo right. If the 49er players believe, if they believe what Jimmy Garoppolo said, which is this.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
Oh boy. How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Oh my God, hearing it again, Steiny.
So that was Jimmy Garoppolo on with with Sports Illustrated, and that's again, I'm not saying it's gonna, but that's the kind of thing that could derail a season. Is if the players inside the 49ers locker room starting to believe, you know what, this thing's a mess at quarterback.
And
this thing's a mess at quarterback. If Brock Purdy either struggles or gets hurt, and then Darnold comes in, if the quarterback position ends up hurting the 49ers, then I do think the team might start asking the same kind of questions that Garoppolo just asked. How do you think they're handling it?
And you know what, Steiny? You said this the first time you heard it. I'm being so honest with you guys. Me hearing that again, there's no doubt that he knows other players for this organization feel that way towards Kyle. And there was just a comfort level of him throwing digs and shade at what's going on here. He said there's a lot. If you didn't hear weird stuff going on, that was wow. So for you to say, hey, Goo, he might not be the only player and there's some still here. I'm sure he's gone to dinner. He's gone to a movie, played football with some of his former teammates, but that is interesting.
It is.
Wow.
It is. But isn't Jimmy Garoppolo just confirming what we all knew? That he and Kyle Shanahan the last couple of years weren't on the same page. They didn't see eye to eye. To me, what Jimmy Garoppolo's saying there, first and foremost, is I'm still kind of mad they drafted Trey Lance when I was the quarterback. There's no doubt Jimmy Garoppolo's got a right to feel like he wasn't handled right by Kyle Shanahan. That's what he's saying. The question is it an isolated case?
Does Trey feel that way? How can one blossom in a weird environment?
Who knows? Maybe Trey will say something today where...
Oh, he liked to tweet. Did you hear that?
He'll echo what Garoppolo said. No, I didn't.
Help me out, Evan. I forget the account. Tweeted that the Niners gave up on Trey for a veteran in the league for 7 years, Brandon Allen, and Trey liked it. So, now it's all about the sublime. So he that's probably why he wanted up out of here.
888. Well, actually, on the other side, we're going to have Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers, the podcast. We've had him on before. Really, really good 49er info. He's a former cornerback. He spent time in New York Jets training camp. And listen, don't forget, football season is here. And what better way to kick it off than with the 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit? Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts today at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year. Willard and Dibbs, they kick things off at 2 p.m. Then the summit goes from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will be there, and we'll debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show, and it's going to be right in front of you. We did one of these last couple months ago in Buonvino, and it was a big success. Bill Keller and the team from Atco Pest Control are coming out. Mark Heller from Heller Jewelers is going out there. He's going to stop by. So, again, that's today from 4 to 6, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room, and Beer Garden in San Ramon. You're not going to want to miss it.
Do you want to carpool together? You and I? Or are you going solo dolo?
Yeah, I got my car.
Okay, all right, I got you. Here. I thought maybe we could bond and, because we just came out of town.
Eric Crocker on the other side. Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day over the course...
I'm Joe Montana.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And let's welcome in Eric Crocker of the Locked On 49ers podcast. He's a former cornerback. He spent some time in the Jets camp. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard this, but Jimmy Garoppolo was on with Sports Illustrated on their podcast, and he was asked about Trey Lance and the 49ers. It's about a half a minute. I just want you to take a listen, and because I want to ask you about it. Take a listen.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
All right, what do you make of Jimmy Garoppolo's comments there, Eric?
Well, first, I think for Jimmy Garoppolo, a guy who was the face of a 49ers organization for several years, I feel like that's the most I've ever heard him talk. So that was the first part. And then hear him kind of laugh at a joke was really a great response. I don't think that they've handled it very well. Now, at the end of the day, I think the way the 49ers have gotten to the point where Brock Purdy is a starting quarterback, they're in a great position now. At least that's how it feels to start the season. But the way that they got there was very unorthodox, and they might be one of the few organizations that would have gotten to that point the way that they did, trading all that they did up to get Trey Lance, take over for a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo, who had went to multiple, NFC championship games and a Super Bowl for the 49ers, and then say, even though you've done very well for us, Jimmy, we're actually going to play this other guy. And then we're going to bring you back just to back him up, even though you haven't really done anything to become a backup in his league. And then we're going to ship you off and let you go to Las Vegas. So I think he's probably looking at it like it's very weird. I think a lot of people that were very high on Jimmy Garoppolo and appreciated his wins that he had with the 49ers, they think it's weird. But ultimately, the 49ers feel like they're in a good spot now with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, no doubt, Eric. I told my partner I have the Niners at least in the NFC Championship game. That's how, high a regard I hold them in. But if I were to ask you, what's the biggest question mark for you facing this team entering Week 1 in Pittsburgh, how would you answer that?
Who is going to block T.J. Watt? Who's going to stop him from getting to the quarterback? That's a guy who is a game changer. He disrupts things. I think I saw one of the seasons he had like 8 forced fumbles on the quarterback. This is a guy who gets after the quarterback consistently, former defensive player of the year. I know everybody, in the Bay Area, especially the South Bay, they know how good Nick Bosa is. I would probably say, guess that the people up in Pittsburgh think that T.J. Watt is as good, if not better. So game changer there is a Colt McKivitz, who's going to have to stop him from getting to the quarterback. I think that's a difficult task, and I think he's someone who can kind of make life miserable for the 49ers and their offense.
Eric Crocker joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of the Locked On the 49ers podcast. I got to ask you about the Trey Lance trade, and I know there's a lot of different avenues we can go down. I'll just throw something at you that I thought of yesterday, and that is, to me, the 49ers don't believe that Trey Lance will ever be any good, because otherwise they would not have traded him to the Dallas Cowboys. What would you say to that?
I think for them, it's whoever gave them the best draft capital. Whether they believe he'll be good or not, which maybe they lean more towards that, it's the Cowboys gave them the most. So they were willing to move off of Trey Lance for a 4th-round pick. It sounded like the other offers that were coming in were closer to 6th or 5th-round picks, which is kind of what I thought they would get for him, a guy with obviously very limited playing experience over several years. So, if I'm a team like, you gave up, or used 3 first-round picks on him, but that has nothing to do with us. Right now, we're telling you his value is closer to a late day 3 pick, and I would have agreed with that.
Eric, I can recognize Kyle Shanahan's brilliance, but I tell my partner, for me, I want to see him get it done. I want to see his team finish. And you played in the league. You know what it's about. Is there anything to see here with Bosa not being with his teammates in preseason? Because, Eric, I told my partner, and I don't play, but it's bothering me that he's not there. Anything to see here?
I think everybody in the building, especially the players, understand just the business aspect of it. And once he gets his money, everybody will love him, right? He'll be there. He'll show up. He'll be Nick Bosa, and nobody will have any issues. When I was with the Jets, I did experience something similar to this. It was Darrelle Revis. He was holding out to start everything up, and then he also was recovering from a torn ACL, so that was kind of his excuse to do rehab somewhere else. Ultimately, he ended up showing up. And about a week later, he was traded to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, but just seeing how everybody received him when he did show back up after missing, several times in the offseason, nobody cared. The players don't care. They understand it's a business. So I think for Nick Bosa, his coaches want to get this done as soon as possible. The players probably want him to as well. But they all know that at some point they might, come to a situation where they need to get paid. And I think we saw Fred Warner, when he got a sack, he did the shrug and then kind of did this making it rain thing, like, hey, man, you guys need to pay Nick Bosa. So they understand what's going on, and the players, they definitely won't fault Nick Bosa at all.
Eric Crocker joining us from the Locked On 49ers podcast. So, it's Kyle Shanahan's 7th year, and I was just kind of thinking about this for a sec. Has he put himself in a tough position in terms of he got Garoppolo, okay, and they had him for a little bit. And then they went and they drafted Trey Lance, and he had a crack at Brady, apparently, but didn't want him. And here we are in year 7. And this is what kind of hit me, Eric. The 49ers are going to go into this season as a Super Bowl contending team with Brock Purdy, who was the last pick in 2 years ago in the draft, and played 8 regular season games, and Sam Darnold, who's already been in the league 5 years and has done has struggled, hasn't had success. Like, that's where we're at after 7 years of Shanahan. Has he put some pressure on himself?
Well, I think the first thing that you said was, they do have the expectation to go really far. Potentially be an NFC Championship caliber team or Super Bowl caliber team. I think the odds say that they're one of the better teams in the league. So I think we should kind of view him from that standpoint, where it's like, hey, this is a guy who, regardless of how he's going about building this quarterback position, he's done a terrific job between him and, John Lynch, building a contending roster that can withstand maybe inconsistent play at the quarterback position, or a cast off like Sam Darnold, or the last pick in the draft with Brock Purdy. Because I think even if you watch the preseason game and you see, what Brock Purdy has done well so far, he's had 3 drives. They've all gone, within the 10. There's been a lot of heavy lifting from guys like Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk with the yards after catch and things like that. So the picks outside of how they've handled the quarterback situation, I think, make this situation a little easier, especially on a guy that's the last pick in the draft.
Eric, let me ask you this, because you're a DB. I believe you had 26 career interceptions. What's your verdict on Brock Purdy? Mine and my partner, we need to see more. Where is he the real deal to you, or you need to see more?
I always err on the caution of seeing more. I think it's wild that people rush to judgment on a guy like Trey Lance, who has started in 4 games, didn't even finish one of them, and now all of a sudden he's a bust. But then, with a guy that only has like 8 starts or played in 8 games, it's like, oh man, he's just amazing, and he's the future franchise quarterback. We've seen a lot of situations where guys have either started out poorly and then ended up being great, or guys who have started out great and ended up being average to below average. So I think Brock Purdy does a lot of things very well. Again, I think the position he's in with his team sets him up for a certain level of success. But I definitely have to see, hey, how consistent is he? And there were some things that I felt like last year kind of got in trouble a little bit with some of the throws, and he's starting to figure out what he can and can't do. But as he's figuring those things out, I think the NFL is as well. So I don't want to be one of those guys that's like, oh, wait till everybody gets the tape on him. You hear that a lot.
Right. Yeah.
He also has Kyle Shanahan, who's looking at the tape, and he's going to put him in very good positions. But just in the sense of what he does, to where, maybe he's a little uncomfortable doing certain things or throwing to certain areas of the field. And do teams try to force him into those areas in key moments? And that's what's to look for. So if he passes that test, then definitely have zero issues with him being the starting quarterback. But I'd say that I'm going to hold off on saying, oh man, he's just a great long-term quarterback. Let's see this year, see how it plays out, and hopefully he continues to do what we saw him do in the 8 games that he played in last season.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking, Eric, because that's that's kind of what I've thrown out to 49er fans. I mean, do you expect Brock Purdy to be better, maybe to be not as good, or to be about the same as he was a year ago? I know he was undefeated, but the eye test is going to be the test. And is it fair to ask that question?
Oh, man, I think there's – okay, we watched Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
Yeah.
And even though we could tell that there's clearly some limitations or areas where he's not as great throwing the ball, he still was highly efficient, and the 49ers won a lot of games with him.
Right.
And I expect something very similar from Brock Purdy. Now, again, I think there are, people talk about arm strength and things like that. I think there are some things where even Jimmy throwing the ball does a little bit better than Brock. I think for Brock, I think he's better at clearly making plays than being a playmaker than what we saw from Jimmy Garoppolo. So the throwing the ball part, being able to drive through certain areas of the field, if we see a tick down in that or some of the interceptable balls that he threw, if those get caught, and again, they didn't last year, so you can't knock them on that. 49ers won those games. But if they do get caught, what does that start to look like, right? If the efficiency drops off just a little bit, then what? So, if maybe some guys are hurt, like the George Kittles or Christian McCaffrey, who I felt like they relied on heavily, like then what? So those are all tests, again, that Brock Purdy is going to have to pass. And if he passes those, then I don't think we have any of these kind of conversations. It's like, all right, this is baby Drew Brees, right? As we heard from, Willie Snead, who said, man, he has a lot of Drew Brees attributes, but he's going to have to go out there and show it this year. And if he does, then 49ers will be in a great spot, especially with the cap, having a guy for 2 more years on this type of salary.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, thank you very much. Really good stuff. Appreciate your perspective, man.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir. That's Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, and former
Let me tell you something that
former
hit me.
NFL player.
You're going to laugh.
Give it to me.
Evan, you R2's Badoni. The fact that Trey Lance only started 4 games and we're ready to say, and I'm part of it, he didn't have this or that. I mean, is that the world we're living in now, Steiny? 4 games.
Well, he didn't.
But
Kyle Shanahan.
The subject matter is it's a short sample size.
I mean, I'm not saying it. Kyle Shanahan said it.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan said this guy can't play for us.
Wow.
This guy cannot play for us. I moved up to get him, and there was a guy we drafted 7 rounds later who's better. Better. But that's the one thing that hit me during the Crocker interview. This is year 7 for Kyle Shanahan. Year 7. All right? And the quarterback situation right now, we've got a 23-year-old going to start who's played 9 games total. He's the starter. Oh, and it's not the guy you drafted high. And then the backup is Sam Darnold, who for 5 years has been somewhat of a laughingstock. That's who you're hitching your Super Bowl aspirations to. Brock Purdy,
that's scary, man.
A 7th rounder who's played 9 games in the NFL, and Sam Darnold, who everybody laughed at him until he became a 49er. Maybe he gets him in that system. But the reason why the reason that I can't say right now the 49ers are the favorite in the NFC is that right there. They've got a lack of experience at the quarterback position, and the number 2 guy has been in the league for 5 years but hasn't proven he can get it done.
You know what, Stoney?
It's really
you lay it out
simple as that.
perfectly, but I just feel like if last year didn't happen and Brock didn't take him to the NFC Championship game, I would be petrified. But guess what, Stoney? He did do that. So it almost sounds better. What you just set up is not as scary or potent because we saw Brock look like, could this dude be a 1 in a million, man?
Yeah.
And Eric sounded like a former cornerback. He definitely needs to see more.
Of course. So the quarterback 9 games. I'm looking at his numbers. 9 games.
2 playoff games.
9 games, 2 playoff games.
Against Dallas, one of the top 3 defenses in the league, and he didn't mess it up.
He didn't mess it up. And that's kind of where I'm at. You're not going to win the Super Bowl with a guy who doesn't mess it up. You need a little more than that. I think you need a little more than that.
Jimmy had a lot of sour energy, man. Just hearing it. A lot of weird stuff. I don't know. What do you think? Oh, my goodness.
I mean, in terms of
Jimmy
taking a shot.
Loose.
This is letting loose.
There's a lot of weird things go. Hey, how's you and Steiny working out? Steiny's weird, man. A lot of weird stuff he's doing. I wouldn't take that as, they're in a good place. I'd be like, what's up?
Here it is again, Jimmy Garoppolo on the Sports Illustrated podcast.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco. Just leave it at that. But I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
God, I mean, Steiny, that definitely was not a ringing endorsement of what's going on in San Francisco. And he's pointing his finger at the coaching staff or everybody.
I think he's pointing mostly at Kyle.
Yeah, oh, my God. A lot of weird situations with an S. God, I wish they played.
Who?
Niners and Raiders.
Well, they did already, and the Raiders blew him out of the building.
But that was preseason.
Garoppolo spat upon his former team.
Yeah.
You're not
going to see it.
Well, unless you're Spinoni and you're loving it.
I wonder if Mia's in Vegas. The other Mia. Jimmy's Mia. Yeah.
Who?
Remember Mia, the one he went to dinner with? The film star.
Feels great, baby.
Her name was Mia. I wonder if she's now or did she live in Vegas?
No, he looks good. Still handsome. Good.
Dude, that was credible, man. We got to bring that up at the summit.
This is something interesting text from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 510. It's any quarterback that's going to lead you to the promised land isn't going to be a yes man to Shanahan.
Wow.
And that's kind of where I'm at. I never
say Jimmy a yes man, Steiny?
No, that's the point. That's the point. Jimmy Garoppolo, say what you want, was on a Super Bowl winning team. He worked under Tom Brady. He worked for Bill Belichick. I absolutely positively believe that Garoppolo came over here, did his thing, and over time, Garoppolo started thinking, wait a minute, this guy's acting like he's Bill Belichick.
Oh, my goodness.
Or this guy, I'm sure Kyle diminished. I shouldn't say man. I'm sure. I would bet you that Jimmy Garoppolo felt diminished by Kyle Shanahan. And he was probably thinking, you know what?
Damn,
I'm playing for Belichick and behind Brady. It's like, what have you done?
Who are you?
I got a ring even.
Man.
So, and that's kind of the thing where I do think there's something. Is it something that they'll never be able to get over the hump? I would never say that. But there's something to the type of person and quarterback that Kyle has to have playing the position. They got to be good, but they can't be too good. They got to be able to run, but they can't run too much. They have to be experienced, but they can't be old.
Wet behind the ears like Brock.
They just
happy to be on the field.
But the reason that, and to me, that's why Brock Purdy is the starting quarterback, because he had 55 games of college, and there's something about the way he quarterbacks a team where Kyle Shanahan looks at him as a really good decision maker. On the other hand, he looks at Brock Purdy and says, well, this guy's just happy to be here. So I'll coach him how I want, and he's just going to listen, and he's got to follow the program because he's a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
Tom Brady doesn't have to follow the program. Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to follow the program.
They are the program.
And in a way, Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have to follow the program after
But he
a
did,
while.
though, Steiny, because he was saying...
Until he got sick of it.
Yeah, and that's why he
got sick of the way he got treated.
Yeah, still a member of the team. I run the plays that are called. Antonio Solano on the First NorCal Credit Union, Steiny, in the chat, he says... doesn't Kyle get credit for making Matt Ryan MVP? But that's different because he wasn't head coach. That's how I look at that. Oh, he helped Matt Ryan get MVP, Stoney, but it's different when you're running the whole thing.
707, who cares what Jimmy says? What do you think the coaching staff would honestly say about him? You know what? You know who cares about what Jimmy says?
To a Super Bowl.
I do. You know why? Because Jimmy kept his mouth shut when he was here. And it's obvious that Jimmy Garoppolo kept his mouth shut when he was here. And I'm not saying Jimmy was better than people think. It's got nothing to do with his play.
He don't like how he was treated, and you said
Jimmy Garoppolo clearly doesn't like how he was treated here. And from my vantage point, I think he has a point. I think he absolutely has a point. So, yes, it does matter when a class act and a guy who's never been an issue in terms of what he said now says, you know what? It's kind of a mess in San Francisco. All right. What does it mean? Not a lot, but you know what it is? It's noted.
It's in the file. It's in the file.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan today and a little bit of a shot that his old quarterback threw at him. Take a listen.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Wow, the hate is real, man.
Yes, I don't think that's hate. I think he did everything he could to kind of not rip Kyle Shanahan.
Well, the hate comes not hate in he's not giving them credit. The hate is he hates the way he was treated here. And Kyle, man, that's to Kyle.
Exactly.
Then you do that whole circus and tell me to get on the side of the barn when we went out to OTAs a couple years ago, and then you end up need me. Oh, man, he's harboring. That's resentment right there, man.
Dave Hernandez on the YouTube chat. Jimmy's handled this situation like a true pro. He could have buried Shanahan and the Niners, but he didn't in this interview. Yeah, he's not going to bury him.
Because you can't, because they got a Super Bowl to try to win, and they're loaded right now. So when you say bury Stoney, it's a two-way street. Okay, he could have said some more stuff damning about Kyle or whatever, but it don't change what the Niners' aspirations are and what Vegas has them.
No, but if Jimmy Garoppolo thinks the 49ers quarterback situation's a mess, they ain't winning it. They ain't.
Man.
So and that's kind of what I mean. Oh, who cares what Jimmy says? Well, I get that sentiment, but he was here for 4 or 5 years.
I do.
And if that quarterback room, is having trouble, they ain't winning anything.
That's not. He put an ass on situations. Give me another one, Jimmy.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? You can. We're talking about Kyle Shanahan and his relationship with quarterbacks. Certain quarterbacks. Some he treats really nice. Some he treats really negatively.
Turn your mic on, Goose. Some are loving your shirts, Donnie. You're in your bag with your shirts.
I'm in my bag with my shirts. Hey, football season. It's here. You know it's here. And what a better way to kick it off than with a 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. That's today. Join all your favorite 95.7 The Game hosts today at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome in the football year. Willard and Dibbs started off 2 o'clock. Then the summit goes from 4 to 6. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the red and gold during a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. We got some special guests, Bill Keller and the team from Atco Pest Control are coming out. Mark Heller from Heller Jewelers. He's going to stop by again. It's today, 4 to 6, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. You don't want to miss it. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's going on with Kyle Shanahan? Hey.
See ya.
the kids.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. And someone on the Xfinity Mobile text line says, why are we talking about Jimmy Garoppolo? Here's why.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
Well, how do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
All right, so Jimmy Garoppolo says it's been messy over in San Francisco. He's now with the Las Vegas Raiders. It's kind of jump-started a conversation about Trey Lance. Peter King. NFL insider Peter King via his Football Morning in America column. What do you think of this, 49er fans? With what's at stake, according to Peter King, it stuns me Kyle Shanahan would rather have Brandon Allen as his insurance policy than the guy he judged to have franchise talent 2 years ago. If I'm a Niners fan, it worries me. This feels too knee-jerk, impatient to the max, and it puts tremendous pressure on Purdy to play as he did in his magical 8-game run last season. To me, this was a trade that didn't need to be made and shouldn't have been made.
Wow.
The only thing missing, what does that mean? He would have kept Trey as a third stringer, or he would have just made him the second stringer. The only thing I disagree with a little bit is it puts tremendous pressure on Purdy to play as he did last year. Purdy's got that pressure regardless. What this does is put more pressure on Kyle Shanahan that this quarterback situation better not do him in this year.
Yeah, but you don't think that Purdy's not dumb, Steiny. He knows what time it is. He's hearing these comments. He knows he has to step it up or keep and maintain.
But he knew that anyway.
Yeah, but now he knows his coach is under fire for what he does. So I think they go hand in hand.
Well, he was named the number one starter. He was named the starter months ago. The fact that they just traded their third string quarterback shouldn't even affect Brock Purdy. That doesn't bother me. I'm the number one. I got to go 15-2 this year. The real pressure, I think, changes to Shanahan.
Well, that's for sure. I'm just like you said. There's immense pressure on Brock just to show people
no
he can
doubt.
be the Brock that he was last year. He ain't worried about Kyle. But man, you talk about Baldy. Heavyweights in the game, this is what they do. They analyze the games. And then we talk about Peter King coming on here. A lot of people questioning the decision. And maybe Kyle didn't try to convince or sway Trey. Man, I know you want to get out here. But again, I'm with you, Steiny. You said it yesterday. Kyle gave up because I don't believe he saw a light at the end of the tunnel.
And Darnold beat him out. And apparently it wasn't that close because Kyle talked about separation. Go to Josh in San Jose. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. So I kind of want to get into the whole Trey Lance thing, Jimmy Garoppolo thing.
All right.
I think that potentially they were getting rid of a possible cancer in the Bay when they got rid of Trey because, you got Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance laughing during the championship game when they should be filming for their team. I remember that the tweets when I saw it on the sidelines. They were just sitting there just chuckling during the championship game. And when they were losing and Brock was hurt, and there was no way they were going to turn that sucker around. And I didn't like that. And I like that. I felt like there might have been some undercover, Here's another thing. Jimmy Garoppolo was freaking, caught lip reading, right, during the game. What effing play is this? This is a dumb effing play and all that stuff. And it's like, that just makes me upset. Like, okay, Jimmy had class, right?
Right.
But I don't think he has the football mind. I think that the playbook that Shanahan had is huge. Bill Walsh would introduce players and give them certain plays to learn. And when Jimmy came here for the 5 stints that he did in the 5 games that he played well, but he got to freelance a lot. Now, Brock Purdy did the same thing last year. He got to freelance when he was throwing the ball around And when he couldn't figure out what exactly the play he was supposed to run, he would just kind of scramble and make something up and improvise. Now, that could happen again with him. I'm sorry if I'm going crazy right now. But that could happen again with Kyle Shanahan. If Kyle Shanahan is too book heavy on him, doesn't let him, improvise like the old school quarterbacks do, it could be a problem. I'm waiting to see what happens with Brock Purdy. I think that Trey Lance was not happy there for a minute. I think that Garoppolo was a part of that, and I think that I'm glad they're both gone.
Appreciate the call.
Man.
Appreciate the call. You know what this reminds me of, Garoppolo? Kind of Kevin Durant. Looking back at the Warriors and kind of saying, look, man.
Wow.
You guys think the culture's all that? No culture. Culture's Steph. 49ers culture is...
Well, that's a good comp, man. And we got Durant before he left. Down I thought we played with joy. That was, we thought was just a throwaway line, but it ended up being something that was eating at him.
This is Brian Baldinger on with the morning show this morning. Take a listen.
I think there's more value to the 49ers with him than anywhere else, even if he doesn't play this year. You could still get the same fourth-round pick for him, if there's an injury in December or next year. But to me, I don't feel like shipping him out was the right answer. But maybe Kyle truly does think he could get a better shot in Dallas and take the fourth-round pick and move on. But if there's some kind of injury to Brock or Sam Darnold, gets tripped up somewhere along the line, it sure would be nice to know and have a guy that you have put trust in and faith at some point and at least knows your system well enough. He's better than Brandon Allen. I know that. So, I don't know. I just felt like there was a rush to judgment on this whole thing that didn't need to be.
All right, so that's Baldinger and Peter King saying too quick.
Yeah, but if there was a stink, and I'm not saying Trey was kicking up dust, Donnie, and he was despondent, I mean, maybe they did do a solid by moving him.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be the best version of himself to try to get to the number 2 spot from the 3. He was almost crying in his beer, just get me out of here. And I'll tell you this, people, and everybody's saying this, Donnie, it's not like he's in football heaven to where he was closer getting to the field here as a number 1 just with the injury and health situation here in San Francisco than he is in Dallas. So how can Dallas suffice unless Trey was just not embarrassed, just feeling like he was stabbed in the back? I was a starter last September, and now you telling me I'm the 3rd to a dude that's seeing ghosts? Maybe that wasn't good for his brand or his mental health.
His brand? What about his game?
Well, no, the
mental aspect of it.
Yeah, Yeah, I think if he remained here, Trey was going to look at it like a failure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I'm asking you, is that the best way he should have looked at it?
That's a fair question to ask, for sure. Yes, it's been a failure. That's another reason why he might need to get out. And I think maybe this is what you're saying. Yeah. Is his 3rd year now being a 3rd stringer? How are you going to get anything out of him? At least he's starting over in Dallas. So if he's the 3rd stringer, he's starting out there. At least he's just getting there, and he's the 3rd string quarterback.
So that would make you feel better?
It's what would? If I were Trey Lance?
Well, what about Brock Purdy and his elbow that could be a...
If I'm Trey Lance, I'm like, wait a minute. I was a starter?
All right, I got you.
If I'm here next year, you know what? I'm going to be the 4th stringer next year. Right. I'm going from 1st to 2nd to 3rd. Next year, I'm going to be 4th.
That would piss me off. So, I'd never forget. I would never stop thinking about it.
And I think that's the part that I'm not saying these guys are missing, but they're kind of missing.
Peter King and Paul.
I mean, if Trey Lance 2 hours after that said, you know what, why don't you, if it's all the same to you, why don't you try to get me out of here? And the 49ers said, will do. Then there's no reason to keep him. Yeah. Let's go to Travis in Oakland. What's up, Travis? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the show.
Hey.
Thanks.
Hey, I just wanted to speak on 2 things with Jimmy G. First of all, as long as Brock Purdy's floor is Jimmy G, we're going to be all right. And Jimmy G's the whole reason why they drafted Trey Lance. He's the reason why they moved mountains to feel like that he wasn't the future.
Right.
So, I feel like they probably could have maybe got Michael Parsons. I know I didn't say his name right. But, there's other ways they could have went about it. But, Jimmy G had to go a long time ago. It's just he was carried by a running game and defense. So that's just my outlook on Brock Purdy. As long as he don't do no worse than Jimmy G, we'll be okay.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, he's got to be a little better than Jimmy G.
That is interesting, though, Stoney.
What's that?
We can say what we want. Jimmy wasn't Kyle's cup of tea. I don't think Jimmy ended up being what Kyle thought he was going to be, and that's why he did go draft or identify a quarterback that's better than the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. He was tired of it.
Why did they sign Jimmy Garoppolo then?
That's when he made the purchase and said, oh, my God, this guy don't have it. We need to bring Jimmy back.
No. I'm talking about he saw Jimmy, and the 49ers gave Jimmy Garoppolo the contract.
Well, that was, again, I know you don't like this, or it might be somebody else. It was those 5 games were fool's gold.
No, clearly they were, or to some degree.
Like, what did Jimmy not grow into?
What I'm saying is Jimmy Garoppolo was supposed to be the franchise quarterback.
And he took you to a Super Bowl.
That's what Kyle thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid him.
Okay, and he kind of lived up to that.
Well, but he didn't live up to Kyle's expectation.
So,
and that's kind of all I'm getting at. So Kyle identifies, they bring Garoppolo in, he wins 5 games. Is it fair to say Kyle Shanahan goes, wow, we got our guy.
When he remains healthy.
Let's sign him. Okay, here he is. We got our franchise quarterback. Okay, he gets hurt. That gets Kyle mad. But there's other stuff that gets Kyle mad. Then they draft Trey Lance. Okay, now it's Trey Lance. Trey Lance is my guy. Okay, well, Trey Lance was never your guy. You didn't play him. And now Kyle's saying, well, Brock Purdy's my guy. I absolutely positively think it's fair to say, we don't know that Brock, we don't know Shanahan's going to be in love with Brock Purdy week 10.
Well, he was desperate. He's operating from a place of desperation, Steiny.
Doesn't he fall in love and out of love very quickly?
Yes.
Haven't we seen that in 6 years?
Right. But he was on his 3rd quarterback, so it wasn't love to put him in the game. It was the fact that you got a jersey on. So I guess Kyle gets credit for drafting him. I don't care what anybody says. So it wasn't love to where Brock was upright and Jimmy was upright, and he said, you know what, you go to the front of the line. That's love. He had no choice but to run Brock out there.
Right. And now Brock's the guy. Brock might not even played a down last year if they can stay healthy at that position.
Man,
but now incredible. Brock's the franchise quarterback.
Yeah, he seized the moment.
I mean,
that's incredible. That's life, man.
I mean, I remember saying this a month ago. I said, oh, there's absolutely no doubt that Purdy, Shanahan thinks Purdy's the franchise quarterback.
Why wouldn't you?
But he thought Garoppolo was. And then he thought Trey Lance was. So give me 3 years. Give me 2 years of watching Kyle Shanahan continue to praise Brock Purdy. See, that's the other thing.
But he had a nice run with Jimmy.
Yeah, but we knew we knew they didn't have a great relationship at the end. We knew there was tension there. All I'm saying is, spare me with Brock Purdy will be the quarterback in 5 years.
Wow, man.
Let's see if he'll be the quarterback next year. Vince in San Carlos. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
Pretty good, guys. Hey, listen to the show. I just want to point out, too, everyone's talking about Trey and getting rid of him and got rid of him too soon, unproven.
Mm-hmm.
And that all may be true. But we also have to remember, last year, when he was named the starter, he didn't do anything to impress anybody. And, yeah, it was a small sample size, but let's think about some of those games that he was responsible for. Those games, we might be hosting the NFC Championship game last year.
Man.
We might have a different outcome. And then the other point is, we talk about oh, you know what? We traded so much to get him, and those 3 first-rounders. Okay, let's play it back. Maybe we signed 3 first-rounders. They're different guys. We don't know if they're going to pan out either, because again, they might be first-rounders, but the draft, as we all know, is a gamble. You don't know if these guys are going to pan out and be stars in the league. And then you look at, hey, that freed up money by not having those 3 first-round picks. That freed up money for us to go sign free agents that maybe we wouldn't be able to sign in this past offseason because we're paying these bigger contracts. And getting rid of Lance also frees up money for Bosa. So, you know what? I think at the end of the day, it's all going to be a wash. Hopefully everyone stays healthy, and let's go Niners.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, no, I'm not saying they made a mistake. Like, of course they made a mistake by drafting Trey Lance. I'm not saying I have a problem with them trading Trey Lance. I'm saying Kyle's been fickle at quarterback. So, yeah, he likes Brock Purdy right now. For how long? How long is he going to like Brock Purdy? This is a good one.
Yeah, Brock controls that, though.
Sean and Kyle. But, like, let's get into that in a sec. Yeah. Steiny, in fairness to you, you say that Kyle thought Jimmy was a franchise quarterback. That has not changed. He's been very open that he only moved off Garoppolo because of injuries. Oh, Sean.
See ya.
Sean,
That is good.
I think his level of play had something to do with it too.
I would fight you though, Steiny, because they had a lot of success with Jimmy, that his inability and ability to break the Niners' hearts and Kyle for just always getting hurt at the most inopportune time. I think Kyle was tired of the Jimmy experience. Now, I know he wasn't everything physically that maybe Kyle wanted, but then they knew what he was when they gave him that contract, so we could debate about.
They thought he was a franchise quarterback.
So you think it was more about the play or the lack of this or that than the ability to stay healthy?
I think it was a combination. Absolutely,
I do too, but I think it was more inabilities. Best ability is availability.
Well,
and he failed at that.
Well, and I actually think it has a lot. Whatever you want to say, 50-50 health and play, but that's the reason I'll say it has. I think it has to do with the fact that Kyle didn't think Garoppolo was good enough, was because that's one of the reasons Garoppolo doesn't like Shanahan is because Garoppolo knows, to me, Shanahan doesn't respect him as a quarterback or didn't think he was good enough. And so I think Jimmy Garoppolo's like, the hell with this guy.
But
do you really think that Kyle Shanahan was in love with the way Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked the Niners?
5 years is love to me in the NFL, Stoney, and that's how long this thing was. So I believe he tried to be a good spouse to Jimmy Garoppolo.
But you said they did Jimmy wrong
at the end, and that came after Jimmy got hurt. My thing to you is, and I heard Bonte Ashesky saying this morning, Jimmy can be mad all day. But Jimmy, we saw this Bonte made, the oh-no throws. We saw you and your limitations. You can't blame that on Kyle at all.
No, I blame it on Kyle for thinking he had a great quarterback.
But hasn't Kyle proven to all of us that he doesn't need a great quarterback to get to a Super Bowl?
He needs somebody better than they've had.
Well, yeah, but Purdy got knocked out the game.
And I also do not believe if
Purdy was
if
healthy.
Jimmy Garoppolo were mostly healthy, he would still not be here.
Oh,
that's
you think it was over?
That's where I think Kyle's disingenuous. Absolutely. And that's where I think the 49ers have been. They didn't want to trade Garoppolo because they knew they needed. They knew they needed insurance.
Geico.
We tried to trade Jimmy. Surprising. Nobody would give us 2 firsts. No kidding. Darryl in Oakland. What's up, Darryl? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say that, all throughout the years of watching Kyle Shanahan, one thing is blindingly obvious to me. That man does not know quarterback talent. He doesn't. He loves Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins is as good as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
and so another point is when we traded up for Trey Lance, that was not a good quarterback draft. And I don't think that was John Lynch. I believe that was Kyle Shanahan saying, I think I need a quarterback. And it was blindingly obvious to me that only Trevor Lawrence was in that draft that was like, okay, there's the can't-miss guy. Who are we trading up to get? There's plenty. We could have Micah Parsons alongside Bosa.
Oh, man.
We would have already won the Super Bowl.
Man.
And so, I don't know. Kyle Shanahan really does not know quarterback talent. And by the way, he did not draft Purdy. There was a scout on the Niners who was like, please draft him in the 5th. Please draft him in the 6th. And finally, they said, all right, we'll get your guy. It was not Kyle Shanahan. So that man does not know quarterback talent. That's one thing that we all know. That's all I got.
Where's the lie, Steiny? unless Brock Purdy.
That's a strong statement.
Now, and we could fast forward in our crystal ball, and Brock Purdy does what he did last year for the next 5 years, and he's in the Pro Bowl, and the Niners have won a Super Bowl or two, then we got to give Kyle his just due. We can't say what that caller did. I like the call, but at the end says scout drafted him. Well, Kyle signed off on it. But right now, the C.J. Beathard, the infatuation with Cousins, okay, you thinking Jimmy was going to be whatever Jimmy wasn't to you, Kyle, only you know. And then Trey Lance, which to me supersedes what happened? Where was Ray Charles in the room with you when you watched that workout? Helen Keller. Like, what did you we'll never get the answer. We'll never.
He thought
He thought what, Steiny?
Thought he saw another franchise. He saw his franchise quarterback.
Or the fact that he didn't play
this week.
NCAA big-time football, did that make him attractive to Kyle? That I can go against the grain. I got it like that, Steiny. You don't got to have a good voice to make number one's hit.
That's who he is.
Went in the studio, and oh my God, this dude can't hold a note.
If Kyle was all ego, he wouldn't have drafted Purdy. He doesn't listen to his team.
That's Lori.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike's in Santa Rosa. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
I'm doing most excellent, guys. Thank you for having me on. Sure. Two quick things. Shout out to your call screener. You guys got game. He's respectable. Treats me with respect. Appreciate him.
Oh,
and your show, 97 The Game. You guys.
Thank you.
Trey Lance. In that game he played, this last game, I thought things were going bad for him for the first 2 or 3 drives, I guess it was. And then, the interception, I think, came on the 3rd drive. And when he came out on that next drive, it looked like he had a chip on his shoulder. And, like he said, I ain't going out this way. And he promptly went 5 for 5, looked good, I thought, and handled the offense and drove him down for a touchdown. And I was just happy for the guy, man.
Right.
Because he didn't go out there, all butthurt. He manned up, man. And he said, I ain't going out this way, had a chip on his shoulder, and handled his business. And I appreciate that from him. He pulled out a page from Being a Man book, do better, get it done. And he did. So I think they got rid of him a little too soon, man. They invested a lot in him. And I think his persona, he would have stayed the scout team quarterback and improved. And he would have got his chance. We all know going through quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So
thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
God, I just want to run something by you.
Go ahead.
So I grew up during the Bobby Knight era. Bear Bryant, Mike Ditka. That was a bad one. But, Pops in the Navy. So, Steiny, I understand respect and I understand playing the game for the greater good of the team. I will, when I get home today after the summit, on my DVR, dial up the NFC Championship game, and here I go, because I've been consistent. If I see video of Jimmy and Trey laughing, did you see? I've never, that's the one thing I'll take from today's show. Steiny, you can't be laughing, because that tells me you're butthurt or you're mad you weren't out there, whatever. Oh my gosh. Karma is what if they were laughing and I see that video. Now, 9 million people are going to say, Guru, you're off your rocker. Shout out to John. But I'm telling you, man, you can't do that. And that stood out to me.
I refuse to put any stock into a camera catching a guy laughing on the sidelines.
Well, guys, when you're getting your ass kicked.
So it's pro sports. So what?
So what are you saying? Pull my finger?
Well,
what are you laughing
What
at?
I'm not going to tell you is when I see Jimmy Garoppolo smiling for 2 seconds, I think he doesn't care. I'm not going to do that.
But now that we hear the weird situations, that Jimmy sound like he didn't. He wasn't going home crying. That's what they get. They're going to treat me like this, and I got back healthy.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er talk. Trey Lance gone. Brock Purdy in. Didn't throw a lot of passes yesterday. You worried on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, it's your boy Guru here to share with you my SodaWeightLoss.com journey. Let me help you out. I'm still in the game. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. It's very simple. No appetite suppressants, no workout plan.
the root of all suffering is attachment. And I've noticed that you have some attachment.
Jesus!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Guru with you for another hour, and then we're headed to San Ramon.
Yeah, baby.
For the Red and Gold Summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company.
T-shirt game on 1,000.
Let me see something here. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon. Traffic.
You go, please be on Waze.
See if we're going to get drive.
But dude, it's going to change in 50 minutes.
The route can't be shown because of problem with the server. I got problems with the internet here.
You need to upgrade.
Oh, well. Oh, Kyle Shanahan. Talking about Kyle Shanahan, the quarterback position. Let's go to David. David's in Denver. Get us started on this segment, David. What's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
Today.
Dynamite.
Hey, I was listening and just, like, it kind of hit me. I was wondering why there's so much talk and, all this big deal about, Trey Lance. And I get it, him being a high pick. But as I thought back on it, like, I was always rooting for Trey, and then I went back to Jimmy. And you guys were talking earlier about the whole, fool's gold of those first 5 games when Jimmy came. And I remember watching the highlights in that offseason after Jimmy came for those 5 games, and I was like, as a Niner fan, I was hyped.
Absolutely.
Like, he got it, right? And, then it wasn't really that. Like, Jimmy, he did some good for us, but he was never what I thought off of those first 5 games. So I get, the whole fool's gold thing. It kind of was. And then with, Trey, I felt the same way. I was, hyped. Like, I wanted the, unproven guy who needed to be developed and, project and all the possibilities. I was hyped off that. But then he wasn't that. I know it wasn't a lot and there was injuries and other stuff, but I never saw what I thought could be. Now, maybe he can be that in the future, sure, with Dallas, that's fine, but none of those things actually panned out. And then, so I get the whole thing, and I'm like, maybe all the criticism and all the, questioning is about the fact that what's happened during Kyle's tenure with the quarterback, it has been these, things where it's fool's gold or project that doesn't pan out, and it's and I don't even think that we can really go down Kyle's road for that, because, the dude, he's a human being, you know what I'm saying? You make choices, you go with your gut, you try to, go for the best. I don't know the whole behind-the-scenes things, but I just feel like it's so much bigger now and so much focus on it because we've had these things where we put the hopes in of this particular position. You think it's one thing, it's not that. But I think the big difference is that each of those quarterbacks, they're different people and they got different skill sets. And I feel like the intangibles and the makeup that Purdy's bringing to the table, it's going to be different than what those two guys were. And that's what I put the hope in going forward.
It's good stuff. Stated well.
And he was being real, man. And again, what did I tell you in Vegas, Donnie, and Niner fans? Everybody trusted Kyle and his brilliance and his ability to demonstrate and show the world, the football world, non-49er football fans, that I know I have the ability to identify quarterback talent. And that's why Trey Lance was, to me, an unknown commodity. But I was like, buckle up, people. He's about to be the next. And this dude, unfortunately.
Whatever gave us the idea that he was that?
Because we were told that he could run. He had the arm of Hercules. And him hooking up with Trey Lance, him hooking up with Kyle Shanahan was going to be a deadly combination. So I was all in, and I was from afar. I'm excited, and it was real. And I'm looking at you. I'm being real. I'm always being real. I don't know why Kaepernick fizzled out, but I will and can do a case study. That's my new word, not a case study on Kaepernick had this league by storm. He looked like kissing the biceps. I can't tell you why he fizzled out. I will leave that there. But the Niners have had a quarterback since Montana Young, and I think it would be disrespectful to not say Cap had his run. Okay, there was no longevity, but, man, this is a strikeout with bases loaded times 10, man.
What do you give me for Kyle Shanahan and a naive Warriors fan. Kyle Shanahan and a naive Warrior fan.
Where are you going?
So, a naive Warrior fan goes like this. Oh, James Wiseman.
This is
James Wiseman. He's going to be great.
Yeah.
He's going to be the next franchise center. And Moses Moody. He's going to be great. And he's going to be a 12-year starter in the NBA. And Podziemski. And Podziemski's going to be the next Chris Mullin. And he's great left-handed. And Patrick Baldwin Jr. Oh, my gosh. We got to play Patrick Baldwin Jr. He's going to be one of the best players that we've ever seen.
Evan's on fire.
Okay. It's just like Kyle. Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's go, Jimmy Garoppolo. He's our franchise quarterback. Let's pay him a lot of money after 5 games. Yeah, let's do that.
Got you to a Super Bowl.
Let's go to. I don't care. Let's go to Let's go to Beathard. Let's move up and get Beathard. I like this guy. I think he can play for us. Oh, he can play for us, but he's not quite that good. Okay, let's go up and draft Trey Lance. Trey Lance is going to change the franchise. Why? Because I think he's the guy I drafted. Trey Lance. Oh, Trey Lance didn't work out. Okay, well, who? Oh, we just drafted Brock Purdy, the last pick of the draft. Well, now he's going to be the guy. Why? Well, there's nobody else left.
That was phenomenal.
Okay, who's after Brock Purdy?
But you're omitting the J.J. Evans, Thelma, is good times right now with Brock Purdy.
Good times for the Warriors, too.
But I don't think Moody, Wiseman, nor anybody you mentioned had any success on the at their craft. We are in the midst of the Brock Purdy movie. Steiny there still can be a script.
Man, I'm just saying.
And all that you just said, you're right. But this will be the one. There will be a wedding
with Purdy.
If he goes on to win the Super Bowl, there's no doubt that he's a quarterback for the next 6 years. If he remains healthy,
and that's where. No,
you're off the train.
I'm off the train.
But why would you be?
Because for every argument you use, the opposite can be true, and that is Jimmy Garoppolo took the 49ers to the Super Bowl. If Jimmy Garoppolo would have won that Super Bowl, you think he'd still be here?
I told you.
I don't. I don't.
Oh, I
think there's a very good chance he wouldn't be here.
I thought that bought him 2 years, like Flacco's Super Bowl in Baltimore.
It might have bought him 2 year, but that was more than 2 years ago.
Well, you're right.
Lonell. Hey, Lonell, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? Second time caller. Guru, I'm the guy that called by in Loretta last week.
He was great.
When Steiny wasn't here. How you gentlemen doing?
What's up? What you got, baby? You had a good call last week.
Yes. I'm calling about Kyle. I'm done with him, and I'm done with him strictly because he lied to the public, he lied to the fans and everything, because he didn't make that competition like it should have been. He should have let it play itself out for the third game and then made his decision. He to me went in with notions that he already was going to make Darnold the second string quarterback. Period. It was that's why he had made up his mind early in the preseason, because he had already I think he made his decision in the first game, if you ask me.
Interesting.
Wow, man.
And then I want to say about Garoppolo. Why is it Garoppolo has been the perfect, upstanding professional while he was playing for the 49ers? But soon as he leaves, everybody want to trash him and throw him under the bus. They was doing it while he was playing there, for the 49ers. As soon as he defend himself and want to kind of let it seep out the real of how he felt about how he was treated, everybody want to come down on his back like he's doing something wrong. He's just defending himself. That's all he's doing.
Right.
Let me give you this before
and I don't understand that.
Let me give you this before.
As far as I'm concerned, he wasn't okay. He wasn't the quarterback everybody wanted him to be, with the big arm and making all the perfect decisions. But just like everybody's saying, Jimmy had no throws. Purdy do too. Yeah. Purdy had a few no throws in them last 3 games.
At the playoff game, Diggs dropped a pick that would have changed the game, but that's neither here nor there. Let me just ask you this before you go. You say you're done with – he's gone. Steiny, I got to be fair and stick up for Kyle from this vantage point. Last September, week 1 in Chicago, he gave Trey Lance the keys to the kingdom.
Right.
He didn't, regardless of how sour, and I'm one of them, we didn't like the play calling. there's a lot of energy called into the station on all the shows, and I feel like they're forgetting that he gave Trey Lance, right or wrong, the keys to the car.
Right.
So,
and a year later, he's not on the team. That's kind of my point. Is Kyle's done this throughout his tenure? Oh, Garoppolo's my guy. No, he's not. Trey Lance is my guy. No, he's not. And now Brock Purdy's his guy. Well, you know what? I'm going to need more than you just saying that right now.
So you're saying if you're Trey, to hell with the competition, you're saying I was your starter last year before I got hurt. Where's that at now?
Exactly.
Or
Kyle
he might have
changed his
been,
mind.
or he knew I owe it to everybody, myself included, to see what this kid can do. And one of your brilliant statements you've ever made during the 5 years together, which is Donnie, and maybe 6, as you said, when he gave Trey Lance the keys, he called some of the important veterans together and said, hey, if this kid ain't ready, we'll pull the plug. So maybe he saw that in a game and a half. And that's why he didn't double back and say, here go the keys again. But that caller, he said he's done.
Like, this is where, I want to be clear, I'm just talking about Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, he gave him the
I'm not
keys.
talking about Trey Lance. Maybe Trey Lance got worse. But all I know is, yes, Kyle Shanahan had Trey Lance be the starter last year at this time, and now he traded Trey Lance.
6 quarters
So
or 5.
it's fair to say that Kyle Shanahan, I mean, what are we doing here? This is Kyle Shanahan's 7th year, and he hasn't found a franchise quarterback yet. Period. And you can hope it's Purdy, and you can think it's Purdy, and Purdy's got the next crack at it.
And it looks
but
pretty good.
Don't tell me he's the court. Does it look pretty good? I need a year to see more. We thought Garoppolo was the man after he went 5-0. Lee in Fairfield. What's up, Lee? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys, what's going on, man? So, son, that was a great question that you asked Guru when we talked about when did we know that Trey Lance had the goods, and you said that, hey, that's what Shanahan said. And now that Shanahan has let him go, why don't we believe him when he said he had the goods, but now we don't believe him when he went after 2 years later. He's seen and got practice for the past 2 years. He got more information on the guy now than he had when he drafted him out of North Dakota State, and yet we're questioning Shanahan's decision making. Hey, I got more information on him now than I had back then. I've made my mind up. I feel like, hey, it's time for this kid to go. And here's the other thing, too, that bothers me mostly about this decision. I want to see if we saw Trey play in some big Rose Bowl game, and he brought North Dakota State back from Ohio State down by 15. We don't have anything on this guy.
Nothing.
I don't know how we became so enamored with this guy just because he got drafted number 3.
We trusted Kyle.
That baffles me.
Yeah, we trusted Kyle's. Steiny, that's it. We trusted that assessment.
So we don't trust him now.
Well, he's saying we don't trust him now. But look, Kumo D, how you like me now, Steiny? You said period after Purdy, but the right on the table brought to you by ATCO. We'll see you soon at the summit, Steiny. Is Purdy's movie is looking damn good.
But I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt because he's done this before. He's done this before. He's just, look, as far as I'm concerned,
he's the flavor of the month
exactly. Right now. I mean, this is one of those,
the fans want to win games, Steiny.
That's great.
And that's what he did. He's not lost a game
this is like,
that he finished. Brock Purdy.
This is like Scarface. You believe Omar was a stoolie because Sosa said so? Yeah. Yes, I do.
Oh, man. That would give you a
Kyle
2.
Shanahan is still looking for a franchise quarterback.
But he's not losing sleep, Steiny. I know you because you're a writer, Steiny. I know how you are with words. I just feel like you are not in the present, though. He's got something.
He thinks.
Well, he thinks it looks good.
Well, Jimmy Garoppolo looked good when they were 5-0. And then when he took him to the Super Bowl.
So help me out because my mind's everywhere.
And Trey Lance looked great on draft night.
You're saying now Jimmy took Kyle's team to the Super Bowl and the things he got was getting replaced.
I mean, I don't look at it that way. Jimmy Garoppolo was the guy. He moved off him. He went to get Lance. He's now moved off Lance. Now he says Purdy, a guy who just happened to be drafted in the 7th round. Now Purdy is the guy.
But there's a reason, Stoney, a constant reason.
Right, and there was a reason for Garoppolo and a reason for Lance. Of course there's going to be a reason why he's a number 1 quarterback.
Oh, no, I was saying to get up off of him. Like Jimmy couldn't stay healthy.
In a year.
Trey didn't show anything.
Would you bet right now Brock Purdy's a starting quarterback week 1 next year?
Yeah, there's no
doubt?
No.
Please, you were going to say that.
I would take the bet.
Okay.
I think this thing is real. I really do. And if all the haters just in the world, if the only question mark you got left on Brock Purdy is, I need to see 4 or 5 more games.
I need to see a whole year. I need to see the whole year.
Yeah, all right. But if you do, and this thing stays the same, he has too much stuff around him to elevate him. And the one thing Brock Purdy does is not throw the football. It's when he throws it. His Wi-Fi is A1. And I think that's 80% of a Kyle Shanahan offense is you get rid of it. I heard the great Michael Irvin on this morning, Steiny. He talked about in the Pro Bowl, they had to run Kyle Shanahan's offense. Michael's a smart, savvy football dude. He said that offense is so complex, he felt dumb. Aikman had to tell him where to go. My point is, I'm wondering if that's why Trey didn't pick it up. Maybe that's why Jimmy never got to that ultimate plateau to where Kyle trusted him. But let me tell you this, the kid from Iowa State, he's in the quarterback school, Stoney, passing the test because he knows.
Passed the test too, his first 8 games.
I can't take that from Jimmy.
I'll just turn it on you. What did Kyle see when he drafted Trey Lance? What did he see?
I don't know.
Okay, what does he see in Brock Purdy?
The ability to get rid of the ball and improvise.
I'm just saying he
read defenses.
He might be every bit as wrong about Purdy as he is about Trey Lance.
I hope I'm not.
I should say.
Donnie, that's why we got our popcorn. There's 2 scoreboards. Brock versus Brock, and then Kyle. Like, this is incredible.
Let's go to Tracy. Hey, Tracy, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? I'm loving you too. You guys, you actually flipped and flopped, Steiny. Because before, I'm just gonna say, Guru was all down on Kyle. Now you're down on Kyle.
I'm not down on Kyle,
gentlemen. I'm on my way to the summit. I'm gonna see you guys.
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm on the road.
Tracy got started early.
We got that to look forward to.
Yeah. We'll get a pitch, Tracy. Yeah.
Hey, guess what? Don't tell nobody. I'm also Grandpa Daddy, dog.
Wow, congratulations.
Tracy's my real name. But listen, I'm going to tell you, man, I can't wait to meet you guys, and I'm going to tell you right now, Guru's right, Steiny, on this one.
Which one?
Hey, Brock showed us.
Yeah.
Brock showed us, man. And I know Kyle got this big cloud over him. It's a hard job, though, dog. Trust me, it's hard being a Hefe, because I'm a Hefe. I know, it's hard. But I'm telling you, the popcorn, Guru, the popcorn to sit back and watch. I have total confidence and faith in the 49ers this year. Brock Purdy's going to do it, and he's going to be the starting quarterback next year, and he's going to be rolling, baby. He's going to be rolling. Just watch it.
All right,
watch
Tracy.
it unfold.
Hey, okay.
Right? Did he show us, or did he not?
All right, I'll see you in an hour. Well, that's something to look forward to.
Tracy Steiny.
There's no doubt. Brock Purdy
is looking good right now.
Right. Brock Purdy's the guy that Kyle Shanahan thinks right now can be the franchise quarterback. It's about the 4th guy he's thought that about in his tenure as a 49er coach. That's all I'm saying.
Right. But I think the point is if they go on and pull this off this year.
They haven't yet.
Oh,
like they haven't. So
I'll give you that.
Of course. Well,
I'll give you that.
If Trey Lance would have played and they would have gone 17-0 last year, I'll bet he'd be here.
Okay. So for the sake of your point, I said you're right because they haven't done it. But Steiny, when they do it, those people will go back in the house and say, "Okay, right now it looks good. He's got his guy. How could you not?"
Well, because we've thought we've had the guy before. That's all. Hilarious hearing all the histrionics. Sometimes it's just luck. If they don't get everything, bad luck came. Purdy was able to step up and seize the opportunity, no doubt. Stepped up, seized the opportunity, won games, and now he's the number one quarterback with a chance to be the team's franchise quarterback. But that was who Garoppolo was supposed to be. And that was certainly who Trey Lance was going to be. Now, Purdy may be the guy that and he figures it out.
I'll bet that's what my bet would be right now. Now, if he don't
so
remain
you think Brock
healthy,
Purdy will be the starting quarterback for the 49ers in 2025?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll come here if Evan knows, if he takes a step back and you're right and he moves on to the next, but my ass will be shocked. Yeah, because this dude knows how to get rid of the ball, Stoney. And I think a lot of times we get fixed. I'm going to take you to quarterback school. We get fixated on the arm strength and this or that. Brock has shown me, and again, you're talking to a dude that watched that Dallas playoff game 50,000 times. He knows where he's going with the ball. Does that mean every play is going to be a plus? No. But, man, it's looking good right now, man.
Well, they haven't played, so we'll see. And he's coming off injury.
No doubt.
He's coming off injury.
And are you at all, random, worried about this? If it could be arm fatigue?
I don't worry about anything.
But does your eyebrow raise?
He's coming off an injury of his arm. I mean, yes.
After he played the preseason game for a couple drives, and just something to watch.
If we do not reach the Super Bowl, questions should be asked of Kyle. People are always going to ask questions. But listen, I think we're going to.
It's interesting.
The question is this. The question is, if you can't get by the Eagles this year, and it's clear that Purdy, or it's clear that Jalen Hurts and Purdy, the difference at quarterback is the difference in those two teams, then what do you do? Well, then maybe Brock Purdy ain't the franchise quarterback. Like number 3 that we thought was. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, got some roster moves. Roster moves by the 49ers we want to convey to you on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the best possible outcome for you. Whether it's getting your case dropped, avoiding prison time, or safeguarding your job, East Bay Law Practice is your go-to defense. If you're facing serious felony or misdemeanor charges, including
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Don't forget, later this afternoon, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Football season's here, and what better way to kick it off than with 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit. Join all your favorite hosts today at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. Willard and Dib started off at 2, so if you want to get there early, kind of tailgate, although I'm sure it'll be open, you can do that. Get there right now.
Tracy may be there.
If you want, for sure. Willard and Dibs are going to do 2 to 4, and then they'll be joined by Goo, myself, Bonte Shasky for the Red and Gold Summit. We'll answer all your burning questions about the Niners, and we're going to be doing a live show right in front of you, our loyal listeners. We're going to have some sponsors out there. Bill Keller from
Atco,
Mark Heller. We're going to have Keller and Heller. Keller from Atco and Heller from Heller's Jewelry.
Nice.
So again, today, 4 to 6, if you're out in San Ramon, come by and say hello. I'll sign flats today, but no, only flats. Only flats.
Speaking of flats, no tippy toes on your picks.
4 to 6 p.m., Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon.
Yeah. Xavier W. on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, Steiny. He says he's on his way.
Oh.
Ernie Chavez will be in the house.
Well, we know that.
Bang, bang. We
know that.
Surprise. Yeah.
All right. So the 49ers made some cuts today. These are not official. These are not.
Sorry, the 53-man is not official yet. Those cuts, however, are.
Okay.
They've been waived and released.
All right. 49ers' final pick in the draft has made the initial roster. That's per a source from Matt Barrows, and that would be middle linebacker Jalen Graham. He's made the team. The following players have been waived or released. Nate Brooks, Ladarius Hamilton, Breland Speaks, Kiava Tizzino, Spencer Wagee, Quantrez Knight, Ilm Manning, Tay Martin, Jason Poe, and Leroy Watson.
Damn.
Right.
Well, you played D3, Stoney, but you never tried to go pro to where you had your heart ripped out like these guys. But I'm sure they got agents and they go try to find another spot, hopefully the practice squad. But that's got to be the worst news, right? Stoney, you didn't.
Yeah,
you got close. You didn't make it.
I can't even imagine. And
Neither can I.
Yeah, it would never happen.
Yeah. Oh, well, it wouldn't happen because you weren't good enough. We weren't good enough.
No, I was never on the cut line at any level.
Well, neither was I, but the levels we were at were.
The levels we were at?
Little levels. Right?
Yeah, but what about something like, all right, like you're on the verge of making varsity, or I don't know,
I did in 10th grade. What's
yeah,
the point?
but as a freshman you didn't, right?
As a freshman, not varsity in high school. I was about 5'4".
So you were cut from the varsity team.
No, I was not cut. You didn't go out for the varsity in 9th grade.
Right.
Because you weren't allowed?
You had a freshman team. That's it.
Oh.
You didn't make JV your freshman year.
We didn't. No 9th graders played on our 10th grade team.
Wow.
You're gonna lose every one of these.
10th grade team? What year was this?
We had a freshman team, then a JV team, and a varsity.
That's how we did it.
When I was in 10th grade, I didn't play JVs.
Oh,
I played on varsity. Then, of course, I played on varsity 11th and 12th grade.
But the guys you just read off, you never got to that juncture.
Then freshman year in college, yes, I was on the varsity.
Wow.
I played a little freshman basketball, though. But
they got rid of that, though, huh? There should never just be a specific freshman team in college.
Put it this way. If I played quarterback, Kyle Shanahan would have thought I was the franchise quarterback for at least 8 minutes because that's the kind of guy he is. He
Jeff Darlington from ESPN, these are the words he used. Called Kyle Shanahan and the Niners idiots for trading Trey Lance. We'll get into that more tomorrow, but damn, Jeff, tell us how you really feel. Idiots? Yikes.
A lot of people are saying the 49ers maybe just pulled the trigger too soon on Trey Lance. Let's go to Tim. Tim's in Pacifica.
Damn.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm all good. How are you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Good. You know what? I was calling. First off, I'm going to say I do think Shanahan is a mid-coach. But my point is that this is going to have to be his make-or-break season because Purdy looks a lot like Jimmy G to me in the sense that he came in, super hot. Everybody got hyped. Then he got paid. The next season, he got hurt. With Shanahan, all that he's proven is his most consistent thing is his QB's hurt. I need Brock to stay healthy, see him move the ball, do a lot of things, and I think it's make or break, because if Purdy, something happens again, we lost Trey Lance. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's a lot of proven that I need to see this season.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Tim. To me, the season now becomes all about Kyle Shanahan and how this season plays out. Because, and I get it, Brock Purdy's got to get the job done. But if Brock Purdy doesn't get the job done, it's all about Kyle Shanahan. And if Brock Purdy does get the job done, it's all about Kyle Shanahan.
And wow. And that's what I think, I won't call it a drug, but that is the disease of me that I think he has in his large Gatorades, Donnie. Like, that turns him on, and that's why he couldn't envision himself with the Brady or Rodgers, but we heard rumors of, a couple phone calls or whatnot. But, man, I'll tell you what, Donnie, hearing you talk like that makes me wonder, because you are the head coach of this club, what else is there? Like, shouldn't it be that way entering every season? It's about Kyle Shanahan and his journey and quest to try to get his first championship in his Niner regime.
I never like it when the kind of the most important guy, the guy who gets the most attention, is the head coach. And I mean, think about it. Think how much.
I was going to bring up. I just thought of Phil Jackson. But you're saying he didn't do that on purpose. I think if we were enamored with.
I see. I think we talked more about Kobe and Shaq than Phil. Like, Don Nelson's a guy who we always would talk about, Don Nelson,
but no victories.
Well, and just
you know what I mean.
But like who, for example,
Popovich.
Well, no. Let's stay with football. Like McDermott in Buffalo.
Okay.
Season about him?
He's a footnote. Hell no.
Exactly. He's a footnote. Why? Well, because they have their quarterback, and it's about Josh Allen.
He's respected, though.
Oh, I'm not saying he isn't. What I'm saying is
right.
They don't talk about him as much as they talk about Kyle. Kyle Shanahan puts himself in the limelight more than any other.
Or his upbringing
and
his dad, I'd have something to do with it too, Stoney. I don't think Kyle's pushing that. He's doing it all by himself. He don't control it. But they're coming for his head now.
The decisions that he makes puts the spotlight on him. And that's what he's done since he's kind of been here with the quarterback position. For whatever reason, he hasn't altogether figured it out, and the way he's handled it has brought attention to himself. Like, I'm just kind of my guy, what's his name, Zach Taylor?
Yeah.
Nobody even knows who he is. Why? Maybe because of Burrow.
Well, but what about someone like Pete Carroll? Like, Pete Carroll is probably associated most closely with the Seahawks. I know he's a Super Bowl, but they're not necessarily in trouble.
He was a man in college too, though, Pete.
Well, to me, yes, it might be Pete Carroll now, but like it was Russell Wilson's team and Marshawn is all I'm saying.
But Pete was a part of it.
Of course he was, but he wasn't the part.
No, I was saying like right now, but we don't think the Seahawks are in trouble.
You don't think Kyle Shanahan's the face of the 49ers or the guy that's getting the most attention right now?
What's up there with Belichick?
Well, Belichick's okay,
and there you go. But people recognize Kyle's skill.
He does have
but
skill.
The skill is not identifying a quarterback. That's not his forte, Stoney. That's been a failure. And now everybody that we've talked about from a national this is just my 2 cents, from a national standpoint, the Jeff Darlington's using the word idiot. They're going in on Kyle in this blunder. And before the blunder, it was all, this guy's a genius, brilliance. Now people are separating what he's great at. And right now, identifying a quarterback, I would not have him come over. Sit this one out, Kyle. Andy Reid, what are you doing? Come on.
888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump in. Guru and I here for another 10. And then we're headed over to the Red and Gold Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company. Jake Franks, it doesn't matter if they win. You're right. It doesn't matter if they win. But teams aren't crazy when the coach tries to take all the attention and credit. See, the one thing, and listen, I'm not saying it's done consciously, but the bottom line is if the 49ers win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold, who's going to get the credit?
Oh, there's no doubt, Kyle.
Right. But if Tom Brady would have come here and led the 49ers to Super Bowl, who gets the credit?
I get you, Stout. I believe that. But
so it's always going to be about Kyle Shanahan.
How much of that energy you feel did Jimmy's comments to you open your eyes a little more, or you already were there? Because we talked about it before today.
I've said it a dozen times. It's clear that Kyle Shanahan is a really difficult guy to quarterback for.
But Kirk Cousins would be okay, would suffice. Like that.
Ask Kyle that.
Well, I think I know the answer.
See, I think Kyle likes Kirk Cousins because he's got the perfect makeup of talent.
Wow, man. Arm strength.
Well, no, talent, like temperament. He does have an edge to him, which I think Kyle loves.
You like that?
But Cousins is also not going to be a problem. Like Cousins will take Shanahan's coaching as long as they're winning. But Shanahan wants somebody he can coach and who's not going to challenge him.
It is so crazy, Steiny. I'll read this from the text line, and we've talked about it. I mean, I'm waiting for articles to come out. But the similarities between Wiseman and Trey Lance, it's almost scary, man. And both of them are crapped, 7 crapped. You're crapped out.
Yeah. Yep.
Lucky Bay Area.
Well,
what if those dudes would? What if one would have been Kevin Garnett and the other would have been the next Montana?
Well, also, what if each of the teams that drafted those guys wasn't a good team?
Oh, it would be hell to pay. Yeah.
So, at least these two teams are still winning in spite of.
How many times does that happen? You're right.
415 says Rex Ryan is the cautionary tale of taking the spotlight. That's kind of what I mean. Like,
I like Rex.
When I don't know, they're just coaches that I think just take up too much of the spotlight and make it a little too much about themselves, and whether he wants to do it or not, I think Kyle's one of those coaches.
You know what? That's fine if that's what you do, but at the end of the day, you don't have a credit chart. Like, what NBA coach would say no to Kobe? They'll be like, the hell, I know what comes with it. Come on, because we want to win. What I don't like, and a turnoff from Kyle, is if we are correct, that's why he didn't take a flyer on Brady, because he wants part of the credit. And I know people like that, but it's crazy, man. And it's detrimental to your bottom line. That Tampa Bay Super Bowl could have been the Niners. They were ready. They were just a quarterback away. The 2020 oh my gosh. That's just wow. I wonder if somebody said that to Kyle, what he would say. Kyle, you want some of the glory too? What do you mean by that?
Well, you'd have to ask him.
How would you phrase it?
I'd say, why didn't you want Brady? What's that?
That's him. He would say, I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Harrison's in San Ramon. What's up, Harrison? How you doing?
We're on our way.
Harrison, San Ramon. How you doing, man?
I scared him off.
All right, see you later.
Yeah.
The past is the past, fellas. The future is the future. Future's exciting. Let's be positive. You can be positive.
Oh, I am too. I think the Niners are going to the NFC Championship at minimum.
And if they don't, that'd be a disappointment.
Well, we got to see what it looks like.
But they have to. I'm with you. It's simple this year. Leapfrog the Eagles. Got to get better than the Eagles. And I think that's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge.
Well, you did make them weaker by plucking off one of their dudes, Hargrave, off their defensive line.
Unless Jalen Carter's better.
Oh, he's incredible, man.
Smitty, as I recall, everyone in the Bay, including you, Goose, thought thought Brady was washed. No, I don't think that's true.
And we have a
just didn't think
commercial on
Brady
the
was
station with my
realistic.
voice saying, "Go get Brady."
Yeah, I wasn't.
I love you, Smitty, but check your facts and get back to me.
Yeah, Brady's a guy who Guru's all over.
Yeah. Bonte was calling him Noodle R.
Who?
Brady thought he was. I'll tell him I said it to something. But he ain't the only one thought Brady was washed.
Rembry says we can play this what-if game till the end of the world. Yeah, we played it for 7 years. That's the point.
No, we got a season to get ready for.
No,
and
but
the Niners are a player. We're doing it now till the season kicks off. Once it kicks off, Stoney, this is you put this to bed.
Yeah, but he's saying we could play this game with who's at quarterback all day. That's right, because we don't know who's going to be a quarterback. We're still working on that.
408 says Niners 15-2.
I'll take the under.
We got to do our preview show.
I'll take the under on that.
What if I set it at 14? I think they could go 14.
Take the under.
We got a bet coming. I got to see about this arm fatigue. It's kind of bothered me with or this changing of the throwing plan. I don't know if you heard anything new about that, Evan.
So
14-3.
So okay. So you and I, the bet will be 13.5.
Yep. Oh, it's not.
I'll take the under.
The part I don't like about the bet is they got to remain healthy.
Well,
that's not an opponent.
Well, you can do what you tried to do last time is when a guy gets hurt, just call the bet off. Remember, you tried to do that with Wiggins.
Went on a
Wiggins went on sabbatical. So, right.
Yeah.
So you don't think somebody's going to get hurt this year?
I think the chances are high.
Okay. You think it's going to be Purdy? You think Purdy's going to get hurt this year?
I'm being real with you.
You shouldn't make this bet.
Yeah. No.
No, you shouldn't.
We could do it now.
You shouldn't make this bet.
People blame me.
You don't want to do that.
No, we'll do it for when we do our preview show.
How long have they been doing a 17-game schedule? Is this just the second year?
time.
How many teams won 14 games last year?
I hate it.
I'll take that bet. 14.
13. Dude, yeah. I'm looking at it now. Dude, they need to have the best record in the NFC, man.
So you're acknowledging they can't win on the road with Brock Purdy and Philly.
He got knocked out the game the second play.
Got his ass kicked.
Ready.
What happened?
Yeah. I got to give you
excited for the summit?
Yeah, I'm going to shock a lot of people. I'm going to run my four-corner offense. You know what I mean?
I don't. I don't know.
When you're in a
what
zone,
does that mean?
You shot selection. I'll be looking more to distribute.
You don't know how to play that way.
Never met a Mike I didn't like. Please stop.
We'll talk about.
I am excited. See Nahegan.
We'll talk about Harrison tomorrow. Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Tell you what, he had guys fishing.
What were they?
I've been waiting to see a strike.
And you want to know how good Harper is? Bryce, he took him deep in Philly. That's how impressive did that look? I'm watching that game like, wow. And the Reds need that game. And tonight they'll go back to an opener or whatever, back to reality, unless Webb's pitching. Goo, don't make the bet. 12-5 is going to be just fine. I'm gonna go to the lab and think about it.
Yeah, we'll see. Where is Willard to put y'all? He's at the. He's already at the summit.
I had to give my dad his stuff.
Willard's right. How? So you got to stop somewhere first?
Yeah. But you wanted the caravan?
No.
Evan, oh my God.
Okay. Now this is where we got to keep it a hundy, as the kids say.
Because we just went to Vegas. I get it.
Exactly.
Yeah, we were in the same limo.
Thank you.
Can you tell them Evan didn't hear you say I brought a suitcase like I was Madonna.
Diana Ross.
Evan, I had a little suitcase that we had to wait for it. And Sonny goes, did you really what do you have in there? And it was just a little change of clothes, some underwear.
You were staying long.
Some clippers, some Steiny.
Yeah, you're staying longer than me, so.
A couple of other updates, guys. Following players have been released by the 49ers. Defensive lineman Austin Bryant, wide receiver Chris Conley, tight end Troy Fumagalli, running back Brian Hill, defensive lineman Kerry Hyder Jr. and T.Y. McGill, running back Jeremy McNichols, and wide receivers Anthony Miller and Willie Snead IV.
Wow, Snead and Hyder Jr. Steiny. I thought they were making the spot.
Sure. That may change the balance of power in the NFC West.
Well, I'm just saying.
Hater?
Wow.
Hyder?
You're a hater. Not anymore. Man.
Yeah, Willis. So are we out at 54 today? That's a minute and 15 seconds.
I
that
do
we're
look
heading over
forward to these. They're brilliant, too, Stoney. All of us together. Kind of dope.
Yeah. Somebody says, when are you going to do one in Napa? You want to keep going further and further and further away from where we live?
But that would have to be a giant summit because we've done
And
everything.
also have to be paying for a room overnight in Napa.
Yeah.
Come on, this is.
You got it.
Steiny going to hit? I can't hit the pike before the summit. I'll take the under on. I think the 49ers are going to go 11-6.
Wow.
It's about what Vegas probably says, right? 11.5.
But if what I'm saying is true, the key to them changing up their success is home field advantage. That ain't going to get it done.
Might not.
Yeah.
Might not.
I mean, they got to schedule Pittsburgh, Dallas, Giants Sunday night. Man, I cannot wait.
Yeah, Francis or Francois. Francois, I'm with you. Niners going 11-5. That's what I got. I mean, 11-6.
Oh, okay,
11-6. That's my call. All right. If you're not out there yet, you got plenty of time to get to the Red and Gold Summit. San Ramon Fieldwork. Willard and Dibbs are taking it from here on 95.7 The Game. And yes, sir.
You are now free to move about the country. The new Raid Essentials Light Trap uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes, turning your home.
better days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep. Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you are an early arriver, make noise. You did it. You did it. Let's go. So, in other words, if you're still on your way, you're late. The good seats are already taken. Just kidding. There's plenty of good seats available. But sure. Fieldwork Brewing Company, Willard and Dibs until 4. The rest of the guys are all on their way. We hope you're on your way. Thank you to those of you who are already here. This is a day that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, we've been waiting for it because it's the official roster announcement for the Niners, and it really signifies, Mark, the official beginning of the regular season. Preseason is over. The roster will be set. And, the Trey Lance conundrum has been solved. Jimmy G sounding off. But we've got 53 49ers, practice squatters to be named, and all of our dear, dear friends out here on a perfect, Mark, a perfect day in San Ramon. This is like the old 3 years, not too hot, not too cold. The porridge is just right out here. It's just right.
It is an absolutely perfect scenario. So make your way out. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. Plenty of seats. We're outdoors, and it could not be more comfortable. Yet there is enough shade so that you won't need to overdo it on the sunscreen. We've sampled the beer, and it's fantastic. So make your way out here. Yes, I said it out loud, even with the boss sitting right next to us. It's okay. It's okay. We're at the brewing company. It's absolutely perfect out here, so get here. And one thing that you just said, with the roster coming together, we have a lot to get to today.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa is not yet one of those full players. That situation is not done. But I think one of the things we want to start, like even in you saying, the roster's coming together, the Trey Lance conundrum has been taken care of. It's one thing that I think is the theme of today. Trey Lance is not on the roster. Therefore, there's a lot of stuff that we need to get to that is well beyond Trey Lance. That whole situation's going to come up as we talk about the coaching staff, the decisions, the way they've worked quarterbacks. But I first want to point out sort of how I'm feeling as we get to this point where we are now, well, let's see, count the days. What are we? Is that 12 days till kickoff?
Yeah, 12.
There's a game in 12 days, and the 49ers might well be the magic elixir to fix what we've dealt with in this town with our sports teams since they last played, which is the Warriors got overwhelmed by their own internal drama, and the Giants don't have enough of it. And that leads us to the 49ers, who I think might actually be the perfect fix to the whole thing. Lost in one of the loudest off seasons I've heard in the history of this team is that they are loaded.
Yeah.
They are so fun to watch. They have probably the best player at almost every position when they go up against an opponent. There will be weeks where this feels like USC going against San Jose State.
Boy,
where you look at it and go,
cover, by the way, for the Spartans.
Gutsy cover, but it's one of those situations where you're like, why should SC win that game?
Thank you, Mark.
Because they've got the better player at each and every position.
Yes.
The Niners will have weeks where that's true.
Well, left tackle, best in football, tight end, top 3, running back. Running back is number 1 in every fantasy draft that I've done a ton of mock drafts.
Yep.
And the station draft is tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Don't sleep on Dibber Claws, by the way.
I'm asleep.
Go ahead and you slept on.
The more you practice, the worse you get. That's fantasy football.
You slept on the Dodgers, and now you've woken up. And there was a couple of you slept on the Lakers, and then the Lakers woke up. So you go ahead and take your little nappy poo. But they have the best running back and the best wide receiver tandem, that maybe top 4, top 5.
It's one of them. It's definitely one of them.
Linebacker core, they got the best edge rusher if he signs.
Best quarterback in the game.
I'm sorry, my headphones cut out.
No,
Something
what?
happened. Wait.
No, we'll get to that. But I get what you're saying. Exactly.
You got off Jimmy G in a hurry.
Speaking of Jimmy G. Speaking of Jimmy G.
My man.
I haven't even necessarily talked to you that much since this came out.
Yeah.
Steiny and Goo were talking about it a lot on the way in. And in many ways, it's kind of the perfect bow on everything that has happened related to Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen over the last few weeks, which is Jimmy Garoppolo on a podcast. I'll get you the podcast name here in just a second. But take a listen to this back and forth with regard to Jimmy Garoppolo now and the 49er quarterback situation.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Messy, that's a nice way to put it. That is from
Shout
Sports
out Miami
Illustrated.
FC,
Absolutely, taking over MLS.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to what you hear Jimmy say?
I hear Jimmy say that, things didn't go the way that he wanted them to go. And this feeds more into my narrative of Jimmy G is being a B. And by B, I mean baby. Not that B. What's wrong with you people? It's a family show out here.
You're not even going to call him that, though. For real?
He's being a little bit of a baby.
You got to be kidding me.
No, why do you have to scattershot and rat-a-tat-tat the Niners on your way out of town?
Because he was asked a question and he answered it. I actually thought he answered that in about as classy of a way as he possibly could.
It wasn't that
He paused,
messy.
he kicked it back to the host. It was completely messy.
They paid him $125 million to be mediocre. What's messy about that?
Well, that's not the point. I did not hear Jimmy Garoppolo say at any point in that conversation that he's bitter. What I heard is Jimmy Garoppolo say what any athlete would say when he gets replaced. Bleep you, boss. Hey, Matt, if I get replaced, bleep you, boss.
Man,
that's the way we play it, no? Why would Jimmy feel any different than that?
Because and I get it, he got replaced multiple times. He got Trey Lance drafted and he was replaced, and then he said, see ya, and then he wasn't replaced because he didn't have anywhere else to go. And then he came back tail between his legs and re-signed, and then he got hurt again. Spoiler alert, it happens. Yeah, thank you. And then he got replaced again, and then he got shown the door.
See, but if you're going to feel that way, you got to answer me this. With that question asked, what would you have him say?
Well, they gave me every opportunity, and I fell short and stuff. And wait, I'm doing the wrong impression.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
That's not. Yeah,
sorry.
That's Kyle answering for Jimmy.
I think he could have just said, I had a shot and it worked out, and then it didn't work out, and boy, they gave me a ton of money, and I'm super happy to be a Las Vegas Raider.
Why do we want Jimmy Garoppolo to say something that is such a departure from what we're all saying every single day? Why would we want him to do that? All he said was he's happy for Trey and the quarterback situation's messy. Facts.
Right, and then when they asked him a follow-up question, he went silent like,
again,
don't make me say that.
And he did it with a smile and a chuckle, and I think an obvious opinion. Nobody likes getting replaced. Now, listen, there's two ways to look at this. To me, if you want to call the situations, plural, messy, they are. However, how could they have been cleaner? Well, Jimmy and Trey, you could play better football. That would have made them a lot cleaner. Then these things would have happened. So I don't necessarily think that this is a need to play the blame game. But by the same token, who in the professional ranks would feel differently than he feels? Of course he feels that way. And I listened to Steiny and Goo the whole way here talking about how, like Kyle and Jimmy's relationship was bad. It wasn't bad until he fired him. It wasn't bad. There was a complete mutual respect. Does Jimmy return texts? Maybe not. That's Jimmy. But they had a professional relationship. It was a successful one. I do think we look back on Jimmy Garoppolo and say things that weren't true. Like, Kyle thought he was a franchise QB and he was wrong. Was he? Jimmy's a franchise QB. He's not an elite one. He went to 2 NFC title games and one of them a Super Bowl. Like, if you want to talk about overpaid QBs in the NFL, I'm not starting with Jimmy Garoppolo in the 49er era.
No, but I think that what we've learned from Kyle Shanahan over the past week or so is that he wants a QB on a rookie deal. And he tried Jimmy Garoppolo as franchise QB because at the time they needed something. When he traded for Jimmy Garoppolo and then they gave him that massive deal off of 5 games, they needed something to hold on to. And then they realized that Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't going to be good enough to get them over the hump. And so Kyle realized that you could build around a rookie quarterback and still have a very good team. And maybe that's the way to go about it because, of the quarterbacks in the league, how many of them are really transcendent, Hall of Fame, difference maker QBs? There's about 8, right?
Yeah, I think maybe you might even be shooting high. Right. Sometimes we give that label to people because of fantasy football.
Well, like Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson.
But Justin Herbert's a great example. Yeah, like Justin Herbert. Is he an elite difference maker?
Right.
I mean, he looks like it.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it yet.
I mean, we could play the name game and we could, assign that label to certain guys, but Jimmy's not one. Brock is not one yet. And so you look at that situation, and Kyle figures, if I can't get one of those guys who is him, as you like to say, if he's not him, then let me get a rookie so I can build everyone else around him with a bunch of other hims.
It makes sense, and it's left out of the conversation all too often when you think about it. Jimmy Garoppolo, clearly, he feels like he should not have been let go. But if he's not let go, well, then let's go to the roster and tell you who's no longer here. Is it Fred Warner? Is it George Kittle?
Sure.
Is it both?
Right.
I can tell you the McCaffrey deal never happens. That doesn't happen. Does the Trent Williams deal happen? I would argue that, is Debo still on the team? You take those 5 players, and I tell you if Jimmy Garoppolo is still the quarterback, at least 2 of them are gone. So bake that into your opinion about what the 49ers have done at the quarterback position the last 3 years. Was it messy? Sure. It ended up that way. Was it a misevaluation sensation?
That's a buck.
Sure. It ended up that way. But the concept, that's what I'm in. The concept, the approach, what they attempted to go do, I think has to at minimum be part of the conversation. It's not an excuse. Doesn't mean you can go be that reckless with your draft picks. But the concept made sense because, yes, I would rather have a quarterback who plays at a B-minus level, and McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Warner and Kittle. I would rather have that than give me Mahomes and a bunch of no-names at all those positions.
Right, but Mahomes makes it work because Andy Reid is able to find no-names,
Yeah, check that. I actually I would take Mahomes, but it go down a few levels.
Down one notch or one rung, and it's harder to make it work.
I think the 49ers are better than the Bengals.
Right now?
I think the 49ers are better than the Bengals. The Bengals have Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
They've got him. The Niners don't. But
I have a bet on that game, Bengals at Santa Clara.
That's right, we do.
Babysitting, I believe, is on the line. That's what I proposed. The lovely Christy
I looked
here.
for it, yeah. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Did you know that we have a bet on the Bengals 49ers
if the Bengals
game?
win, you're going to have to babysit my baby with Mark, by the way.
No, she's like, I'm out. I'm out on that.
Sorry, with Mark.
We don't live together yet, so that's,
I understand,
she
but
can tap out if she wants.
It's an affiliation sensation is what it is, and poopy diapers coming in bunches, by the way. Do you want to talk about the bunch formation? Yeah, your girl's going to hit you for 4 or 5.
I'm old hat.
She's a volume pooper.
Been around the block too many times to even worry about it, but the Niners are going to win that game anyway.
She's the Jordan Poole of poop. She's going to get her shots
Jordan Poole? Yeah.
Thank you. It's a 3.
I'll just say this, though. I think that, it's fascinating to me when we look at players like this when they're no longer a part of this. I hope this doesn't happen to Trey Lance someday. You watch what's happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. You've watched what's happened to Jordan Poole. I've had my opinions. Trey Lance, I've had my opinions about all of these guys. But that's why that's, to me, one of the themes of today. He's no longer here. You don't need to stamp on his back on the way out the door. It's happened to a degree to Jordan Poole. I think it's happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. Me listening to this bite, which was handled with a laugh, with class, with, I think, an obvious opinion that all of us would guess he has, and it's led to the predictable Jimmy Garoppolo sort of a response of, let's see, I'm sorry, what again did you call him?
He's a baby.
A baby.
He's a baby. He's a baby because now he's on the Raiders, and the Raiders stink, and he's seeing Brock Purdy, a rookie, quarterback the team that he was a quarterback for, couldn't get over the hump.
We don't know that the Raiders stink. They have the same record as the Niners right now.
Okay, do you want to bet who has a better regular season record, Niners or Raiders?
I do not, but do you want to bet as to whether or not the 8 division title winners that we've all already declared before the season even started, do you want to bet that you couldn't get them all right?
No, but
there will be surprises.
Do you want to bet that the Raiders don't finish in last in the AFC West?
Ooh. That's an interesting one. Russell Wilson stinks.
Denver's legit.
Legitimately bad.
Denver's a 7-win team, and the Raiders aren't. So you can stew
let me think
on that.
about that
you can
one. I'll think
marinate on
about
that one, yes, because I know you hate to lose a bet, and already you're going to be elbow deep in diapers when the Bengals beat the Niners on that October night, coming off a bye, and the Niners on a short week. And by the way, you'll be on a short week too, if I know my baby. Am I right?
All I know is I'm still waiting for my pizza.
It's coming.
I haven't lost a bet to you, so I'm not scared of this one either.
The pizza will come when opening night comes and the Wiggins news does not break.
Speaking of pizza, how's everybody doing with their pizzas? Is it good?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Okay. Fieldwork Brewing Company, specializing the pizzas, the salads, the beers. Come on out here and join us.
Everyone's eating but us.
No joke. Yeah. We have an update on that. Okay. Thank you.
Our boss is elbows deep. The soda diet's going to have to take the day off.
Yeah, did you seriously order wings?
Yes.
What's the napkin count in front of you? Look at you. There are people watching you.
Not
you look
five,
I
not
mean,
six.
my gosh.
I love
Your
it.
whole corner office thing this morning was about how you look in public. You have 18 napkins in front of you.
He looks good.
No, you do.
Actually, I saw his video just real quick, and I'm like, shoot, I got to wear a collared shirt. He's talking about it's important how we look in the public. Oh, it's very important to all of us.
And then Fieldwork provided us with these beautiful
I had to
T-shirts.
get rid of that collared shirt.
Also available right next to the pizzas and the beer.
Yeah.
So anyway, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon, we will be with you till 4, and then the rest of the team is all going to start making their way in. Bonte and Joe and Guru and Steiny. So everybody come on down here and join us, and we'll get into all things 49ers. I will say, alongside the Jimmy, one of the other things that has made news today is not necessarily arguing anymore about the merits of Trey Lance, but I have heard both Peter King and Brian Baldinger on this station say that it's not so much that the deal happened, but that it happened too soon, that neither of them would make that deal. What do you think about that?
I think that it's fine that it happened now, not only because of what you've been saying about the distraction factor, because I do know that there is a little bit of a distraction when you have him on the roster, even if he's QB3 and he's inactive. When Brock Purdy throws a pick, the camera will find Trey Lance with, and my favorite now with QBs is you have the helmet to your ear. Like, is that the only way you can listen to the play? Is you go helmet to the ear, or you get the earpiece in? Whatever. It's always kind of a hilarious look. But I think in terms of why it happened now, if Trey Lance would have been QB3 for a whole year and didn't play, could you have gotten more than what you got now? I don't think so. I think this is the best deal they could have gotten. When they got it, they get closure. He gets a chance to have a fresh start, and you get to keep Brandon Allen, which, oh boy, I'm excited to see Brandon Allen as QB3.
This is part of the discussion that I really hope. This is my prayer, is that Brock just play most of the games. I'm not even talking about whether he plays all that well. Play most of the games, because this fan base is wounded. This fan base is absolutely rubbed raw over the constant injuries, and we are the only city in America that is sitting here freaking out about who's QB2 and who's QB3. We're the only ones. We're the only ones even talking about it. This idea, oh gosh, we're one hit away from Sam Darnold. Everybody's one hit away from crap in the NFL. Everybody. There's nobody good who's QB2. Do you know how hard it is? I don't need to tell this fan base how hard it is to find a quarterback. If there were great QB2s, they would be QB1s somewhere. So we got to get through this. I hope and pray that Brock Purdy at least plays most of the games.
Right.
But this idea of hanging around the necks of the front office, who's 2, who's 3, who's 4, nobody's got a sure thing at 2, 3, and 4. All they've got is question marks. All the teams.
Well, this team's got a sure thing at 2, and they've got a pretty sure thing at 3. Guys who have actually played and started in this league.
Doesn't mean they'd win.
No, but it means they at least are, players who have something. They've got some resume, and that's important when you have a team that tends to need a 2 And, man, they needed a 3 last year, and darn it, they needed a 4, and they could have used a 5, but they didn't have a 5, and so they ran out of QBs. And so I do think that's why Kyle Shanahan approached it the way he did in terms of Sam Darnold. They made that a free agency priority to get a real 2, thinking that, okay, Brock might not be ready, but what if Brock is ready and Brock goes down? And I don't think that he had any faith in Trey Lance in terms of
course not.
Him being a 2, which is why they brought in Sam, and you brought in Brandon Allen, and then you got rid of Trey. So I do think that Kyle Shanahan is thinking about it in terms of QB depth because they might need it.
Well, here's the way I look at it. If you all believe that Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe in Trey Lance, if that's your thought, it's funny to me that so many people are saying, don't do that deal now because you're going to need insurance at the quarterback position in case of injury 1, injury 2, injury 3. Well, if you all believe that he doesn't believe that Trey Lance can win NFL football games, then what kind of insurance is it even providing? So that's my question. It appears to me that Kyle Shanahan doesn't feel like he's giving up that much. He sent him to the Cowboys.
Right.
He sent him to the Cowboys. So if you're not giving up that much, and it is, let's just call it what it is, a distraction. A distraction. The whole fan base has had a hard time talking about anything but for the entire offseason. You cannot have that in the locker room all year long. The Niners are no different than all of you sitting here at Fieldwork Brewing Company right now. They would like to move this conversation forward. And to me, this trade is more about that than anything else.
Right, and they move it forward, because they don't necessarily have faith in Trey Lance. So from a Niners standpoint, it's a win-win. You move it forward not thinking like, oh, boy, I hope that Trey Lance doesn't come back to bite us, because they don't believe that Trey Lance is going to be good enough soon enough to do that very thing. If Kyle Shanahan's looking at it, he's thinking about how do I make sure my team is insured this year and ready to go, chock full of quarterbacks for this season, because you got a short window now with a rookie on a rookie quarterback deal. You've got 2 years, and you mentioned 3 years, whatever it is in terms of Brock Purdy making peanuts. You got to make hay while you can.
888-957-957. You want to throw that out to our audience as well. Obviously, once we get to 4 o'clock, I think we'll have enough cooks in the kitchen. But until then, your call's absolutely welcome on any of this. And maybe it's a day just to sort of dip our toe in the water and find out, now that Trey Lance has moved on, now that the quarterback situation is clear, what is it that you're most excited about the 49ers season? My answer to it would sort of be an extension of what I already said. I think the 49ers are not just good, they're incredibly fun to watch. I love it. The offense feels almost Durant-era Warriors-esque, where on every given play, you're like, who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's going to make the play on this third down?
Right.
Go all the way. It's not just Debo. You've got McCaffrey. It could be third and Juwan. There's Brandon Ayuk, who I really think is going to have a wonderful year. And I've named 4 names and haven't even gotten to Kittle yet. And watching the way Purdy plays, extending plays, using his legs in an underrated way. It's not just a good team. It's a fun team. It's a team that I think is deep enough to withstand the obvious injuries that will come to any football team. Like right now, I don't even want to say you got to knock on wood, because I'm not putting cart before horse, but the 49ers are set up to have an unbelievable year.
Super Bowl or bust?
It's not
I'm
that.
Mark Willard.
It is not Super Bowl or bust.
Hi, let me try this. Hello, I'm Mark Willard, and Super Bowl or bust is what... I don't know why I went to Bochy.
Yeah, I was going to say, the manager of the Rangers is a big 49er fan. He's a big 49er fan. Yeah. I'm never going to be Super Bowl or bust.
No, but you're saying everything, but you're dancing around it
That's
like
not how
River
it
Dance.
works. It's consistent team or bust.
Oh, boy. That's less exciting.
It's not a T-shirt, but I don't care. I want
it's not even a tank top.
The 49ers should be good every year. And right now, they absolutely are. And it's still fascinating to me that we sit here looking at Brock Purdy, and while I will never call someone who's played 8 games a finished product, I also think we're underrating how long 8 games is. And the fact that it wasn't like, oh, he looked kind of good. No, he won them all.
He looked really good.
He looks fantastic.
Well, he lost the NFC Championship game, and that's unfortunate.
He did.
But, and based on the
I thought those handoffs were really going to work in the second
reference.
half.
If he would have gotten rid of that pass a little sooner, he wouldn't have had his arm fall off. But that's neither here nor there. Hopefully, he learned from that. But you look at this team, and like you said, now that the distraction is gone, you're locked in. You have a very talented roster, good enough offensive line, elite defense. Win the whole damn thing. Okay, Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah,
let's go.
Yeah,
say it.
No, I won't because there's too much that can happen.
On you. Say it.
There's too much that can happen.
I know.
And until Bosa is in, then there absolutely are concerns and questions. I know
Bosa's not in.
I know how this goes when there's a holdout. People start thinking, just like we did with Debo last year, is this going to lead to a trade? The reason Nick Bosa has so much leverage in this situation is he is absolutely irreplaceable. There is no trade that will work. It should not even be on the table. It doesn't mean that he can explode the market. He's got to stay fair. But by the same token, the 49ers are going to have to acquiesce at some point. They got to have him in. They got him. We already have a Bosa jersey that's shown up.
Yeah.
I see your DPOY shirt.
Yeah.
Good job. 957thegameshop.com. Yes, Christian McCaffrey, we see you too. All right, so let's hear it. Let's hear the crowd that's already here. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon. It is easy to find. It is really easy to sit out here and have a good time. So keep making your way down. We're going to be here all afternoon. The rest of the guys are on their way. Your phone calls welcome on anything that's popping right now, 49er-wise. And oh, by the way, there's a sneaky other massive story that we have to get to briefly coming up next.
Ryder Cup team announced.
And we will, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. The Red and Gold Summit is here. On Willard and Dibbs.
Okay.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Oh, man, it is so good out here. It's so good out here. Hey, quick show of hands. How many of you are on the YouTube feed and chat from here? 1, 2. Ernie, I see you. I see you on here already.
Yeah.
I see you on here. So you're here and you're there all at the same time.
He's here and we're there.
And we're there. So, and Ernie is not only here, but updating the YouTube group on who else is also here, is normally on the YouTube chat.
Right.
And Filmo walked in.
Yeah,
Man, where'd he go?
Mike,
Where's
he's
he
over
at?
there in the
Filmo
corner.
Mike.
Yeah.
Look at you trying to hide out because you didn't even know you were a celebrity, huh?
Yeah.
That was a pretty
he
good
knew.
reaction, right?
He knew.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey,
so
man, keep
good.
that on the low.
That's right.
You don't come in wearing like lime popsicle green unless you know that you know.
Oh,
I mean,
my
come
gosh.
on.
It's really
There's
good.
a human traffic light over there.
No doubt.
Green means go. I see you, Filmo.
And then Brandon Pajemski is here eating pizza right in front of us.
Dude, that's incredible.
Were you a counselor at the Warrior camp? I totally recognize you. My son was at the camp. Yeah, you checked us in. Good to see you, man.
Dude, that is baby Pajemski right there.
Did they
that is a mini Pajemski.
Did they call you that, or did they call you that at the camp? DiVincenzo. Yeah, he came on and told me. He's like, Dad, one of the guys looks like DiVincenzo. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He looks like Pajemski. I saw him. So anyway, good stuff. It's a party out here that's building, and it's just an absolutely perfect day. So you got to get out here and join us here at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon, and the guys are also all on their way. Bonte, Joe, Steiny, Goo. Who's everybody most excited to see of the rest of the group? Who do you want to yell at? Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny.
Oh, yeah,
I hear a lot of Steinies. Did everybody else mad at Steiny? Is everyone mad at Steiny? Yeah? Okay. Steiny.
A lot of Goo fans, of course, out here in the patio. It's hard not to be.
Man of the people. Exactly. Yeah, but listening to them on the way over, in fact, the whole thing is sort of interesting in terms of now what I think has become the narrative around the operation of the San Francisco 49ers, the inner workings, the process, the decision-making. I still sit here today and have very, very few concerns about the way that it operates while still acknowledging obvious and large mistakes have been made.
Right.
Obvious and large mistakes have been made, but to me, that's part of the deal. That's part of the deal, and I guess you can, in the end, look at it one of two ways. You can either say the 49ers just made an absolutely epic, memorable mistake, or you can look at it and say this is the greatest pivot of all time.
Well, I mean, the pivot only comes because you got lucky, and I know you hate the L word because, luck is something that you happen into, and then you actually develop the player plays well, and whatever. I'll take the luck element out of it, but the first part of it is a fact. They made one of the biggest mistakes that you can possibly make, not only in franchise history, but in Bay Area history. But
NFL history.
It may not actually matter. It's like when you play golf and you hit a shot and it's going in the water and it happened to go skip, and you wound up on dry land and you made a par. It's like, oh my God, that could have been a double or a triple bogey, but boy, I got lucky.
Yep.
Or as my guy Steinmetz, I used to call him Captain Horseshoe because he would hit a ball into the trees and a squirrel would catch it and throw it back out of the fairway. And, I hit one left side of the fairway and it hits a sprinkler head in the barranca. Yeah. And it's like, oh my God, I'm a bad guy, turns out. I didn't realize that.
Well, we knew that, but
the
so's he. Let's be honest.
Me.
Yeah.
But in terms of how things go, the Niners went 13-4 last year. So two things can be equally true. Shout out Ralph Barbieri, rest in peace. They made a gigantic mistake, but they got away with it because they went 13-4.
Well, I just wonder sometimes when we look at this, what kind of drama are you going for? I found the second half of the season last year to be the absolute best kind of drama because Listen, I'm like everyone else. I love a good story. I love to watch Netflix. I want to see how things came together. So it's not as if the second half of last year didn't have its controversy. There was plenty of barking about the usage of Trey Lance, the re-signing of Jimmy Garoppolo. We even got to the point where we're talking about the system. There are former players who have insinuated just recently that Kyle Shanahan's system gets quarterbacks hurt. I don't buy that, but there's plenty of discussion in there, and then baked into it is really, really good high-level football, a lot of winning, a shot at a title, seemingly almost every year, definitely when everyone's healthy, and sometimes even when they're not. And that's why I think right now we're heading into a season where the 49ers are going to be just exactly what we're all looking for, because the Giants have put everybody to sleep a little bit. And then not last night, that is actually the story I was talking about that I wanted to mention real quick.
Not Justin Thomas becoming the controversial alternate.
More controversial than Brooks Koepka?
No. Koepka's amazing.
Yeah, I know that, but live.
Whatever.
Anyway, let's move on. But yes, the Giants last night, that is exactly, I said about 4 weeks ago, what the problem with that team is they are missing electricity. And that showed up on the mound in the form of Kyle Harrison last night, and could potentially on his own change the entire outlook of the rest of the season. And that's the kind of drama you're looking for, and I think it's the kind of drama that the 49ers offer.
Well, the drama for the Niners now is non-existent. Once Bosa signs, and you mentioned this in our show thread earlier today, when Bosa signs, what's the Niners' drama in terms of
kicker?
That's it. It's, can Moody be healthy enough to actually kick? Zane Gonzalez went on the IR.
He's on IR.
I don't know if you saw that. I'm sure you did.
I'm expecting the 49ers to, they brought in a couple kickers for tryouts today.
Sure.
I would not be surprised if there's also a trade where someone who was in the Niners spot, where they're like, hey, we got two good kickers and we're going to trade one at the end. Then they both got hurt. Now, someone else who's in that same position, I would not be surprised if the 49ers landed another kicker.
And then put Moody on IR as well?
I don't know. I don't know how that was going to play out. I don't think they're going to cut
Moody. I mean, Moody's got such a big leg, and you put a third-round pick into him.
Yeah.
Third-rounder? You're not going to cut a third-round kicker.
No, the 49ers would never move on from a high draft pick until they've watched enough.
Well, that was 2 years of Trey Lance. I mean, Jake Moody's played 0 games, so that's a little disingenuous of you.
I know.
I like your
Thank you for the
humor.
drum beat. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's what
from DPOY in the corner. But I think in terms of what you're talking about and drama, once the Trey Lance thing has ended, and it has, and the Nick Bosa signing happens, and hopefully, I thought it would happen on your way in here today at noon, 12:30. So. Yep. Wrong again.
Well,
there you have it.
You thought that the agent was going to use today as leverage, which is actually that's a pretty reasoned thought. I know a lot of people thought that was going to be the case. I just think that we've watched the Bosa family for years now, and the word that comes to mind, and this is not a bad word, but they're stubborn. They're stubborn. And Nick is in a situation where he can sit down with his agent. His agent knows the league, canvassed the whole situation. They probably came to a number. And by the way, I think it's the best way to negotiate. It's what I try to do. The handful of times in my life where I bought a car, I always put a piece of paper in my pocket, and it has the number on it. And we're not doing this until they hit that number. And you have to be willing to walk out of the dealership. And I think Bosa is willing to walk out of the dealership.
Yeah.
I don't think that means he's willing to not be a 49er, but he's got a number in his pocket. And the Niners are not getting them until they hit the number.
And I think that the number that he wants is a lot higher than you think, and I think that's why.
What do you think it is?
It's probably at least 32.5 a year.
Oh, I think that's about what it is. That makes all the sense in the world.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
But you don't know that you're right.
How many Parag? How many Parag Marate jerseys do you see in here? How many John Lynch jerseys are in the crowd, Mark? And I'll wait while you count them up.
I see a Christian McCaffrey one, and you just named the people who are responsible for getting him here.
Right.
So don't dismiss the 49ers front office who brought all of these great players in.
No,
they know they're not stupid either.
I know they're not stupid, but they're running out of time, Mark, in my opinion.
But you don't know that they aren't offering him 32.5. And he's asking for 35.
Bosa with a stroller. Bosa with a stroller
And the daughter in a
strolling
Bosa.
right into the backfield. Exactly.
We got back-to-back Bosas over there at table 17. I don't see a lot of Parag Marates in the building.
You
Okay,
don't see a lot of players in professional sports who have this kind of leverage.
Correct.
He's got as much as you can have because literally, I would say it this way: they are, in my opinion, the NFC favorite with him, and I do not think they're a Super Bowl contender without him.
Yeah, I mean, they could still win the West, I think, without him.
But maybe.
Yeah,
Seattle's good. I think Seattle's going to be a good team this year.
And boy, the Rams. Let's talk about the Rams.
No, they're going to stink.
I mean,
the Cardinals.
Oh my God,
the Cardinals want
to. Well,
they want to stink. They want Caleb Williams.
Yeah, but
Caleb Williams.
Calamari, and I don't know if it's on the menu here, but Calamari, he wants to come back and play so that they don't draft a quarterback to replace him. Although, the first out for him is 2028.
Yeah, well, they're gonna be willing to bite the bullet on that one, and it's an organization that did it when they drafted him. They had just drafted Josh Rosen in the top 10.
Yeah,
and they said, "No, there's our guy. Believe you me, if they get the first pick in the draft, they will be taking Caleb Williams."
And they're going to pay $100 million to Kyler Murray to say thanks.
Whatever
thank you
it
next.
takes.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes.
I get it. In terms of what you said about the Niners and drama, there is none. And you mentioned Jake Moody, the kicker. That's like third-tier drama. Outside of that, all eyes on the right tackle position because McGlinchey is gone. And can McKivitz be the guy? That's not real drama. I think the drama builds, though.
Not yet.
If you go to Pittsburgh and you lose, now all of a sudden there's drama across the board.
And if you go to Pittsburgh and you lose because of a missed field goal at the buzzer.
Sure.
I mean, you say that.
Or because you can't pressure the quarterback because Nick Bosa can't play the whole game.
Well, right.
At all.
I don't know if I have any questions about it. If he shows up by practice week, if he shows up by Monday, I would imagine him to get a full complement of snaps. But that's now 6 days away. And the most recent thing we heard from Ian Rappaport is that nothing is imminent. So, but you mentioned things that are like, oh, that's not really resonating or whatever. I mean, the things that don't resonate in our soap opera world where we sit all summer long are actually the things that will resonate a week from Sunday. Like, let's be honest. We have sat here and everybody has barked and commented and all this about quarterbacks that we all hope never see the field. Like there's a healthy bet that Sam Darnold, Brandon Allen, Trey Lance, and Cooper Rush, that none of them will play any time this year at all. Like that.
But all of them played last year.
Well,
Cooper Rush started 5 games. He went 5-0.
He did.
And Trey Lance played, and Purdy played.
And Darnold and Allen played. They played for different teams.
But they all played. And we talked about this before.
But nobody wanted them to play.
No, but half the teams needed more than one quarterback for whatever reason. And most of them were injury. Some of them were, we don't have a guy.
But QB3 versus who's your kicker? What's more important to you a week from Sunday? What has a bigger effect on that game in Pittsburgh?
It's going to be who's your kicker.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at my my fantasy golf partner, the great Luke Stauffenegger's in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
How are you, Luke?
Stauffenegger.
Welcome to the party, Luke.
He's probably one of the few golfers better than you, this kid. He's a stick.
I'll believe that when I see it.
And he's going to be my fantasy football partner
you have
as well.
You have a belt and a tucked-in collar on a Tuesday. Of course he's a better golfer than I am.
He's French.
Look at you.
He's French. Of course he's got a tucked-in shirt and a belt.
Beautiful.
And a wine bag.
No,
BYOW, bring your own wine.
I do think
to a beer place. Thanks, Luke.
We get to Sunday, and I do think that's going to be something that a lot of 49er fans sort of realize. And I get why, and I'll even defend it. I know a lot of people, whenever we talked about the quarterback situation all offseason, people are like, gosh, this is too much, or it's being overly dramatic. No, it's a story. It's storytelling.
Yeah.
We've never seen this before. We've never seen Mr. Irrelevant do this, and we've never seen a football team put that amount of draft capital into a player and then move on from him without him ever really playing. So I totally get why it interests people. I think it's going to hit people in the face, though, when they sit down a week from Sunday and realize there are other things going on that really are going to have an effect on this season.
Right.
And we didn't talk about them for 1 minute all summer long.
I think we're going to start to talk about it in the summit today, 4 to 6, with Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo. We're going to get into some non-Trey topics because there's a lot of stuff there. Like, backup running back. Who's going to get the healthy share when Christian McCaffrey goes out? And I know that Latu was placed on IR, and the tight end thing got a little bit more clarified in terms of the depth position, but the Nick Bosa holdout, so to speak, is certainly a topic as well. But I think as we get into the season and you start to see how things shape up, it'll either be Brock Purdy didn't miss a beat and he's the same player that we thought he was, or he got better. And if he gets a little bit worse, if he's not as good as he was, is it the elbow? Is it the scheme? Is it defenses have figured him out? It's going to be a topic going forward if Brock Purdy doesn't play as well as he did.
I got some breaking baseball news that we're going to pass along here in just 2 minutes, but because you brought that up, I'm curious where you sit on that. Like, I hear the spectrum. What is your belief that what we saw from Brock Purdy last year was an accurate representation of who he is?
I think he played better than he actually is. I don't think.
Why do you think that?
Because he came in and he hit the ground running, and defenses didn't have a chance to adjust to what he does well, what he doesn't do well. And there are things that he doesn't do well. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm a defensive coordinator and I've gone through the tape 18 different times to see his tendencies, but there's tape on Brock Purdy now.
But what are the things that he doesn't do well?
Well, for one, he doesn't throw the ball deep very well. And they don't throw the ball deep as a team very often.
Yep.
And I wonder about his velocity with his throws. And I do think that at times he telegraphs where he's going to throw the football. And we'll see if defenses make that adjustment. And I know that when he got hurt, he was pressured from the front side and he did not handle it. I know he holds the ball a little bit too long at times. He's willing to take hits. He's a young player. And I know that defensive coordinators are going to look at all the tape that they have on him, whether it's Pittsburgh or the Rams, who will face him twice, Arizona, Seattle. They're going to make adjustments to what he does.
I will say that I don't feel like quarterbacking is like pitching in baseball when you're like, there's a scouting report and I know what you do. Like, I've seen your curveball and now I can go out and hit it. To me, football is much more like outside of the true elites who can just ad-lib seemingly through anything, Mahomes and Allen and Jalen Hurts. Outside of that, I feel like football is much more about the scheme and then assessing, making the decision, and then accurate, timely delivery. That's not something that you can say, well, a defensive coordinator scouted that, and so now they can stop it. In other words, for what you just said to be real, Kyle Shanahan's going to have to call bad plays. If the plays run open and it's well blocked, and Brock makes good decisions and timely, accurate throws, I don't care what the scouting report is on him. You can't stop that.
Right, but I do think that defenses will scheme themselves up to certain situations to try to put him in difficult spots, whether it's A-gap pressure or forcing him to roll left, which we know he's not as comfortable rolling left as he is rolling right. So maybe you bring additional pressure to his right side, which is the way that he got hurt against Philadelphia.
Yep.
There was pressure to his right side. So defensive coordinators are going to try to find ways to, forget the Kyle Shanahan scheme, but they're going to try to find ways to make him uncomfortable in running the scheme that Kyle calls.
I know you mean it in a different way, but the word pressure is also one that I keep hearing, like, now you've got this trade, and, your phrase was, this better work, right? It better work, Kyle. And I hear a lot of people say, and trading Trey has put more pressure on Brock Purdy. This idea of pressure, I feel, is completely omnipresent in the NFL, especially in the NFL. They have 17 games a year. Everybody sitting with us here at Fieldwork Brewing Company knows you've all been to an NFL game. There's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like the intensity of an NFL game, the urgency, the absolute necessity to win that day. I don't know if there's a way for any of these things that happen to make it feel like, now there's pressure. Now there's pressure on Kyle.
For me,
now there's pressure on Brock Purdy.
For me,
pressure means pass rush pressure. Not like, the pressure of I'm the quarterback now and I feel pressure. I'm talking about actual pressure. And if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm bringing multiple rushers. I'm bringing 5, I'm bringing 6, and I'm bringing it all to his right side because that's where Brock Purdy got hurt. And I think that's what you do to make him flush out and go left. That's what I'm saying in terms of pressure.
Yeah, and I totally get that. But, I mean, of course you're going to come on the right side because Trent Williams isn't there. All I'm saying is, the 49ers schematically are going to be ready for that. All right, much more coming up here, top of the hour. This is a really weird story that just came down with regard to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They have placed starter Lucas Giolito, who they just acquired from the White Sox a few weeks ago at the deadline, along with relievers Matt Moore and Reynaldo Lopez, and outfielders Hunter Renfroe and Randall Grichuk, who they also just acquired at the deadline, all on waivers. Total free-for-all, all available to anybody who wants them as soon as they become free on Thursday.
Which is September 1, right?
Correct. Yeah. A complete and total salary dump by the Angels who acquired these players just 4 weeks ago to try to lure Shohei Ohtani and try to make a miracle run at the playoffs, which, of course, now is not going to happen, and Ohtani's now not even going to pitch next year. I got to think, I know everyone was thinking this already anyway, but the first implication in my mind is this is an absolute close and shut that Shohei Ohtani is leaving the Angels because this kind of behavior, you want to talk about worrying about a front office in sports and the way they operate. This is some of the jankiest stuff I've ever seen a team do.
Do you remember, and they don't do this anymore, but in football, when it would be like 3rd down and 37, they would do a thing called a quick kick where they would have the quarterback drop back and the quarterback would punt. This is a quick kick.
It's a quick kick.
Where you don't need to do this now, Artie Moreno. Are you that desperate for money? Are you that mad at your team that you're gone and you get waived and you get waived? Is it Oprah Moreno now?
They took on a bunch.
And you get your papers and you're gone.
Yeah, they took on a bunch of salary at the deadline. I have no idea what it is he's thinking. I don't even know how this helps. Right? This is all, I mean.
It's a 1-month salary relief, so he might save about $4 million.
Great.
There you go, Artie.
Great. That is a weird story.
That's a weird story, yeah. But,
all right.
I mean.
You want to get involved if you're the Giants?
With, absolutely.
Lucas Giolito?
Sure. And Randall Grichuk?
I mean, when you think about how quickly, for instance, last night, I think changes the outlook if the Giants were to get into the playoffs. Because in short series in that first round, this would scare the hell out of me if I've now got to go face that guy.
That dude is nasty.
Especially because you may have never even faced him yet. And you'll watch Kyle Harrison, I believe, the first time he faces teams, they're going to have an almost impossible time against him until they get that scouting report.
How do you hit the guy? Last night was just 97 filthy, and then the wipeout slider, and then the curveball, and last night was everything that we talked about in terms of, wait till Kyle Harrison. Last night was it, Mark. And it doesn't mean he'll do that every single time, but that's the best pitching debut we've seen maybe since Tim Lincecum. In terms of the wow factor, too.
Absolutely. The electricity was only matched by Tim Lincecum, who I'd argue is maybe like the only really electric. Posey's amazing, but an electric player since Bonds, the answer was one person. It was Tim Lincecum, and until last night. Yeah. All right. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon. Still plenty of spots available. Come on out because we are 1 hour away from the official Red and Gold Summit getting started. We are coming up on the season, so everything 49er related. And for 1 more hour, we'll take your calls if they're there as well. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey, guys, did you know that half of men...
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Wow.
Okay, now everybody make noise. Now everybody make noise.
Uh-oh.
We're having way too much fun out here, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Ramon. How's the food, the drink, the service? How's it all going? Everybody good? Yeah, beautiful. So those of you who are making your way, keep on coming. We are exactly 1 hour away from the full Red and Gold Summit experience. And it's fun to pop around and talk to how many of you were all like, I was at the Warriors Summit at Juan Vino and Walnut Creek, and it was so much fun that we had to come to this one as well. So for those of you who are on the Summit run, if you want to call it that, a special thank you to each and every one of you. But keep making your way out. Plenty of room, beautiful weather, plenty of beer, plenty of pizza, plenty of everything. Keep making your way out. Willard and Dibs for 1 more hour, and then our brethren will jump in here with us.
I would say perfect weather, and having
absolutely perfect.
Having lived out in this part of town for a while, it can get hot, but today it's just perfect, mid 80s, nice little breeze blowing through. Everyone. Oh no!
Yeah,
really?
I did. Well, you asked me to. I don't really want to use it today, but I brought my gavel.
I didn't think that you needed to whip it out now.
I did. I just remembered that I had it.
Yeah.
So I felt like it would make.
I was going to text you earlier.
Make me look threatening.
We had the back and forth going, and I'm hoping that my special guest is still going to come because you're going to be put in check, my brother.
No chance.
You're going to be put in check.
I'll call the cops as soon as she arrives. I know exactly who you're talking about.
I've got a special guest who hopefully will arrive. Somebody who you've slandered more than you slandered Trey Lance. And so
I have not slandered Trey Lance. Yeah, that's when Bonte and I texted yesterday. I'm gonna bring this. I won't say what he texted back to me. But I'll bring. Yeah, thank you. I do. I have his number
you should
and everything.
let the people know that all of us, in various ways, we all have our own text threads with each other.
Oh, totally.
And
I text you guys during the show all the time.
Right. I have a little me and Bonte.
I texted Guru today. I texted Guru today because he was kind of asking. Yeah, he was asking Steiny. He was asking Steiny to sort of give him a little bit of a life moment. And I felt bad. I had to pull over because I was like, if you needed a life moment.
Don't text and drive.
Exactly.
Thank
you.
I
pulled over and I'm like, if you needed a life moment, if you needed somebody to be like, let me give you just a little positive juice boost, don't you think that Matt Steinmetz is maybe not the person you'd go to?
It's funny.
I'm just saying.
Well, it's funny you say that, but when I've been a man in need on 2 or 3 different occasions, he's been there for me. But in terms of hey, I need a pick-me-up, you're probably right. But if you need somebody to dude, I need somebody to do me a solid, he's done me 2 or 3 solids. I'm not trying to ruin the bit.
No, it's not. It's not a bit. I'm telling you what I texted him because Guru was kind of doing the whole I was complaining and there was traffic and then I realized that I've got the greatest job and so what he was looking for was somebody to kind of do the whole you're alive, so it's a good day.
Sure.
So that's what I texted him because that's not quite Steiny's thing.
No,
Steiny didn't. He was looking for it, and he didn't get it.
He wasn't getting it.
Yeah, so I listened to a lot of it today. But anyway, I know you guys are listening and on your way. But the Bonte thing that I brought up is somebody on our YouTube chat, and thank you to all of you who are live in front of us, but on our YouTube chat every single day. We see all of you. Yes, Damon Chang, we see you. Thank you very much. I love it when people come up and they're just like, that's my name. And I'm like, I look at that every day as it's scrolling through. And but someone said something to Bonte along the lines of, Bonte, you and Willard are thrilled that Trey is out of town.
Yeah.
Something
I've
along
never
those
seen
lines.
you so happy.
And Bonte's response immediately was, don't you group me in with Willard? And I said, hey.
Order.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Hey, Bonte, once I get this bus off of my back, let me remind you that I did not want Trey Lance, quote unquote, off the team.
Oh, you want
out of town. I did not want any of these things. And then Bonte, of course, texted back and kind of did just a little wink, wink, nod, nod as far as what the listeners were saying. But bottom line is this: I just think we've reached a point where we can, there's no more criticism of Trey Lance. The whole thing is over. He's a Dallas Cowboy now. But I think we look at the way that this was all talked about, and the discord really came down to either people who were seeing what they saw versus people who were seeing what the team saw. And I thought this was a slam dunk case when you look back at it, from the fact that he wasn't QB1, he's not QB2, they were willing to send him to the Dallas Cowboys. All of those things tell me one thing. The team was not comfortable with Trey Lance playing football for them this year. So if you're a fan of the team, I just don't know why you don't take that into account. You can absolutely be mad at the process and everything that led to this moment, the disappointment that Trey wasn't something else. But the idea, I guess basically what I'm saying is the idea that there was some sort of a sabotage that took place here.
Shout out the Beastie Boys.
Is kind of wild to me.
No, there's no sabotage, especially when you think about Kyle Shanahan in and of himself and what he wants. And he realizes that his job is to win games. And I would imagine that he likes his job. He's not trying to sabotage his own career in order to get Trey Lance out of here. He wants to win games. And if he thinks that Brock and Sam and maybe Brandon are better than Trey, well, then he better be right. And if he's not right, he will pay the ultimate price. If Brock is no good this year, or Brock gets hurt and Sam sees ghosts and Brandon Allen is a backup quarterback and you wind up 7-10, and then next year Brock is still not the guy and all the rest of it, we can play this what-if game until the cows come home. But if they don't do what he was hired to do, which is build a winner and sustain a winner, which he's done.
That's what they're doing.
It's what he's done.
I mean, yes.
It's what they're doing. But if this thing falls apart, then we have a different conversation.
But when you say this thing falls apart, are you talking about the quarterback position, or are you talking about their record?
Both. But I think they're intertwined.
They are, except my answer to what you're saying is, if this doesn't work, they're going to pay the ultimate price, ... unless something else happens. Because that's
which is how this went so far.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's what we said about Trey Lance when he was drafted. Wow, Kyle's hitching his wagon to Trey Lance. This better work. And it didn't. And he's not going to get fired. Right. He's totally fine, and he's a Super Bowl favorite.
Well, because he hitched his wagon to some other horse, and that horse has been a stallion.
But that's the whole point. Your wagon is not hitched if you can just unhitch it and hitch it somewhere else. I don't know what's gonna happen next. That's the whole point. I hear a lot of people say, well, this better work. No, more accurately, something better work. It does not have to be this. So when people say Brock Purdy better be that dude, no, somebody has to be. You've got to win. Right. And that was already the deal. That's always been the deal from the moment that he's been hired.
That's always been the deal for everyone. And if you don't win, then you lose your job. And we went through all the coaches yesterday and all the guys of his ilk who are in the same realm. And, Sean McDermott's got a quarterback, and so he's got a little bit more time. And Zach Taylor's got a quarterback. He's got a little bit more time. If Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a quarterback, and he thinks he does, and we think he does, I mean, Brock Purdy's been amazing so far. But if he gets through this year and Brock Purdy's not the guy, then, boy, next year becomes very interesting.
Also want to put out the invitation to everybody who's here at Fieldwork Brewing Company. You will see at the table directly across from us here that there is a microphone. So if anybody wants to ask a question, if you want to get loose on a 49er take, whatever it is.
It's like being a caller, but you don't have to wait on hold.
Exactly right. Just raise your hand and wave to our assistant, Matt Nahigian, right over here, and come on up to the mic. By the way, Filmo, you're here. You should be nodding your head right now. Come on. Get up here.
It's easy.
Get up here.
It's easy to be a tough guy on the phone,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why do we even have to ask?
I mean,
why do we even have to ask?
He can't handle a live in-person audience. He's not ready for that.
That one right on your left.
That one. I need camera time. I need a headset.
I need an entourage. I'm going to need my own camera.
Yeah.
What's up, Phil Meese?
Hey, what's up, Evie? How y'all doing? Captain Saving Mark. What's up?
Hey. I got the word from Sam Lubman this morning that I am now on a Farhan Island, and that is where I am most comfortable. So I'm absolutely ready.
Let the YouTube people see it.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Film on mic right there. That's
Appreciate it.
love. What do you think, man? What do you think?
Oh, this is beautiful. This is way better looking than me, man. For real, for real. This is a good look. Yeah, the ambiance, I'm feeling it, definitely.
What's on your mind today with the 49ers?
Oh, man, I was talking to my guy Scott over there, and we were just saying that we don't feel like Trey, he didn't really have enough time to develop. The injuries hurt him.
Sure.
You know what I wasn't feeling? I wasn't feeling Sam Darnold. He got the same agent as Trey Lance. I'm like, what's that? I'm like, bro, I would fire my agent too. I'm cool on that.
That is
sending me out of town, bringing somebody else in.
Well, you hate on the redhead. That feels a little personal.
That is interesting, and I bet a lot of people don't know that. That, Sam and Trey have the same agent.
Yeah.
So when that agent does a deal with the 49ers to bring Sam Darnold in, I can see what you're saying, that it feels like Trey did a little dirty, but by the same token, the agent is Sam Darnold's agent, and he's supposed to get him to the best spot, right?
That's true.
So, I get that whole thing, but the bottom line for me is that I don't think this season is all that different than other seasons. When we talk about the pressure being ramped up and you better work and this, that, the other, I think that they feel that way at the start of every season.
I agree. You said something yesterday. You we were talking about the third string quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not going to change what Brock Purdy is going to do or trying to do. So at the end of the day, we kind of got like a distraction out the way. But I'm not feeling how it's a lot of distractions. It's like remind me of the Warriors. It's hella distractions. We got Nick Bosa.
Good point.
We got no kicker. We got all type of distractions. You feel me? I don't feel like we're focused on trying to win the ship.
Can we get there between now, though, and next Sunday? And I was telling Mark this. I feel like all these distractions, as of today at 1 o'clock, the roster's finalized. Bosa's going to sign whatever. It's going to happen. Can we get from where we were to where we're going to be? Like, we don't even care about Brandon Allen or even Sam Darnold anymore.
Right. I mean, hopefully, we better not lose. You said earlier we better not lose that first game because then I think panic goes set in. I don't think we need a slow start. I need the defense to perform. I need Kinlaw to show up. So
it's not an easy game.
It's not an easy game.
They're a 2.5-point favorite.
Okay, I know.
I mean, it's not like this is some just walkover.
It's supposed to be a good game.
It's a tough game. It's a road game. Mike Tomlin has always got his team coached up. Pickett has looked good in the preseason and training camp. They've got an interesting young receiving core. Yeah, if the Niners aren't buttoned up, that's going to be a long day.
Before I go, can I just say something? Remember when they used to do when the Niners and the Steelers had like 5 championships each?
Yeah.
And they would do the little pseudo games, who would win?
Yep.
That was hella funny back in the day.
Yeah.
They would try to like match it up. So about Joe Green coming out of
Now,
Sac
think
Montana.
about it, though. If you took the Steel Curtain at their peak, Steel Curtain with, Ham and Lambert and Mean Joe and all the rest of them against the Niners offense at its peak. What do you think?
I'm gonna go with the Niners.
Come on,
care about no towel.
Look at Philmo playing.
Care about Wiz Khalifa.
I don't care about no
black and yellow.
Black and yellow. Black and yellow.
Philmo, Mike.
Thank you, man.
It's good to see you, boy. It's good to see you.
It's a walk off, dude. I mean,
if anybody else wants to chat it up here at Fieldwork, let us know. Yeah, come on, Grandpa Daddy, get them all set up. I would tell you why the Steelers are an interesting team, not because they're the week 1 opponent. But if you do look at history,
love Kenny Pickett.
Well, no. Here's what I do love. I love the idea of the Niners winning a Super Bowl, and something's going to have to happen this year that very, very rarely happens, and that is a brand new quarterback at age 23 taking his team all the way to the end. And the best example of that historically is Ben Roethlisberger and what the Steelers did. And so it is possible. I don't think we're cart before the horse. I think the experience that he's already gotten combined with the roster around him and the coaching he has, I think there are a lot of people out here that do think that it's blue sky and rainbows and it's not going to be that easy for the 49ers. But I think this is a realistic goal for them this year.
Before we get to Grandpa Daddy, and I know he's champing at the bit, and man, looking so good over there.
My gosh.
Do the Niners get to the Cowboy game undefeated? They go Let me give you the schedule first before you answer.
No.
You jumped the bit.
Sorry.
At Pittsburgh, at the Rams, home for the Giants, home for the Cardinals. Where's the loss, Willard?
Somewhere.
You hater?
It's the NFL.
Where's the loss?
I mean, the most likely one.
Where is the loss?
The most likely
Thank
one
you.
is
R&B.
they're supposed to actually be clapping to say thank you. But
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Damon.
Thank you. I'll be here till 6. Probably 6:30.
The hardest one is the hardest one is the first one. The hardest one is the first one.
All
I mean, we're sitting here looking at on the road at Mike Tomlin's Steelers. I think a team that is improved will probably have a winning record this year. You're going to go into one of the hardest places to kick in the NFL, and we don't even know who the kicker is.
Good point.
We don't know if Nick Bosa is playing in that game.
Yeah.
We don't like. There are a lot of question marks. This is a losable football game.
Willard's got him at 0-1. 888-957-9570.
Grandpa Daddy saved me from this junk.
I'm gonna save you right now.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, I made a couple notes on my way.
Oh my gosh!
I love it. We got notes.
This guy pulled his phone out. He's got his notes app open.
Hey, look! I just want to say, I don't know what you guys saw, but last year, Purdy, he came in, he did his job. He studied under the regime, and he stepped in when his time came. And he did his job. Trey Lance, hey, I'm a brother too. Hey, you know what? You get hurt. This is a business. Brock Purdy, he's no longer Mr. Irrelevant. He's a diamond in the rough. My wife saw it, and she doesn't really play football at all. She doesn't. She was like, wow, she loves Brock Purdy now. My little Filipina. Okay. And I just want to say, you watch. And when Steiny Guru get here, Steiny Guru
get him, Grandpa Daddy.
I got $50 that says,
man,
if Purdy stays healthy, they will go to the Super Bowl. Not win, but they will go if he stays healthy.
What defines stay healthy? Does that mean 17 starts?
That means 17,
all of them?
Not all of them, but if he comes back,
15 or more,
and he goes to the Super Bowl, I got $50. If I lose, I'll donate it to 95.7 the game.
That's Grandpa Daddy.
We can use it. All right, there it is.
Grandpa Daddy got it like that.
You're looking at your phone. You got more notes.
Here's my note.
I got 2 pages.
Willard is correct.
So you can stop right there.
You can't play for QB3 and QB4 to play in the regular season.
Grandpa Daddy.
Hey, however, Dibs is my brother in arms, and he's my Grandpa Daddy.
Let's go. Let's go, brother. Drop the mic. Grandpa Daddy, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Once I don't want to put anybody on. I don't want to put anybody's stuff out there. But once that man right there told you how old he is,
man.
Goals.
I mean, seriously.
Goals.
I mean, I need to turn into the real Nick Cannon.
Yeah,
I got work to do, Grandpa Daddy.
You know what? You bring something up, Grandpa Daddy, that I think for me is one of the things that I am most focused on at the start of this year. And it's fascinating to me the way that we paint with a broad brush based on a lack of facts. And here's what I mean by that. Why, you even said it, why is Brock Purdy supposed to get worse this year? Who thinks that about a second-year player? Why would we ever do that? Do you expect Kyle Harrison to be worse next year or even next start?
That's different because they will scout him and they will figure him out.
But you're having a national conversation about Trey Lance, and what most people have said is let him play so that he can get better. Why would Brock Purdy not get better? He too was a rookie last year. He too has only had a small number of starts. But we hang that around him because he was a 7th rounder. And we act like in pro sports we always see the good players coming. We don't. And the examples are all over the place. And in fact, they're dotted all over this roster. Was George Kittle supposed to be good? No one saw that coming. Fred Warner was available in the 3rd round. Dre Greenlaw in the 5th. Brock Purdy in the 7th. I fail to understand why we would watch 8 games, then come back the next year and decide that the draft decision that the Niners made was still correct. In other words, he's still a 7th round draft pick. He's not.
Well, it doesn't matter where he was drafted.
He would be drafted in the first round.
Right, but it doesn't mean that he's going to play better than he played over those 8 games. He played really well. He played better than anyone would have imagined. He played better than Kyle Shanahan would have thought.
But by definition, a younger player gets better.
Not always.
No. I didn't say it's a rule.
Not always.
But certainly more often than not, the idea is that more likely, the more you play, the better you're going to get.
Unless you're a flash in the pan, which is what he could be.
And why would we do that to him?
Why would we not do that to him?
Because there's no evidence of it.
There's no perceptible skill that he has. Like, oh my God, I can't wait until he can do that.
No perceptible skill.
No perceptible skill that we haven't
quarterbacking?
Seen. You know, there's nothing that we haven't seen that he is still going to do that we haven't already seen.
Why do we get caught up in these little individual skills as opposed to quarterbacking, especially this fan base? The greatest for years, the greatest quarterback of all time was a small, non-first-round draft pick with not a great arm and no perceptible skill.
He was
and
clutch.
He became the GOAT.
He was clutch in NFC Championship and Super Bowls.
Brock's not clutch?
He wasn't in the NFC Championship game. He held the ball too long and he got hurt.
Come on.
If
you're clapping right now, you're an angry human being.
You know what they're clapping? They're clapping for Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Goo.
Yeah. They're not saying goo. They're saying boo. Anyway. No, why would you say that? Why would you make an unfair statement like that? He was hurt.
It's unfair.
He got hurt.
Why did he get hurt?
That's his fault.
Get rid of the ball, Brock. Try to be a hero.
I love when are injuries the player's fault? Because I remember they were Jimmy's fault.
That was definitely Jimmy's fault. Go out of bounds.
And Brock, that was his fault.
Throw the ball.
But Trey's was Kyle's fault.
Absolutely.
Just trying to keep track over here. Just trying to keep track.
Have I been unclear? Not unclear.
No, unfair. Not unclear, just unfair.
When I tore my ACL playing basketball, it was my fault. I should have kicked it out to my lazy brother who was looking to shoot a 30-footer.
Well, that's where you're supposed to stand in pickup basketball, out by the three-point line, so you don't get hurt, right?
Yeah.
All of you all look like, as we are too. Stand out by the three-point line, people.
A reasonable group of people.
Yeah. Anyway, no, answer that one for me. Why can't Brock Purdy get better? Why are we still hanging the 7th-round perception of him around his neck when he's already disproved that?
Why can't he get worse, though?
He can.
Okay.
I'm not putting this in Sharpie, but I'm asking why would we still have a 7th-round perception of somebody who is already clearly at minimum disproved that?
I'm not worried about where he was drafted. I'm just looking at what he did in a short sample and thinking, can he be that good again? Maybe. Can he be better? I would bet that he's not as good as he was.
He's not going to win every game. He's not going to win. Like, that's not a fair, sort of
maybe
bar.
The 4 picks that he threw that were dropped don't get dropped this year.
And we always leave out the touchdowns that were dropped too, don't we?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
That's what I'm talking about the angle we come from. We get into this more. 888-957-9570. And everybody here at Fieldwork Brewing Company, you can come up on that and comment as well. We still got plenty of space. The weather's fantastic. Guru is here. Steiny, Bonte, Joe, all on the way. The Red and Gold Summit is here on 95.7 The Game.
I was day drinking.
No. Okay, you right.
Now back to Willard and Dibs, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Let's go. Come on. Make Bonte feel welcome.
Yeah.
Bonte's in the house. He's already kissing babies. And Guru is in the house. By the way, we want to mention, because honestly, we mean this now, all of you are such a big part of our shows. Some of you are so consistent and such a big part of our daily lives. And you're here today. We want to shout some of you out. Damon Chang, we already shouted you out. Ernie Chavez, you're here. Grandpa Daddy is here. Philmo Mike is here. Scott from Oakland. Gene in Oakland. and your grandson, who is terrifying smart.
Too smart.
Right? We've already feel like we might lose our jobs.
I've asked security to throw that kid out of here.
Jonathan in San Francisco is here.
We're here, and he's also here.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
So thank you so many of you for making the trip wherever you came from, and those of you who are still on your way, thank you for the effort. We are aware of the effort it takes to get here on a Tuesday and have a good time, and the Red and Gold Summit has not even begun.
Yeah.
So we still got a lot of fun to have, and a couple more hosts to get here, and I know they're on their way, and we're gonna get it all going here in just a bit.
And it's a big deal. It's not only a big deal because we're all here, and it's a great place here at Fieldwork Brewing, but the football season, Mark, is going to start, and the long and we all love baseball. And your Farhan, or actually my Farhan, your Gabe impersonations, it carries us through the summer.
Also known as Nasally Kyle.
Also my Tiger. Right. I think my swing looked good today.
Same guy.
So the same impression, different cadence, but we're here now. It's football, and we're now 12 days away from the start of the year, and the Trey Lance saga is almost behind us. And I think we should all make a promise to each other when we get to 6 o'clock tonight, no more Trey Lance, and no more mentions of Trey Lance. Let's just move forward with a Niner season.
Absolutely. I mean, look, his name's going to come up. He is part of the fabric of what has taken place here over the last few years.
Right, but in terms
I'm with you.
In terms of
listen, I want this conversation personally to be a lot more about Brock Purdy. I think this is, it's not as if this isn't also really freaking interesting.
Right.
Mr. Irrelevant is your quarterback. He's your quarterback. Like QB1 in any city means something. That is somebody who walks around and you're like, there's an aura. This is the organization's hope. And I, for one, while I fully understand and endorse that we don't say, hey, put it in ink, Brock Purdy is greatness and he's never going to lose a football game. I think there are plenty of questions that still need to be answered. But I am struck, and I understand some of it because of the draft status of Trey Lance and all the stories that have gone on. But I'm struck at what I think is, quite frankly, a little bit too much doubt. Not enough faith. When we say small sample size, yes, not that small. Jimmy Garoppolo got traded for a second rounder on a quarter of the number of games that Brock Purdy has already played.
And he got a massive deal on a smaller sample than what Brock Purdy did in terms of getting a starting job.
And that was for a team that stunk, and those games had nothing on the line. This is a guy who every time last year, if you remember the arc of the staircase, it was, okay, you came in and beat Miami. That's cool. Can you beat the greatest of all time? Check.
Beat him.
And okay, can you do it on the road? Check.
Yeah.
Can you do it on a Thursday night while you're hurt against the division team?
Prime time,
Check.
Yeah.
And then remember, we got to the end of the season, New Year's Day, Las Vegas, and it's like, he's never come from behind. Check. Down double digits to the Raiders. Okay, Brock, can you do it in the playoffs? Check. Joe Shasky in the building. Check. What's up, brother?
Shasky with the number 1. I love it.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's ironic because he's actually Shasky number 3. He must have been wearing his grandpa's jersey. Yeah, 1.0.
Exactly.
Shasky's in the building.
No,
we're just a Steiny away.
I think we find a slot, and I do believe that we'll find it quickly, no matter how good the record is out of the gate. I'm certainly not. I don't think it's a finished product. There are plenty of questions left. But I think the Brock Purdy excitement is a little bit more muted than it should be.
Well, I think it's as muted as it should be because he's only played in a half a season and the team around him is incredibly good. So until he comes out and does it again, what can you do for an encore? And this is now his year. It's now his job. It's his team. It wasn't his team last year. It wasn't his job. He was QB3 and he beat out Sudfeld to get QB3 and then eventually he got the job and he did great and they went to the playoffs and they lost, but now it's his job. Trey Lance is gone, and Sam Darnold's the backup. Now it's your job. So if he goes to Pittsburgh and loses, there's not going to be calls for, I don't think there should be calls for him to lose his job, but people will be critical. If he goes to Pittsburgh and goes 14 of 24 with 2 touchdowns and a pick, and they lose to Pittsburgh, people are going to criticize him, and they rightly should criticize him.
Why would you say that?
Because it's a
fact. Why would you say that?
Because that's the way it goes.
That's ridiculous. You're going to criticize a guy for his first ever career loss, and the stats you just threw out aren't even that bad.
14 of 24 with a pick
and 2 touchdowns.
And a loss.
Well, but he's not the only player out there.
Right, but you make it sound like he won all those games last year because he won all those games.
I didn't say that. He played very, very well, largely across the board. What would one, like, you all realize he's going to lose a game at some point, right?
Of course.
And you're going to be there to criticize him for losing a game?
You're going to be
the same thing that Patrick Mahomes does?
Critical of a quarterback
Josh Allen
who's only
loses
played
games?
a half of the season. And you're going to be critical.
I don't understand the word critical. I don't understand that. Why would you criticize someone for losing a football game? If he goes out there and throws 2 pick sixes, that's completely different. That's not the picture you painted.
Right. I'm just painting a picture of what the fans will do, and this is a fan base who, in many ways, is not thrilled with the fact that Trey Lance is not here anymore. And so when you have Brock Purdy as your quarterback, and maybe you are still thinking that Trey Lance should be around, if Brock Purdy is your quarterback and he loses to Pittsburgh, there's going to be people who are critical.
2 minutes ago, you said this fan base needs to move on from Trey Lance.
They do.
And 30 seconds ago, you just said the first game Brock Purdy loses, we should all start talking about Trey Lance again.
That's not what I said.
You did.
I'm
You said it's a fan base
fans
that
will be critical.
It's a fan base that still thinks Trey Lance should be here. And if that's the case, that's going to hang over the head of every loss. And that's an absurd way to go about watching a football team, in my opinion.
I'm saying that
they're going to lose games. They're not going 17-0.
Right, of course.
So if you're waiting with the Trey Lance hammer, which is sort of like it's unfair in that it'll be unprovable.
I'm not waiting with the Trey Lance hammer.
Okay.
I'm saying that some people are still going to hold on to that. And when Brock Purdy doesn't play well, or if Brock Purdy loses games, people are going to latch on to that. And that's the nature of fans. They're going to be critical of a quarterback who, yes, he's proven a lot in, 8 games, 8 starts?
I mean, criticism comes with consistently poor play, not one game.
Well, that's how fans work.
I don't think so.
Until you're like a really made man.
I think that's crazy. If the 49ers go 0-1, the people are going to come. I mean, again, if it's pick sixes all over the place, that's one thing. But why would everybody turn that quickly?
It's not
I don't understand
turning.
that.
You can be critical without turning on a guy, and you can look at a quarterback's performance, and if they come out and he doesn't play great and they lose, you can be critical.
Criticize different than critical. You can be the critical thinking at all times, but again, if Brock Purdy goes 14 of 24 with 2 touchdowns and a pick, and they lose 24-21, you think the next day should sound like a Rip Purdy party? I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
Well, I don't know if it's a Rip Purdy party, but you can be critical of his performance.
I mean, we can talk about every performance, obviously. 888-957-9570. Diego in Marin here with Willard and Dibbs. Red and Gold Summit getting started here in 17 minutes. Hey, Diego, what's up?
Hey, first off, thanks for taking my call. And I'd like to say that the Niners are going to beat the Steelers 27-20, short of a missed extra point or something. So I don't worry about that game at all. And I'd like to say that if the Niners are based on the help around Purdy more than the quarterback, which they clearly are, how can Purdy have a bad year if Ayuk is supposed to have the best year of his career. Debo is on a revenge tour, makeup game year for last year, and Kyle is supposed to be able to have this master offensive mind. Like, if you're saying Purdy's going to have a bad year, you're saying everybody's going to have a bad year, and I don't think that's possible.
Diego, it's an interesting thought. I would argue that you cannot diminish the importance of the quarterback because, as you said, well, Ayuk's going to have a great year. Well, he can't have a great year if nobody's delivering him the ball on time. In the NFL, in my opinion, especially with this team, we diminish the importance of the quarterback. It is another one of those things I think we do to Purdy. We did it before to Jimmy Garoppolo because they're not stunning performers like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. But the things that they do are underrated. They're underrated. He's got the ball. He's got the ball in every play. And if he's not making the right decision, which is a skill, then the Niners are not going to play well. I get the point. I get that they have the best roster. But, I just think because of when Purdy was drafted, we're quick to dismiss the skills that he has shown.
He's shown a great ability to read the play and make the appropriate throw and, get the ball into the hand. That is quarterbacking in many ways, but the next level of quarterbacking is being able to make plays when things break down, off-schedule plays and the like. And he's shown
an ability. He did that very well.
He's shown an ability to do that, not an elite ability, but we'll see if he has that elite ability to do that in December and January and hopefully into February. And, I'm not trying to say that I'm waiting for Brock Purdy to fail. I'm just not as bullish over the fact that he's going to take this giant step to become one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league.
No, I didn't say that either.
I didn't say that you said that.
Yeah, I don't. Again, there's a monstrous middle ground here on the conversation. I just wonder, and I guess this is my question, at what point do we shed, not the label, because he's always going to be Mr. Irrelevant, but what point do we shed the 7th round expectation? It seems to sit in the back of people's minds. His skill set led to the 7th round, and it's taking a lot of people a long time for that to be disproven.
Right.
In my mind, that part has already been disproven.
Well, I don't
know if he's going to be great, but my God, he's not a 7th round pick anymore.
The label gets shed in week 1 because it doesn't matter where you're drafted. You are now the starting quarterback of the 49ers. Last year you weren't. You were QB3 and you became QB1 because 2 guys got hurt. Well, this year you come into the year and you are QB1. So I don't give a crap where he was drafted anymore. Mr. Irrelevant, that's no longer relevant, if I may. You're now QB1 of the 49ers, and that's a thing. So your job now is to go out and have a year that is befitting of QB1 for an historical franchise and a team that is a Super Bowl caliber team, which means 4,000 plus yards and a TD to interception ratio that's about 6-1. That's the expectation.
Wow. Really?
40 to 6.
You're calling for
40-7.
Okay, I want to make sure I just heard that correctly.
Is that too aggressive? A 6-1 ratio?
That is insanely aggressive.
Well, better than 2-1.
Did you just ask for Brock Purdy to throw for 4 Gs and 40 touchdowns and 6 picks, and you called that the expectation?
4 Gs is the expectation. 17 games. That is what? Whew, that's not even 250 a game, is it? No, it's not even 250.
You're the math major on this show.
16 times 250 would be 4,000.
They play 17.
That's what I'm trying to work you through the math here, Marky. It's about 235 is what it is.
Did you just call me Marky?
I might have, yeah. Wow. 235 would be 4,000 divided by 17 is about 235. That's not a high bar.
Well, it is from the perspective that if you actually go back to their winning, there's a reason. Have you had a fantasy draft yet?
No, tomorrow.
Brock Purdy often doesn't get drafted.
He's late.
Gets drafted very late. There's a reason for that. The 49ers statistically, as we know, they're bad for fantasy. They spread the ball out.
Sure.
They run the ball.
Isn't McCaffrey number 1 in most drafts, though?
He is, yes. But outside of that, like Kittle has dropped, the receivers drop because it gets all spread out. And Brock Purdy, I don't know, maybe once. How many times did he throw for 300 yards last year? Maybe once? I think maybe he did he against Seattle in the playoffs? I'm not even sure.
That sounds right.
So I'm not going to get too hung up on the stats. I'd much rather get hung up on the wins and the losses. With Brock Purdy, I just want you to know the numbers that you just threw out as the bar are like MVP numbers. You're calling for Brock to be the MVP of the league.
The yards I stand behind, the TD to pick ratio, probably more aggressive than I should have gone with. Last year he was 3-1. So can you put him at 36 and 12? 36 touchdowns and 12 picks?
I mean, I would take any of these stat lines that you're throwing out there. They're all incredible. Do you know how many times that Jimmy Garoppolo has thrown for 4,000 yards in his career?
Probably zero, but once he was close. Once he had like 39-80 or something.
It's actually twice that he was close. He was 22 yards short one time.
Right.
But never. And he went to 2 NFC title games in the Super Bowl. So I listen, it's not I hope that he plays 17 games. These stats would be wonderful.
Sure.
But when you call that the expectation, that's
9 quarterbacks last year threw for 4,000.
That's asking a lot. That's asking a lot. I hope that for me, if I want to use the word expectation / hope, and this is assuming health, then the 49ers win at least 12 games, at least 12 football games. If that means 3,700 yards, 3,500 yards, whatever it is, I expect his TD to interception ratio to be good, 6-1.
6-1.
That's a little hot.
Yeah. That's hot.
That's a little hot.
And I'm looking last year, like Mahomes was 3.5-1, Herbert 2.5-1.
But Brock should be 6-1.
Brady 2.5-1. I had that wrong. Make sure you drill down on that. Make sure you focus on that. My lone gaffe here.
That's what partners do.
In the 2-hour lead up.
Yeah, that's what partners do. Let's go to Aaron and Hayward. Hey, Aaron, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's good? What you doing?
Hey, guys. Just driving home, and I'm listening to these expectations on Purdy's performance next year, and they seem a little outrageous. He had a very good season last year. I don't think he's ever going to be an elite quarterback, but he's definitely going to be a solid quarterback that relies on the team as the team relies on him. He's made some great throws, some tight throws last year. And, we've never had a gunslinger for quarterback. We were heavy run, heavy defense. So, I don't know what to say. I think we all know Purdy's not going to be that guy. He's going to be a great quarterback, I hope, but he won't be elite, but I think he can get the job done.
I don't know if he'll ever be that guy. I certainly wouldn't expect him to be that this year. He's 23. That's for me, that's another part of this conversation. And that I also find sort of head scratching. This idea that, and I don't know if it's because they won so many games or if because he played 4 years of college, but there's also this perception that Brock last year, what we saw, that's who he is and that's what he's going to be. Which I don't know, what rookie have we ever done that with? You know what I mean? Like, why would he not get better? Why would he not, like any other rookie with more time? I mean, this is what we've all said about Trey. He needs reps, he needs time, he needs reps, he needs time. Well, now Brock is getting those reps. He should get better, in theory, right?
In theory, but not every rookie gets better. Not every rookie quarterback who has a good year as a rookie gets better. Some stay the same, and some get worse. Now, to expect him to get better under Kyle Shanahan with a great offense around him, yes, I think the expectation would be to get better, but it's no guarantee that he gets better.
No, I don't know if anyone's using the word guarantee on anything. I just think that I'm still struggling to find an NFL comp for a quarterback who came in, even in a short sample, 8 games or less, did what Brock Purdy did last year, and then suddenly went into the tank and was awful. I've struggled with that. I know that
no quarterback's ever come in outside of Ben Roethlisberger and had the rookie campaign that he had.
Sure.
So to make a comp for Brock Purdy is almost impossible.
But even Jimmy, it was like, Jimmy came in and won 5 games and got a contract, and then you'll hear people go, and it didn't work out.
Well, he never really got better. He was the same quarterback throughout his entire tenure as he was in those 5 games.
This is a franchise QB that went to a Super Bowl.
Sure.
So
he never got better, though.
Like he wasn't a failure. It wasn't a failure at the job.
No, he was good. He was good enough to get you close, but not good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Do we have time for Jason in San Francisco? Real quick. Hey, Jason, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up? Jason?
Yeah. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, now we got you. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hey, you guys have an awesome show. Just wanted to check on. I know Dave talked about 40-7. Man, that's a heck of a stat. I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm like, all right, well, you look at the schedule. At home, they're 2.5 at home against the Steelers, right? I mean, on the road. Sorry, they're 5 at home, 5 on the road against the Rams, 6 against the Giants. There's just 10.5 against the Cardinals, and all of a sudden, you play a good Cowboys defense, 3 points. Decent Browns defense on the road, 1 point favorite. 2.5 at the Vikings, who have a better defense next year. The Bengals now 1 point. So you're seeing.
Well, Jason, those numbers are also going to change, as you know. Those numbers are going to change. But what's your point, real quick?
My point is, with enough tape, eight games, and these defenses are going to be definitely targeting him, making that they know. To your point earlier, you can't have a good year without Purdy. Right? So they're going to target him. They're going to make him think. They're going to make him throw. And I think with better defenses and better coordinators, especially Game 5, we're going to see. I think that's where the tail of the tape is going to happen.
Jason, we'll see. Obviously. All right, let's. It's time. Let's get everybody in here. Everybody is accounted for. Everybody is ready to roll. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon is all lit up and ready to go. Bonte, Joe, Steiny, Goo, Willard, Dibbs. The Red and Gold Summit is next on 95.7 The Game. Let's go, everybody!
Yeah.
How fun is this? Football is here, and so is the whole gang. Say hi to Bonte and Joe. Steiny and Goo. And you already been kicking us around for a while, so all good. Red and Gold Summit is here, and let's get it on. We'd love to start out just with an opening thought from everybody. We'll just go in the order that everybody shows up on your day. So Bonte and Joe, what's up? Bonte, what do you got?
Oh, baby, what's up, San Ramon? What's going on? I promise you we won't talk contracts or negotiations like we did this morning, right, Shasky? I'm kidding. It's good to be out here, man. What's up, baby?
Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, we're ready to go. Set the tone. Can you guys keep up?
I was thinking more Tim Rattay and Daryl Jackson. But,
I can live with that. I can live with that.
Might go that way. Steiny and Goo, say hello. What's up?
Hey!
Reruns in the building.
Seriously, though, what so much of we do is for the people. You guys make the station, you make our programming. Somebody wake me up because I'm dreaming. We're outside in beautiful Bay Area weather. Give yourself a round of applause, and we're about to rock it. Yeah!
Appreciate everybody coming out. Looking forward to the conversation, and let's get it rolling.
Let's go. Football is here, and obviously it's been a fascinating week, a fascinating summer. Cut downs just a couple of hours ago, and still some questions that are sitting out there. So, let's just leave it open for everyone, kind of where your head is at right now with regard to 49er football. Bonte, what you got?
My head is, I'm expecting this team to compete for a Super Bowl. Why not? When you got Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Brendan Ayuk, this offense on paper looks to be as explosive as any offense since about 1998. I'm dead serious. So I'm excited about this offense carrying the defense early. Then when Bosa does get back, I don't believe he's going to miss Pittsburgh. We'll have another damn good team here in San Francisco, and we'll be talking about a deep playoff run.
I mean, you got to get Bosa back. I mean, that's kind of the thing that's hanging over everything right now. It's like really the only thing hanging over everything. I know we can argue about kickers and worry about the fourth wide receiver or the slot corner. You bring Nick Bosa back, you're a championship contender. Everybody agrees with that, right? I mean, look, you got Pro Bowlers everywhere. All Proers. You can make an argument. You got 6 of the top 2 or 3 guys at every single position on this, 6 guys at their position who could be top 1, 2, or 3 in the league. This wide receiver core is ready. I mean, Bonte and I have been talking about it forever. Deebo and Ayuk, I know there are some great combinations. Those guys are ballers. Ballers. And Deebo looks like he's in phenomenal shape. They need George Kittle to stay healthy, as obviously, this year. But Christian McCaffrey changed the offense. To me, he's a game changer. He might be the best player in the NFL.
Steiny, what's on your mind right now?
Can you leapfrog the Philadelphia Eagles? Can you win the NFC? That's a very tangible goal to me. You lost in the NFC Championship last year to the Philadelphia Eagles. They think they're the best team in the NFC. The 49ers think they're the best team in the NFC. They're both loaded outside the quarterback position, except it looks like Philly's quarterback right now is better. Doesn't mean that won't be the case by the end of the year, but to me, the 49ers, the goal is to get to the Super Bowl. And then, of course, you want to win it, but you got to get there first. So you got to beat Philly or Dallas or whoever that team is that is in the way of the Super Bowl, period.
Guru?
Yeah, for me, I'm born and raised in the Bay Area, and I have diehard Niner friends and family that had a slogan, when we go, we win. And that was the title of the jam up until the Harbaugh era where they had the loss to the Ravens. Then you had the loss, it shouldn't have been a loss to the Chiefs where you had a 10-point lead. You had the Heartbreak Hotel in the NFC Championship game. And we all look at life different. And I wake up every day, and I'm not going preacher on you, but tomorrow is not promised. I understand Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. They're loaded like a great happy hour. But, Mark, I do wonder, when is he going to kick that door in? And like Bonte just talked about, they got thoroughbreds on the offense and the defense. And, damn it, I got my standards high
So I'm watching the Niners this year go back and pay revenge on Philly or whoever it is so he can get that hardware because tomorrow's not promised.
I think you speak for a lot of people there, for sure, with the hopes at least, if not expectations for this year. Where's your head at?
28 years and 7 months is exactly how long it's been since the 49ers won a Super Bowl.
Wow.
Joe Robbie Stadium, Steve Young goes crazy. They were favored by 18.5 over the Chargers, and they beat San Diego on that day to get number 5. 28 years, Joe, and 7 months to the day is how long it's been. The quest for 6
But who's counting?
has gone on. I'm only counting because I Googled it and realized exactly the number and where we are. And I'm going to channel Lizzo. I'm going to borrow from Guru.
Oh,
and say,
look at you.
It's about damn time.
That's a 4.
And you've got the team. You guys mentioned the depth, and we'll get into the roster and forget the quarterback depth chart. They've got a guy who, as you mentioned, Mark, has never lost a game that he started and finished. You've got the laminated play sheet, the QB whisperer, a deep roster. Forget Philadelphia. They're a paper tiger. This is your time. It's not Super Bowl or bust. It's not Super Bowl. It's a must. It's in Shanahan we trust.
That's very good. That's very good. That's pretty good. Well, go ahead. Go ahead and see yourself out.
That's a 3.
Thank you. Going home.
I actually think you're tapping into kind of where my head's at right now because everybody says it's a Super Bowl window, but what I want to know and what I think we'll find out in the coming weeks is what kind of a Super Bowl window are we actually looking at? We know it's a really good roster. What we don't know is do they actually have the guy at quarterback who can not just do it for 8 games or even do it for a season, but do it every season. Because as a fan, what I always want, I want the team to be consistent. I want them to have a shot every single year. There are going to be years where things go wrong. That's the question for me that I think we're going to get as quickly as the first month of the season. If he comes back, and obviously I'm talking about Brock Purdy, if he comes back on the field and picks up where he left off, it's not just they're a Super Bowl contender this year. It means they will automatically be a Super Bowl contender for at least 3 or 4 years because they're going to have him on a cheap deal for at least 3 more years. And that's what I'm hoping to see in the month of September. We have already vowed to our audience here, both in front of us and over the radio, that we are not going to spend 2 hours breaking down the Dallas Cowboys third-string quarterback.
Man.
However, yeah, you're welcome. However, I wonder if everybody has a final sort of perspective or thought they would like to share about the way this has played out with Trey Lance over the last week or so.
I think when you're talking about, Brock Purdy, and we'll know after a month, Jimmy Garoppolo had an amazing year in 2019. One playoff game, and their relationship felt like it changed forever, right? The Minnesota game. And then obviously things happen in the Super Bowl, and you look back, and you're thinking Jimmy earned an opportunity for a runway of 4 or 5 years, and it changes overnight. You think that Trey Lance is his hand-selected guy, and he's going to have an opportunity, and he never gets it. So with Shanahan, I'm kind of at the point now where it's just year to year. Let's just take this year to year. Let's see where this goes. The salary cap is all over the place. Trent could retire tomorrow. Defensive players could go down. We saw that during the Harbaugh era. So I don't really care about a 3-4 year window. Try to win the Super Bowl this year, And to Matt's point about Philadelphia got to get out of the East first. The East looks really good this year. So I know we want to target them like it's 1992, Cowboys, Niners again in the NFC Championship game. This division for the Niners feels a lot softer than in years past, and I think they have a cleaner path to get to the playoffs than Philadelphia. Let's see where both teams are at in January.
Anybody else have a burning Trey Lance thought they'd like to get out there?
I'll say this. The great rapper Eminem said, you got one chance. Trey got one chance. I feel bad for the young man, and it didn't work out for him. So he's out of town. He's in another locale, but this Bay Area and the Niner fans are going to root for their 5th championship.
We have got a lot to get into with regard to the structure of the 49er process in front office. Nick Bosa, that situation, the kicker situation, Brock Purdy, much more to say about all of that. We are underway at the Red and Gold Summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. Devontae and Shasky and Steiny and Gould and Willard and Dibbs, and most importantly, all of you. Thank you for being out here, and there's plenty of time and room for those of you who are still on your way.
What a crowd.
This is the Red and Gold Summit on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah! Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event with Comcast Business Internet.
Now back to 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Let's go. We're back.
Field house.
Let's go. Now, for all of us, this is such a great opportunity, and I think I speak for all of us why we're so appreciative that so many of you work so hard to be here in front of us. It's a different kind of reaction when we can have a conversation and actually see looks on faces and see different thoughts coming from all of you. So one of the things that I know all of us remember from the Warriors Summit that was really interesting was being able to take straw polls on where some of you were.
You love a straw poll.
On certain players, right? Like a lot of people at that summit were really down on Draymond Green.
Man.
So I want to throw out another name and see where the crowd is at.
Don't do it, Mark.
Let's hear the noise. What kind of noise are you feeling right now for Kyle Shanahan?
Pretty quiet at table 11.
No, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
A couple of you moaned.
Oh boy.
A couple of you moaned. But by and large, that was pretty positive. So why don't we all get into this a little bit? Steiny, let's start with you. And in fact, maybe we listen to this first. Grandy, fire away on Kyle Shanahan after the Chargers game on Friday night.
I always feel like I let Trey down. I mean, I wanted him to come here. I believe in Trey. I believed in him before we took him, and I'm responsible for that. I didn't want to throw him into the heat of battle right away, but I thought he needed to play. So we tried to figure out every way to do that. I mean, if I can look back in hindsight, he broke that finger on a helmet on that fourth preseason game versus the Raiders. I wish I didn't put him in a play that had him break his finger, because I think that really hurt him in his first year. And not only did it hurt him not getting able to mix in much, but it hurt him in the practice time because he had to adjust how he threw and things like that, which I think set him back for his second year. When we went into the second year, we gave him every chance to do it. We were going to make an offense that, to me, gave him the best chance to be successful at that time, which we did do. And when you do that, you hope a guy can stay healthy so he can stay out there long enough. But that didn't last long. It was the first game, and after that, I mean, I always felt for him, and we continue to work with him. But sometimes things just don't work out.
Now, that's just the Trey subject. You can take this word wherever you want to go, but how are you feeling right now about Kyle Shanahan?
I think that he's obviously a very, very good coach. There's no doubt about it. But I do think that because of what's now happened with Trey Lance, his misassessment of him, and now that they've moved on from him, it kind of begins a new phase to his tenure. And as long as they keep winning, and then he'll be able to say that's 4 or 5 years in the postseason, and then win again, and it's 5 or 6. I think he's fine. If for whatever reason this season goes south and it's connected in some way with the quarterback position, which it probably will be if the season goes south.
Sure.
Then I think at the end of this year we would have a different ball game. That's all. I don't know how close to that would be like. Then now he's a year away from the hot seat at the end of this year. Like he's a year away from being a year away.
You know what's fascinating?
At worst case scenario.
Don't we always hear a lot and I know all of our shows get a lot of callers who are like, we got to stop calling this guy a genius. And I'm like, he's not calling himself a genius. I find Kyle to be pretty genuine with the way he goes about this. He certainly messed up here. Ponte, where are you at on Kyle?
Well, before Friday night, I think we can all agree Shanahan has some arrogance to him. He's got some bravado where it's his system or you can't play in it. You have to perfect my system. You don't adjust to the player. But Friday night, I heard Shanahan be as vulnerable as I've ever heard him before because he knew he screwed up. Whether that's on Trey, he knows, as well as John Lynch, this will follow them forever. You know, if he wins a Super Bowl, then we talk about it less. But if the Niners and Shanahan don't win the Super Bowl together, we will always point back to this big saying, boy, Shanahan had a chance to go get his guy. And he whipped hard, which set the Niners back when it comes to depth and the overall perception. So, is he on the hot seat right now? No, absolutely not. I said the other day he could go 3-14 this year and still have a job next season. But it may expedite and warm up his seat if he does struggle this year. So I gained a lot of respect for him Friday night with the way he talked and said, hey, I let Trey down. How it still doesn't give him a pass for this pick, this blown pick, which is one of the worst in NFL history.
Your partner was kind of smirking during portions of those comments.
He always does.
Well, what do you think?
He always does.
I want to know what was going on in your mind. What's going on in your mind?
Smirky. I mean, every coach has flaws. Belichick can't draft a wide receiver to save his life. Bill Walsh had an obsession with quarterbacks as well, in a different way. Ira Miller, Glenn Dickey, 1985, 1986, right after a Super Bowl, we're writing articles about his ego's gotten in the way of things. Every coach who's worth their salt is going to have some sort of arrogance or ego about them. No one is perfect. And so if you were to go back to 2016, 2017 when they hired Kyle Shanahan, outside of winning the Super Bowl, what has he done that's pissed you off? They're one of the top 5 franchises in the NFL. They've won at the highest level. They've got superstar players across the board. You can get your kid one of their jerseys and feel pretty confident about it, as long as it's not a Trey Lance jersey. And I'm serious.
Sermon.
Like outside of winning the Super Bowl,
no more Trays.
No more Trays.
Outside of winning the Super Bowl, what is he not like? He's an A- at minimum higher since the day we got him. They were horrible. They were the 3rd team in a 3-team market, clearly, and now they are the kings of this area. And when it's Sunday, we all stop and watch. He's not perfect. There's times where play calls, we're driving ourselves crazy. 4th and 2, go for it. But I'd much rather argue about what we woulda, coulda, shoulda done in the NFC Championship game as opposed to going back to Chip Kelly and Jim Thompson.
Well, it's fascinating.
But isn't personnel half his job? So if we give him an A- as a coach, does that only represent 50% of his job description?
Here's the thing, though. If you're going to say if you're going to say he has one of the most talented rosters in the game, which we all agree, I think he's done a pretty good job roster-wise. Show me a team that doesn't have misses in the 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round. Right?
But they've had a history of misses under Shanahan.
For sure, but they also have some great trades.
And they've been able to overcome them, and they get credit for that. But when you miss at the quarterback spot, now think about where we're going at. We're dependent on Brock Purdy, who played very good football last year, and I believe in Purdy now. I do. But we're basically trusting the franchise and putting it in Purdy's hands, who's a 7th-round pick and Mr. Irrelevant and making not even $1 million a year.
Right.
Yeah. That's on Purdy. So Shanahan is basically saying, you know what? I'm going to pivot. We're in year 7. We're still talking about the
Willard,
quarterback.
for you to say he's not calling himself a genius, he is when you move up with that draft capital and get an unknown commodity out of North Dakota State. The message you are sending is, my genius can get this man up and running. Here's your next new franchise quarterback. And in 3 years,
they're 23 and 11.
Moose, they're gone. And Joe,
23 and 11.
I can do
4 playoff wins.
Real quick, you said, what did he do wrong? He single-handedly, to me, his lack of play calling in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs is why you guys haven't hoisted up a Lombardi trophy. So that is why I can sit here and say, what has he done wrong? He blew that Super Bowl.
He got you to the Super Bowl.
Harbaugh got you to the Super Bowl.
That's fine. But
Harbaugh got you to the Super Bowl. We want to win it.
That's fascinating. It's not that it's not true. Go.
Those are facts.
No, one of them's not.
The genius?
Why do you take it that way?
Because he's brilliant.
When he makes a pick, he made a trade, and he messed the heck up. But why do you process that as arrogance?
Because I trust his brilliance.
They've literally said out loud, we have to go get someone on a rookie deal, or Fred Warner, or Kittle, certainly the McCaffrey trade. These things are now not happening. The Trent Williams trade, they're not happening. So this was, yes, a miss, but it was a strategic play. And I want to know why you process that as arrogance. Why him calling himself a genius as opposed to...
Well, he hasn't done that. I've done that. And
that's my point.
But again...
That's my point.
But no, fans will have called him the next Bill Walsh. And I've had to sit back and say,
his play calling...
It's not fair.
His play design...
Be Mariucci, be Harbaugh first before you could be Bill Walsh.
That's fans.
He's been wildly successful. I mean, he has warts. Every coach has. He's been wildly successful. Show me a great coach in NFL history that doesn't have a variety of horrific losses on their schedule.
If you look at the other quarterbacks that have been hired around the same time, or the other coaches that have been hired around the same time as Kyle Shanahan has, he's in the same ilk as Sean McDermott. McVay was hired the same time.
He's better than McDermott.
He's got a Super Bowl, but McDermott's got his quarterback.
Yeah, but he hasn't won any playoff games.
Kyle Shanahan has his quarterback or not is yet to be determined. But go ahead.
Can I just say, in 3 of the 4 NFC Championship games the Niners have been to under Shanahan and the Super Bowl, could you make the argument that they were led by the defense? Last year, number 1 defense. 2019, all-time historic defense. 2021, the defense, offense sputtered out, right? Offense
He doesn't get credit for drafting elite defensive players.
Well, maybe that's on John Lynch. We don't know who made those picks. We don't know who made the final decision on some of these defenders. The defense has led the offense, which is Shanahan's baby, right?
But if you're going to say we don't know who made these picks, then how can you hang the bad ones on Kyle?
And he's got 2 different DCs. If they only had one DC, Dick LeBeau was their guy, and they were hanging on some other guy's resume. Like Vic Fangio was the architect of Harbaugh's defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take that away from Harbaugh?
Some people do.
I don't.
Kyle Shanahan.
Building a staff is a skill.
It is on record, actually, in recent weeks saying that he thinks the heartbeat of the whole thing is the defense. They went and got Nick Bosa. They think that a pass rush. Remember the year that the 49ers as a team, what was it?
2018.
2 picks.
Yeah.
2 picks. And then the exact same secondary essentially came back the next year and had a truckload of picks, and it was because a pass rush arrived.
Yeah, you went from Cassius Marsh to Nick Bosa. It's a big upgrade.
Exactly. Where are you at on Kyle Shanahan?
I think Kyle Shanahan's been fantastic. And, I heard Joe say earlier in terms of like where he ranks all time in terms of 49er coaches, and he's up there. He's not Walsh.
No.
Seifert inherited what he inherited, and I would put Harbaugh up there as well because of what he did in his short stint. But Kyle Shanahan has won, and yes, he messed up big time with Trey Lance and stuff. And you could hear him, and you could hear him say that. And yet, I don't think you can blame him for Trey without giving him credit for Brock because they did pick Brock Purdy, and like Joe said, they went 23-11
with 4
over the last
wins.
2 regular seasons with 4 playoff wins. And if you compare that to any other team in the NFL, it's top 3 or top 4. However, what I said on our show, and I stand by it, this had better work. The Brock Purdy experiment had better work. He's got 2 years, maybe he's got 3, depending on when you re-sign him. You're going to have a massively talented roster around him. If Brock is good enough and they're good enough, they should win a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan.
This is the Red and Gold Summit out here at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon, and we got an active crowd out here, but I'll add, there's still plenty of space. This is a beautiful spot. The weather is perfect. So if you're just getting off work, come join us. We're going to be here for another 90 minutes all the way up till 6 o'clock talking about everything having to do with the red and gold. Now, Bonte, you brought something up that we hear a lot of people say, and I'm curious about what it means to actually put it into action. When people say that Kyle Shanahan's getting a pass, what does that mean to you?
Well, Guru talked about the Super Bowl, right? Super Bowl 54. And we heard through the Jimmy Garoppolo saga that it was Jimmy's fault because Jimmy wasn't good enough. And Guru touched on the Super Bowl play calling. We were in L.A. at SoFi Stadium when we saw the 4th quarter play calling. But yet we keep blaming the quarterback when it's Shanahan. Well, now those passes are gone. Brock Purdy's your guy we're all going to watch. You also married Sam Darnold as your backup quarterback, who's got 5 years of history of being a very inconsistent quarterback. So, yes, those passes, as Steiny, I heard him earlier today, they're basically gone now as we go through this next phase of Shanahan. And so the passes of, well, I didn't have my quarterback, I didn't have my guy. Well, go get your guy. And we went through 6 years of him. Was it Matt Stafford? Was it Kirk Cousins? Was it Jimmy G? Was it Brady? Was it Trey Lance? Who the heck knows? Now he fell into Brock Purdy. So those passes now of saying, hey, I don't have my guy, you just went out there and said Brock Purdy's a real deal. So now you got your guy. So now it's time to put everything together. Those passes are now gone.
Steiny, you were talking about that earlier today?
What in particular?
Yeah, it's Kyle Shanahan getting a pass.
No, not necessarily getting a pass. I think, look, he's been here 6 years. Is he better than Harbaugh? He's on a par with Jim Harbaugh. I think that it is time for him to get the quarterback, and his latest thing is Brock Purdy. I'm not. It can only, like as the old Chris Townsend said, all you can do is let it play out this year. That's all you can do. Nobody's getting fired. Nobody's, but there's pressure on. There's pressure on to have a really good season, and kind of quarterback be damned. Even if Purdy gets hurt, it's like he's not going to get the benefit of the doubt that maybe a coach who's only been here 2 or 3 years would get.
Well, that was an interesting.
But the thing that I was thinking when Joe was talking is the one thing about Kyle Shanahan that I do believe, and I think it has to do with the fact that he's Mike's son, is I do think, generally speaking, in the media, he's overpraised.
He's got a lot of friends in the media. That is
overpraised,
undeniable.
and for we brought up McDermott, and you go, well, Kyle's better than McDermott.
He is.
Why? Like,
because his
who
team
knows?
win big playoff games when they're favored.
Well,
they went into Green Bay and kicked Aaron Rodgers' butt.
Years, but they're both
they
only
beat Dallas
5
2 years in a row.
Yeah, but they're both only 5 or 6 years into a career that could be that they could have 20, 25 years.
I think most people would say the assessment that Buffalo has not performed outside of that one loss to Kansas City. They have not performed in the playoffs.
But what if Buffalo
they barely beat a backup quarterback in Miami.
They got 2 losses to Kansas City. That's
I get that, but that's my point. It's like, okay, so Kyle's got a better playoff record as of right now. That could change in 2 years.
Well, I think some people look at it this way, too. McDermott has his clear franchise QB.
Right. So does that make Kyle a better coach?
So that's the question. Some people will say, hey, Kyle, your job was to go get your Josh Allen, and
what happened?
You haven't done it yet. Or others will say, who's the other coach in the NFL who can win without a great quarterback?
You just gave him a pass.
No,
he hasn't done it yet. He had the opportunity and it failed. The guy's on Dallas.
So how am I giving him a pass?
What's the ramifications for that?
What do you want him to do? Would you like an apology?
I just want to hear you say he messed it up.
I've said it a billion times.
Well, I got news for you.
His
quarterback's not going to drop out the sky. They're not going to have the 3rd pick anytime soon. So Brock Purdy or bust, Mark.
Of course. Okay. But it's also completely,
you're right.
It's fair to look at this from 2 different lenses. You can look at it and say, Kyle, your job was to bring in a QB, which is different than calling plays. Or the other thing is to say, who's the other coach in the NFL who can and is winning without an elite QB? Who's that
Joe
guy?
Gibbs and Bill Parcells back in the day. I mean, we're talking randomly back in the day. They won with multiple quarterbacks. Don Shula did
John
it.
Harbaugh
but we're
did
talking
it with,
about a
Joe
different
Flacco
era.
In the most recent era.
Exactly.
But Harbaugh won it with Flacco.
That's a worthwhile point.
I give Kyle credit for the Jimmy era. People scoff at it and laugh. I give him credit for taking Jimmy to those heights and the Niners under Jimmy Garoppolo.
I mean, Steiny, you bring up an interesting one about is personnel half his job? I would actually argue no, because I think he's got more input from others on personnel than he does on, for instance, play calling. I also think Kyle might have a little bit of a bigger voice on offensive players than he does on defensive players. But yeah, he's calling the shots. Like, there's no getting around the mistake. There's no getting around the mistake. But
Purdy's helping, though, because he looks like he might be a real deal.
The roster's helping, and you can look at Hufanga, and you can look at Kittle and Greenlaw, and all
Kyle
the way
doesn't
down.
have a lot of input on the defensive players?
I said he has less than on offensive.
Okay.
Less.
Okay.
I think we put too much credence into what Kyle does.
You guys are great.
No, honestly,
I'm just saying.
do any of
Offensive
us know
players, that's his specialty.
definitively, like, who makes the call on every single player? Like, Kyle makes the call on the quarterbacks. Yes, we would all agree to that. But when it comes to 5th-round defensive players,
wait a minute. He's also said that he would draft a defensive lineman in the 1st round every year because that's what he does in Madden. He drafted Dante Pettis and Joe Williams. Like, he's got a lot of misses on the offensive side of the ball.
If you want to play hits and misses, he's got more hits than misses.
I agree.
The McDermott stuff's interesting because he went out, built this defense, built the program, and got his franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Staley left the Rams, went to the Chargers, said, boy, I got a franchise quarterback in Justin Herbert. Zach Taylor, Cincinnati, Joe Burrow, franchise quarterback. Why is it that Kyle thinks he can get away without having that elite quarterback and getting over those big boys?
Why do you think he thinks that? He actually made a move to go up to
We've talked about this bunch. Explain, when they made the trade up to go up to 3, you had a theory.
Well, no, it's Steiny's theory that they just moved up to the spot to get the spot, which is bad business.
Horrible
business. You move up to number 3, and you don't know who you're taking. That's bad business. And then it's during the COVID year where it's saying, boy, we didn't time Trey Lance in the 40-yard dash, and all of a sudden I'm sitting here.
I don't know how you do that.
Trey slow. That's a monumental win that you can see it on their faces. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So that's where it comes from. He doesn't get a pass with a lot of these fans. A lot of these fans wanted to see Trey Lance get his shot, and when he did, he got hurt early because we all thought, boy, you're running Trey between the tackles. Yeah. This isn't going to last long.
But you also just said that on Friday night, you gained, it sounded like some respect.
Because he owned it. Because a lot of coaches don't go into detail and they don't own it like that.
So when
and I didn't think he owed us all those explanations, but it still doesn't. Hey, look, you still took Trey Lance.
No, it doesn't make you're totally right about the process. I don't understand how they thought Trey Lance could run and he can't. And I don't mean he can't, but not as fast as they thought.
But the 40-time thing is almost inexcusable.
I don't get it.
But it even goes back to 2017 when you passed up Mahomes and Watson and you took C.J. Beathard in the third round. You went to Mahomes pro day, John Lynch saying, boy, we should probably get him on our whiteboard. And they're like, nah, we're good. We'll take Solomon Thomas. When you went, the trickle-down effect from 2017 still looms to this day. We're still talking about a quarterback. And if Purdy struggles this year, next year we'll be talking about a quarterback in year 8.
That's a big if, though. That's a big if.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Mark, would you fall that under arrogance as to why he went that Frank Sinatra? I'm gonna do it my way, and I don't need a great quarterback. What made you think Trey Lance was your Josh Allen? That's the $1 million question forever.
I dispute the idea that he doesn't think he needed a good quarterback. He moved heaven and earth to go get one. He just got the wrong one.
Some people get fired for that, man.
Yeah, they do.
Steve Wilkes got fired taking Josh Rosen.
But they were 2 games. Yeah, they beat the Niners twice. He won 2 games, and he was gone. And,
but you asked me, do I file that under arrogance? And I'll give you two answers. In many ways, no, because he's just trying to go get a quarterback and he missed. But my other answer is I don't care. Why would I care if Kyle Shanahan's arrogant? Are you telling me that Draymond Green's not arrogant? Are you telling me that Steph Curry is not arrogant? Klay Thompson's not arrogant? George Kittle's not arrogant? Like, this is professional sports.
Right.
And so when you guys say accountability and a pass and we're not doing that, no, I don't hear anyone doing that. Tell me one person, local, national, or otherwise, who stepped forward this week and went, look, he messed up on Trey Lance, but that's okay. Like, no, it's a total miss.
Heavy.
But he's also coaching his butt off and going 13-4. So when you say he's got to pay for this, what does that mean? Well, by doing what?
I have heard. They didn't have to pay these. They won't have to pay the first rounders that they traded, and that's a good thing.
And I do think that's part of the structure and part of the beauty of Brock Purdy, and that's why they'll ride with Brock Purdy, because you don't have to pay first rounders, which are slotted contracts, and so now you have more money to build around it.
And get Isaiah Oliver so you can cut him before the season starts.
We made the 53-man roster.
Were there any other surprises on there? We're on air as this is all coming together.
No, I thought it was pretty straightforward. I wanted to keep the fullback just because I think that paying Juice $8 million is crazy, but I like to. But it's a fullback. I mean, no one's losing their sleep.
What about Hyder Jr.? He didn't make it.
Hyder's going to come back after tomorrow and whatnot.
Bring him back.
Come back. So
Ronnie Bell making everyone's happy there. Chris Connolly, maybe you're surprised. Maybe I love that Jalen Graham, the safety, turned into linebacker. He looked like a player. I'm glad they kept him.
And you got to have a fullback when you run 21 personnel as much as they do, and that's exactly what Kyle likes to do. And until Kyle wants to change his tune, then Chris Conley, fine, whatever, and all the other receivers that you want to keep or not keep. Well, you're running 2 receivers, maybe 3 with Juwan when you need him. You're never going 4 wide with this team.
Kyle did make a reference to they were going to tailor the offense around Trey Lance if he could do some things. Would that have impacted Juszczyk?
That would have meant they would go 22 personnel and 2 tight ends and 2 running backs, and they would have run like the wing team, and they would have run him into the ground in between the tackles.
Earl Campbell.
Exactly. But no, that's an interesting point because they drafted Danny Gray for Trey Lance, and it feels like he's useless.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being real. That's a 3rd-round pick that doesn't feel usable.
All right, Red and Gold Summit, San Ramon, Fieldwork Brewing Company. Let's hear y'all. Look at this crowd. The question that is coming up next, and it's another important one for all of you listeners to help us kind of take the straw poll on where you're at. And the question will be all about Nick Bosa.
There we go.
So we are going to do that coming up next. Bonte and Joe, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibbs, the full Red and Gold Summit on 95.7 The Game.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men...
Now back to 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Let's hear you, San Ramon! Come on!
Let's go!
Let's go. Red and Gold Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company, 95.7 The Game, all the shows, Bonte and Joe and Steiny and Goo and Willard and Dibbs, and most importantly, all of you. Thank you again for being here. Thank you to those of you who are listening on your way. By the way, we have some special thank yous, some supportive corporate partners out there that we want to say hello to. Sergeant Randy White from Oakland Police Department is here.
Yeah! Where you at?
Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Rashmi Vinod Kashyap from QC Kinetics.
Let's go.
Where you guys at? Thank you very much for being here. Nubile from East Bay Law Practice.
Let's go.
Hello and thank you. Thank you. And LaTanya Lawson from Celebrity Cruises.
There you go.
Thank you for being here. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have you tried the pizza here yet?
Fantastic.
Have you tried the pizza?
Yes.
We got so many guys on the soda diet now. None of them are eating pizza.
I'll take your leftovers.
Too many cameras, Joe.
I'll take your leftovers.
Bonte,
we got a lot of celebs here.
Baby.
Doc Pandia. Dr.
Doc Pandia.
Doc Pandia over there on the side.
Scooter Berry in the house.
Scooter Berry,
Phil Mike. What about Phil Mike?
David Chang, Xavier on YouTube.
Hey, where's my guy Dave at? There he is.
Phil Mike's dressed like a Christmas tree.
I called him the
He is dressed like an OG.
Dude, what's up, Unc? What up, Unc? I asked Doc Pandy, I said, if Shohei was worth 600, what's he worth now? He said 300.
He might be right. You know what?
Doc
Giants tax still 500.
There's also this. Keep it $50. This $50 bill will be carried around by someone in this group all football season long, except for Steiny. Because
what's that mean?
It is directed at you from Grandpa Daddy, one of our good listeners. He has said that this $50 is attached to the 49ers making the Super Bowl. Not winning it, but making it.
Okay.
Brock Purdy has to stay healthy for the season.
Oh, boy.
And if he does, and the 49ers make the Super Bowl, he actually would like to just donate this $50 to the station. I don't know if we've got just like a little fishbowl. But if the Niners don't make the Super Bowl, you get this $50 bill, Steiny.
So, in other words, I'm not out 50 no matter what.
No, you don't have to worry. But
I like it.
But you can root against the Niners, which we know you want to do anyway.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Mavericks in 5.
I'm impartial. Hey, by the way, let me just throw this one out there for you. Here's when you were talking
normally
about.
Mark leads the way, but go ahead.
Go ahead, Steiny.
Go ahead, Steiny.
We've got 4
He's a point guard,
of sorts.
So we're talking about Kyle Shanahan and the quarterback position, and it's his 7th year. Now I get it; it's not that long, but the older people here, you remember Don Nelson?
Yes.
Remember Don Nelson? So Don Nelson was a Hall of Fame coach. Great, he's a genius. We all acknowledge that. For his entire career, he was looking for this big guy, and back then, big guys were important, similar to the quarterback position. And he was in Milwaukee, and he had Bob Lanier, but Bob Lanier was a little later in his career. Then he tried to draft Dalton Lister, but he got Chris Webber. But he clashed with Chris Webber.
Steiny, bring it home.
By the time he got to New York, Patrick Ewing. I'm starting to think that we're at the point with Kyle Shanahan. When is he going to find the right quarterback that he likes? Because he's got a built-in excuse in a way with all of them to have gotten to this point. Will he ever find that right guy?
I think it's a really fair question, and I like the analogy. But, I mean, John Madden waited 9 years to finally get over the hump. And we look at John Madden like a legend. I know the eras are different. The money is nuclear at this point.
Yeah, his quarterback, though.
Yes, he did. But they kept losing to the same handful of teams over and over. And then I look at someone like Andy Reid, had a quarterback. He was wildly successful in Philadelphia. had a different quarterback once he got to Kansas City and ended up being Alex Smith, and then finally got his guy. Do we look lesser of Andy Reid now, years later?
But Philadelphia fans could give a rat's behind about those Super Bowls in Kansas City. They still got that heartbreak of 100 NFC championships and one Super Bowl.
It's true.
Well, and to that point, I think a lot of times this is a more familiar story than we realize. You think you've got your guy. A city thinks you've got your guy. And then you look back at it and go, actually, turns out that wasn't the guy.
Carson Wentz.
I mean, how many NFL quarterbacks right now are you like, there are no questions, get out the way?
Mahomes.
There's about 8. I said 8.
I don't even think it's 8.
I got
Mahomes,
I threw in
Mahomes,
Justin
Burrow,
Herbert and Lamar
Allen.
Jackson.
Even
and,
Herbert, I have some. He hasn't won a playoff game yet, right? Like, I understand being somewhat cautious, but he looks the part.
Herbert is like McNabb was. We got our guy.
Yeah.
Unless 8 years from now you're like, actually, that wasn't the guy.
Well, yeah, you're up 100
right?
points
But
in
the
the
Cousins
playoffs.
and the Daks and the Carrs and the Kylers, you think that's the guy, and it's not the guy. So I do think you have to put that lens through it. This is not an excuse for Kyle finding the quarterback, but let's not act like it's easy.
No.
I mean, the Bears have been looking my whole life, and I'm turning 50 in a couple of years.
And I'm going to channel my
10,
inner
right?
Mark Willard, and I mean this because I told my partner just driving him crazy. I can have perspective. I love that word. I can criticize Kyle, but I cannot ignore the fact that Brock Purdy looks like he's the effing real deal. It ain't about how far you can throw it. It's the Wi-Fi, the quick reads. He looks like he's about to be the dude, man. You can't ignore that.
That's true.
And it makes this season fascinating, but he's running, even in the preseason game. Boop, boop, boop. I know where to go with it. I'm just like, okay.
Well, what's the most important skill in a Shanahan offense?
Brain.
It's knowing what to do. It's the brain, and it's where's Debo, Christian, Brandon, and George. Get them the ball. Get the right guy the ball at the right time, in the right place, and that's where we talked to the guy who founded S2 Cognition and all of the ethereal, the intangible stuff that he does so well. Trey does it well too, but Trey Lance got robbed due to injury, and then Brock came in and was able to do it just as well. So no shade on Trey. If Brock can continue to do what he's done in terms of all those things, the intangibles, he's going to be fine.
All right, audience, jump in on this one again because we're very, very curious on where you're at on this with regard to Nick Bosa. We all admit we have no idea where the negotiations are. We don't know what's being offered, what's being demanded. But straw poll right now, if you've got to pick one side that you currently sit on, which would it be? Are you on the side of Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa's side? Or are you on the 49ers side?
Wow.
Okay.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
What if you try to get
Why do we have to pick sides, though? We don't know who's doing what. We don't know what the money is. We don't know what the years are. So I think it's unfair to say whether the team Niners or team Bosa. Our team just get the deal done and get them in Pittsburgh September the 10th against the Steelers.
Do you know,
that's all I care about.
I'm totally with you. But you guys,
jersey?
The two of you have had a bunch of debates about this week. And I think the reason fans, and Dibs, I know you're on this side too, the reason people lean Bosa without knowing the info is they're actually just assessing who's got more leverage here. And this is one of the very rare cases where I actually think the player's got a little bit more leverage than the team.
Does.
What do you think, Joe?
Well, when you draft a guy number 2 overall, you pray to God he's half as good as Nick Bosa.
Yep.
He's been all world. Look, he had the one injury, but 4 guys went down in a 2-week span on that same turf with the same injury, which is crazy. And that you can't unsee the injury, but he's been all world almost every single game that he's been able to play in. So you should have known this was coming. Now, I understand there's a new market that needs to be set at every position every single year. I give the Niners the benefit of the doubt that they've earned in terms of signing all the guys that they like. I'm just like, yo, we got 12 days to go. This is supposed to be a Super Bowl team. So I am a little worried. And I don't even know if you can blame anyone. Both sides are like, yeah, we deserve this. Well, we think you're here. There's a threshold, but I just want it done.
Well, as Lynch said it, again, we go back to the first day of training camp, or actually the day before the first day of training camp, when Lynch said, this is going to be complicated. And that kind of lit a light bulb in my head saying, oh boy, it's not only the guaranteed money, it's not only the years, there could be no trade clauses, there could be workout bonuses. Who the heck knows? This is going to be a massive, massive deal. So I think, the Niners, they know they have to overpay for Bosa. And for Bosa, I give him all the credit in the world. He may tear another ACL. He's got to get his money. Not for long, right? That's what the NFL stands for. I'm all for a player getting every single penny.
I know a lot of you guys gamble. I don't gamble, but they said there's about 4 or 5 defensive players that can actually move the line if they're not available, and Bosa's one of them. Do you make anything of that?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think it's as simple as they are a Super Bowl favorite with him, and I don't even think they're much of a contender for the Super Bowl without him.
Even though they had a number 1 defense or a top 10 defense without him that 1 year?
Yeah. I think he's the straw that stirs the whole drink. He's the one that makes all the other players on the defense better, and that's the leverage he's playing with. He knows that he's got it in the lineup next Sunday.
Mark, what if he's trying to get quarterback money? Because to me, I thought it was about Aaron Donald. I think they were like, okay, you got that. What if he's trying to get quarterback money?
Well, give me that number.
40.
What's that number?
40.
He's not getting 40.
Then the Niners are right.
I threw out 35.
You can't do that.
Where do you 35 is too much?
No, I think 35 is what they give him. Give him 35.
35's a lot.
I
know I sound like I'm penny
Dude, this man over there at table 11 has a DPOY shirt because he was that. He's the best defensive player on the team.
But
that's the best defensive team.
35 gets me the top cornerback, the top D tackle, and something else in free agency just to give you, let's play devil's advocate.
He's the best defensive player in football, and I think that if you're going to nickel and dime him for 31.75 or whatever, just give the man whatever he needs.
But that's not nickel diming. Like I'll say this, it's not even a disagreement with your point. It's there is not a lot of precedent for that. Even when you're the best in the game, you don't obliterate the market by 20% above the next best player in the league. Like it just doesn't. You don't do that. So I'm not even saying whether they should, shouldn't, or otherwise. If Nick is demanding that number, 35, then Nick's wrong.
Wow. Well, I think that's got to be the issue, because if you tell him we'll pay you $1 million more than Aaron Donald,
let's go.
I don't think there's an issue. But clearly he's got to be asking for more than that.
Can we all agree?
Right?
The Niners aren't being cheap on this.
No.
We can all agree there.
What makes you say that?
Rap sheet said the offer is, quote, substantial.
Yeah.
He's going to get paid. It's just a matter of how much.
Exactly. Right. I don't doubt that they're not in the ball. They're not like, we have you at $20 million a year. No, they're not doing that.
Of course. But if you're going to pay Bosa, you're going to pay him knowing full well that he makes everyone else better. Eric Armstead does not have a rejuvenated career without Nick Bosa. And if you want to be a nasty defense, a defense that's good enough to have a nickname, and we talked about this yesterday, you want to be a good enough defense to where you have a nickname, Legion of Boom and Steel Curtain and whatever else you want to, Purple People Eaters, whatever you want to talk about in terms of nicknames, all that, you need to have this anchor piece in there. So give the man his money.
Well, we want to say thanks to the Los Altos Village Association, our sponsors. Stroll through beautiful downtown Los Altos while you enjoy craft beer and live music at the Downtown Beer Stroll, Friday, September 8th, 6 p.m. Sponsored by Los Altos Hardware and State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org. A reminder that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, we're going to go through to each of the 6 of us, but the crowd first. Here's a fun question. Okay. And the question is, and I'll give you all the candidates before we do a round of applause to show where you're at. But if the Niners are to go to or win a Super Bowl, assuming everyone is healthy, who is the most important player for them on the team this year? Here are your candidates: Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Fred Warner. So pick one, and let's go for...
That's what I'm saying.
There you go. Let's go for, by a show of applause, is the most important player Brock Purdy?
Wow. Wow.
Is the most important player Deebo Samuel? How about Christian McCaffrey?
Okay.
Whoa! Wow!
Nick
The Indian
Bosa.
voice. Wow!
George Kittle. We love you, George.
How about Clark Kittle?
Shout out to the Zenny sunglasses. Good job, Gibbs.
Appreciate it.
Fred Warner.
How about Kurt Warner?
That felt like McCaffrey 1, Purdy 2, Bosa 3, Debo 4, Kittle 5, Warner 6.
I'd say Trent Williams 4.
Okay, I like that.
I heard a certain Trent Williams coming up in the front row.
Shout out to the
I've
lovely.
told you all along, and I firmly believe this, and I'll say it in front of Fieldwork and all you here. The quarterback on this team is not as important as it is on other teams because of all those other names you mentioned. You could go to Sam Darnold and you could do just as well. They went to the NFC Championship game last year with QB3. And I think that tells you all you need to know about how important the quarterback is. So for me, it's McCaffrey 1, it's Trent Williams 2, Bosa 3, and then Fred Warner before.
Bonte, you've been too quiet. What do you think?
Oh, let me talk.
No, I can tell you're ready to get in there.
Well, everyone's going to get their their piece of pizza on this one.
So offense, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We're running the clock off the top. Listen,
who's the most important player?
Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, why?
He sets it. As much as we just talked about Bosa making the game easier for everybody, think about Christian McCaffrey. And I always cite Chelsea. I cite this one play against the Rams. He goes out in the flat, 53, and another linebacker from the Rams. Oh, my God, there's Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle walking up to see him by himself, wide open. He spaces the field for everybody. Everybody gets to see one-on-one covers because of Christian McCaffrey. And the defense, you got to decide. Do you want to play 8 in the box? Do you want to play 7? How do you want to play this? Because you have a weapon like Christian McCaffrey. So he makes this offense go. He takes it to the next level. That's my most important player for 2023.
Breakdown.
Steiny, what do you think? Most important player?
Love it.
I think it's Nick Bosa because I think he's the one guy that if you take off this team, then they can't win it.
Well, he was there last year and they didn't win it.
What's that?
He was there last year and they didn't win it.
Well, I know. He's no guarantee that they will win it. I'm saying they cannot win it without him. And here's what I would put into the equation for that. I'll give everybody who says that Kyle Shanahan's an offensive genius and he can win with a wide variety of quarterbacks. For this particular argument, I'll give you that. Maybe they could win without Purdy. Maybe they could win without Kittle. Maybe they could win without McCaffrey. They cannot win without Bosa. No chance, I don't think.
Goo, what do you think?
I got to change it on the fly because
you no
new information.
Not guru. You didn't change your take.
I will shock you. Every offensive player not named Brock Purdy you mentioned, the byproduct, the point guard, the John Stockton is Brock Purdy. So to me, it's Brock 1.
Okay.
They went to the Super Bowl and almost won pre-McCaffrey. So as much as I love McCaffrey and it's good right now, he's a baller, you got Mitchell, you got Mason. We've seen you get to the Super Bowl without McCaffrey, and 3 would be just what Steiny said, Bosa.
Okay.
Because you went and got Hargrave, but if no the only time that is impactful is if you got Bosa. So that would be my 3. But Purdy is everything.
Chasky, what do you think?
I want to take Fred Warner just because I feel like we sleep on how great he is and what he does for this team. I mean, he's covering people in the flat. He's covering tight ends. He's blitzing. Not that these other guys, they're all great. But, like, Fred Warner's outstanding. I don't know. I don't know if people realize how good he is. I do not think this is I think you could find a way to be a good defense without Bosa.
Well,
I don't think you could be a good defense without Fred Warner.
The way
I think
I'm
if you
looking
put
at
a rookie there, oh, my God.
The way I'm looking at it is, what player would you least like to hear is going to miss the season?
I think it might be Fred
before the season.
It might be Fred.
It might be. I don't know, but that's the way I look. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. He hasn't missed a game in 5 years. So, like, we used to talk about Patrick Willis and Bowman that way. If you said, oh, Willis is going to be out for 6 or 7 weeks, everybody like, oh, my God, we're done. Yeah. Right? I don't think we give Warner enough love. I know that's probably not the right answer,
well,
but he deserves appreciation.
Tucked into this conversation is how incredible the roster is that, for instance, Trent Williams can't even make the list of the top 6, and he's the best left tackle in the game. But, Goo, my answer is more, it's not even about belief in Brock Purdy. Yeah. We're sitting here talking about Nick Bosa's contract, right? And we think it's going to be 31 or 32
40
or 35. Right. What does a great quarterback make? They make 53.
Right.
And that simply tells you how important that position is. I don't buy that Sam Darnold can just walk in and do what Brock Purdy did last year. I think we're forgetting that even though Jimmy Garoppolo was in a Super Bowl before and was on a tidy little run last year, we're forgetting how much this team elevated from Jimmy Garoppolo when Brock Purdy walked in last year. I'm not saying he's the best at his position like many of these other names are, but you're right. Debo and Christian and Brandon and all these people, George, they don't get the ball if Brock doesn't get it to them on time. You can't have Yak if you don't get the ball in the right spot at the right time. For me, the quarterback is almost always the most important player on the team.
And I'm gonna steal a line from the great Beyonce. I am drunk and crazy in love with this Niner offense, and I'm going to give Bonte some credit. I'm in Las Vegas. We're in Vegas last weekend.
Were you drunk and crazy
Bonte
there?
sends a tweet out, and just think, this Niner team had Roger Craig, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana, and he said this Niner offense currently is lethal, and I feel that. And I'm just saying the Niners have lost some depth on the defensive line. They got a question at the nickel corner spot. My point is, I don't think this D has to be as great as it had to be in the past, because this offense is Ferrari-like. Like, until I see it slow, like, get stopped, how good does the D really have to be? That's the right on the table. Shout out Atco.
The Raider game on New Year's Day, the defense was bad.
Yeah, but the Dallas game in the playoffs, which playoff games are way tougher.
No doubt.
That defense was ferocious.
No
They
doubt.
knocked out Dak 2 times the ball. He threw terrible interceptions. They took out Tony Pollard. Like, the defense, not that Brock didn't make plays. He did late in that game. That defense held down a great Dallas team.
They're the best.
That team was really good.
It is the Red and Gold Summit Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. Glad you are all with us. You've made your plans to be here. All right. Bonte, you and Joe, you guys got to lead the way on this one, because you made such a very large deal about it for much of the season last year. Well, you were ringing the bell for Christian McCaffrey before it happened.
So wait, do they matter?
What's that?
Running backs.
Of course.
All right.
Of course.
We got Willard doing something.
However.
Tell me how you did it.
Walk
me through it.
Did I say running backs don't matter? A couple times. That exact sentence?
Yeah, for like 2 months straight.
You told us they didn't need a home run
He
hitter.
also said the salary cap doesn't matter,
I don't
but now
think
we're beating a different
I
drum,
don't think
so.
they need, but they certainly want.
Oh, he's a stud.
And there are very...
It changed the season.
But look at the running back market right now. The league is telling you there are very few McCaffreys.
That's the thing.
Okay.
I think he's in a unique category as a pass catcher.
But if you think, and Bonte, you just said he's your pick. That's your number one most important player. Let's focus on him for a second, and in a couple of different ways. This regime, I would argue, has been through a rough couple of weeks in terms of what people have said about them. But it was less than a year ago that they pulled that off.
Right.
How does that factor into the conversation?
I think it should factor into it. This regime has made blockbuster moves, starting with their first ever draft, going from 2 to 3. Now, whether or not they took the right player is another conversation, but they swung a big deal for D Ford. They swung the deal for McCaffrey. They signed Quan Alexander to big money. They've swung and missed. They've swung and hit on some big-time moves, and knowing that, boy, we can't run Deebo Samuel on these jet sweeps like we did a season ago. Boy, they figured out Deebo Samuel opposing defenses. We need another playmaker, not knowing whether or not George Kittle's going to be helping, and not knowing where Brandon Ayuk is. That was a big-time move there by the 49ers, so they get credit. And they've done that throughout this entire run. I want to make that clear. They make big moves, and they make bold moves here, so they get credit for that.
If you were creating a guy in a lab for Shanahan, it would be Christian McCaffrey. The one-cut speed, the toughness, the vision between the tackles. Everybody knows he's great in fantasy. But when you watch him, he's just a complete back. What's the hole in his game? Like, I'm like, seriously, he runs better routes than everyone on the team not named Ayuk, right? His hands are as good as anyone.
I would say health, that's all.
Yeah, but he was healthy
last
he didn't even
year,
have one bye last week before he get traded from Carolina to the Niners. Apparently, he had a purple leg come NFC Championship game. I didn't tell because he had one of the great runs in 49er playoff history. No, he's an absolute superstar. And to me, the only worry, I know Goose talking about health, running backs, when you touch the ball 350 times year after year after year, there is data that says very few guys are good 27, 28, 29 years old. This guy feels like an outlier, though, so I don't even want to put that on him. I mean, he's just, and I think they'll have him, not take shots. The thing watching him last year, he doesn't get squared up. Frank Gore, it's an art to not get squared up, twist your body, contort, go down.
Right.
He does a great job of protecting
and
himself.
And now they have J.P. Mason, and they've got TDP who can run the ball.
Yeah.
So
Eli Mitchell's still there.
Yeah, exactly. So now you have a variety of guys who can run it, and I think you're right about him being Kyle Shanahan's dream player.
He's
because
perfect.
You could put him in the slot, you can spread him out wide, you can have him as a single back, you could put him in the in an I formation with the juice check in front, whatever you need to do with McCaffrey. He's that player, and Debo's the same. So now Shanahan has all the toys, as Guru would like to say. So now there's no excuses on offense.
I remember when the deal went down and the 49ers were criticized by many nationally for saying, why would you give up that amount of draft capital for someone who keeps getting hurt? And I think a lot of people forgot that, no first-round pick was even involved in this. That's another thing to point out. What they gave up was, there were a number of picks.
Second and third.
I don't think it's not that much when you consider who you ended up getting, and then, of course, the fact that he uncorked a healthy season for you.
When we talk about McCaffrey, and I think this is the greatness of Kyle Shanahan, didn't he have 5 different leading rushers his first 5 years as a coach?
Yes, he did.
So that shows you that he can run the football with anybody. Then he saw McCaffrey. And so McCaffrey now becomes the guy who that's his back. The question now is at the quarterback position. He shows he can, they're going to have success because he knows how to coach the quarter. He can get a lot out of them. But can he find the guy who is his McCaffrey at the quarterback position, even if it's not as talented or as a big name?
But wouldn't you say, for the quarterbacks, you're talking about Jimmy getting elevated, Purdy getting elevated by McCaffrey, he's like a cheat code. Because everything's covered on this beautifully designed play, and I just check it down, and he breaks 2 tackles, and it's a 3-yard pass. He turns into an 8-yard gain, and we're moving the sticks.
Well,
he's the ultimate cheat code.
We talk a lot about quarterbacks being elevated by McCaffrey. I wonder if we also look about McCaffrey being elevated by what's around him, because he was great in Carolina, but they never even had a very good receiver at all. The idea.
He came in and elevated
and that was at the very end. But I look at McCaffrey, and it's especially a cheat code because Debo, because Brandon. And that's why when people say, hey, Brock Purdy, the defenses are going to have something different for you this year, I don't really know what that is. And I don't know how it is. As long as Brock is upright and making good decisions, you can't cover all these people.
Man, it's a great point.
You can't cover them.
And I got to be careful here, but you guys tell me what you think. I like I'm going to go Clint Eastwood, sudden impact of McCaffrey to this offense to that of Kevin Durant when he joined the Warriors. It was like a cheat code. You knew right then, oh my gosh, we were front and center. So I feel like McCaffrey has had that impact on this Niner offense, and that's why the people in the back that say, I need to see 4 or 5 more, 20 more quarters. Okay, but everything is so rich around them, it's going to be hard to fail.
Yep, you just got to stand and deliver. That's all you got to do if you're Brock. All right, what about this? Guru, where do the 49ers sit in the framework of the NFC this year?
Just because Philly got in that tail, I got to go second. They're right behind the Eagles. They have Jalen Hurts, who Stoney got mad. I feel like, okay, Missouri, show me again. I'm from the show me state. You did it last year. Can you follow up with that? But right behind the Eagles are the San Francisco 49ers.
Dibs, what do you think?
They're the top of the conference. They should be the top of the conference. They took one of Philly's best defensive players, and now they've got your guy at quarterback for a whole year, and they've got McCaffrey for a whole year, and you've got Brandon Ayuk in a contract drive. There's no reason why you can't be the best team in the conference, and I cannot wait until that game against Philadelphia. And I know that Bonte and Joe are all ramped up. Are you guys
I got aggregated again today, so I don't know. I don't know if I can go back into Pennsylvania.
Okay.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, it was nasty.
You got aggregated?
Again, yeah. Every couple days, my mentions get flooded with Philly fans.
The old social media.
Yeah, Barstool took whatever from the fight from the In-N-Out Burger and then somehow tagged me into it, and the next thing you know, it's just a dumpster.
Congrats, that's good.
Yeah.
Why is always the biggest fist thrower in a Jerry Rice jersey? I mean, the goat.
Dude, they throw great right hands.
The goat getting it done again with the right hand.
Wow. Steiny, who do you consider the favorite in the NFC?
That's got to be the Eagles.
Stop it.
I mean, why? Because last year they went to the Super Bowl. They beat the beat the San Francisco 49ers, and they're essentially the same team. I mean, only here would that be remotely controversial.
No, it's not that it's controversial. I'll tell you why I think the 49ers are the favorite. It's a simple reason of the divisions in which they both play.
Well, and I think that's something we'll talk about a little more. That I don't think the NFC West is going to be as bad as people think.
Yeah, I think the Seahawks. I'm kind of with you. I think the Seahawks can play. I think Arizona is fully focused on Caleb Williams. And I think that the Rams are going to be, if they're healthy, they'll be more productive than they were last year, but they're not a threat to the 49ers.
Well, it's about what you go in your division. They're not, of course, Arizona's not going to be a threat, but they can't beat you once, is what I'm saying.
I don't think Arizona can beat them once.
Well, I don't either at this point.
Yeah.
But can Seattle?
Colt McCoy did beat you a couple years ago.
Well,
can the Rams?
Joe,
he's not on Arizona
I know,
anymore.
but I'm just saying, it's easy to say, you should beat these guys. I mean, they swept the NFC West last year. I didn't see that coming.
And maybe it's a game where, Darnold's got to play for 2 or 3 weeks or something like that, and he struggles.
I would just say, Joe, you said it about does Philly even get out of the East a few minutes ago?
Division.
It is.
It's a tough division.
even the supposed bottom feeder in the division, I don't think Washington's got a good defense. Yeah. I don't know if Howell's going to be able to play. They've got good guys at the skill positions. Like Philly does not even have what the Niners have in Arizona, which is, in theory, a couple of games where you're going to be a double-digit favorite.
I think Philly, by far and away, is the best team in the NFC. As much as I can't stand that city, that fan base, I think they're disgusting.
Let it out.
That team is damn good. Jalen Hurts is a franchise quarterback. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith may be the best duo in football. They have the best offensive line, best defensive line. They are scary good. I think the Niners are closer to the Cowboys and the Seattle Seahawks and the New York Giants. It's not a crime. You just need to be better in January than the Eagles. But the Cowboys, those 2 games were very, very close. And you guys mentioned Tony Pollard getting hurt. I believe if Tony Pollard doesn't get hurt, the Cowboys go to Levi's Stadium and beat the 49ers. They do. The Niners are stuck.
I think their defense
is flying around.
I think Dallas' defense might be better than the Niners. It pains me to say that.
And Seattle, people
their
forget.
Front is good.
That wild card game.
They were winning.
Seattle was driving.
You guys wouldn't let me get away with that.
And you have to acknowledge the personnel. Look, I'm just saying, the front 7 dominated.
Turn it on the road.
They dominated that game, Dallas.
Hey.
And if Dak doesn't turn the ball over twice, watch the game back.
You guys don't think Seattle's better?
They had a lead at halftime in the playoff game.
Seattle's good. Seattle, late third quarter, they were driving. So the Niners are closer to the Cowboys and Seahawks. I think it's Philly and it's everybody else in the NFC.
I worry about the Giants. I think the Giants are a sneaky, very good team. I think Brian Daboll is on to something. No one thought Daniel Jones was good. I'm very impressed with them. They've made some nice personnel decisions, and no one can reference any of their wide receivers yet. All they do is throw the ball. They got Quired Waller.
Eagles' schedule is way tougher than the Niners. They have to face the AFC East, so they've got Buffalo, they've got Miami, they got the fighting Rodgerses and
Benny
the
and the Jets.
So I think that Philadelphia, they're not going 15-2. And really, the one game they lost late was a game that they gave up on. So Philadelphia's schedule much tougher, and I'm not buying into the Rams at all. Yeah, Seattle's a little bit better, but the Niners only have a couple of tough schedule spots.
I think Seattle.
You sure? They have to go to Jacksonville?
I think Seattle's really
They host Cincinnati. They host Baltimore.
Scheduled loss.
They play Dallas. They play the Giants on the short week on Thursday Night Football. Their Niners' schedule not that easy.
And how imperative is it that they get home? Like the last 2 seasons that were great for the Niners. Before the halfway mark, they were under 500. Like, you've been on the road taking 2 L's.
Right.
In the Los Angeles. You got to get that game back at the house if you want to get the Super Bowl.
2 quick things on the Eagles, though. To your point about the schedule, Dibs. They are matched up with the AFC East, which is obviously a good division. But when you go to a 17th game, you get that extra game sometimes. The Eagles won extra game outside of the AFC East at Kansas City.
Thank God.
Okay, so they got the Chiefs also. And Bonte, when you say they got the best defensive line in football, does that not at least become a question with Hargrave trading from one team to the other?
No, because they drafted Jalen Carter, who was supposed to be the number 1 overall pick.
And Sack 2.0.
And Terrence Davis just lost a lot of weight, so they got another Georgia front. You got, Reddick is on the edge. Are you kidding me?
No, they're still good.
Hargrave, same buddy, got Jalen Carter, who was all throughout the season the number 1 overall pick. And then he got into some trouble, and he slipped down to 9, which I think Philadelphia may have floated to get their guy, like you brought up Don Nelson, when he floated the injury on Tim Hardaway. Maybe Philly with Jalen Carter.
And we got all season to let the Niners pass the Eagles. It ain't the time for it now.
Name one
That's
receiver
all.
on the Eagles.
I don't want to. I wouldn't justify that at this point. Exactly.
Hey, Joe and Bonte, are the Niners undefeated when they take on the Cowboys in Week 5?
No.
Cincinnati, isn't that before the Cowboys?
No.
Is that after?
It's at Pittsburgh, at L.A., home to the Giants, and home to the Cardinals.
Wouldn't be surprised if the Niners open 2-2.
Wow.
All right,
Pittsburgh's going to be tough.
Let's hang on.
Pittsburgh's going to be tough.
Let's talk about
Short
that.
week, New York Giants.
Let's talk about that for a second.
I'm a realist, folks. I don't wear pom-poms. Not here, buddy.
This is the Red and Gold Summit
Warrior
at the
season starts
Fieldwork
October.
Brewing Company in San Ramon. So glad you're with us. You're listening to all 6 hosts, 95.7 The Game, Steiny and Goo, Bonte and Joe, Willard and Dibbs, and all of you. Thank you so much because you just mentioned those first 4 games. And, Joe, you mentioned the Giants, the home opener, which you think might be a little bit tougher than people
Kyle
think.
Harrison.
I think so.
Let's hop through this.
Isaiah Simmons.
I know.
The 49ers' first 4. It's at Pittsburgh, and then it's at SoFi to take on the Rams. Thursday night, opener against the New York Giants, and then home to the Arizona Cardinals. Steiny, what's their record at the end of 4 games?
I think they'll be 3-1, but because it sounds like they're really putting an emphasis on early in the season not to go 3-5 again to start a season. So, and they're going to be healthy, relatively speaking, outside Greenlaw. So, 3-1.
Where's the loss?
Don't make me sing again.
The loss will be Pittsburgh.
Okay. You say 2-2, Bonte. Pittsburgh and where?
I said I wouldn't be surprised if they were 2-2.
Okay, so what do you think they're going to be?
Well, Pittsburgh's an L. I've been telling y'all that since June when everybody said, Kenny Pickett. Now he goes 13-15. All you guys are going crazy for Kenny Pickett. So they'll lose to Pittsburgh. And I think that Giants game on Thursday night, I think they're going to spoil a home opener for the Niners.
Wow.
Something's weird about that game, man. Something's very weird. They got a really good defensive front. Short, weak, strong, play well against the run. Hufanga's injury, who's going to guard Darren Waller? Mobile quarterback in Daniel Jones. We all know the Niners struggle with mobile quarterbacks.
They haven't been stuffing the run in the preseason. Whatever you want to make of that. They were the number 1 run D last year.
I won't go about the preseason.
I'm just saying.
I won't go there. I won't go there. 2-2. I got 2-2 for the Niners.
Yeah.
Joe, where are you at?
4-0.
Thank you, Joe.
Just to be the homer.
No,
4-0.
in the jersey. I got him at 4-0 too.
Yeah.
And he was just talking about me the other day being a total optimism, right? Being total, what did you say?
Pivot, don't panic, Bonte.
Yeah, right.
Pittsburgh is the toughest game, but they get by Pittsburgh, and I'm not scared of Danny Dimes on a short week. Yeah. It's the home opener. Levi's crowd on the Thursday night will be hyped. The Cardinals
if we get there on time.
The Cardinals are god-awful. I'm leaving after this. I'm going straight down there. The Cardinals are god-awful and missed me with the Rams. I got them at 4-0.
And I do too. And I mean that.
4-0.
Because and I'm assuming Bosa is back. I heard you, Bonte. I'm assuming Bosa is back. But they know what time it is, man. Their heart got ripped out. They didn't even rip. That wasn't the NFC Championship game. I know they know this year we got to start fast, quick, and in a hurry. And the fact that the Steelers have become the darlings of the NFL is too fast. I think they're 4-0 headed into that host in Dallas.
Yeah. You know, Coon, when he says that, you know it's an automatic L.
Well, here's the thing.
I was cool when he said 3-0. I was cool when he said 3-0. Shasky Guru Diz on the same page. That's not good, folks.
He has. It bothers me.
It does bother. You took a shot at me about Brady earlier.
You heard that?
Host on host crime.
But no, Willard, what's your answer? 4-0. I really believe it, man.
I'm actually going to say 3-1. I'm going to say 3-1.
Pittsburgh.
I'm going to say 3-1 with the acknowledgement that they're the better team in each of these cases, but that's not how the NFL works.
Yeah.
They lost
to Chicago.
They lost to Chicago. They lost in Atlanta last year.
Vontae was there.
Like there's stuff happens. If you go 3-1 in every 4-game set in the regular season, you're heading to the bowl. You know what I mean? Like that would be fantastic. That would be fantastic. Right. So I don't know if it's Pittsburgh. Quite frankly, I'm not worried about the Giants on Thursday night. I would be less surprised if they lost to the Rams, just because it's the second road game. The Rams are going to be back, and Stafford and Kupp and all that
game. If they want to beat the Niners.
They need to change that narrative. So I'll say they go 1-1 after the first 2 road games, and then come home and get a couple of wins and end up 3-1. That's what I would say. But what do you guys think about what happens next? That's when things get very, very interesting on the schedule as you get to week 5.
Home to Dallas.
Here comes Dallas.
Man.
Okay, and then you've got back-to-back roadies to Cleveland and Minnesota, and what you've been calling a scheduled loss back home for Cincinnati.
On a short week.
That's 4 real teams now.
Yeah.
That's 4 real teams. So especially if you've got them at, Bonte, if you've got them at 2-2 going into that, what do you have them coming out of that? Because nobody wants to see this team be 3-5 again. And then have to boogie in the second half of the season.
And then you're planning wild card games to the extra week. You may be on the road, no bye week. Oh yeah, there's something going on here. The roast is in the building, if you know what I mean. Roast is in the building, folks. Hide your kids.
Yeah, little
Hide your kids a little bit.
Well, we're outside the building, so it's okay.
It's legal.
What's the question again?
The next 4.
The next 4.
Pass.
If they're 2-2 going into home to Dallas, at Cleveland, at Minnesota, home to Cincinnati, then where are they when they get to the bye after 8 games?
Oh, Mr. Predictor, Selsky, what do you think?
You're going to put them at 4-4?
I think they're going to be 5-3. 4-4 is possible.
Wow.
4-4 is possible. The Kirk Cousins Bowl could be something on Monday Night Football. Cincinnati with Burrow.
Where is that game? Minnesota.
In Minnesota. Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
I got the Niners at 5-3. I go 5-3. I'll play it safe. But 4-4, I could see that happening.
What do you think?
I don't even know where I'm coaching next week, so I'm not going to go that far. We go into quadrants. We don't need to go down the entire schedule of when they're going to have losses. Like, you said they started what last year?
3-4. They were
what were they the year before that?
3-5.
And where did they end up?
But Joe, nobody wants to give somebody the ball with 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter of week 17 and say we got to go get a touchdown in order to make the playoffs. This team should not be in the spot that team was in 2 years ago.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, like, we're probably all going to lose our minds if they lose week 1 to Pittsburgh. But week 1 is always a 2-week swing anyway. It always feels that way. Right. You lose, it feels like the sky is falling. Right. You win, you feel like you're never going to lose again. I don't know. Look, that's a tough schedule, no doubt about it. If they're above 500 after 8 weeks, they're right where they need to be.
Yeah, not for home field advantage, though.
Well, home field advantage
is so hard. It's so hard to get. Like, you got to have a magical season now to get home field advantage.
I will say this, for those who look at what Purdy did at the end of last year, we were talking about it before we even got to Thanksgiving about the lack of travel that the 49ers had. Even their road games were so close. Right. They went to Vegas and everything was, Seattle. And so that was a relatively rested and a team that got some luck, a schedule break, and they go on a run and win all the games. If they go into the bye this year at that 3-5 or 4-4, listen to what has to happen still in the second half of the year. Man. There's road trips to Jacksonville and Seattle and Philadelphia and Washington and home games against the Baltimore Ravens. Like,
damn, man.
You are not going to get that break this year.
And those games are not back-to-back. There's no Greenbrier unless you want to go there between Cleveland and Minnesota.
Thank you, Phil Mickelson.
I like that.
I want to shout out the jump, and crisscross will make you, because you're going to crisscross the country. You go to Jacksonville and back, Seattle, Philadelphia and back, and then you go to Washington and back. So it's not as easy, like Mark said, as last year where it was all tailor-made, shout out the golf ball, to
That's a 4.
I'm borrowing.
Yeah,
I'm using too much of your stuff right now.
Great.
But this year it's going to be a lot more travel. It's going to be a lot tougher in the second half.
Did you sign a deal with Golf Mart when I didn't know about?
Yeah, just chew it and do it.
It'll be Youngstown, Ohio this year. Well, Youngstown, Ohio this year because you got Cleveland, Minnesota.
Willard, I got 13 and 4.
So you go to Ohio.
Yeah, everything you just said, I put it through the Guru computer. I got 13 and 4.
I would take the under on that. That's asking
we almost
a lot.
made a bet today. 12 and a half was the number.
I like 11.
I like 12.
I like 11.
I like 12.
I like 11 and 6.
I like 11.
Boy, that 3-game stretch where you have to play Seattle, Philadelphia, and in Seattle,
again,
it's going to take a lot out of this football team.
Yep.
Not to mention Jacksonville. Ooh, that schedule is
But you
tough.
guys know this. Things happen. Like last year, heading into the year, you had no idea Jalen Hurts was going to take a quantum leap forward.
Sure.
We had no idea Kyler was going to go down in the second half of the season.
And Geno Smith, nobody saw that coming as an MVP candidate.
Exactly. We didn't know Purdy would show up.
All right, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Brock Purdy, what do you think it's going to look like this year?
Give me 25, 12, 3,500 yards, and stay healthy. That'd be an amazing year. That'd be right up there with Jimmy G's 2019 year in terms of, efficiency and staying on the field. Because I think the number one question now is like, is it real? Can he sustain? Can he stay healthy? If he did what we think he can do, 25, 12, 3,500, they're probably winning 11, 12 games.
Stay healthy is the number one thing. I mean, I think if that happens, if he plays north of 15 games, I think it's going to be pretty hard to see the 49ers not in a pretty good spot. But what do you think? What are you expecting him to look like this year?
I don't know what the numbers look like, whether it's 30 touchdown passes, 25, 20. I don't know. He's not going to turn the ball over much. He showed that last year. Now, there were some Jimmy O-No throws mixed in, but the key number to me was 32 and a half. And that was the points per game they averaged with Brock Purdy under center.
Yep.
And that was with Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle. Remember, Debo missed a couple games. He missed the Raider game, missed the Commanders game, and they still were throwing up 37, 38 points. So can they average as an offense 30 points a game? And I think that's a good barometer to see where Purdy's at. If they're averaging close to 30 a game, that means Purdy is throwing close to 4,000 yards and close to 30 touchdowns or running in another 7 or whatnot. So I think he improves off of last year with these weapons.
What are your expectations?
I think you got to get closer to 4,000 yards. I mean, 3,500 yards is only 205 yards a game. To me, it's
You're winning in the fourth quarter, and you're running the ball.
Right, but
Joe Montana averaged 220 for his career.
How's the pizza, Joe?
You chew off
Okay.
top. No, it's fantastic. I'm sitting on one slice.
All right, what if we said this? What if we said this? Obviously, Trey Lance. Trey had 5 quarters. But outside of that, it was Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy last year, and it was a 13-4 team that felt like an offensive juggernaut at the end, right? Yeah. Combine Jimmy's passing yards and Brock's passing yards, and you get about 3,800.
Okay.
So this whole, they got to get to 4,000. Again, Garoppolo's never done that in his career. I'm not expecting that. I don't think that needs to be a benchmark. They can be a high-powered offense, and he can be short of that number.
Okay, Mark, let me just do this because you could cook numbers to make them say whatever you want, okay?
Always.
And Kyle Harrison, do we expect him to strike out 11 at every game from here on out? No. A lot of times in sports, things come back to earth. The fact that Brock Purdy can say to anybody listening, I have not lost a game that I have started and finished. And, oh, by the way, 2 of those were against one of arguably the best defense with Dallas in the league. That's heavy to me. So for the people still I got to see it. The fact that this dude is undefeated on any game that he's finished, that's heavy. That's insane. And to me, that means something.
Steiny, what do you think?
The one thing we haven't talked about, and people will get mad at this, but if you look at last year's schedule, the 49ers schedule, it was a joke. It was a joke. And I get it. You can only play the teams in your schedule. Chicago, Denver. Okay, they own the Rams. Carolina. They lose to Atlanta, Kansas City. Then, when did Purdy come in? Chargers?
Miami.
Oh, Miami.
Chargers, not playoffs. Arizona.
Chargers did make the playoffs.
They did make the playoffs.
They lost to Jacksonville because they had a 30-point lead.
Oh, my God.
New Orleans. Miami. Tampa Bay.
Playoff team.
Seattle.
Playoff team.
And then here's how it finished with Purdy. Washington, Vegas, Arizona.
No, you're not wrong.
So
it's an easier schedule than they've got this year by far.
Exactly.
Oh my
That's all I'm
gosh.
saying. So factor that in when you're looking at a record, that it isn't like it's a pretty good schedule.
What do you think he's going to look like?
I think he's going to look essentially the same, but the highs will be a little higher and the lows will be a little lower.
Huh.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, he's going to have more. He's going to have a few more big plays because he's going to feel a little more freedom. But I think he's going to make some mistakes and he's going to throw some interceptions that maybe would have been interceptions last year. And it's going to come down to when it happens, what game it happens in, and how often it happens in that particular game.
Steiny, can I ask the $1 million question that everyone's thinking? Do we think Sam Darnold is going to play games this year?
Yes.
Who said it, Coy?
I said I put the over/under at 2.5 starting quarterbacks for the team, and I think that there's legitimate money on the over. He shakes his head, but
We're
if
gonna
you
see
look,
Brendan Allen?
That's too high, dude.
I don't.
Then last year's going to repeat itself.
put it in the cap. I mean, I'm not trying to wish injury on these guys, but
PTSD.
Brock Purdy's already had 3 injuries. 2 of which caused him to be limited. 1 knocked him out for 6 months. Sam Darnold, we know, has seen ghosts. So are you expecting him to come in and just hit the ground running? I'm putting the over-under. If I put the over-under at 1.5 quarterbacks to start, we'd all take the over. That's
I think Darnold will get a start or 2. I do. Not because of just performance. I think that just stuff happens in the Mahomes missed games.
Yeah.
17 games is a lot. I would put the over-under at 2. If I put it at 2.5, you're all going under, and it would be heavily juiced.
Well, the other thing is if they're 11-1 and they beat Philly, I guess, or 10-1, they beat Philly, and now all of a sudden they're 13-1. Maybe you start Darnold when you have home field clinched or something like that.
Yeah, that's possible too. I mean, how many teams last year in the NFL
think of that.
played 3 quarterbacks and removed the ones that did it by choice? You know what I mean? Like teams that are like cycling through.
Tua got hurt.
Miami, Arizona, though. Like,
they had injuries.
Well, Kyler got hurt.
Calamari got hurt.
And the other guy.
Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Team lost quarterbacks.
I remember the kid who made the Pro Bowl.
The point is it's a hell of a lot more rare than not. It's a hell of a lot more rare than not. So the idea that the 49ers are going to need to do it again, if that happens again, then I don't even know what the conversation sounds like.
On the other side, Willard, I need to know, am I the only one worried about Jennifer Lee Chan's tweet about possible arm fatigue?
Well, what was that yesterday?
I know, it's scary.
Uh-oh.
It's scary for real.
What happened today?
That hadn't been reported yet. I hadn't heard.
What happened today?
No, yesterday. He practiced at, 3/4 speed or whatever it was.
He's on the pitch count.
After a game.
He's on the pitch count.
Now that Trey's gone, he's mailing it in.
That's how I live my life.
Time to panic. Oh, jeez.
All right. Coming up next, as we are at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. This is the Red and Gold Summit. Steiny needs to go to the restroom, so we're going to take a moment. But coming up next, who's the breakout player for the 49ers this year?
Wow.
That's next on 95.7 The Game.
I like it.
The Expendables are back.
This is going to be fun.
Get ready for
Now back to 95.7 The Game's Red and Gold Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon.
Let's go!
Come on!
Yeah!
Come on!
Yeah!
Let's go!
Well, let's go, baby!
I want to go back to the playoffs!
San Ramon in the house! Yeah!
Hey, for real. For real. Each and every one of you. Give yourselves a round of applause.
Look at this turnout.
Yeah!
Look at Filmo with 2 beers. Filmo, put him down, Filmo. Double fist.
Not 2 chains, 2 beers.
Look at you.
They don't want me to be two or something else.
Hey, how many of you all are with us on YouTube every day? Give yourselves.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much fun. So much fun.
Thanks
We
for
appreciate
trolling
you.
us.
Exactly. Thank you for upsetting us every single minute of the day. We
I will call
appreciate
you out.
Ingus and John from Mancini's want to say hi to you as well.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Really, really appreciate you. Man, it's been a ton of fun. Obviously, here at the Red and Gold Summit, this is something we have really, really been looking forward to. A couple fun things on the way out the door with the time that we've got left. Who do you think is the eyebrow raiser? Who's the breakout player for the 49ers this year? Shasky, what do you got?
Oh, my God. You went to me first.
I did.
Breakout player. What if I go with somebody who's part of the staff? I'm going to go with Steve Wilkes. They've hit 2 defensive coordinators in a row. Can they hit a third?
Nice.
Can they hit a third? This is a guy who's already had an opportunity to head coach an Arizona team that was ready to blow him out the door before he even accepted the job, unfortunately. I'm very interested to see what he can do. I mean, the bar is so high for this defense. I think they have some personnel issues, but if he can make things work, it's been proven. If you're the DC for the Niners, you're going to be elevated around the league and how you're viewed. So could he be that breakout star?
Absolutely. That's an interesting answer. Bonte, what about you?
Offensively, everybody's established, right? McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. So offensively, not going to be a lot of chances for guys like Ronnie Bell to really break out in this offense unless there's some sort of injuries. It's all set up for Drake Jackson to be the breakout guy for the 49ers. If Nick Bosa gets there, Drake Jackson will see one-on-one on the edge all day long because so much attention is paid to Hargrave and Bosa. Drake Jackson should be the breakout star for the 49ers. He has every opportunity to be that. Again, it's going to be his job is going to be a lot easier because of number 97. So I'm going with Drake Jackson.
Okay, I like that answer. Dibs, what do you got?
I was going to go Drake Jackson. I knew he was going Drake Jackson, so I had a first runner-up because I think Bonte's right in terms of you got Bosa and you got Javon Hargrave and you got Armstead. They're going to all eat up so many blockers that it should be Drake Jackson. I want it to be Kinlaw, but I don't think it's going to be. So I'm going to go to Oren Burks because the third linebacker in this team, and the Niners play a lot of base. And the third linebacker on this team traditionally has been a guy who's done well. Azeez Al-Shaair, when he was the third linebacker, he became a player. And, you know, Greenlaw and Fred Warner, more Greenlaw than Warner at times, have had to miss games. And so I think that Oren Burks gets his chance. And I think he flashes for a defense that has been very linebacker friendly.
Okay, that's an answer. All right, what about you, Goop?
I'm no scout.
I mean, that's a surprising one, isn't it? Surprising answer.
I would have went Jalen Graham.
I'm no scout, but Bonte talked about a story in the NFC Championship game that didn't get a lot of run, and McCaffrey was hurting a little bit. And you don't want to overuse him. I'm in the sports book. Nobody cares with Steiny in Vegas, and I see Jordan Mason run. I know he fumbled, but I'm a steal from Olivia Newton-John. He is physical, and I'm telling you, he is going to shock a lot of people when he gets a breather from McCaffrey. So Jordan Mason for me.
Well, and you know, we all talk about the likelihood of Purdy missing a game or two. I think there's a likelihood of McCaffrey missing a game or two as well.
He's a big boy, man. He's like Marion Barber. He reminds me of.
He still that game in Seattle Thursday night football. Jordan Mason was a big boy runs. That T-shirt game.
What do you think?
To me, I'll go with, and I heard his name a couple times, but I'll go with Hargrave just because he was their big kind of acquisition on the defensive side of the ball in free agency, and he's supposed to be the guy who benefits from Bosa. And so because he wasn't on the team last year,
I like that.
I was going to pick Ayuk, but I think everybody's expecting him to have a big year. But Hargrave sounds like if he's really good, he's a difference maker.
Yeah, I think
if he's really good.
What about and I know the path to the field is not evident necessarily yet, but I love everything I've seen and more so everything I've heard from the guys and the camp buzz about Jair Brown. I think he could end up being a very, very interesting player. Again, I don't want to forecast a breakout for someone that in many ways you know might take an injury, might take something to get him a whole lot of time, but I think that has a great chance to be a really good pick for the 49ers.
Well, Hufanga's already banged up.
Yeah, I know.
His knee injury serious, so Jair Brown may be playing a lot.
Jair Brown, they may call on him right away. Yeah, absolutely.
Are we not going to talk about, or nobody cares, I don't want to worry everybody, but the field goal kicking situation for the Niners?
I really care.
Pittsburgh, could you imagine and you can't blame Kyle for the guys getting hurt?
Well, he's going to get blamed if you use a third-round pick on someone that, like it may. I would say my big thing on the kicker thing, it might end up being a blessing in disguise because Zane got hurt. Moody was not looking ready.
He barely made that one.
He looked totally wobbly. And so what may end up happening, my guess is the 49ers are either going to trade for or sign or someone, a different kicker who's going to at least be a placeholder early in the season. And if that person kicks the ball through the goalpost a few times, everything's fine.
Are we worried about anyone having a down year? Last year, Deebo Samuel had a down year. You can almost kind of see it coming because of what happened in the offseason. Is there any player? I'm not trying to put that out there. What?
Brock Purdy.
Oh,
that's a great one.
Thank you.
Wow.
That's a great one. Yeah.
If he regresses, wouldn't want to be Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Wow. I was going to go George Kittle, but Brock Purdy's...
he just came through my mind.
Because George Kittle's been... He's again got hurt at the beginning of the camp. And I'm going, he's gotten dinged up a lot. He plays a physical brand of football, and he's due a lot of money moving forward.
The one to me in that same vein, Joe, is Trent Williams. Because already we've got questions about the right tackle. Colton McKivitz.
I hadn't considered that.
We hope that McKivitz is going to come in and be... And you know what? McGlinchey got way more shade than he deserved. And we'll see how much people miss McGlinchey, depending on how McKivitz plays. But if Trent Williams goes out, then, all of a sudden we got different issues with this team.
I was never going to pay $50 million for Mike McGlinchey.
Right, but I think in that same vein, a lot of us cast aspersions on the way he played. There's one thing to not want to pay him $50 million. It's another thing to say that he wasn't very good. He was very good in the run game. He was
league average.
In the run game, he was elite. In the pass game, he was below average.
But, I was looking at their guard play. They let Laken Tomlinson go, and I thought that was a bad move. And that ended up being, stupid by me to even assume that because I thought that Burford and Banks were really good last year.
Willard, let me ask you this.
I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt on that decision.
And I asked Steiny, but quickly, has Bosa put on a pair of pads? Decide, he's at the 24-hour fitness working out. Okay, he's got a great body. But I'm just saying, have you put on pads?
Who's that character?
I don't know. That's scary to me, and you're going to play in cold weather?
It's going to be hot.
I don't think it's going to be cold. It's going to be 96.
It's going to be cold. Weatherman over here. He did say it was going to be hot.
The Bosas have a couple of reputations.
Oh, man.
And their reputations are A, stubborn.
Yeah.
And B,
lower extremities.
They are always in shape and ready to go.
And C, they have a tendency to get hurt all the time.
Tissue.
So
there you go.
Have you noticed that you say that about every single player in the NFL?
How many times has Nick Bosa been hurt to the point where he had to miss years?
Do you see me?
College, and pro.
You know who has a tendency to get hurt?
Facts.
NFL players. They have a tendency to get hurt. Thank you for the nod. You got to stop pinning that on people, man.
Nick Bosa is missing camp, and we're going to expect him to come in and don't miss a snap, Nick, because you work out all the time.
No, but do you at least notice about, and I mean this to everybody, notice about yourselves, with certain players you blame them for their injuries, and other players we call it dumb luck. We do that.
I don't blame him. I just point out that he has been hurt over the course of his life.
Like a lot of 49er players.
Name the Niner who hasn't.
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Okay.
First year he dealt with some injuries.
What about his injuries?
He had hurt feelings last year in the doghouse.
Warner hasn't got hurt.
No, Warner's got hurt.
The question is, there's something in the water in Santa Clara because the Niners
they got hurt in the playoffs.
I know, but he's never missed a game.
But they've been doing more injuries at the quarterback and running back position than any other team.
And Brock hasn't either.
I know, but
it feels that way.
I know.
Yeah,
it feels that way.
It feels that way because they're the really, really, really good players. They're the really, really important ones. I mean, it's the NFL. Yeah. I mean, George Kittle, we don't blame him. He's hurt every year. No one ever says a word about it.
We blame Jimmy for that.
Jimmy's injury prone. Trey Lance and Brock.
Why did you throw it so high?
Trey and Brock aren't. but Jimmy is.
Jimmy got George hurt, and then he got himself.
Exactly. There you go. Exactly.
What did you guys make of
Go ahead.
What did you make of the Jimmy sound today?
It's incredible every time I hear it.
He's an absolute baby.
Get
out of town, dude.
He handled that.
Feels like he was done wrong.
Maybe he's just telling the truth.
And there you go.
Because a lot of people threw a lot of shade at Jimmy when he was here.
And what if he's not the only one that feels that way, Willard?
How many articles Michael Silver wrote about Jimmy being benched or Shanahan not liking him?
I think
where is Jimmy?
I think it'd be wild to think that somebody who got fired from their job would not be upset about it.
Yeah, but he didn't get fired. He got demoted and then had to hang around.
Yeah.
Like, it was like a variety of insults to his ego professionally. And looking back on it, I know that I was a very vocal anti-Jimmy guy at times, poking holes in him. And I feel like I look back in retrospect and it's like, you know what? He was a very good 49er. And I feel bad that I was as harsh as I was because you don't realize how important he is till he's not on your team.
Hey, one more time, everybody who's sitting here right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Don't forget our guy golf.
And for real, Bonte, Joe, Steiny Goo, thank you guys for your double duty.
We're expecting you guys to come in between 6 and 8
We're
tomorrow.
Ready. We're ready. No.
Payback.
Not tomorrow. Sometime for sure. All right, hey, if you're listening or those of you here on your way home, you want to hear some more of this, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The full Red and Gold Summit will be replayed, hosted by our own Mark Grandy. He will kind of bring you through it a little bit, but the whole thing will be replayed. Those last 2 hours are coming up here again next. So thank you again to all of you. Thank you, Fieldwork.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fieldwork Brewing Company.
Hell yeah. Guru, I need one more cliche on the way out the door.
You got one?
One more bar.
You're going to hit the road jack like Ray Charles. Come on, do something.
And like that, he's gone.
Oh, man.
I had nothing.
Mom spaghetti. All right. For Bonte and Joe, for Steiny Goo, for Dibs, for Matt, for everybody here, Whitley, thank you all very much. The Red and Gold Summit on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. It looks like it's going to be a nice one.